All right, all right. Wait, what time did I set the stream for? Because it was meant to be for 12 p.m. I'm actually supposed to be slightly early than I intended to be. What did I put? Whoopsie. Whoopsie poopsie. Well then, how we doing, everybody? Regardless, the pre-show is on. There's like 7 minutes till the day's events start. So, you know, everybody relax, everybody chill. I am early? Oh, I thought I was early. Yeah. It was set to 11:30. Oh, do you know what? Fair enough. That's on me. That's on me. That's my bad. You know what? At least I'm here. Yeah, it'd be a bit pointless starting at 11:30 because the pre-show didn't start till 1:45. But hey, you know what? Sometimes you fuck up. Sometimes you fuck up. And if there's anyone who fucks up real good, it's me. But I'm just going to check tomorrow's stream now because now I'm concerned. Because that should also be midday. It's on at 11:30. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? 11:30? I think you originally might have scheduled it for 11:30, thinking it would be a 12 o'clock start. And then when you saw that it was an 11:45 start, you were like, it's going to be an 11:45 start, plus probably 15 to 20 minutes of just garbo banter. So I went, fuck it. Anywho, more importantly, let's say some lovely thank yous to wonderful people that support this channel, starting with the reigning defending champions for the month of November. No way is it 6 days till Liam's birthday. Bro Metapod, the donation champion. PokéTrader Dean, the YouTube gift champion. Lynx Cat, the bits champion. And Drake Knight, the Twitch gifts champion. And then over to our Ace Trainer Ultra members, Heavy Metal News, Samakadi, Typhlosion, Shogun, Rachelin, Dr. Vixelation, Tactical Dilly, Sophie Jane, Alex the 8T, and the man on YouTube. And our Twitch Ace Trainer Ultras, our tier 3 subs, Bro Metapod, Drake Knight, Gears of Gizmo, and Rachelin. And then give me double salutes for the big boys, the best of the best, the creme de la creme, riding the Ace Train in first class. They are the Ace Trainer Ultra XL members, Bro Metapod, Mumbai Cobra, Gear Overlord, Night Angel, Cat Rider, and PokéTrader Dean. Thank you all. You're all class. You're all lovely and nice. And some of you have got all right hair, but not on your heads. Way! Way! Hell yeah. Po body nerfect. Very good. I like that. Your pal. Right, Oliver. Right, we can stop that music now. There we go. And let's transition. Transition. Wow. Ignore Digimon. Although I am quite proud because my current partners in Digimon World Order are my boy Metal Seedramon and Magna Angemon. But let's go over to ZA. That's what I did after stream yesterday. Man, I'm feeling quite accomplished. I've been to the gym today. I've been to the gym. Look at that. Look at, oh, actually, to be fair, look at the pump. That's not bad, actually. I'm quite happy with that. Oh, because I decided I needed, on top of, I think I mentioned this yesterday, but I needed, on top of the routine that I do with Jess and Soph, I need a more dedicated, like, bicep day, because I really want to grow my biceps. And that's what I did today. The 3 different types of preacher curls. And I'm hurting.
So make sure you type it out in game to get some.
Don't forget to claim your Whimsicots in Scarlet and Violet. The code is 2025. No, it's LAIC 25. Tailwind, I want to say. Yeah, LAIC 25 Tailwind, I think. And they look incredible. The sleeves, the deck box, the coin. Bicep deck. Very good, Scotty. Very good. It's G Fuel time. It's Michael Myers G Fuel time. Sour cherry, blood orange. Let's go. Oh, there it is. LAIC 26 Tailwind. My bad. Yeah, it's the 2026 season, Liam. That's how seasons work. Now I want a Mega Whimsicott. No, it doesn't need a Mega. Whimsicott serves its purpose. It's already everywhere in VGC because it serves its purpose so well. Even in the restricted formats, you get it everywhere. Watch and earn timed research via Twitch drops featuring a Raquinid inspired by It Saxon's NAIC winning team. Not shiny though, is it? 5k done, arm circuit in progress. Mate, you are a machine. You are a machine. Oh, thank you, Sarge. Appreciate it. I like it. I'm happy. I'm happy. Oh, I'm happy. Do you know what I love? Like, as my arms grow, it's sort of distorting my tattoos, but not quite. You can actually see the scrab now. Look at that. You can see the scrab. You can see that it is a scrab instead of like, why is it around the back of your arm? Hello, Sophie Jade. How you doing?
So do children.
Mega mash and peas.
2026
What G Fuel flavor you having today? I'm having Knife's Edge, which is the Halloween 2 flavor. Sour cherry and blood orange. It's lovely. Use code ACE for 20% off. Bathing currently? I said early morning bath for you, Sophie Jane. What's going on? What's the occasion? Hey, with the boyfriend. Cleaned up my beaver. Yay.
So
oh, hell
tune
yeah.
in and get yourself that incredibly invaluable platinum emblem.
Who's this guy?
You gotta watch and you gotta stay right.
Right, let's have a little gander.
So
Do you feel good, Ace? Pay Liam's bills? Yes, please. Please help pay Liam's bills, because Liam is a dirt poor slag right now. Which is why he's resorted to selling his body online. Hell yeah. Been dancing this morning, so always have one. It's time to Saturday. Oh, fair play. Bit of Zumba. Oh, this music's far too intense. Slow it down. Although saying that, part of me is tempted to fire up Let's Go, to be honest. Do a bit of shiny hunting and Let's Go. Get a Krabby or something. Or a Lickitung. I got loads of Lickitung. Or a Kangaskhan. I'm gonna just... I'll do this for a little bit. I kind of hope that an Alpha Pikachu turns up, but it won't. All right, Kaylee. I know a good place to hunt an Alpha Pikachu anyway. It's just not as mindless as this. Find a spot. Luke this for Staryu. And if raining Goomy. Oh yeah, where's that? That's kind of baller. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Can I get a bop bop? Oh yeah, there's no doggo here yet, so no doggo came. No doggo came. So the news so far is day 2 is beginning. Sophie Jane's in the nude. And then what else have we got? I want to reset. I want to look at the pairings. Come on, let's get the pairings up. Yeah! Justin Tang versus Kylan Van Severen. Mate, Justin Tang is 8-0. That's wild. There are 2 players that are 8-0. I guess that's going to be the match we see on stream today then. We're going to see Justin Tang versus Kylan Van Severen. Because that's the only 8-0 match. That's wild. Did the light ball mission today. Kid was like, beat my Pikachu with a light ball. Introduced my Alpha Pikachu with Eviolite. Nice. Classy. Oh, Eviolite's a good shout. I just brought a Pikachu with Dig, and every time he selected Dig, I'd select it after him.
Pokemon fans tuning in from around the globe. I'm Adam Watson, joined here by Spragle.
Mate, look at Spragle's suit. Why is the man so dapper? Why did my controller just vibrate scarily? Oh no, we're good.
For one of the biggest cities across the entire world, Sao Paulo,
Bruh.
Brazil.
Yeah, baby.
Everyone's just waking up.
You know, Adam, yesterday we saw some incredible competition in day 1.
The door where we deal with Gengar and story. Oh, that's a good shout.
Day 2 is going to be
someone just was about to walk out onto the stage and was like, nope.
Let's talk about a few of
Silly thing, but I'm very happy Gym Rat knew folks that were running solo today and asked if I could spot them on the bench. Oh, nice. Hello, darling. Thank you for bringing the baby. When you get time for that, thank you, please. Perfect 50 from 6 Staryu, and if raining, a Goomy too. Oh, nice.
Pokemon Unite, your 2025
Mate, you know those
LAIC
things at the gym
heroes
that
here
people
out of
put,
Brazil.
like when they're squatting solo so that they don't get into trouble, they put those little wraps up. I walked into one of those today. Flapping bruise on my thigh. It's gonna go fully like fucking purple, I think.
Last year's LAIC champion here, undefeated in Phase 1 with Charizard EX, is on track to defend that title.
Wow. In lesser-known video game, Pokemon
Fire Bruise reveal.
VGC,
Honestly, it's
2
fucking gnarly.
players remain undefeated
It's not
going
gnarly
into
yet. It
Phase
looks like it's
2.
warming up.
Kylan Van Severen
definitely
and
gonna go
Justin
yellow.
Tang. Fun fact about Justin.
Because I was walking with purpose
he
as
has
well.
top cut every single event he's attended this season, and that's good.
And that's going to be hard
alright.
to top because
Alright, fuck's
all
sake.
the players
Okay.
that are here, still in the competition, still in the running, have a chance to earn championship points towards an invite to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California this August, alongside the debut of Pokemon XP And
drew blood.
furthermore,
Like it drew, like the skin's
for
broken
their
at least.
share of a massive
So the joys. The joys.
$500,000 prize pool.
Oh, dang.
Hands
Well,
above the
with
water,
that,
madam.
Sao Paulo, are
For
you
free.
ready? Let's kick things off. Best of luck to our remaining trainers, and let's get day 2 of
Hold that pose. Let me finish,
LAIC
JK.
started.
Disgusting.
Woo!
What'd he throw? Cue cards. A bit to the right. Yeah. Hands above the water. Good grief. You're all thirstier than Liam.
Welcome to the 2026 Latin America International
it's just typical, you know.
Championships.
I schedule in a very special stream on the night on the night of the Saturday after my birthday, you know, a special stream on a different website, and then I get a bruise on my leg, like a massive bruise. God damn it.
2025 IC sweep.
So that's gonna ruin the illusion. What is the English version of Spraggles? Ace Train Liam. I will. Do you know what? Fucking, I will take that. I will have that. That is a compliment, thank you. Bruh. No one will be looking at the bruise in that stream. I think that's because no one will be there. Way! Fucking Miloslav Posledny. I know nothing about TCG, but we'll watch some TCG tomorrow, and it will be fine. He does look like a TCG legend. I'll give you that. Marco Silva. He's still got a chance to do the three-peat. Right, let's have a gander. Let's have a gander. See if we've got any sheens. Like in my hydration at the gym. Plain water ain't the same. Plain water's horrible. Why would you drink the water from a plane? Ooh. Wow, I didn't reset enough to make a sheen. Oh! Where? Where? No. Where? Oh, it's not one of the Pikachu. It tricked me. I thought it was one of the Pikachu. I think it's a Skidoo. Yeah, it's a Skidoo, because it's always a Skidoo. It's fucking David Partington. Look how dapper my boys are. Marco Silva. He's Fulham manager. Fulham? I thought that was Tony Khan. Is Azul in the TCG event? I don't know. I don't know what that means. Is Azul? Oh yeah, turn the audio on. Yeah, I'll put the bell. Obviously the title, but also travel awards and stipends, as this is the final opportunity. Did no Pikachu could be reached with steps? I found one yesterday. Moving onwards to EUIC later on in the basically. 100%, yeah. Christmas is cutting into funds. My gym needs. It's a bugger, but I fully asked my family if they get me anything. Please make a G Fuel with code ACE. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
All of those little Pokemon that don't look quite to shine in some of the more restricted methods.
Use code ACE. That's what helps me. That's what helps me keep this. Look at the pump today. I'm actually really chuffed with that. I am very chuffed with this. I want it bigger. But damn, I'm happy with that. I'll take it. I'll take it. That one doesn't look as good. That's the weaker arm. This arm's had so much more practice. Hell yeah. I'm hyped. Let's go. Feeling it today. I feel good today. I'll turn these guys up a little bit, because I feel like they're a little bit on the quiet side today. Hopefully that means they've adjusted their audio levels from yesterday.
Let's dive into the format for Pokemon.
Hear me out. G Fuel for older men that has Viagra in it. I mean, I'm not against it. Glad you're seeing it, Liam. It looks good. Not gonna lie, the tattoos and muscles look good, right?
To compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokemon.
I don't like when companies do this. It pisses me off so much. You could get your share of $500,000 in prizes. You're trying to make it sound like the prize is $500,000, but it's not.
Pokemon
the
are
prize
available
is
to your
like a
opponents.
fraction of that
Trainers
because it's
advance to
divided
Swiss
between
Phase 2
everybody
if
who
they
like
gain
top
more match points
16s
than their division
each
threshold.
of the games.
When Swiss completes, the top 8 trainers and up
Yeah,
to 8
bloody
additional
bastards.
trainers tied with 8th place.
I think for an international it's
advance into an
$15,000, which is a far cry from 500,000.
Finalists remain. These final 2
Don't like when
trainers
companies
will
do
compete
that.
on Championship Sunday. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables
You
this
bastard.
weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy.
Oh,
and
don't show
title
someone
of
using
LAIC
close combat
champion.
into a fucking
Let's
Among
get this
Us.
tournament started.
You know what company doesn't do that? I don't know what that company is.
Seen a lot of champions to be made over this weekend.
If anyone wants to give me
and
half a
we do
mil.
have the
Honestly, I
rankings
take 10
of
grand at the
a
moment and be
couple
quite
that
chuffed.
we will be encountering later
I need to
on
come
this
second
weekend,
at
but for now,
EUIC
Justin Tang
to kind of
and
fix my
Kylan
life.
Van Severen, our only 2 undefeated trainers, and what an accomplishment and
Oh,
confidence
yeah.
boost.
You'll have
going
seen the things
into
they make,
what
I
is
bet.
Such a prominent
You
phase
should see the
2,
things I make.
phase, of course, of the tournament.
It's good
Yeah,
content.
super duper accomplishment, really getting this
Oh,
far already.
what a
And lot of these
wakey,
players
Liam.
are still to afford to take another loss and
That's
still have
Gabumon.
potential
This is
of
important.
getting into the illustrious top cut as well. So yeah, plenty more names down there that we've also featured yesterday. Yuma Kinugawa on the right. there,
Marco
one of
Silva's
the
going to win.
players from
Marco Silva's
Japan
not
as
even on
well.
this list here.
So far,
Yeah, no,
most
because
recent
Marco Silva's like
Japanese champion
6
as
and 2, right?
champion.
I don't actually know.
As well. A really
Let's
cool
see.
thing with Typhlosion and
Control
Saluna,
F.
just really
Silva.
aggressive for offense too.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah, Marco Silva's
representation
6 and
across the
2, so he
board
just made day
globally
2.
as well, so it's really good to see so
Damn.
many people come to the fore, especially the local community as
What about
well.
Calvin?
Lovely little representation, not only of Brazil.
Calvin
but
Foster's still
also
in. He's
of
6 and
Peru.
2. Man.
We've also got of Argentina.
When is the
Hank
UIC?
Pizarro and Juan
February?
Salema. So a lot of very
February.
prominent trainers
Oh,
that
there's
have
my
risen to the
beautiful
fore. I've
wife.
had chats with Juan
There's the
Salema.
most
He's
wonderful
been on a
woman
bit of
in
a
my
spree
world.
in
Look at
terms
that.
of,
Look at that beautiful
traveling
lady.
around. He visited us in Europe.
Has she
only
got no
several
makeup
weeks
on
ago,
and
so
still looks
clearly
incredible?
on top of his game.
But there
Look at that
is
smile. I
who
saw
we
that.
will be featuring for our round
saw
9
that.
Swiss match at the very top there.
Hello,
Gabriel
smile.
versus Teoti
He's
Masu.
cute.
A very incredibly hype match. Really excited to see that one. And of course, we've got a few of our other matches that will be going on at the same time just below.
You'll have a chance
exactly,
to
and
win
there's
a
so
share. No, I
much
won't, because I
action
don't share
to
anything.
be
Hello,
found.
GZ,
We've
how
got,
you doing?
EUIC
Back in a bitch, focus on getting my burn in. I read that as bum in. Getting my bum in.
I would say disruptive team, you know, high octane sort of.
High
Venusaur,
octane
Dust
daddy.
Club,
Good
Sun
evening,
Mode, which I'm a
daddy.
big fan
Oh
of.
wait,
Had
we're going to be
chats
watching
with Oliver as
Gabriel
well, and
Agati
he did
versus
really
Team
well
Masao.
last
That's an
weekend
interesting
in Las
choice.
Vegas, so looking
Why
forward
aren't
to
we watching
seeing
the
how
undefeated
he
lads?
could, bring that sort of matchup going up against Bruno Ravello.
Interesting.
Yes, exactly. Plenty of very hype action of Pokemon that we're going to see very soon too. So yeah, like got that undefeated match, Justin and Kylan as well.
Interessante.
Really like to see as well. I think that might even be on our side stream as well. Hopefully you've been checking that out as well. And often we have the time to also feature those side stream matches on our main channel too.
Ooh,
Of
get
course,
excited.
If you're ever at a loss for Pokemon action, Pokemon.com/broadcast is where you can find it.
Yes,
Let's
exactly
quickly
that.
see
So make sure you do not miss out.
what's
at
going
all,
on. See if we got any
as
sheens.
have got our trainers.
No, I don't want to look. Yeah, I'll have a look. Oh,
Right now,
well, there's a
prepping
Flabébé
for
then.
the
Yep,
first
got
round
Flabébé.
Of this phase 2 segment, Gabriel Agachi versus Teoti.
No Skidoo, but there's
Muscle
always a
in what
Skidoo.
seems to be a
Ew.
mirror match, excluding the cheeky little toad. At the
There's a
bottom left.
Polytoad. We are supporting Polytoad.
There's a combination
Gabrielle.
of that race
Right, I'll get
and
onto the other screen in a minute.
as well. And Gabrielle looks very happy to be there, showing this team off. I think it
Wow.
seems like from the socials that Polytoad has been
We
the
rowdy.
valued Pokemon on
Something
this
on my
team, to
lost
be honest.
boys. We rowdy.
Great to see what
Oh,
sort of
heck.
it might have into TT's
Hip thrust set
as
soon.
well, because Water is good to 3 of those that I can see.
Yeah, and there's
That
just
there.
a lot
Boom,
to be
boom,
able
boom.
to,
Show
look
us the
into in
Polytoad.
terms of
Show us the
set
toad.
that Polytoad has, and you sort of see the
go.
rest of the 5, which are
Whirlpool,
pretty much
Weather
similar
Ball,
to the
Perish
San-
Song, and
San
Protect.
Vito,
We love it.
Team that was able to go ahead and win
With
in
a-
dance,
with a
but
Chillin'
then you've got
Berry,
that
which I
Polytoad that
assume
adds a bit more
protects you
of
against
variety.
grass.
The Chillin' Berry,
Chillin'
David,
Berry.
I'm gonna quiz you. Do you remember what
According
that item
to
does?
Cerebi, because we don't
Yes, so
click the
it
other
halves
result.
the damage of normal type moves once when it hits that Pokemon. And what big normal type moves do we know of, Costa?
Oh,
I don't know, maybe
wait, a puffin
moon?
ingredient.
Oh,
If
yeah,
held by a
maybe even
Pokemon, it
Hyper
weakens a
Voice.
normal type
I
attack.
guess Hyper Beam, but we don't usually see that being ran.
Oh, is it just so it can live against Blood Moon Ursaluna?
It has Whirlpool, Perish on, Weather Ball. So Weather Ball.
You were trying to be trapping Bellsprout, that's so many of them, right? Is useless fact, somehow use a Master Ball and Tutorial Fletchling in Legends EA, it will break out of it. That's quite funny.
Doesn't actually
Love
have
that. That is a fun fact.
By it, hence
That's an
why
actual
it
fun
feels the
fact.
need to be able to do that, and then just have its own Perish mode activated. So it's a great way to be able to face those certain matchups that seem to be the big.
Yeah, granted, it does smell.
Hey, War Lycan, thank you very much for the follow.
Between Gabrielle and Tail Team is
Such a weird choice of berry. It's purely just so it lives against Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, and you'd think, well, I'm going to just choose an Ursaluna. Why would I keep
That's
everything up for
crazy.
Ursaluna? But yeah, when you've got a Politoed there
Fun
instead
fact,
that
I
can
used a
do
Master
just
Ball on
that,
Shiny Alpha
well,
Velden.
I'm just really excited
Not a
to
bad
see
shout.
what it's actually able
I
to
remember
do
where I
in this
remember you,
matchup,
Liam.
if
I
it
saw you on
decides to go.
Survival
Of
Series,
course,
and I
here
did
is
all
TOT's
right.
team
I did all right. I
of
didn't
the
go out
World
immediately.
at the moment, who we featured
I appreciated Tier
in
Team
Day
yesterday,
1
but he's
as
not
well.
running Politoed, so I'm afraid
Volcarona
it's
setup
bye-bye
called
Tier
Mirror
Team.
versus Dornier and
I should really
Quinones
wee before the
as
match
well, and
starts, but I
won
won't.
quite convincingly,
I'll wait till
honestly,
after.
re-showing the mastery of the team.
Yeah, Survival
Yeah,
Series
exactly,
is
and the
a
Bastion
wrestling
Legion's
quiz
such a
show,
great addition to
effectively,
this, team
over on
composition
Parts
that
Fun
I
Known.
feel originated from the LAIC team, and then as we're talking about throughout the meta,
It used to be run by my lovely friend, Tempest, who is one of my absolute besties. I love him. Of course, you've just never heard of it, you know? Go watch it. Go watch every single episode. It's a really good series. Especially the ones where I'm in it.
To further make it such a powerhouse once it has been set up.
Yeah, we've seen how that Batic Legion was really good
Yeah,
in
boy.
that mirror in our phase 1 yesterday as well, where it was able to get
Encore
around
Disable
the
Ninetales,
special
though,
defense boosts of
disgusting.
the opposing Volcarona and just hit it really hard. And even if there was like a speed boost as well.
Oh, Sully's
often
so
the choice
good.
off it
I
with the
fucking
Batic
love
was
Sully.
still
He's
speed.
adorable.
It would also be able to
He's
take
so
a fire
nice as
attack
well.
or two, and also a Terra Blast at the same time. So just an all-round really good Pokemon that you can just kind of slap onto your team, on your
Good for
composition
me.
to really deal with things.
Yeah, and Tail Team, back in dance, obviously
Let's go.
regional finalist only several weeks ago that was up against Simone Sanvito, and we saw how important the Bastion Legion was in that matchup, and also the speed tier.
Oh,
of
does
the
he have?
Volcarona, which
He has Ninetales and Politoed. I didn't even notice. What was that camera cut then?
But we're gonna have to see if that does come to fruition, because there's gonna be a
Game audio?
Volcarona face-off yet again. Gabriel bringing the bulk of his own
How
Bastion
could they
Legion
just turn it
along
up a
its
bit?
side, and Tail Team actually bringing the Incineroar, already
Christ.
having an impact on the Bastion Legion's damage output.
Yeah, I really love this lead from Gabrielle, actually, because
There we go.
you're suddenly in that position where you're threatening 2 buttons
Almost.
with your really powerful Bastion Legion. And what that's going to mean is that it's going to force some defensive play from Tier Team,
Ooh-wee.
whether that's going to be
Need a Ghost type
Protect or
Ninetales?
it's gonna be a Terror.
Why do we need
And
that? We don't need
especially
that.
if Gabrielle can kind of get Tier Team to really
We have a
spend
good-
that
we have
Terror really early
one
on, it's
good
gonna make the rest of
Ninetales.
the game so much
Hello, Lynn.
easier, which is kind of how Tier Team
Nor
played
me.
his previous match yesterday as well, when he kind of forced the Terror out early.
There you go,
from Dorian,
you
and was
want
able to
it,
kind of
that's what
use
it
those
is.
resources to kind of
That's
win
what-
out
that's
from
what it
there.
is.
So the question is, though, what does Tier Team do? Does he try
on,
and go for
Gabrielle.
Terror immediately, or does he maybe pivot around
Bring
a
out
little
the
bit more? Maybe
Toad.
bring in a Rillaboom, for instance?
Yeah, it's most likely going to be that.
Yeah.
Go
Rhythmic.
It's the Super Fake Out Bro Part 2 inclusion into
Rilla
Go
boom,
Earth
boom,
is
boom.
turn
Let me
one
hear you
of
say
the
it.
game
Way-oh.
one. Now that means, of course, the Grassy
Grassy
has
Seed.
+1 defense in this Volcarona.
Is that also-
It's
is that
allowed
the
to
same on
be,
the other Volcarona?
To
Yep.
the point where you've got the Intimidate
Monkey.
drop on the Bastion
Tasty
Legion. It's sort of
monkey.
equivalent to
Oh,
like
feed my
half
Snorlax,
damage
it's
that it would
midday.
normally be able to take. So there's
Good
a good
shout.
case that Tail Team might not even go for the Terraformation.
Then I shan't forget.
No, indeed, and that'll be a really good play too. But actually, we see, yeah, the Terra Fairy.
Cheeky Terra
of the
Fairy.
Volcarona here instead, going for that big heart because it loves its trainer just that so much.
Ooh, all right.
There's the Wave Crash, though. I think the Wave Crash could probably... Well, oh, yeah. The Intimidate and the defense boost. That's a shame.
To show why you've got the multiple offsets to be able to absorb that
And then that
damage.
cheeky Quiver Dance.
Actually revealing Tail Team's Volcarona to potentially be faster than Gabrielle's, which of course will be immediately following suit. But
Yeah, that could be
all
a
of
speed
sudden,
tie,
David,
but-
we've got Tail Team with that Rillaboom on the field directly
This is
threatening the
scary stuff.
Basculegion and maybe potentially forcing a defensive play.
Yeah, the
definitely forcing
Basculegion kind of
defensive
needs to
play.
switch out.
However, team doesn't really need to worry a lot about
It's
this
a Scarf
right? Because we
Basculegion,
know
so it's
locked
stuck
into
using Wave
and we saw
Crash.
how much damage it did, which is not very much. So I'd imagine,
Oh,
yeah,
Gorhythmic's
TNT doesn't
out.
need to use this Rillaboom. You might as well switch out, maybe try and get in another opportunity
Gorhythmic.
to go for more fake outs.
This is the rhythm of the night.
I've actually seen the
Oh,
Basculegion staying in, going for the Wave Crash, clearly trying to prioritize,
Bruh.
getting as much damage onto the Volcarona as possible. This is a great way to be able to not
Just
let
chip
it
at
run
it.
out of control as we see a
Another
second Quick Dance
Basculegion.
being set up by
Basculegion gonna
Tail
die soon.
Team, and Gabriel might even go on the offensive right now. No, it's just going to
Cheeky Quiver Dance.
At this point, it's sort of the case where, sure, Tail Team is getting those smooth little switch in, switch out interactions already.
But the other
revealing all
Basculegion's
four
going
of
to
their
do
Pokemon,
more
but
to
Gabriel's got
this
so
Volcarona
much damage
because
onto this Volcarona,
there's been
and
no
this may
Intimidate on that
invite
side.
An attack from the Volcarona itself now.
Yeah, so it's getting really low, and as you say, we need to start getting out
Go
that
for a
damage
Heat
before
Wave, maybe
Volcarona
try and get the
starts
burn
leeching
on the
its attack too much.
Basculegion, although
So,
it's
yeah,
risky
with
because of the
low health on
accuracy.
tier team's end, it's really kind of pressure to stop
Maybe
making
just
the
go for
most
a
of those
Terra
boosts.
Blast
But
into the
the Volcanos on either end here
Basculegion.
have both gone for 2 bouts of Equivalances with no other stat changes, so they're kind of equal to each other.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Oh
tier
dear.
team's a little bit more pressure to actually start using
Oh
it too.
dear.
And the other key thing as well is once Basculegion has now come in on tier team's end, it's
Come
Choice
on.
Scarf, yes, but the Volcarona on Gabriel's side has +2 speed, so it actually might be able to outspeed the Basculegion, and with enough power behind that Terra Blast, it
Yeah,
might
double
actually be able to
speed
get that
does
one-hit
kind of put it in
KO.
range
But
of
the only thing we're going to
outspeeding
find that out
Basculegion.
is when the turn plays out.
Yeah,
There we go.
as we
That's
do have
safe.
the switch out of Basculegion.
Come back in later with
Gabriel,
more
like you
power.
said, sort of
And then
wanting to
Aquajet
bring in
when the
that
rain's up.
disruption and of course the Intimidate onto the Basculegion.
Yeah, they're not equal to each other. One had Intimidate, although now one has, now the other has Intimidate. So
most likely we'll be going into this Volcarona on Gabriel's side, forcing the Terastallization finally.
I thought they said the Volcarona were equal to each other. Hello, Matt. How you doing?
Maintain the position of if you can start 1v1ing against the Volcarona, you've got more HP.
it's a
available,
mirror apart
and
from
so you need to
Politoed.
be very cautious with the amount
Gabriel's got
left for
Politoed,
themselves.
and
the
Tier
Terra
Team's
Blast is gonna be going
got
into
something that isn't a
Incineroar, so
Politoed.
well switched out there. I think preserving the Basculegion is so crucial in
Decent
this
hit.
matchup. As the Heat Wave, it's not enough to pick up the KO
Bruh.
onto Tail Team's Volcarona, but it allows the Wave Crash.
So this is
to now
a
be
Grassy
dispatched onto
Seed.
it. Just bring it
Yeah,
down to 130
-1.
hit
Oh,
points. And there
that's
it is.
tragic.
It's the flame body activation,
That's
30% of
rough.
the time upon contact.
Gabriel, go on,
Unfortunate
lad.
Tail Team in that scenario, halving all of the damage output of this little fish.
Yeah, and
Good, I want the Politoed team to win.
Yeah,
I want
as we
Politoed
already
to
know,
win the whole thing.
Basculegion is still the slower, but compared to Gabriel's Volcarona there too. So yeah,
Dee,
a
dee,
really,
dee,
really
dee,
key
dee,
burn
dee,
there
dee,
because we
dee.
saw how Gabriel used his own Basculegion to deal consistent wave crashes.
My
with the
dad is a
Volcarona really low.
Basculegion.
And tier team's Basculegion is now just going to be
Intimidated
doing nothing, just a really
and-
sitting fish.
and
Absolutely
burned is
useless
rough.
right now. Intimidate and the burn. So at least tier team
Paragrul.
switching out might be able to mitigate that intimidate slightly.
Yeah, and that's sort of what you need to be able to do. Reposition the board to the point where you always have that Pokemon alongside the Volcarona to be able to offer that
Intimidate.
utility, the disruption of
Not
the
too
fake
bad.
outs,
Oh.
the repositioning in order to have
Incineroar
more of an
goes away.
offensive piece right next to the Volcarona.
Rillaboom, boom,
and sort of
boom. You
oppress
love to see it.
and force misplays or defensive plays from the other side of the field, as that's what we're exactly seeing with that Volcarona saying, hey, I do not want any of this beef right now. The Volcarona
Cheeky Heat
very close to getting
Wave.
KO'd, but Gabriel being able to read into
Yeah,
that,
not gonna do
brings
much
that
into
Rillaboom
Incin,
in
but
order to
you
have
know
the
what? At least
subsequent
it's
fake out
damage.
available and sort of force the Volcarona down to either staying in or trying to go for a
I
double
think Community
attack.
Day is soon.
Yeah,
Is
a
it tomorrow?
brilliant play, honestly, from Gabriel
Maybe.
there.
No, it wouldn't be
Rillaboom
tomorrow, would it?
consistently
Picky Pet
usually
Community
faster than
Day.
most Incineroar,
Or is it my
and can
birthday
trend to be
weekend?
as faster than even max speed base
Tasty.
point Incineroar too. So yeah, a really kind of good pin here, assuming Heat
My
Wave
dad
can
is an
connect here.
Incineroar.
Gabriel can also maybe just go for the Terra Blast instead.
true?
You can kind of
I don't
fake
think it
out
is.
safely into the Volcarona, Terra Blast the Incineroar to deal a decent chunk of damage.
Yeah.
No KOs will happen there, obviously.
So-
and that does open up tier team to be able to go on the offense
It's
with
a
their
tricky
own Incineroar
one.
here, which does have access to that knockoff.
Yeah,
and that
fake out the
follow.
Rillaboom
There
because
it is,
that would
speed
knock out.
interaction,
Because a
though,
Wood Hammer
shows
would
that the
properly
Incineroar moved first.
properly
Heat
knock.
Wave following suit, picks up the KO on the Rillaboom.
Ooh.
Volcarona being brought down
First
to
KO
that
of the
4 its hit
day.
points. The question is, Gabriel, have you stuck with the single target? Yes, you have.
Oh,
You
yes.
don't want to risk a miss. Go for the Volcarona. Does
That's
pick
it.
up the KO.
It's
It
not
is
gonna
so
do-
low
oh, no, there
HP.
it is. Yes,
You
close
have
enough.
neutral offset,
Crit as well.
Of the stat boost gained by the Quiver Dance. Sure, there's a critical hit, but we know that doesn't matter.
Yeah,
At
that was
HP
a
range,
baller
all of a
play
sudden,
to
Tail
not go
Team's
for the Heat
main
Wave. Because you
sort
know
of
if he went Heat
setup
Wave, that would be the
sweeper
time it
now out
misses.
of game one.
Yeah, it is. And looking at the rest
Oh
of the
shit! The
team's
fucking
team,
leaderboard
you've got
bollocks is on
Rillaboom,
again. I need to
which
make sure that
is
when I do one of
okay.
these streams, I uncheck the box. I fucking hate the leaderboard shit. No one gives a shit if you've said the most words in chat. It just incites spam.
So you can't go for that
Show your strength, Volcarona.
to resist the moves that this Volcarona can unleash. So you've got to really think about how you'd actually
Gorhythmic.
the rest of the damage you need to, because this Volcarona outspeeds absolutely everything.
Ascalesion's a former
Protect
alpha.
and kind of heal up from
He's not an
Grassy's
alpha
range.
anymore.
That
Why would you
just
want to
jumps it
be
up by
known as the
tier
former
as well.
alpha?
And so it's looking like a bit of an uphill
Because
battle.
every
given how
former
much
alpha
HP this Volcarona
can be
has.
will
So saying
automatically
that,
become
though,
a jumbo Pokemon. So you could have had
Basculin
Basculin the Great, and you chose, oh, I used to be an alpha. Now I'm shit. Come on, mate. Come on, Gabrielle. Beat your Basculin with more respect and win. Didn't bring the Politoed. That's a mistake.
Because that's the only way he's going to get into it.
They both brought the exact same Pokemon. Incin, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they intimidate you? Incin. Oh.
We have Tail Team actually switching the Rillaboom out, wanting to bring that more offensive Basculin.
I wonder if he
he
just went Heat Wave. Yeah. I forgot his Paragruel was burned. Parting shot's not a bad shout.
Against this Volcarona, because realistically, you don't have anything else that could pick it off, and you need to be
both
able to
Scarf
allow the Rillaboom
Basculin.
in a better, more advantageous board position for yourself if you're Tail Team.
So yeah,
Realised I got scammed by a pyramid scheme. Yeah, basically.
Bring that Rillaboom back, knowing the Basculin would maybe go on the defensive here instead. So yeah, a really good position.
I'm assuming the Volcarona has Protect. It's got Terra Blast, Heat Wave, Quiver Dance.
You've still got that grass.
I assume Protect.
So yeah, those physical hits are still not going to do very much,
Bruh.
even if it's coming from this Rillaboom and the Basculin. But something we can remember though is
Ooh,
that
my bird
more
makes a good cup of
KOs
tea, not gonna
tier
lie.
team takes,
Yep.
Not gonna lie.
more powerful the last respects comes.
Yeah,
with
the
Basculin.
Protect is,
So if
like,
Gabriel does end up
you're kind of
not targeting
expecting
that Basculin,
fake
then he
out.
could get off a very powerful attack.
But then this is the trick, because I'm there like, it's very obvious that they're going to fake out the Volcarona, and therefore you should protect. But then it's obvious that that's obvious, so it's obvious that you'll protect. So then they won't fake out that slot. So then I would then not protect, expecting them to not fake out the Volcarona because it's too obvious. And this is where I get muddled. Because the correct play is probably just to protect.
Onto the Incineroar if there's going to be a focus into the Rillaboom, which at this point would make sense because Gabrielle's Incineroar.
Yeah, the mind games begin. I always trip up on the mind games.
Which does not, but no, it's just
End up going bed at like 11-ish. Woke up naturally at 8. Mate, that's a good sleep though.
The Heat Wave double connecting, not picking up the KO on the Rillaboom.
So in that instance, Liam, overthinking would have been good for you. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, but.
Survival says not
Filthy.
today, not in this game. And Gabrielle has so much offense going for their
Mate.
side, whilst having
Go on,
the
Gabrielle.
Incineroar that could be switched in.
Do it for Politoed.
Cool as a cucumber.
If I nap now, I won't sleep tonight.
He must have known that he was going to survive that.
I mean, I don't
sleep,
think you
because,
need to
he was
nap.
just so chill in that moment.
Went to bed at 11-ish and woke up
Very close to
naturally
me.
at 8.
Either
That's
way,
like
though,
9
Rillaboom
hours of sleep,
does
so you
get
don't need
away
a
with
nap.
surviving. Corona gets away with surviving.
Bruh,
But now
who said
Rillaboom's
nap?
really strong with that grassy glide pressure as well. However, with a few turns of grassy terrain recovery, Volcarona, and
yeah,
maybe
watch
with
out for the
enough
grassy
intimidate
glide.
from the Incineroar in the back,
Are you really gonna leave Basculin in? Are you going to leave Basculin in to take the grassy glide? I know that's a good idea.
Kind of switch out, kind of respecting that ability to kind of play defensive to start with too. But if you're tier team, maybe
Oh, he went for the ballsy play.
Like that is exactly
Still
the
tired
case,
though.
given
Wake
we
up.
will
There you go.
once again see the
You're
Basculin
healed.
being brought in, sort
I've
of like
healed you.
as a sacrificial
Terra
lane,
Blast
allows to
into
an extent
in.
you wanna
Oh,
be
there you
able
go.
to
So
sort
he's
of
getting a
get
free
some
fake out.
use out of it, given that it is burnt and it doesn't have that
Yeah.
much. It still does have.
So gets
enough to be able
Rillaboom
to
back in.
safeguard
Although I
the
think he's
other
losing his
pieces, and
Incin.
That's exactly what we see in this interaction. No Heat Wave.
Yeah, flip turn. That should take the Incin. Yeah.
To pick up the KO.
So then Rillaboom comes back in. It doesn't really matter who he fakes out.
On the field right now, sure, there's no intimidate that will be, I'd say, influenced and forced onto the Rillaboom, given the way that the mid-turn interaction.
Oh, yeah, it won't be intimidated. You're right.
Rillaboom
Yeah.
will come in at the end of the turn. However, you've got
Because
so
then Rillaboom
many
comes in.
more resources available. 3 versus 1.
I think the
Yeah,
grassy
don't think
terrain
Delta's
has
gonna
one
be
more
able to come
turn,
out
which
of this
means
one.
that Rillaboom's going to come in.
That was a really pivotal
And
turn
then
there. We
after
saw
one
Gabriel
protects, the
just
terrain will be
leave
gone,
their
so there'll be no
Volcarona
grassy glide.
completely open to a grassy glide that could have
Why,
just come
why
out
would
from
you?
Rillaboom
Why would you not?
instantly
Oh, I guess
on
fake
that
out.
turn.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
just
there you
kind of
go.
call it, saying, "You're
Game
definitely
one.
over it."
That was
Gabriel
baller.
takes
I need to
Game
tinkle
one
real
in
quick.
this
Burb.
three-game
Good
set.
job, though, Gabriel.
Yeah,
One
and
more,
with
one
what
more.
Fashion as well, so cool, like you said, in terms of just the calmness and the zen that Gabriel is exuding at the moment, sort of saying, right, I know this matchup inside out, I know what I need to do, I know that their team is an amazing, amazing player, so at least I'm able to sort of draw out how I need to be able to flow the sort of different steps and the key pivotal points of your pieces. With that Volcarona being sort of like a king or queen of the hill-esque sort of piece, whilst having all of the supporting cast by its side.
Yeah, and we've seen that kind of back and forward in our phase one as well. And yeah, here it is again, but using that ability to have that Basket Legion in the exact right position to deal out that much damage early on was really critical here. Yeah. And yeah, that final KO on that Basket Legion was really good here too. So yeah, I see Teo Team really kind of anguished on some of the last remaining turns of that whole game there. Yeah, like, but when it comes down to fine margins, just as that, you need to get every single turn right when you're at this level of competition, right? You've got so many accomplished players in this tournament, and two of them are standing right in front of you. We've got a regional champion, a multi-international finalist on your left in Gabrielle, and Teo Team as well.
It is time for more VGC.
Top.
What's the other? Oh yeah. Teo Team's got Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Well in terms of
but,
the current
oh yeah,
that they've been able to gain. Like
Matt,
you said,
how popular is the Chilenberry? Because the Politoad is running Chilenberry, which we assume is to, well, I assume is to save it from a Blood Moon, because it halves the damage of a normal type attack. Chilenberry Politoad. I don't know how common that is.
Tail team to the point where
I don't know how common Chilenberry anything is.
If there's any sort of adaptations,
it's a great play.
It doesn't seem to be the case, as we do have a mirror, same leads from both our trainers.
Go to your bed,
yeah,
lie down.
Exactly same lead,
Uppy.
but obviously things can be a lot different.
Ooh-wee.
We saw how Gabrielle's Basque Legion targeted twice into that Volcarona, which means that if you do that again, you're not guaranteed to not be burnt again. And so it could be that Teo Teams wanted to
think of my time playing competitive in about 16 years. I've seen it once. It's crazy. It's the only thing I can think of. It's to live a Blood Moon. It's to get a Perish song off, and then maybe get a turn of Protect. That's the only thing I can think of.
So in theory, he should have a bit more of an advantage here, especially given his Incineroar is also faster than Gabrielle's Rillaboom.
Yeah, as we're actually going to see the Volcarona being withdrawn for the
boy!
Wow! And we were just
Politoad. Let's go.
Going into game two, rather than trying
Perish
to
song.
readapt
Hello.
with a game of
Hi.
loss. So
no, we're celebrating Perish song. You're stretching your own time.
To maybe be able to trap that Volcarona in, expecting the sort of setup of that Rillaboom
actual
being
tune, right?
Saying, okay, well, surely you just want to go ahead along the lines of game one that we saw, but Gabrielle has such great potential to go on the offensive right now. That's exactly what we're seeing with the Terra Water commit of the Basket Legion.
Saying, hey, yo, surprise, motherfucker.
Be going into the Volcarona. The Volcarona most likely is going to have to go for the Quiver Dance. You don't
also,
make
Sophie Jane, while you're in the bath, catch up on your Twitter viewings.
You're not going to be able
if
to
you know,
do it,
you know.
There's a Terra Fairy commit as well.
Terra Fairy, baby.
The question is, you are at -1 attack. How much damage will this Basket Legion go and deal onto the Volcarona? It's in the rain.
But Flame Body.
It does not pick up a kick.
Oh, that's gutting.
How valuable the Grassy Seed truly is, but that's so much damage, especially accompanied by that weather.
Yeah, that was a massive hit.
But then is the Rillaboom, which, like, this is the problem. This is why I can't run Politoad, and I kind of have to run... I have to run Pelipper if I have a rain setter, because like both these Pokemon go down to a single Woodhammer probably, and I can't play that roulette. Rillaboom's my undoing for every fucking team I ever make, because I'm like, oh, Rillaboom's a big threat. I always have to have something to counter Rillaboom, and I hate it.
Also not really pressured to go for that Terra Fire either, if Gabrielle brings in that Volcarona later on again too. So yeah, being not
protect the big hitter.
It's not going to be a fake out, and definitely wants to go on the defensive.
But the targeting is going to be so key from Tail Team's side right now. Henceforth, why Gabrielle's brought the Volcarona into the Basket Legion slot, hoping to be able to get a Grassy Glide commit into there.
I guess bring out Incineroar.
But no, Gabrielle actually opting to go for the double switch.
Oh,
making sure
Rillaboom.
that there's
Okay.
no super effective damage dealt onto both of his Pokemon.
Take
the
out into
Mega
Volt,
come out,
fair.
and there's
Oh!
the Great Body onto the Rillaboom.
Get
damage
fucked.
output. Not what Tail Team wants to see. You can
Damn,
see the dismay in their
that's
face as the
rough.
Quiver Dance has now progressed on once again.
Holy
We've got
moly.
a +2 all around Quiver Dance Volcarona.
Yeah, we do. So that is a really, really good burn there for Gabrielle. I was saying how like it's going to be really important here. We get to deal with the Basque Legion and both the Politoed now. But yeah, with that burn, it's just looking so much easier for Gabrielle in this matchup, particularly when the burn actually halves the power of your moves rather than halving
really
your attack
rough.
stats, so you can't even crit through that damage.
Some would say that Gabrielle was trying to fish for a burn there and was able to get a catch as Incineroar now being brought onto the field
with the fake
from
out
Tail
pressure
Team side, will be
again.
able to get an intimidate drop or an attack drop onto the
It all
itself.
depends
You've
now,
got
like
this interaction of, okay, I'm going to protect my
that
setup
flame body
spot
was
and bring in the support,
fucking
the disruption, should I
crucial.
say, on the other side for the support
Another
return.
cheeky Quiver
Fake out,
Dance.
of course, but this gives Gabrielle the opportunity to go
Blum,
for
blum,
a
blum,
Quiver
blum, blum.
Dance
You'll
of
have to
their
see it.
own. Sure, we know that there's no
Woodhammer's fine.
Terra available for Gabrielle's Volcarona to be able to utilize
So,
Terra Blast,
yep.
but we've
End of
seen
turn.
time and time again when it comes to a Volcarona.
Do we think Tier Team bought Basque Legion?
Then you get
Well, he's
to the
not
point
brought
you've got so many
Ninetales,
Quiver Dance
obviously,
boosts,
because...
Terra Blast
To
actually
be fair, of
starts
course
dealing
he's brought
a lot
Basque
of
Legion,
damage.
because he won't bring Alolan Ninetales, because he would have got rid of the weather previously to reduce the power of the Wave Crash. And he won't have brought Blood Moon Ursaluna because it's terrible into this team.
Yeah, exactly, as the fake
Because
out
of
will
the
be
3
targeting
water
that Rillaboom,
types.
and now Tail Team starting to go on
Sorry, the 2
offensive.
water
This
types
is
in the
a
Rillaboom.
+2 Quiver Dance, Volcarona, Terra Blast into the Rillaboom,
Ooh,
dealing
not bad,
just
not bad.
about half of the
Oh!
HP, and Gabrielle now set up their own second Quiver Dance.
Oh,
Both of them
double
sort of
quiver.
directly having a face-off right now, and like we said, this is why it's so key to be able to better
scary.
position your
Basque is the only way Tier Team can
support
beat the
on
Volt.
other
Yeah,
side
he has
at
to
the
bring it, yeah.
appropriate time.
Yeah, definitely is here. Now,
That's
interestingly,
rough.
we've got a matchup of those 2 Volcaronas.
Holy moly.
But crucially, like in game 1,
I guess I was going to say Terra Blast the Incin, but I guess Terra Blast the Volt because it can't protect.
You can see though it's healed up quite a lot actually from when it first took that wave crash, almost healing up half of what that damage was already. So the grass terrain is really paying dividends here.
This is
and it does have a lot of
crazy.
boost at the moment too. To now the point that it should be able to outspeed this Basque Legion once again, critically getting those 2 boosts that kind of secures its
And I get a
ability to do
womp
that. And when you've got that ability, suddenly the Basque Legion provides a lot less pressure here, particularly when Gabrielle has actually already committed the Terra Water onto it as well,
And
meaning that
I
any fake out from either
perish.
Incineroar or the Rillaboom is going to be able to target it as well. So Tier Team...
Bye-bye, Rillaboom. Hello. Basque Legion.
Yeah, it is
No,
truly
Politoed, all right.
a bit menacing.
Oh, yeah,
and
Politoed
that's
could
sort of
take
what
a
we expect from the
Terra Blast,
Volcaronas
probably.
Of this sort of accord.
Yeah.
Terra Blast going into the Politoed. This is a
think at
+2
least one.
special attack. And Politoed is
Yeah.
known to have so much special defensive fold. It takes so much damage.
Nice.
Terra Blast now
Oh.
actually neutral, normal typing of course, from a
Oh,
Gabriel
dear.
onto Tail Team, dealing, I'd say, respectable
Well,
chip
that's
damage.
a bit
just
of a shame,
something
isn't it?
above the degree of chip damage at that point, maybe 20-ish%, whilst most crucially, Tail Team goes for the parting shot.
Yum,
Now
yum.
Gabrielle's Volcarona is only dispatching +1 special attack damage out.
Ah, the rain has stopped.
Now the
That's
Basque Legion
helpful.
comes in, and just as the rain kind of goes down as well, which is probably good.
I guess
at this point,
protect
more so for
Politoed.
Gabrielle, to be honest, because yeah, that Basque Legion is very strong, and it's hit on the physical side.
Yeah,
of
I
course.
guess you
And
need
as
to
we know,
protect
Gabrielle's already spent
Politoed.
their
But then
terror on
Politoed's
that
not really
Basque
there to
Legion.
do
Let's
much
back
at this point,
this
apart from
Volcarona
set rain.
cannot resist those water moves now. Thanks to the grass CC though, should be able to take on a few hits.
So
but what do you do
maybe-
going forward here? You can see that the Pyrax on the other end there is getting a little
maybe
bit
keep
low.
it as
You need to
fodder, so
continually deal damage into it. Otherwise, it's just going to keep healing
Protect the
back.
Toad and then just
And
Heat
once you
Wave.
deal damage into it, Basque Legion
Kinda,
on your
I
end
kind of wouldn't
can
want to
just
leave
be
Volt
outspent.
where it
It's
is.
probably your own Volcarona
But then-
that you need to kind of keep dishing damage into. Hence, we saw that Terra Blast earlier.
Surely Terra the
It's doing a
Volt.
lot of damage. I think we want to see another Quiver Dance.
Yeah, and I think Gabrielle's really seeing the utility of being able to have that Politoed
For the heat wave.
that second slot preserved, because there's no Incineroar to be able to switch in order to lower the damage output of the Basket Legion, but also be
Maybe
able to
burn
have
the
a
Bask.
fake out
Maybe that's what they're
available
hoping
too.
for.
As we see the heat wave, not quite enough to be able to pick up a KO onto the
Oh,
Corona,
flipped
and the
it into
flip turn,
Politoed
trying to
was a
focus down
play.
on
What?
that secondary slot there, get
Oh,
that
that's a
going.
very lucky
Most
turn for
likely bringing
Gabriel.
either the Rillaboom or the Incineroar to be able to get that back and forth.
Oh,
pivot
yeah,
going,
yeah.
which is so crucial against
At
Gabriel's
Spectacular Umbreon RPG Super Chat, $1.99. Hi.
Thank you for the $1.99. Much appreciated. Hello to you. How you doing?
And can I get that Basque Legion back out?
How's your
But
day
yeah,
treating
that
you?
was so perfect because Basque Legion has locked in now to that very much weaker flip turn move, and it's not even boosted by the rain at this point either. And Tier Team has
Yeah,
to
get
go
the
for
Volk
that
out of
again
there.
this turn, which really frees up Gabriel's Volcarona here.
And then you
to be able
could.
to go for another
Was there?
wave,
The
which
problem? Yeah, I guess
Parax on the
Whirlpool
other end
into
is very
the
much doing a
Volcarona's
great
not a
job
bad
now.
shout.
So if the Volcarona wants to kind of do anything this turn,
Try and trap the Volcarona in.
It's probably going to be taking that heat wave.
Oh, and there's a heat wave miss on
Volcarona avoided it. Oh, the double!
Double
Mate.
miss. That's not what you want to see, especially because you
Oh,
feel like the Legion would have been able to
Gabriel's got it.
So crucial there, Tail Team. Absolutely.
Gabriel's got it. There's
from that
no,
interaction.
there's nothing.
Wonder,
Unless the
anybody
Basque
should be in
Legion
that
goes
case.
ham
Flip
now.
turn, though, focusing onto the Volcarona
Flame body.
from Gabriel's side.
There's no way.
Burn. Just to put salt
There's
on
no
the
way.
wound.
Gabriel
Unfortunate
hasn't
there.
had a burn off the
It's starting
opponent's
to look like
Volcarona
so
all game.
many resources
All round.
available on Tail Team side have just been
That is the
extended right now.
worst turn
Gabriel
Tier
has
Team
been
could
able
have
to
had.
Such great board positioning.
Oh
but
my
also get
God.
Super crucial flame body burn.
Every flame
interactions there
body
that have just halted all of the output
on
potential from
Gabriel's
Tail Team
side has propped
Yeah.
every time.
Excellent turn, obviously, there for Gabriel, getting that double miss there. That heat wave had connected.
Like,
on
at this point,
Gabriel's
how does Tier
Volcarona.
Team come back?
Volcarona would be down, and it wouldn't be there to go for that then subsequent heat wave and knock out Tier Team's own
1%
Volcarona.
into
Such
30%?
a pivotal
Bruh.
turn there. But that is the downside of kind of putting your eggs into the heat wave basket. Eventually, it will miss.
Yeah, it will. And,
Bruh.
yeah, just to add even more, I'd say, salt to the wound. Whirlpool locked in is what I would say normally the Incineroar is. However, we know that it does have parting
Because the
shots, but it has
Rillaboom is
connected.
burned as
Whirlpool,
well.
Not the most accurate of moves, if I'm not mistaken. 85% accuracy. It does have the interaction, of course, of locking
Bruh.
of the ghost typing.
At least
or just
Politoed's going through.
But yeah, Incineroar being Incineroar.
Oh, not going through.
always
There's
fine.
there's 2 rounds of Swiss today, I think.
But yeah, like even
That
without
is
Flare
mad.
Though, it means it's a lot harder to kind of bring into
Yeah,
the
protect
Volcarona
Volt.
territory matchup. Obviously, this Volcarona now is very much in range of a lot of attacks here.
A double
But
protect's
yeah,
fair.
with a nice safe protect here on this Volcarona, it should be able to take any sort of fake out.
Into
and be able to
Rillaboom
kind
for the
of
fake out
use
pressure, I
something for the
suppose.
following turn.
I
So
assume
think
the
it's
only
what
correct
Team
play
Team's
with Incineroar is parting shot.
Bringing the Rillaboom in will allow you to be able to get that subsequent fake out available aside from.
But then you gotta go for
the
damage, really.
Incineroar. Now, maybe trying
And the
to
parting
get
shot
a,
won't work with the double
back and
protect,
forth sort of
so-
interaction switch up here as no.
This parting shot's the only way to get out of the waterfall, Whirlpool.
It's safe and sound. I've got the advantage.
there you
I'm
go.
aware of it. I do not want you to get
Into his
any
own
cheeky
Rillaboom!
Pivots going. Look at the style point self parting shot.
That's a
on
great
its
play by
partner
Tier
to
Team.
force an
Didn't even
interaction. I'm
risk
gonna
the
get my
double
Basque
protect.
Legion in at the same time as
Like,
the
his
Rillaboom,
Rillaboom's
because
useless
I
anyway,
expect you to go for the
but he
double
can
protect.
U-turn
That was
with
such
it.
a sick play.
Yeah, I love that.
What a
Now-
play.
Now you have that position where you can actually use your Basque Legion versus a Volcarona that is faster than your Basque Legion, right?
Yeah.
Because
Mate.
the protect has been spent, and now it's very much unlikely to get another one. So fake out plus
Oh,
more
Tier
to
Team
move,
could
anything
claw it
really
back, but
means
it's
that Volcarona
tricky.
is pretty safe now.
I think, yeah, I think you just switch out. You don't want to lose all your boosts, but you kind of just go, fuck it.
Really well choreographed play from
It's like when
Tier
that
Team
one
there.
person faked out their own
Obviously,
Miraidon. Yeah, exactly.
Lowering the attack stat even further of this Rillaboom here, but if your Rillaboom is just going for fake out, that is enough that it needs to do here. And yeah, given the burn on Basque Legion again, it should still be enough to do this Volcarona. But as we see, there's still more Pokemon in the back of Gabrielle. A Terra Water Basque Legion, a healthy Rillaboom that's not kind of gone for the Terra either.
Honestly,
Once
I'd
that
say
Rillaboom
just
comes
bring in,
it's able to
like,
drastically
sacrifice your
Basque Legion
Volks
and get
stat
KO there
boosts.
too.
Bring
So
in Rillaboom.
it's still very much a little bit uphill for Tier Team, given...
Oh, he's going to go for the heat wave?
Just look at
I
it.
mean, actually, yeah, he might
On the
outspeed the
side
Basque
there.
Legion
Sounds
still.
like we had a couple of sleeps yesterday on Federico's team, bless him. So anyway, here comes
Yeah.
the Rillaboom.
I think the double speed Volcarona will outspeed Scarf Bast. Not if it's faked out, though.
In that case, fake out will be disrupting.
So there goes Volt. No, he went last respects into the... Oh, no, he did. Okay. It looked like he turned towards the Rillaboom.
Additional base power gained due to Tail Team's own Volcarona does mean at least there's a bit more damage to be able to ensure that, even with the burn. And that is, you know, quite a tough ask.
Rillaboom, Rillaboom, Rillaboom.
No. This is enemy, I'd say, number one, but then again, it's not really, because the Basculegion's just waiting in the back. As long as Tail Team's Rillaboom has essentially
I'd bring out my
been ejected from this
Basculegion
game,
and then swap it straight for
surely will be able
Rillaboom.
to just wipe up the floor with this game too.
Yes, it should.
Oh, but then you want to be doing some damage, don't you?
It's not like very offensive anymore because of that burn.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I think because of the burn though,
To be fair, yeah, that could live a Grassy Glide. It probably can't live a Wood Hammer, but
Grassy Glide at least at this point. But maybe not a Wood Hammer. But yeah, like you need enough damage now into this Rillaboom TL to deal with it. Last respects isn't
rocking Flame Body earlier, so it can't burn you later in game.
Of your own KO'd Velcrona, so it's base 100 power instead.
Yep.
But yeah, with that plus your own Rillaboom's hit, it might be enough. But
Fake
yeah,
out,
I
Lovely.
don't know, honestly. I don't think it's going to be that
Last respects.
No, and it's
Oh.
not. So 37 hit point survival there.
Cheeky wave crash.
Water Terror multiplier without the rain into the Bastion.
Nice.
On the other side of the field is enough. Tail Team now brought down to their final
that's
two
game, surely.
Pokemon. Yes, of course, it is poetry. It has to be the double super fake out pro special, I would say, but at this point, not in an
Mate,
advantage
that is rough.
situation.
Tier team.
Given the fact that the
His
burn
RNG was
is so
awful
fresh
this
on the
match.
Rillaboom, even if, let's say, for example, Gabriel hasn't brought the Incineroar and there is an open Grassy Glide going into that slot, it's just not enough. You don't have enough damage due to the halving of the interaction of the burn.
Yeah, 100% Costa. Now, we're in a position where this Bastion probably wants to switch out because, yeah, you need some damage into this Rillaboom still. Yeah. Your own Rillaboom can't do that. Your own Politoed
Get scared of the Politoed. That's it. That's it.
Most likely, Gabriel's wanting to really switch out that Bastion, so you can maybe lock into Last Respects.
Look at that doggy. Look at that doggy.
However, there is a way where Politoed, if you can get in and go for a Perish Song, that could be pretty good as long as you've maintained all three of your Pokemon. But again, that looks a little bit tricky.
Yeah, I want to see the Politoed Perish Song.
Tier Team with a fake out
It's got to be tempting.
The pressure is really on to be able to just fake out Basculegion and then go for another move into this.
Yeah, that's the drawback of the Terra Water is now Basculegion can be faked out. Seen that burn people before.
Oh, okay, the Basculegion did stay
How much
in.
is the
This
Wood
means
Hammer going to
Tail Team
do,
might
though?
actually be able to get away with this. Going for the Wood Hammer
You turn into
the
Politoed.
Basculegion slot is going to be enough at the half damage output. You can see Tail Team really hoping that it may be the case. Politoed,
I mean, it's
sure,
still
will be
grassy
able to
terrain
be brought in,
boosted,
but
so
Gabriel opting to not switch it out could
it's
be
still
quite
going to be a
crucial
pretty
right
powerful
now
Wood Hammer.
to this end game situation of game 2. Wood Hammer
Into
going into
Politoed.
Basculegion, makes the read and goes and picks up the KO onto the Politoed, but this allows for a free switching of Gabriel once again having fake out online, accompanied by this Basculegion, which is now further.
Yeah, so you bring in Rillaboom, you fake out the other Rillaboom,
Yeah, no, it's looking quite good now.
you
honestly,
wave
though.
crash the
Tail Team
Incineroar,
has now denied the ability for the Basculegion to switch out, switch back into Last Respects. But yeah, given
and then the next
use
turn it's
of
just
this Rillaboom, which is a little bit unusual. Almost everyone's running high horsepower instead of that slot.
GG.
Yeah, you've actually been able to deal a consistent amount of damage where you can, yeah, as you can see, Gabriel locking in very quickly.
Yep.
The safe fake out wave crash.
fake out wave
It
crash.
makes the most sense as the wave crash will be able to
Bye-bye,
move first.
Incin.
It targets the Incineroar, and of course,
Man, I
was
feel
there
bad for Tier
ever
Team. He got
any
real
doubt
bad
it
luck.
picks up the KO?
But also, Gabriel did play
pushing
really
through
well.
even with a style point critical hit there,
Crit mattered,
which
guys.
absolutely did
Definitely
not
mattered.
matter, forcing this Rillaboom now
Bruh.
to be on its lonesome self.
Good
And
sweet
going
night,
up against
laddie.
Basculegion and Rillaboom, even the Rillaboom having U-turn, there's no way out.
Yeah, absolutely no way out now. Yeah.
Stranded.
Played this
No
so
Perish
well,
Song,
and it's
though.
been
Big
so
sad on the
close
no Perish
so much of
Song.
the time. Imagine without those burns on Teo Team's end, it would have maybe been a very different
Have a look what's
game
going on
here,
in the
but
rest
yeah,
of the
the
brackets.
Battle
Oh,
Castle,
Calvin
Gabriel
Foster
against
from the
your
UK
winner,
won
Swiss round 9.
the first round of the day.
What a way to go
So
about
Calvin
it as
Foster
well.
is 7-2.
Congratulations
Luca
to Gabriel
Cherubelli is
being able to
8-1.
be one step closer
Ali
to the
Dakik
top
is
cut
8-1.
here in
Oliver
their
Escolin is
local
8-1.
region. What a way we
Nice.
know Gabriel, a phenomenal player. That, of course, still stands the same.
Heitor
Team putting up a very
Basio
strong fight, like we sort of
Tonini
discussed there.
is
David
7-2.
getting quite unfortunate
Gabriel
with
Rigo
the
is
flame
7-2.
body, as well as the heat wave interactions too. earlier
Nicholas
on.
Khan
But
is
that's
7-2.
sort of the price
Marco
you pay
Silva's
when it
7-2.
comes to having
Eric
to run
Rios
a
is
heat
7-2.
wave, on the
Damn.
Volcarona, obviously be Volcarona just being so
That's as of 2
prominent
minutes ago.
in the meta. That flame body, even though it's not a direct way
Marco
to be
Silva's
able
just going to win it again,
get
isn't he?
immediate
Just go the
pressure onto
three-peat.
the field as an ability,
That was
it's there
banging.
for the
That was
passive
class.
interaction of the contact.
Right, let's have a gather
Yeah,
of all of our
it's a
shinies.
really punishing way to kind of deal with your opponents.
Not
isn't it?
there, obviously.
Yeah, like, Volcarona would be good just on its own, even without the flame.
Yay!
It's just kind of gravy on top, isn't it? It's
Oh.
amazing. And yeah, there's that turn with the double heat wave miss as well, which really
That won't count.
lifted that game around. Tier team would have been in such a commanding position after that.
Ah, there we go.
That heat wave hit.
Yeah, Liam, you have to
That's
wait.
what happens when you clean heat wave
Nice.
so many times in a row. Eventually, it's going to miss something.
Silly
It
boy.
just so happened to double miss, unfortunately.
Yeah, truly. But still, that doesn't mean that
Okay,
the team,
okay.
you know, just didn't
Oh,
absolutely play that
shiny
phenomenally in that game
Skidoo.
too, just sort of trying to understand
How
what
do
needed
you
to be done.
Skidoo?
And then we did see the interaction, of course, of the Politoad being brought in that game too, David. I
Anybody around here?
genuinely-
Lit Leo.
I don't see a real reason why maybe Gabriel should bring it, because I thought Incineroar
Skadoosh.
surely had a lot of use when it came to sort of the interactions of
Any
the
Esper? No.
additional fake out user, the intimidate.
Esper said no.
Opposing Basket Legion, but Politoad really pushing through with the additional
Pikachu
multiplier,
said
further
no.
bolstering the Basket Legion of his own to be able to just pick up some
Definitely no
really
others?
powerful damage, especially on that
Oh,
Volcarona.
Christ, stop hitting me
I
with
think
things.
you hit on a really interesting point
Why are
there,
you
though,
such a
honestly.
bully?
Like, I think other than, yeah, the Basket Legion
Have lunch
getting
back
those
soon? No
really
worries, Hilbert.
water
No
moves
worries.
off,
Oh, my Christ.
I think it wasn't doing a whole
I
lot
caught
in
a
that
board.
matchup, right? Yeah, when you're trying to pivot in and support your Volcarona, you want that nice
Woo.
kind of core of defensive typing.
Right.
And
Crikey.
you're suddenly missing that fire type now, and you're doubling up on water, making yourself really exposed to Rillaboom. So, yeah, and especially when you've not brought a fire type, as well as half your team being
Where is the
grass,
Gengar Street?
You don't even have a fire type for it
Go
either.
for
So,
a
yeah,
startup
so
if you
really,
got a
like,
turbo
interesting combination.
controller. I
think
don't know what that
luckily
means.
those burns came
Go
out
for a
Gabriel in that
startup.
second game.
Yeah, and I guess it's a great
Oh, you mean go for a
opportunity
start?
us to
I
be
don't
able
have a
to
turbo
ask
controller.
Gabriel himself,
I ain't
we
about that
got
life.
Evan on the floor, please.
What
Take it
street's the
away.
Gengar house on? It's there, isn't it?
Thanks, y'all. I am so thrilled to be here on stage.
Oh,
The
a star
crowd is
you.
already cheering for you, Gabriel.
Star D's nuts. Am I right?
Congratulations. 8-1. That looked really
I think you're at the wrong
impressive.
street,
How
Liam.
are you
Yeah, I think I'm
feeling
at the wrong
now
street.
As you won your first match of
Oh yeah,
Daytona?
that's not the Gengar house. The Gengar house is like a near Cafe Soleil. Lol, people think I know where Cafe Soleil is. Oh, I know now. Yeah, round the corner.
Like Bo, his Insane and his Volcarona were faster than mine. And he also had Taunt on Insane.
Bro, speak
So
up.
It's very hard for me to keep up with that. Game one, I just played the exact same mirror and hope to get hang of guard by playing very aggressive. It worked
I
pretty
have to
well.
physically.
Also,
Oh, fuck that.
thankfully
Yeah,
didn't
no,
get
I'm not
broken
wasting my time here then.
by
I thought
Bastion.
it was like.
And
I thought you meant it was like the stairs thing where you can just go up and down. That's a shame. That's a shamu.
This is a mirror, but it's only a mirror in the 4 Pokemon from that
Although I do
first
wonder.
game.
I do
And
wonder if I
really
can
wanna
do
talk
it with the
about that
entrance to
switch up you
Lysander
made in
Labs.
Game 2, going for the Terra Water on
Because I don't
Basket Legion
think.
and
Oh no, you do have to
bringing
press enter to go
Politoed
to
give it even more
Lysander Cafe.
power. What was the thinking behind that specific
Hey, have you gone to
switch up?
Turkey as Macadamia Nut?
So,
I appreciate you.
I think my gameplay
Yeah, you have to
wasn't
press
super
enter.
strong
Lame.
because I
They need to
expected
make
the
more
weak
buildings
players
you could
to
just
do
run
more
into.
damage. Since his Volcarona was faster, I expected to don't be super bulky, so I expected
Or a
it to
B
be
drill.
like,
I got loads
I
of
was
B drill.
expecting a bit more damage and like hopefully to put the Volcarona on grassy glide range, but he took the hits very well. So I was like, I'm probably gonna lose. But I got like really lucky with like the flame body burns. And
I
the
don't like
heat
when
wave
people
misses.
just have no intention
I
of
think,
projecting
he
their
also-
voice.
there
It
was a
winds
turn
me
that
up.
I'm pretty sure he
I know he's
misplayed
probably
as
not a
well,
public
so
speaker,
I
but
guess that's
Lord.
very lucky. Politoad it's really good.
Politoad is really good. I agree with that.
Probably not for this matchup.
Well, sometimes you have to experiment and try things out and see what sticks and what's
Go
going to
over
work.
this way.
You are no stranger to the final stages of an international tournament.
Let's go.
made tough
Oh, I
cut,
should get
believe,
these
5
actually while I'm here.
times at international
While I'm here.
championships. What would it mean to you to make Top Cut and potentially win
Ooh,
Latin American International Championships for the first time for a LATAM region player to win here in Brazil?
So it's very funny because
do it again, bruh.
My Top Cut was the first LAIC, and I was
Thank you very much. That's much better.
So it would be very fun to Top Cut again.
I should actually do some battles so I can level some stuff up.
Since 17, which was this first internet, I'm trying to get the win. Getting close like a lot of times, but maybe this is the time. Who knows?
Yeah, the way you've been playing and the coolness of this team, I think, cannot be understated with the double weather modes with Polytoad and Ninetales.
How's your Dre treating you, Macadamia Nut?
You know, people think that Polytoad needs
What's the latest?
to trap Pokemon for it, but maybe Polytoad can just do it itself. Have you done that yet this tournament?
Hey, what you like is your business.
Hey, Night Angel! Double salutes!
At Night Angel 38 months. Good morning, all you beautiful bastards.
No, you. How you doing? Morning.
Whirlpool is more to always like win the
Let's go to a place with battles.
Some teams rather than trying to
Let's
win
do
with
some
Parry
murders.
Song. And Parry Song is more to clean late games. So for example, often I bring Polytoad, Bass Collision, and Sing and Rela in some order.
Oh, is that who was here? Oh. You wait for a bit. Finally crawled out of bed, mate. Well done on making it out of bed.
Bass Collision faints. This is usually very bad. If
Proud of you. Proud of you.
Because I don't have offensive pressure
There we go.
anymore, but I actually win a 2v3
Kill it.
scenario because they can't switch.
Don't thunder me! Oh, rude.
Like,
and the paralysis.
Only Paris, no trap.
It's okay, Blastoise. Don't panic.
Gabriel, we're gonna let you take a break and get ready for your next round. You
oh my! It's a bloody bell end.
Is there anyone you would like
nope.
to shout out who's helped you along the way?
To be fair, this ain't ideal. No.
I want to give a shout out to one of my opponents yesterday.
No.
Campbell. I didn't know him before.
Thank you.
Like, watching stuff.
How does everyone know I'm a bastard?
So we were playing game 2.
They've spoke to you. That's how.
I had the game 100% won, but then with DC, we had a disconnection, and by rules we would have to replay.
Project your voice, please.
4 situation.
And hits the dragon type moves, but I don't have my Charizard.
So he let me the win, and I really appreciate that, the good sportsmanship. So
he's out of fucking Delhi Boyd. Uh-oh. Don't look at me. Thank you. I feel better sick most of the week. Oh, mate.
To my family and my girlfriend, they were very supportive.
I help everybody feel better by being handsome.
Yeah, I have a cousin from Germany that is
Let's go.
Showing some support, so shout out to her as well. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Gabriel,
nice.
Congratulations once again.
And hits a poison type moves. Poorly last week, finally feeling better too. Nice, Sue. Well done.
We're going to
proud of you both.
Break. When we come back, we will have even more action from Sao Paulo for the Latin America International Championship.
It's all right. I have a Twitter that people count as medicine because it helps them feel better. Ain't that right, Night Angel? Medicine with added cream.
Hey, Pokemon trainers.
Little Pachirisu that could. Oh.
A series where we showcase important
no, I want little Pachirisu that could.
Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2017 North American International Championships. This was the final event for Worlds.
Let's go.
It was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite.
And hits with Mega Evolve Pokemon.
To round 3 of day 1. Giovanni Costa is a West Coast VGC trainer that had one simple
Oh, what?
trait,
Did I do? What you did?
For the entire 2017 season, Gio played
Get
a
him,
team
get him.
revolving around Eevee and its exclusive Z move, Extreme Eevee. But at the start of
the Eevee and Eevee.
Eevee plans fell through as
There we
Tobias
go.
gets a perfectly timed
Next.
poison.
Next.
And it would only get worse for Gio because after Whimsicott and
Another one,
Incineroar
another
were
one.
knocked out, he was now in a 4-to-1 Pokemon
Go on.
disadvantage. A situation so
Oh my.
dire, even 3-time world champion
That didn't work.
Rizzo
There we go.
didn't believe in a comeback.
Handsome face always makes an illness more bearable. Oh, bless you. Is it my face,
With the
though?
whole world counting him out and facing impossible odds, Gio had to place his faith into one Pokemon.
I'll bet it's
Dragonite,
something else.
his
This
favorite
is something
Pokemon
else.
of all time. Dragonite was added to his Eevee team just in time for NAIC.
Don't be confused.
And now it was time for Gio to show the
How we
world
doing,
that
team?
anything is possible as long as you believe.
The Eevee and Eevee.
4.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias Smeargle,
Put it to sleep. And Tobias now completely free to
The man, he has challenged me. My Pokemon are caught off guard.
minutes of this game.
and taking a
Call
huge
that a
amount of
focus
damage
blast?
from
This is a
Viego,
focus blast.
Things were looking dire.
See? The Lumios would be that nice of a city to live in, having to plan stuff like a good night's sleep around battle zones sound difficult. Oh, absolutely. There you go. He did a murder. Oh, baby. You're not ready for this.
Knocked out 2 of Tobias' Pokemon with a powerful Earth.
Thank you very much. Da, 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 da.
Tobias was down to his last Pokemon, Smeargle.
Lovely
who
stuff.
Still couldn't knock out Geo's bulky
Level up
dragon.
again.
The tides had turned, and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
Thanks for the healing. Cheers, Dad.
So, wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man.
Imagine planning a date to your favorite cafe to turn into a wild zone, right?
And with that,
Immediately knock out opponents with your first move. Yes,
Dragonite
please.
delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history.
Give me
Geo
my
proved
comeback.
that
Wait a
truly
minute.
skilled trainers can win with their favorite Pokemon. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments.
Go on, Blastoise.
in
You can do this.
Pokemon history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Damn. Oh, he didn't die with my first move. That's rude. It's very rude. Clefairbelings. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
My name is Justin Tang, and I'm born in
Justin Tang's undefeated, bruh.
I would probably be a
Is he still undefeated?
Wait,
Uh,
I must have not voting. Reset that.
Justin Tang is undefeated. He's the only 9-0 player this weekend.
If I was a
Go on, Justin Tang.
a fighting fit, just because
It's going to be Tang and Silver in the final, isn't it? Let's be real.
I mean, you must be on top of the world right
That's
now.
mad. Where the fuck is that Meowstic? Nope, no future sight. No psychic. Oh god. No side shot. You killed my baby. Face the wrath. Face the wrath.
see for like hours and hours, and I never.
The guard was probably considered bad in TCGs, an opponent would have anticipated it.
Like a year and a half in VGC.
Wouldn't have anticipated now everyone's just using it. Oh yeah, yeah. They showed it behind him, yeah.
But to meet all these people, and it's just been it's just been great.
It was so bad.
I got to commit Pokemon through.
Yeah, Metapod showed us yesterday. Filthy scenes. Filthy scenes. Go-Go, become a Skidoo, you bitch. I mean, Skidoo, become a Go-Go, you bitch. That's the one.
Lean it up. Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion.
Let's go. Wow, that's a Go-Gurt. You're the Go-Gurt burglar.
I think it shows that
and then swap it out. Nope, not Satchel. Production team of this tournament is not with it. Honestly, I don't know what the fuck they're playing at, but they're annoying me with how bad they're being. There's an alpha, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. Isn't, I don't think it is. But you know what? Just in case.
Winning an event again, it just feels
It's not a
unreal.
Firestone evolution limb. It's like level 30 something. Yeah, yeah, you're right.
A long, long time.
Put something else in the party, dickhead.
Winning
Oh,
2
good
your
point.
first season is really a hard goal to achieve. And
Oh yeah, Evolve, Fletchling. Is that Alpha? They're all Alpha limb. Oh yeah, yeah.
falling short when you're so
Ain't got Alpha Pancham yet though. Your dad's a Pancham. My dad's not a Pancham. He's a stinky old man. He smells like pit stains. Leo's level 35. Of course it is. Of course it bloody is.
Finals to my other 2 I've had so far. Honestly, it's been so long. I feel like it feels similar.
None of
It's
that.
Just that adrenaline that
Da,
because I've been shooting for this like before.
No, don't look at me.
Blind, I didn't have
Bloody
those games at the
Sanji.
time, and having another win.
Got him, Brev.
after cheating
Absol,
for
Brev.
Another year now. It feels really good.
Kill it. Kill it. Dead. Thank you.
And it's got to be Shilang Fang. You know, he's one of the most calculated
Look at
players
that. We
in
got
the world.
points.
Like, whenever I watch a stream game of him, it's
You said he fell asleep for a bit? I thought you said you weren't having a nap.
he sees things that most people don't see.
You dong 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 dong.
Like we're both grinders. Like we both
Evolve the little Leo.
this game and we all do well.
Woo! Go on. And just like that, the star is born. Overheat. More like ba 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 ba. That's the one.
Just because I find someone that just fits me best.
Oops.
So yeah.
And Justin won a
Where is it? 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 Where is
Just
it?
thinking more in turns.
Where is
I
it?
feel that I can be calculated when I'm thinking right, but sometimes I just overthink.
There it is.
I try to cover things that
Hi,
can't
all right.
cover, and I end up losing for it or trying to make over reads.
So for anyone that hasn't seen
I almost lost
Shiny
because
Mega
I swore
Pyro,
to a sleeping Calyx already because I misclicked. If I just
mine
ate
isn't
more
ready to
bot, I
Mega,
can
so
just put out a
fuck you.
slot. I've also had experience like
There's an Alakazam over there. We'll go fuck it up.
trying to cover Wolf's every move, which wasn't possible. Like thinking things that he wouldn't do.
Oh, don't look at me like that, love.
Who do you predict to win the San Antonio
I hate to put
Regional
Pokemon in missions that just walk away. Like, don't block me. Get back here and fight, little coward.
After I saw the last turn trick room.
Goodbye, Gengar. More like, fuck off, Gengar. Damn, someone's got something against Gengar.
And he didn't. It was Cali Ice.
My Blastoise just deceased right in front of me. Oh, damn, he's switching. Get it, knock off. Slash. Slash it dead. Swords dance. Knock off. Send out your Alakazam. I dare you.
He knocked me out of world. Exact 6-1 mirror. So it feels really good to have my
Get ready for this, boy.
This year, I hope that things can be different. I can finally have that world's a dub or a cut. Something that's just better.
Yeah,
than
Mega
what I had
Absol's
before
sick.
After 2 worlds of maybe not the best results I wanted.
I like
I
it.
just want more.
Here we go. Shiny Mega Pyro. It's not ready. Why is it not ready? Get more Mega Shard things. Yeah, bit of that. It's the way the Mega Circle thing is designed. It looks ready when it's not. Oh, yeah. It's nowhere near, mate. Oh, fucking hell.
Justin Tang wants more, and he is getting more in this second.
You already have. Oh, it's because. Oh, it's because Absol's Mega'd. You're right. You're right.
Undefeated player left in our field.
Tell you what, though, I do need to go bathroom real quick.
Championships in beautiful South
And say hello to our guest, BRB.
Gabby, it's great to be back here behind the desk for our second day of competition, and I could not be more excited to see some of these matches as we get closer and closer to our elimination bracket.
It's always so fun to see the tournament develop as we go from phase 1 into phase 2, as this is when you start to see what the tournament metagame calls were, what Pokemon, what players are going to emerge out on the top. And honestly, this is when I think we can start calling some of the more surprises, some of the upsets that maybe weren't anticipated going into the tournament. And this is always the part that I find the most fun, because you can start to see like, okay, maybe this person is just here because they are that good. They're making the plays, they're making the reads, and oh, this person is here because they're a very good team builder and they made the team call. And it's great to see people's different strengths shine in such a very difficult tournament.
Absolutely.
I had the opportunity to talk to a few players yesterday after phase 1, and I heard many people say that this was a very difficult tournament to progress in.
Absolutely. I think we see that from the results of phase 1 into phase 2. Multiple world champions out in the field. Some of them are no longer in competition for the championship here. Of course, Marco Silva, our 2-time defending international champion, dropped 2 games yesterday, but still made his way into phase 2. So still his tournament hopes are alive as of right now. But let's take a look at what players were running in our first day and how that's changed coming into our second day of the tournament. These 2 phases are very important and very critical, because in phase 1 you have the wide open field versus phase 2 when you're starting to look at, what are those things that are actually coming up on top? And what has surprised you so far, Gabrielle? Sorry, Gabriella.
It's okay. I understand. There's a couple of Gabriels out in the fields here today. No, I said this yesterday. I said this day earlier to a couple people, it's been the manual sun. It will always be manual weather setting for me. We didn't see it in the top 12 Pokemon here yesterday. You know, the only weather setter that made the graphic was that Alolan Ninetales squeaking in at the 16.5% down as our 12th Pokemon. In terms of usage on this graphic specifically, it really was the Annihilate, I think, that popped up that surprised me, as it's a very strong Pokemon, and it's no surprise that it's here, given that the Ursaluna, the Archaludon, and the Blood Moon Ursaluna have been doing so well. I just wasn't really expecting it, even though it's not surprising, if that makes any sense. Like, none of the popular teams that I had my eyes on really felt like they had room for an Annihilate, but as we saw yesterday, you know, a lot of trainers have found the ability to sort of drop one Pokemon from the more common cores and sneak Annihilate into great success.
Yeah, and let's take a look at our second phase usage for this tournament. Of course, these are all of the players who have only 2 losses or less make it into the second phase of the tournament. So once we are able to take a look at that, we'll be able to see, I think especially, you know, the Pelipper now squeaks in as a second weather setter, but I think this is kind of hiding the fact that Sun is having a real great tournament here, mostly because Torkoal is only on some of the Sun teams out here.
Exactly, and it really is the fact that you can set up Sun manually with that prankster ability that is distinguishing it so far ahead of the Alolan Ninetales and the Pelipper. You know, we've seen some amazing gameplay from the trainers who are running Pelipper or Alolan Ninetales, or even Gabriel Agati, who we saw on stream earlier with that Politoed, being able to navigate it to great success. But just, it's so much easier to have a Whimsicott on the field and use Sunny Day than it is to make some of those switches. So it's great to see that weather is sort of the name of the game in Regulation H, as it's one of my favorite ways to play competitive Pokemon, and I think it's one of the more interesting ways to approach the game. And it does kind of spice up, you know, the standard 6 up top. You know, your Incineroars and Rillabooms don't feel as comfortable when there's enough rain and sun in the mix.
Yeah, we've kind of stopped looking at that top line there because the 6 Pokemon are, you know, pretty standard there, but really big change here is that Blood Moon Ursaluna is the second most used Pokemon in Phase 2. Our Phase 2 competitors are really leaning on that Pokemon.
And it makes sense when you look at the fact that the Blood Moon Ursaluna has broken up the held hands between the Incineroar and the Golden Go in particular. That's Earth power, baby.
Take it out of the way, Golden Go.
Exactly. Like, being able to specifically target down both the Incineroar and the Golden Go and either force a terrestrialization or deal some insane super effective damage, regardless of if it's the Life Orb variant or if it's one of those bulkier Assault Vest or Leftovers variant, I think it's exactly why Blood Moon Ursaluna is in that spot. It's a very annoying Pokemon that can break up these 2 Pokemon specifically. And you kind of have to have a Pokemon like Rillaboom or Sneasler or the Annihilate, or just something dedicated to handling it at the end of the day.
Yeah, and another pair that's here on this graphic that I am really interested in is the Volcarona and the Basculegion.
Yeah.
These are 2 Pokemon that are pretty frequently paired together on teams, like we just saw in our first match of the day. And it's really interesting how they both interact, because those Volcarona teams want to start quiver dancing up. They want to get all those boosts. And Basculegion, usually with the Choice Scarf on those teams, like we saw in match 1, coming in and just trying to get big water type damage onto the Volcarona, either via Aqua Jet, because it can do be priority above the quiver dances, or, you know, just trying to go for a big wave crash like we saw Gabriel Agati try to do in that second game. So they're best friends, but they're also best frenemies.
Keep your enemies, or keep your friends close and your enemies closer. I think that's exactly what those 2 have going on there. And I agree, you're absolutely right. And arguably, especially in the mirror matchup, when you know that your opponent is going to be trying to play to the same outs that you are, I do think you have to match the power of Volcarona with a Pokemon that can achieve the same heights. And right now in the metagame, that really is going to be that Basculegion male, which honestly was a bit of a surprise when I first saw Chuppa using it back in the North American regionals earlier on this season. You know, it is a very powerful Pokemon, but I think it was scared away from Regulation H the first go around just because King Gambit was so prevalent. Whether or not we'll see more King Gambit emerge for our last Regulation H regional is tough to say. I don't know if a lot of people will be motivated to make some of the metagame adjustments that we have seen in the past, given that there really is only one event left. But it's great that Basket Legion has had all this time to shine.
Absolutely. I think it's also worth calling out the Archaludon that's still sitting here in 7th place on the usage graphic. And this is largely because we're seeing Archaludon become more prevalent outside of rain. Players like Justin
I'm a cheeky
Tank
boy. I went and got apple slices and a protein bar because I'm a healthy boy.
But using it as a more supportive
What am I
option
missing?
with the snarl, as well as the
Oh
ability
look,
to
Incineroar is
do
at the
big
top
damage
again.
with the
That's
fighting
crazy.
type body press. It's found
Unbelievable.
It's found a niche outside of just rain.
Not only that, I mean, Justin
Unbelievable.
Tank dropped Electroshot entirely. So I would argue that's not even a
Where's
niche
Juan
outside of
Gonzalez
rain.
still
That's
in?
just accepting no rain.
No rain at all.
God.
And even the ones that are in rain
Juan
are accepting the fact that maybe they won't have rain.
Gonzalez.
As we have
Oh, there's
seen.
only
So
one
it'd be
Juan
like fake out rain
in
team
the.
where the Basket Legion
There's
is
only
putting
Juan left in the
adaptability
competition.
instead of
He's
Swift
7-2.
and holding the Focus Sash, or the
See.
Archaludon is carrying the Power Herb, even though there's a Pelipper on the team, to be able to get an Electroshot outside of the rain and also have that sturdy ability, which allows you
Oh,
to
yeah.
have a free Focus Sash. So 2 items at once.
Yeah, and ultimately at the end of the day,
How's
I think
phase
a lot
2,
of
Ben?
these techs are more to
Phase
outplay
2?
your opponent rather than to sort
I'm
of
assuming
set
you
up
mean
some
phase
sort
2
of
of the
strategy.
Pokemon Latin American
I think
International
there's 2 ways
Championships.
to
We've had one
approach
match so
Pokemon
far,
in terms
and it
of
was
how you
baller.
play the game. One way that
Oh,
I think
yeah.
we saw a lot of in the single and double restricted formats is where you
It's
have
banging,
a
mate.
game plan and you stick to the plan. You have your line, you have your lead, and no matter what, you just follow that
Apple.
position. Maybe you make a couple of smaller adaptations depending on how your
Right.
opponent, responds to you. But overall, your game plan's
Do more
pretty much
murders.
set. You're just working on the execution.
Woo.
However, with something like the Archaludon that you just mentioned, it's meant to be a lot more flexible.
Where are all the people I would
because
like to
at
murder?
these bigger tournaments, when the power level is much
Let's find
smaller,
them.
you really need to have that wiggle room in order to respond to
while we're
what your
here,
opponents bring to the table.
one of
And
them.
what better way to practice making those adaptations than to go to
One of
your
them, one of
local
them.
league, whether it's this weekend,
Evolve the
today,
fletchling.
tomorrow, next weekend, next month, next
Yes,
year
please.
even. You should scan that
Big,
QR
a cheeky
code, figure out
Wingstop
where
lunch.
your local
Ooh,
league is,
haven't had
and
this in
maybe make a
ages.
plan to
Are we doing
attend.
good? Shelf for Absolut's Glorious, right? It's lovely, isn't it?
Earlier this morning, and there's actually a local happening in
It's
my
lovely.
region
Really? Wait,
today.
really?
Yes.
I
Very
thought,
good,
I thought
very
you guys were
nice.
struggling there for a bit.
No, we're doing it. We're making it happen in
I
Tennessee.
love that.
I would be there if not for
Where's
being,
all the people? There's one.
plus miles away.
Can you jump on a plane and make it?
Asgard's not a place, it's a people.
Next
Remember
time,
that shit?
next time.
If you want to find
Can I get that Clefairy, please?
scan the QR
No!
code right here.
No!
That'll help you find your local event. And
Don't spot
it
me,
really
it's
is something
rude.
To be able to go to your local community and play
Well,
the
good.
game that you love with other people who will love the game.
Oh!
We're
Oh, she
here
bloody
in the
saw me.
macro at
Always.
The Latin America International Championship.
Oh, okay.
But also at the
Hang on.
micro level to get those really close-knit communities that start to start building together, start traveling together,
Nice, come on.
start really creating those communities that help support trainers make it to the
Get him.
And
Lovely.
even if you're not ready to jump into
I need to
competitive
use-
100%, my local league,
Uh-oh.
the Cheese League,
I
we
need
have
to
a bunch
use
of people who show up
a
just to do their barbecues so they can get points, so they
potion.
can go to the item printer and maybe try and get some
Have you
of
tried
those
not being
elusive,
spotted?
rarer
I don't know,
Jojo
man.
Pokeballs, for
I use
example.
moisturizer
I
every
had one
day.
local last week do some trades for some extra shinies in Pokemon Legends
Uh-oh.
VA.
Oh, I was
It's
meant to
not
knock you out with a
just
rock type
about
move.
VGC, though
Aw.
obviously we are biased and are focusing more on that competitive aspect. And maybe once you make a couple of Pokemon friends and you have some competitive Pokemon, you get a couple of lessons, some practice in, you can give it a try. It's such a low stakes environment, and I think that's so important because when you look at us on this international stage, it can seem very
Don't
intimidating
kill me.
to come up here and be like, I'm gonna play some
Okay, I'll
insanely
do rock type
hard
move.
Pokemon in front of an audience of I don't know how
Oh, come
many
on.
people in-house, and I don't want to know how many people online for prosperity.
Oh dear.
But you can just go to your local league
Nice.
and hang out with the 10, maybe 20 people there.
I appreciate.
There could be dogs. There are dogs at my local league at
Good
least.
stuff.
20 people at my league.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you wish you had dogs, so.
I'm a cat person. You know this.
Okay, fair enough, fair
Bruh,
enough.
bruh, let's go up
and
here.
It's just so much lower stakes, and
Time
it's
to
a lot
perish,
of
got
fun.
a
So
full run
please
now.
check
Go
out your
on,
local
mate,
league
go on,
if you
mate.
haven't already. And then maybe someday you can find
get
yourself
'em.
here in the crowd.
Yeah, I love the venue here. They've done such an incredible job
Uh-oh.
of dressing up the place. He had the jungle as we were walking, the grass types, and some of the greener bugs as well, which are green.
Oh, fried chicken is so good.
Types in the trading card game.
Yes.
It counts.
Yes, and they also have
Fried chicken should be illegal. It's so good.
style of those in the activity zone area, which is
It makes me happy in my special place.
Pretending you just walk to like the right.
Uh-oh.
That's where that is.
Oh, did you see the?
That's
you
a
can
big
see sort of
old
at the very
sizzle.
top of the screen here, the photo booth where you're.
I'm gonna let it kill me.
On go, like,
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Absol, you want to go get
So
it?
yeah, if you're in the
Where is
hall,
my
check
Absol?
those things out. If you're at home, check out these pairings from.
I don't know how the
these
fuck you're over
random
there, mate.
friends.
Oh, you went round.
Evan,
Okay.
you sound pretty happy.
Oh, I am excited
Do,
to see
do,
Oliver
do, do.
Escalon versus Luca Cherubelli for sure.
All right.
That's going to be an incredible matchup. And,
Hello,
I can't
Sizzle.
wait to get into
You're
that.
quite
But
the
there's
mega,
also
aren't you?
a lot of really great matchups here, of course.
Would you like to be
Justin
dead a
is
bit?
our one undefeated player. Kylan dropped to his last round.
Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Oh lord. Oh, he's frozen. Uh-huh. Take that.
Yeah, shout out
Air
to
fryer
Christian
chicken nuggies.
Rangel. We haven't had
Nice.
a chance to feature him
Do
on
it.
stream yet, but he's running a really
Good
cool
no.
team that I hope you can
Morning,
see later with
Amanda. How you
Fortnite.
doing?
Going to be playing Gabriel Agati. We have Yuya Tada versus Ali Daki.
Oh, hello. Where the fuck did you come from?
That Sun team that Yuya's also running, I believe.
Bruh.
And Luca Cherubelli too. You know, we're starting to see that Whimsicott with the manual.
Oh, we get to see Luca Cherubelli on stream. Let's
go.
go.
Topper
Oh.
table. So let's go ahead and jump into the
This ain't
stage
play.
to see Luca versus
Yeah,
Oliver
fucking switch.
once again. Luca even having the Whimsicott on
Uh-oh.
stage with him to give
Uh-oh.
some support. You gotta love that.
Uh-oh.
Well, obviously, Luca is no stranger to the power of Whimsicott,
Nice.
having been a key critical component
Murder.
of his 2024
Murder, 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 murder. Nicely done.
We're gonna figure it out once
You're
and for
alive.
all.
Hey, that's what matters the most.
Manual Sun Whimsicott better.
Luca Cherubelli. Right, we need to get this battle done.
Take on Sun here, though,
Oh my
because
god.
it has some
Oh my
moments that we
god.
have not seen in VGC in a very long
Dustclops.
time.
Hang on.
Special shout out to that Dustclops on his
Yo,
team.
Oliver's running Dustclops. What the fuck am I doing in Mabel's research?
Slow mode, which does mean that Porco will be the eruption user on his
Nice.
team.
Okay, that battle is
having
done.
access to Eviolite, having access to Nightshade, which is guaranteed to do 50
Let's go.
damage to any Pokemon on Luca's side of the field.
Luca
provided the attack goes
Cherubelli.
through. It's a Pokemon that we saw a lot in the Sword and Shield era because it was one of the best Trick Room
Oh,
setters
also,
back then.
anyone that
but-
wanted to see the Mega Pyro.
and one of the best Bulldoze users back then, but it's been taking
Fuck off!
a bit of
I just
a
want a
break
Megumi
since we entered the
Pyro!
Scarlet and
Who
Violet
is
era,
Megumi
and
Pyro?
When you're playing against a team like Luca Cherubelli's
Shiny Mega
team, where the
Pyro
Sun mode
is
arguably a lot
beautiful. Look
faster
how
and the Farigiraf
white it
Trick
is.
Room feels
Yum
more
yum. Right,
responsive
on that
to
note.
other fast teams rather than
Okay.
an acknowledgement of, hey,
I'm
my
excited for
team is
this.
built
I kind of want to root for the Dustclops, but
think
I
you do
also
have
am a
to
big fan
plan on utilizing
of
that
Luca
slow
Cherubelli.
mode a lot more in your
Yeah.
game plan.
Absolutely, but
But
we
you know.
also have to shout out the Venusaur. Oliver
Oh
is
yeah, there's
getting
fucking
ready
Venusaur
for
as well.
Mega
Let's
Venusaur
go.
to come
Torkoal
back. And, of
Venusaur.
course, that
Nice.
is
Sleep Powder
the
City.
mascot Pokemon of this event. So Oliver definitely
Let's
matching
go.
with the stadium right now. And I'm really excited to see this because oftentimes we see the chlorophyll users being the jump love.
Yeah.
Especially on a team that's
Yummy.
trying to be more disruptive. But Venusaur gives you so much more offense
Yes.
available.
Leaf
You can
Storm.
see Oliver has even decided to go with the Life Orb item, which is going to be dealing even
Life Orb
more
as well.
damage. So I'm really excited to see how this is going to match up against Luca's version of the sub
Mate.
team.
Yeah, you do have to worry a little bit about accuracy on Venusaur with that Leaf Storm and Sleep Powder combination. They're known to be not the
You like him
best
because you like
moves,
saying his
but
full name? No, because he's
against
a
the,
former world
Sun
champion and he's
team
really,
that
really
Luca
good.
Cherubelli is running. I think Earth Power is going to be your primary mode of attack if you do decide
His
to
name's a
start with
bonus.
I don't know, Torkoal Venusaur lead, and then maybe you switch the Torkoal around so that you can set up a late game Trick Room.
Bruh.
As most likely the Pokemon that Luca is going to be leading, provided it's not the Dragonite, will be weaker to that Earth Power than anything else. But
Also really cool is the
yeah.
Annihilate here with
Yeah.
the Focus Sap.
I was just gonna say, but like overall, I do think that Oliver's
Nightshade,
best
Pain Split,
strategy
Haze,
going
and Trick
into
Room
this
is dirty.
matchup is going to be saving Chlorophyll maybe for a end game sweep situation and trying to rely on the Trick Room a little bit earlier on. And Annihilate does seem like it would be a fun way to sort of pressure the Farigiraf off the field. field and ensure that you have Trick Room up when you need it.
All right, well, here is Luca Cerabelli, of course, the 2024 World
It's a pretty standard
Champion,
team, right?
with his take on this manual Sun team with Whimsicott. We've seen a few different looks at this now, mostly the 5 Pokemon, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, the Dragonite, the Whimsicott, the Typhlosion, and Farigiraf stay the same, and it's a 6th Pokemon that players are experimenting with. Luca is going with the offensive Incineroar with that clear amulet and the 3 attacks, including close combat. This version gives you so much more pressure against other Incineroar and gives you a little bit more, a few more options.
But the dude is all fidgety. Luca just chilling.
It does, and I think
I'm not
it
surprised.
also most importantly allows you to make up
The other
for
guy's
some
against
of
the world
offense
champ.
that you would lose if your opponent
That's
does
scary.
set up Trick Room. A close combat.
I'm
into that
fidgety, but I got
Torkoal would
ADHD.
do enough damage to mitigate most of Eruption. My biggest question
Hell
for
yeah.
Luca is how he's going to try and approach this game. We've talked so much about how this Whimsicott is such a key component to this team, but if you know that your opponent is going to be relying on something like Trick Room or maybe just trying to underspeed
Riding
and
high. I got some
ensure
nice
that they're
compliments
gonna
on a whipped
be,
cream
you know,
picture.
the fastest Pokemon on the field via Trick
An
Room.
upcoming,
you could try an Encore Trick Room so
an
that it's
upcoming
always going
set.
to be used, but
I'm just
other
like,
than that,
yeah.
I'm not sure Whimsicott's going to have the most usage. It's
Good
not going to
times.
be as effective in this matchup as other ones.
Yeah, it's definitely
Ba-ba,
more
ba-ba-da.
telegraphed that you're just doing Tailwind mode at that point.
Exactly.
You really have to then be able to break the Dusclops, which is so hard to do.
Exactly.
Even in the sun when you
Stop
have
wobbling the
powerful Pokemon
camera.
like this Choice Specs Typhlosion.
Exactly, and certainly connecting a knockoff
Production
from
team,
this
stop
offensive
it.
Incineroar would go a long way to breaking it, especially when you remove the Eviolite. But that's still a very
Here we
difficult
go.
Pokemon to take down.
All right, let's hop right into it. Luca Cerabelli will be leading with the Dragonite and Ursaluna, while Oliver has opted for that Trick Room mode with the Dusclops and the Incineroar.
Get the Trick Room
Of course,
up.
threatening some fake out on pressure from to the Dragonite and Ursaluna,
Frisk.
unless that Farigiraf
Bloody
is in
Frisk.
the back. But if you have to switch out to Farigiraf, that means Trick Room just goes up.
I wonder why he's running Frisk
Yeah, and
just
even
clubs.
though
Isn't
this
his
will
other
be
ability
a
pressure?
potential, Terra Normal Life Orb boosted Blood Moon, if there's any Pokemon that can take it in the format right now, I do think that Dusclops has the bulk to take it.
No fake out coming out. Instead, just going to be damage onto the Incineroar. Luca
So their
goes on the
ability
offensive with Dragonite.
is
Scale Shot will
pressure.
connect
Yeah, I
onto the
wonder why he's
Incineroar
not running
for
pressure.
all 4 hits, not getting the 5th hit.
Base 130
unfortunately.
defenses that the
But
Eviolite
will
should be
take that
illegal.
speed boost. It's going to
No.
be very detrimental for that Pokemon in the future. However, the Incineroar
Oh,
is
boy.
knocked out off of the field by doubling up with the Blood Moon Ursaluna. And
We
that's
turn the
going to
game up
let
again,
Trick
please,
Room
game?
go up
You know,
and the free
guys?
switch in.
But on the other hand,
Maybe there's a reason for
Oliver
Frisk.
has
Well,
now
Frisk
lost
reveals
the
held
ability
items,
really
but
to pivot
it's
as
open
the
team sheet,
Incineroar
yeah, so they
is
already know
the
what items are
pivot
being held. That's
Pokemon
why I don't.
on
That's what I
this
don't get.
team. We get to see what Pokemon Oliver has in the back, and we'll be sending Torkoal in now, which makes a lot of sense. Trick Room has just been set up. Torkoal will get the
It's probably used for a
opportunity to go
GC and he
an
forgot.
eruption after only
Ah,
taking
maybe,
an
yeah.
extreme
Oh, that's a good
speed's
point,
worth
yeah,
of
'cause
damage
GC is
from that
closed team sheet.
intimidated Dragonite. But the final Pokemon's going to be that Annihilate, so Oliver has to really take advantage of these 5 turns because there's
Bruh.
really no way out of it.
Well, Incineroar is a Pokemon that can resist a big boosted
Intimidate.
eruption from Torkoal. It's holding the charcoal item, so it's going to be dealing even more damage.
Oh, we're terroring.
Blood Moon Ursaluna should be pretty scared
Let's
right
go.
now. Basically, nothing underspeeds the turtle in Trick Row.
And that's what it does best. It's slow, it's strong,
Eruption,
and
baby.
It looks really good with that Terra Fighting hat.
And as a result, Ursaluna has to go ahead and protect itself from the eruption damage coming out. In fact, the only thing that really
Unfortunate
underspeeds
forgetful
Torkoal
moment. Yeah,
is
right.
that Dusclops, which would have been able to break the multi-scale on Dragonite before the eruption goes off, but it will connect onto the Incineroar. But this clear amulet Incineroar is not quite as
Yeah.
bulky as some of the other
But he
Incineroar
takes it
we've seen, but the
fine.
natural resistance is going to do wonders for it to at least
Give us a
survive
pain
one
split.
turn and have some
Actually,
takedown
don't pain
pressure
split
back
when you're
onto
using
the
eruption.
Torkoal.
But look at how
Just use
much
Nightshade.
damage that Nightshade did to that Incineroar. Because
50
there is
damage.
no weakness and resistance, and it's just a guaranteed 50 damage, that's still going to put that Incineroar dangerously
50
close to a
damage.
knockout.
Oh, that's a really aggressive play. Oliver didn't go for
Oh.
a protect on the Torkoal. Instead, just going to get faked out. That Nightshade also just missing the KO. Blood Moon, though, targeted down the Dusclops.
I don't get
There was
why
an
he didn't go
opportunity
for an
to
Earth
on the
Power
offensive
into
against the Torkoal with the
Torkoal.
Ursaluna, but Luca predicting that Torkoal would maybe try to just protect itself. just goes for damage, guaranteed damage on the Dusclops.
And now Oliver has a tough choice to make here, as Dusclops, now that it's below half of its health, you can do something a little bit different if you want to do more damage on the field. It has
Pain
Pain
Split,
which, had it used that, could have healed it up a little bit.
Yeah, but Ursaluna will just protect itself.
Okay,
once
yep,
more.
Nightshade, take down the
Allow
Ensign.
itself to take an eruption. With the fake out gone, there's no protection from the Torkoal, and the Nightshade will finally pick up that KO onto Incineroar. So Luca has been put very much on the back foot by the Trick Room.
It's a gentle
Oliver's
Blade Kitty Cat.
Now.
But very smartly
Dragonite's back.
Every other turn on his Pokemon on the field to get through these Trick Room turns, and I think critically, Oliver's going to struggle to reset the Trick Room.
Oh, is he going to go for the final gambit?
Taken so much damage.
Take out the Dragonite.
It has the opportunity to try and heal itself up in the future, but I like this switch from Oliver because you really need to find a quick knockout here to try and even up the score and even get a Pokemon advantage. And this eruption's really
boy.
Ooh, Oliver going for the switch and eruption.
Yeah, there goes Ursaluna.
KO
Guaranteed.
Ursaluna breaks the multi-scale onto Dragonite, but doesn't deal
Bye-bye,
full
Ursa.
damage. Oliver switching out there may have predicted that the Dragonite
Charcoal Torkoal. I like that rather than Specs.
Tailwind now being set up by the Dragonite as the Twisted Dimensions return to normal.
There we go.
Perfect timing there from Luca to go for the Tailwind
get the
and
Annihilate
switch
in,
everything
who
up,
is Focus
bring in
Sash.
the Typhlosion in
Interesting.
Torkoal's own son as Trick Room ended with the Tailwind.
And this is a great adaptation from Luca,
Right,
as you
so,
do
yeah.
not need to bring your Whimsicott if you know your opponent's going to rely on Torkoal.
Ooh.
Typhlosion is free to go for its own eruptions now. It will be the fastest Pokemon on the field, and it will be beneficial from those choice specs and possibly even a terrestrialization.
I'm surprised to see Torkoal not running Earth Power, but then
this Annihilate doesn't have
maybe they don't
access
all
to
run them.
protect, so it is just
Because I always thought the
sitting
idea was
and
bring
waiting to
Earth
get
Power
taken
to
out by a
take out
combination
other
of attacks
Torkoal.
From both Typhlosion and Dragonite.
But I guess he benefits more from
Focus
Helping
Sash
Hand,
does
maybe?
mean that
I
it
don't
has
know.
to be double targeted, or actually that Dragonite
Who
did
knows?
not get the Scale Shot switched out, but potentially you could make that happen, but just going to be the Typhlosion going on the offensive here.
It's a tough call to make because if you double into the Annihilate, you will be taking a potential full eruption from that Torkoal. So
That's
we'll
a
have to
big
see
boy
what the
move.
priority here is for Luca.
Yeah, I don't know how full health that eruption would be after the eruption from Typhlosion. It's going to connect onto both of these.
Oh my God!
KO on Torkoal all
It's
by
disgusting. What is this,
Yeah,
Endeavor
that's just
Annihilate?
the power, the pure unconcentrated power, if you will, of the sun.
Uh-huh. Torkoal, he
Oh
flew
my
a little
Lord.
bit too, or crawled a little bit too close to the sun and got erupted by Typhlosion.
Oh, so that Annihilate was great. Good job, Annihilate.
As well, and after Trick
Yeah,
Room
Luca's
has ended,
trounced him
Luca
there.
took control of this match, and Dusclops
Yeah, game
does
one to
not
Luca.
have
'Cause
any
I can't see
amount of damage
Dusclops
to take
doing
out these
much
two
of anything.
Pokemon. And that's you know, the sun at least has ended, so the
bruh.
multipliers are gone, so it's not an embarrassing amount of damage to the Dusclops.
I don't know. There's still a choice specs and a Terrifier in play, and
Oh, dear.
who knows? Maybe if there's enough of a pause here, there could be some Blaze activation
Yeah, that's-
as well.
that's a
but
fair
I
play.
agree with Oliver's choice there, just to lock in that forfeit. I think that Luca found the win color
Bruh.
that once he stalled out that Trick Room.
That shit
I don't
was
even know if he necessarily
wild.
needed the Tailwind there, depending
don't
on
think so.
how that Typhlosion is trained. It should just naturally be faster than the Annihilate.
Mate.
Outspeed, Eruption.
Oi.
Make sure you
Oi.
target down that Annihilate,
bed.
and then you
Go
know
to
you can
bed.
pretty much
Go
go
to
from
bed,
there.
Yeah, the Tailwind at least covers for a potential last Pokemon Venusaur.
That's true, yeah. But I also think that we had seen all of Oliver's Pokemon at that point, so.
Yeah, but you know, why not
That's
just
bad.
get the
That
extra
bruise is
Tailwind
formidable.
there?
Yeah, no, it's fair. It's fair. You know, you want to
Look,
lock
the
in your win
Cervelli.
conditions as solidly
Let's
as
go.
possible, and that's why Luca Cervelli is the world champion from
Why did they just-
2024, and I am very
Okay.
much not.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Luca played really well.
Target prioritization because
Oliver
Luca
started off
was
so
able to
strong
take
as
out
well.
The Incineroar, which would be really critical outside of Trick Room.
Yes.
By focusing that Pokemon
Man.
down early, Luca
Typhlosion's
was able
just
to
so
limit
powerful.
The options that Oliver had
I do
once
feel like
Trick
the only
Room went
real way to counter Typhlosion is to
down,
Yeah.
put
and
Rain
now
up.
When Dusclops
Put
doesn't
Rain
have as
up
much
and
offensive
pray.
pressure to make the most of those turns, and if Torkoal's not picking up big KOs, the way that Luca was able to pivot around and stall out those turns of Trick
And
Room
chest.
really made
There
it
it was
so that
turn perfect,
Oliver
right?
got Trick Room up, but at
Right?
what cost?
Exactly, and the downside to a team like Oliver's, you know, this trick roomy form of of Sun is
Hey,
that you
Rumi.
need the double Trick Room typically to close out games in Regulation H.
Oh,
So
look at the Babby.
going into this game number 2, it looks like we will be
Babby's
seeing a
being
mix-up
nosy.
in leads, and I like this because if Oliver can power through the Ursaluna without Trick Room, that could potentially free up a later game Trick Room to lock
Rain
in the
assault
win.
Vestmon's priority
that
control
would
of the
be
speed
very
wide guard.
important
Yeah,
for Oliver
you know.
to be able to make something
But
happen
you also have to
in
be
game if you
good
only
at
get
the
one
game,
trick room.
which is why I only
The
said Rain.
Annihilate also immediately threatens the Ursaluna
Remember that.
on the field, which was very threatening, even though it did go down to that eruption.
Bye-bye,
And you can see
Ursaluna.
Luca has to retreat the
Ooh.
Ursaluna because of the pressure that Annihilate is putting down. That's just going to be Typhlosion switching
Into
in,
the
however. A
Typhlosion,
fake out
cheeky
onto the
fake out.
Dragonite, so no damage done on
Yeah, it's positioned right against it. Yeah, and I never am. I know the VGC, like,
love to see it.
I can see it being smart as it's unfolding, but I never to do it in real time. It's rough, man. It's very mentally draining. People don't realize.
Necessarily a downside to locking a knockoff into that slot. There is no sunset, and if it is like the game 1 that we saw, Luca does not have
Ooh-wee,
the in the
ooh-wee.
back, and it would
Rage
take
fist
2
the
turns
ghost.
anyways to set up the sun at this point.
Everybody
so that
fist the
Incineroar
ghost.
should be pretty comfy from Oliver's side. So we'll have to
Oh, he just went
see
straight
if
up for an
Choice
eruption.
Vector can
Nice.
remove this turn, 'cause look at just how much little more damage that does now.
Yeah, but Annihilate is able to take
Big,
that
super
damage and
effective
fire
Rage
back with a
Fist.
Rage Fist to
Nice.
connect a one-hit KO onto the Typhlosion.
That's class.
As Luca did not use the terastallization there, Oliver is able to pick that KO up. The
Big threat
scale
gone.
shot comes out
Ooh,
from
crit.
Dragonite. A big critical hit there, actually. That could potentially,
2,
probably just a little
3.
bit out, would need another critical hit
Yeah.
to KO the Incineroar
4
here
and
after that
5, so
Intimidate.
Incin lives.
But getting that KO onto Typhlosion
What did
is
Incin
very
go
good
for?
for
Knockoff?
Oliver. This U-turn now will also allow that
Oh,
Oliver
U-turn.
to pick which Pokemon will come in to face down Luca's
Neat.
remaining 3.
And confirmation that the Annihilate
Then
is
ba-zoom.
faster than the Dragonite. So
Yeah.
after that speed boost,
I've still got my
Dragonite
pump.
might be a little bit faster
it's
than the
going down
Annihilate.
now.
We'll have
It's
to see
going
if he
down
needs
now.
1 or 2, but
Pump's
just
going
good
down,
information
lads.
to think about in the context of the
Dying.
previous endgame.
Absolutely, and
That's a
Dusclops
shame.
now coming out, as you mentioned, maybe a
That's a
later
shame.
Trick Room is the adaptation for Oliver.
It comes down to understand how you
Ursaluna,
want the
however,
end
is
game to
able
look. Lucas probably had a
make
lot of
it
practice
onto
against
the
Trick Room
field
and knows
now,
exactly what he needs to do to allow
threatening
time for
the
him to sweep.
Annihilate
Oh yeah,
because the
absolutely.
focus
Like,
has already
he
been
lives and
broken.
breathes this
The
stuff.
Dragonite will be able to pick up that KO if it wants it.
Like
but
that's my problem is I
no
don't
real way
plan
to stop
turns
this Trick
ahead.
Room.
Exactly.
And that's what you need to
that's
do.
what
You need
makes
to be able to
this
plan
turn
ahead.
So comfortable for
And
Oliver
I'm always so
because there's
focused on
no
the
way
exact
to stop
moment
Trick
that
Room.
I'm like,
If the Pokemon next to Dusclops gets knocked out, which could be the Annihilate, or I think
come
a
to
little
back
bit
to
better
me.
here is that Incineroar. Torkoal can come in on the
Incin,
next turn,
baby.
and just like we saw in game number 1, use that eruption to get a nice knockout into the Dragonite and the
Hello.
Ursaluna, as multi-skill has been broken. But
Thank you.
here's an adaptation from Luca. We're getting a terastallization.
Try to
this
get the
turn.
leads right, then
Or
figure
since
out the end game after a few turns in.
on the Blood Moon
Aye.
Ursaluna, we have seen this time
Yeah.
and time again. If Typhlosion goes down or is sacrificed on this team, that just means it's time for the Blood Moon Ursaluna
Nice
to take
scale
the
shot.
field. Dragonite will pick up the KO onto
I can't believe he
with
didn't
that
get 5
scale
hits.
shot again. But that does mean that it's just going to be this Terra Normal, potentially Blood Moon coming out onto the
Ooh.
Dusclops to try and KO it before Trick Room can go up. And I just don't think it can without a critical hit.
It's gonna be
Yeah, I don't think it
close,
does
though.
it.
We saw it do a little bit over half, which means without the critical hit,
Yeah.
this would do about 75%.
That's why I felt like a
So you're
chess match that I
absolutely
was
right.
thinking
That
so
was a
far ahead,
critical hit roll
and I'm
here.
just like, yeah,
But
go
that means that
Pokemon!
Dusclops gets Trick
Go
Room up, and
Pokemon!
now the Torkoal in the back is safely free to switch in and fire off these eruptions, and we already know
Torkoal.
that the Ursaluna cannot take it from this Torkoal.
What I would love to see here, though, before the eruption connects with that Ursaluna, is a pain split into it, just so that Dusclops can get a little bit
Oh,
of health
boy.
back, or into the Dragonite
Yeah.
as well. I think that recovering some
Dragonite!
health here is more important than just the guaranteed 50.
So in comes Wolf's
The
Incineroar!
is going to switch in.
Nice.
That's
Even
also-
better.
That's so much better for the Dusclops and the Torkoal. That's going to
Amazing.
be one of the Pokemon that can resist.
Fucking, he's
your
actually using
fire
Wolf's
type
Incineroar.
eruptions,
You love to
taking
see it.
damage and healing up the Dusclops at the same time. Torkoal
Uh-oh.
goes for terastallization into the fire typing to make sure that it can get
Big boy
even
moves, big
more
boy
powerful
moves.
eruptions. And there's the protect from Ursaluna. So just like
Makes
in
sense.
game 1, Luca is switching in the Incineroar to give Ursaluna a chance to attack.
So this is going to be really close.
Nice pain
because
split.
We saw 2 pain splits just barely miss out on the KO on Incineroar earlier.
Wolf
And
may not be
depending
there
on
in
how
person, but he's
Incineroar
there in
is trained
spirit,
here,
right?
This eruption's going to
Using
do
Fast Guts
about,
Ursaluna a lot in Reg H. When playing against Hard Trick Room, I'd always let my opponent Trick Room, stall it out, and then position Ursaluna to sweep with Earthquake. Ah.
Now, Torkoal is forced to protect here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it is going to risk a Fake Out and an Earth Power from that Ursaluna.
Sweep.
Which would devastate that Pokemon and remove most of Luca's offensive pressure once
Holy
again.
moly.
But there still are
Moly,
plenty
moly,
of turns
mole.
of Trick Room, so you can afford to protect this turn, knowing that the Ursaluna would then protect
Alright,
the following
so-
turn. And regardless of if the Dragonite protects that turn or not, you're still going to be able to get one good eruption in against both these Pokemon before
Yeah.
Trick Room expires.
I think Oliver
Unless
could
Luca
have
rolls
this
a double
round.
Protect, of course.
Yeah, the other thing to worry
I
about
think
is
we
this
very
switch-in.
well
Should
might
the
get a game
Dragonite,
3.
Potentially, if the Dragonite's probably too healthy for this, but yeah, if the Dragonite could have been knocked out here, then you could have had a free switch in back to the Incineroar.
Cheeky
but
Protect.
So healthy right now, it will come down to that double protect.
Nice Nightshade, though.
So Nightshade, though, will put it into the yellow, which will make the eruption roll a little bit nicer at least.
There's
The Hyper Voice
The,
may
Luca
get
is
the Dust
covering for an
Clops,
aggressive play from
maybe?
Oliver like he showed
No,
in
not after the Pain
Game
Split. I'm
1.
an idiot. Yeah, I
Just
forgot
trying
about
to
the Pain
get some
Split, yeah.
damage onto the Dusclops and onto the Torkoal if it hadn't protected.
But it's also weakened
but
itself.
instead, that's going to just be a protect from the Torkoal, and Dusclops shrugs that off.
Yeah.
All right, so this Dragonite does have access to Protect. So talking about Incineroar switches, we could see the Incineroar switch in for the Ursaluna
yeah.
here. And
I mean,
that
we're
would
going to
be
see a Protect
great
from the
play
Ursaluna for
Luca,
sure.
As the Ursaluna
Surely.
is going to
Unless
be
it
his
just
win
takes out the
condition
Dust
at this
Clops.
point in time.
No, it won't do
Get
because it's
the
too slow.
Ursaluna through
Yeah.
Trick Room, and then all of a sudden you have Hyper Voice and Blood Moon to deal the damage needed to finish off the game. Now, the one
stuff.
downside to that is as long as Oliver has that Annihilate in the back, and as Annihilate is going to be faster, you will struggle a little bit here. So
Yeah,
I
there's the
like
Protect, as
this
expected.
turn, just making sure that it's a little bit risky, but you ensure that you
Oh,
can at
the double
least
protect,
get
nice.
Tailwind up to support that Pokemon
Stall it
in
out.
the following turn.
Yeah, well, that's going to be a whiff into the Dragonite and a whiff into both the Dragonite and the Ursaluna
There's
with
the
this
eruption
eruption.
into both
Oliver
protects.
is not able
Lovely,
to
like
get
a
the damage down
Savloy.
that he wants to onto these Pokemon.
Be careful.
Exactly. What a close end game, though. I think Oliver's done a great job adapting to how
One
Luca
turn of
approached
Trick Room.
in game number 1, and
Ooh-wee.
just really forcing him to take these risks of
Yeah,
the
go
double
for the
protects,
eruption.
and also sort of offering up the
Bring in the
Incineroar
8.
to take these hits so that he can have the damage to get through the end game.
Yeah, I love this switch that Oliver is showing, knowing that Luca is going to try and protect the,
Out goes Dust
the
Clops.
Ursaluna potentially. You have to make sure that
In
you
comes
are able
Ape.
to not waste any time in threatening it
Exactly.
on the next turn.
Do you think
It's really
Ursaluna
gonna be
went
about the
out?
Dragonite
Yes,
that's
into
just
Incin. I had a
under
feeling.
50% health. If it can survive an eruption from this Torkoal, then Luca may be able to take this 2-0. But if not, then we're probably going to game 3.
So Dragonite has 2 opportunities to survive.
Oh.
That part's great. I was going to say, if it fails the double protect,
Oh, I went for double
this is going
protect.
to be a
Yeah.
damage roll. We'll just have to see how it plays out.
Yep, fails the double protect. This eruption will knock out the Incineroar on the Dragonite.
Oh, nice. We're getting game 3, baby.
We saw some good damage done to it, and that means that it's just going to be the Ursaluna switching in outside of Trick
3.
Room. We know that it's slower than this Annihilate and can easily clean this one up with a close combat.
Maybe even a helping hand close combat if
Yeah,
you
why
want to be
not?
super safe.
Yeah,
You
plus-
know,
plus
eruption
1
as well. I think you could just
helping
go for
hand
the double
close
attack
combat will
if
do
you're
it.
worried about. I'm not sure what you'd be worried about at that point, but I think that it's.
We do
it's
love a
Oliver,
game
yeah.
Click
3.
Rage Fist, that's the one way.
Yeah, okay, that's the one way.
I
If you're
see.
worried that you're
Fair
gonna
play,
somehow
Luca, fair
misclick
play.
in that situation.
Well, fortunately for Oliver, he did not click Rage Fist, and that was a forfeit from Luca, which is going to put us into a game 3. And wow, this has been a really interesting set, and this is one of those cool moments where you're just seeing how players, especially high-level Trick Room players, recognize how to use their
My name-
archetypes. Like you called out,
Jeffington.
saving the Trick Room for just a few turns later, put Luca on the back foot and
Okay,
required him to
so-
go for a double protect at some point in order to stall out the Trick Room.
It works
What does
very
Oliver need to
well
do
the
here?
First time you're able to pull it off. It's now the
He needs to control the
situation where I
Typhlosion,
think it's gonna
like
be
he did in the
a little
first
bit more
game.
dicey because the surprise is gone.
Right.
You know, I think that Oliver also made a great call there, getting that Rage Fist into the Typhlosion switch in, and that helped him out a lot early on in the game. That was a ton of momentum lost for Luca.
Problem
in
is
addition
Luca's always
to the
about
later
4
Trick
turns
Room,
ahead. It's scary.
rounds, but overall, Luca
It's
now
very
knows,
scary.
I think, that Oliver's
Spooky,
going to
scary.
Commit to this later Trick Room strategy.
Oh, dear.
And to respond to that, I think Luca's options here are definitely keep the Dragonite, Ursaluna.
Oh, to be fair,
I think those three Pokemon
I don't know.
put
Do I
a
want
lot
Oliver
of
to win?
pressure down onto the field.
I don't want Luca to win.
You can also adapt on how you approach this matchup. You know, you could maybe
Then again,
lead
it'd be
the
so cool for
Typhlosion and
Oliver to
try and
beat
just go for a big eruption
a world champ.
immediately. You could even bring the Farigiraf
A world
possibly as your last
champione.
Pokemon to try and
Campione.
just force Oliver to maybe not feel as comfortable using Trick Room because you could Trick Room the Trick Room.
Yep.
You know,
What
there's
Terra
a
is
lot
Lucas
of mind
Farigiraf?
games here
Good
that Luca can
question.
start
I
playing
think
to really throw Oliver off his game.
it's
And when
Terra
you're playing a Trick
Liam.
Room player that's experienced with Trick Room, it's really the mind game battle that will give you that advantage.
Yeah, that is the
It's-
tricky thing about the Trick Room, is it does come down to
It's
sort of sometimes reading your opponent and
Exactly.
understanding exactly what kind of lines they're trying to go for. But this is it. This is game 3 here in Sao Paulo.
Go with.
For world champion
It's Terra
with his take
Fairy.
on this manual Sun. Both
Terra
of these
Fairy.
players would really love to be 9-1 and not 8-2 after this. You do need at least 10 wins to guarantee your spot in the elimination cut. But
Oh, boy.
once again, it's the Ursaluna Dragonite for Luca, and Oliver will
Yeah,
be
not
using
helpful.
the Incineroar and the Annihilate.
And last time we saw these leads from both these
boy.
trainers, I believe
Oof.
we saw the Hisuian Typhlosion switch in and try to take an attack.
Typhlosion.
So whether or not Luca tries that again really will determine the outcome, I think, of this match.
Yeah, it did. It was
Maybe a
able
double
to
protect,
take that first
just to
close
start things off?
combat, but then the Rage Fist afterwards was able to clean that one up after a
Yeah,
weaker
check intentions.
eruption, but Luca is just playing it so safe here with
Avoiding
the double
the fake
protect
out.
on the Ursaluna and the Dragonite, just trying to see what Oliver is trying to go for right now.
And honestly, there's really no downside
So he
to
went for
going
the close
a double
combat.
protect, especially
Now,
in a Game 3 situation.
Logic
when you
says
know your
if he
opponent
went
is
close
going to use
combat
fake out,
into protect,
just scouting out what they're thinking gives you so much information.
you would want
It's
to
a very safe play.
move
but at the
Ursaluna
same
out
time,
and
the
Typhlosion
information
in
is
to
so
avoid the
valuable,
protect,
it's always
the
worth
close
it.
combat.
Absolutely.
But then
Crucially
that's
here
too
as well,
obvious.
the Incineroar has
So
not been
leave
able
the
to
Ursaluna
hit
in
or
because he'll
get
probably
any
switch to
damage
Rage
onto
Fist,
either of
which
those
doesn't hit
Pokemon. So
Ursaluna. But then is that too obvious? So then still close combat into that slot?
have to make
I
a
never
choice
know.
here, and it's going to be the
Well, Luca
Ursaluna
chose to
staying
leave
in,
Ursaluna in.
survives the close combat from
Bruh.
Annihilate. This is going to take a defense drop for its troubles. That's super effective damage, but it's not
Sticky scale
enough to
shot.
pick up a KO.
Oh, if he goes Hyper Voice
Dragonite
here,
goes for the scale shot onto
probably
the
polish off the
Incineroar,
Incin
deals a decent
and
amount
do
of
some damage to
here, definitely
Annihilate.
enough with a double up like we saw in game 1, and gets the 5th hit this time and the critical
Crit,
hit.
nice.
Just additional bonus there for the Dragonite, but big damage on to the Ursaluna, which has an
Or
opportunity
Ps for the
here
speed.
to fire back with a
He
Hyper
did go
Voice,
Hyper
actually
Voice.
gets that
Oh, I
extra
didn't
damage,
take the
almost
Incin
picks up
though.
the KO onto Incineroar, but
Nay.
it's going to stick around for one more turn at least as it
Damn.
switches out with the U-turn and breaks multi-scale.
And what was so important
thought that
about
Hyper
double
Voice
up
would have
in
taken
game
Incin a
number
bit,
one
but-
was that with the Incineroar gone, that was a pivot piece gone.
to be
for
fair, it's Assault
Oliver,
Vest
which meant
Incin,
that
that's
he
why.
couldn't switch it in to take an
Yeah,
attack
so
that
that's
would
why
have
the
allowed
Incin hung on.
the
Assault
Dusclops
Vest.
to make a return later on, which is what we saw in game number 2. So that Hyper Voice survive from Incineroar, even though
Nay.
it's only hanging on by a thread, is huge.
And especially breaking the multi-scale is going to be very impactful.
Oh,
on
a
the
crit absolutely
Dragonite.
would have, but
Still able to set up the
Big
trick
sad.
room here with the Dusclops on the switch end, but it's a little bit dicier.
It's a lot more dicier, I would argue. You know that this Dusclops, I think in this situation, Oliver is definitely going to go for Trick Room. I think you have to. I think the Annihilate, honestly, is still very comfortable on the field as well right now.
Here comes
I think
Typhlosion.
that you can
If he
try
went
to
for
go
Rage
a
Fist, that'd be
KO
wild.
here onto
Into,
the
oh my god!
Typhlosion.
The Rage Fist is connecting. That means it's connecting on the
What a
Typhlosion.
read!
On the switch, and Oliver just going on the offensive.
That
picks
was
up that
min.
Pokemon, and that means that Ursaluna is going to fire back with a Blood
Because the Blood Moon
into
won't kill,
Dusclops, and
the
does
Trick
take
Room
it down
goes up.
to
He was
about
probably
a third
hoping
of
for
its
another
health.
Hyper Voice.
But Ursaluna is also just going to faint to the
Oh,
Life
shit.
Recoil, and now the two heavy hitters on this team have gone down in one turn. and
Luca.
Trick Room is up.
I was going to say, if Dragonite stays on the field in that position,
Because I think he
of
was
the scale
hoping
shot,
that
you know
another
that it
Hyper
would be
Voice would take
slower
out
in Trick
Annihilate,
Room.
so he'd get
And then
Torkoal
you're
in for free.
a situation where if Ursaluna attacks with Hyper
Oh,
Voice in the following
mate.
turn, Annihilate
No
goes
fake
down,
out.
Torkoal still gets in for free, and I think you have enough momentum to sort of keep yourself in the game, even though the first turn of
You can
Trick Room
pain
is
split the
wasted.
Dragonite.
Or you could just rage fist that spot and your opponent makes the same switch they did in game 2 and all of a sudden you have a
Luca,
huge
what happened?
lead.
You do have a huge lead, but Luca actually has some options here because of that clear amulet Incineroar with the 3 offensive options. It's not just a pivot Pokemon, it also can deal the damage.
And that's what you need right now because you cannot flinch either Pokemon on Oliver's side of the field. And fortunately, those Pokemon can't do much to you either.
Pain Split's a good shout.
Split helps a lot, but that's not going to be a KO. And I think critically,
goes for the knockoff, knocks off the Eviolite.
Yeah, especially knocking off the Eviolite is huge into Dusclops, but not quite.
Scale shot miss!
Will miss the Annihilate.
That's huge.
That means that Annihilate gets to fire off a close combat into Incineroar, and that's going to be about
That's it for Luca.
Only the Dragonite left against the Dusclops and the Annihilate, and probably the
Because now Dusclops can just Pain Split.
To get out of this one.
It was still going to be an uphill battle no matter what there. However,
Yeah, Luca forfeit. Yeah.
Scale shot connected.
Man!
And Annihilate had gone down. It would
That
have been
was
Torkoal on
wild.
the field next, and the Incineroar would have been so helpful in that matchup. But unfortunately, sometimes Dragonite just needs a little bit extra help. And
That is insane.
That is the problem. When you roll the dice, sometimes
Where's Mega
you roll
Dragonite
double
when you
sixes
need
and
it?
Sometimes you roll snake
Bro, that
eyes,
was
and
fucking
Dragonite just
wild.
unfortunately
Well
rolled
done to
snake eyes
Oliver.
on that turn.
Can you get
Well
glasses
done.
for Snake Eyes?
No.
Ah, what's happening?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Ah.
No, seriously, congratulations to Oliver Escalin.
Stop
Moving
hurting
on
me.
In the tournament, currently has 10 wins and 1 loss.
Oh my
Also
Christ,
won
stop
the finals
hurting
in,
me.
The 2022 European
Where are all my
International
Pokemon?
Championships, which is something we
It wasn't elimination. No, Luca's still in
well
it.
on his way to potentially getting a second shot.
Still
at
Swiss
that
rounds at the
champion
moment.
title this weekend.
No stranger
What's
to
happening?
top-level matches to these top tables and to the pressure
Could just run away, Liam. I could totally run away.
the international championships. So obviously you saw him
Bruh.
keep it calm, collected throughout that 3-game set.
Yep.
Oh my God. Stop killing me. So I thought I wasn't sure. Yeah.
Really
All
well
good.
played there. Got the break at the end
Steelix?
there. But it still might
But
have
that's
been a little bit tricky
stealing.
for Luca to close
Okay,
that one
okay.
out.
First of
I
all,
agree. I think had Torkoal
revive the daddy.
Eruption wasn't going to be at full power.
Bring
It would've been
out
an interesting
your daddy.
game, but the fact that Torkoal had not been forced out on the
Get him,
field
get
at
him.
that point in time really did mean that
Big
Torkoal
serve.
was
Nope,
a
no
very
digging.
solid end game for Oliver.
And that's just the good thing about
Diddle-a-da.
Torkoal. You can always rely on Torkoal.
11
You're
wins.
clicking Eruption instead of
There's a Mamoswine at 7-2. That's amazing.
It's a nice sturdy little
Up the
turtle.
swine,
It's
up
very
the
solid,
swine,
yes.
up the swine, up the swine,
and that's
up
why
the
Trick
swine.
Room works so well for it. You know, I love that people are looking at Hisuian type Lotion
Let's
more. You know, I said this
evolve
yesterday, I'll
you.
say it again. I think it was very overlooked.
Ah, yes,
as
Fletch and
a
Dare.
best of 3 Pokemon, you know, finding most of its success in the best of 1
Da,
format.
da, 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 da.
But Torkoal really does need speed control.
Wow,
It
it's evolved
needs
into
to be in Trick
Talonflame.
Room, It needs to be the slowest Pokemon
Brave Bird
possible,
from
because as soon
Talonflame.
as you start getting
Nice.
chip damage on it, you start having
And
to deal
then
with
we go
accuracy rolls in terms
boxes,
of,
and we can
you know,
put
whether or not
you
your
back
attacks are gonna
here.
be to their
Let's
full
get another
potential,
Fletchling
and
out
then that
because we
just
need
makes
you to
things that much
evolve.
harder.
Yeah, every time you add
Now we
that
got loads
additional
of girl
risk
Litleo. Any of our
barriers
Litleo's
of
boys?
attack missing,
No,
you
the
add
boy
an additional
Litleo is
chance
evading
for an
us
attack to
apparently.
miss that really matters.
And
It's
then,
sort of like
and
what
then,
we saw
and
at
then,
the
and
end
then,
of that game 3
and then,
for
and
Luca's
then, and then.
Dragonite. Unfortunately, scale shot not
Makes sense.
100% accurate. That's just something that
Let's put
Dragonite
you there.
players have to accept when they're choosing that
Oh, you can
Pokemon
already
for their
evolve.
team,
Nice.
as most of the people in the field have.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I'm really excited to see
Way to
how
copy
these
me?
players
Why am I
are going to
copying you?
keep moving forward, especially seeing the different
Copy
types
who?
of sun. We didn't get to see the Venusaur mode from Oliver this time
Copy
around,
these
but I do
nuts.
think it will be
There we go,
really
look at that.
interesting in the future and definitely opens up some more opportunities for that team. So let's go ahead
Nice.
and toss it down to the stage where Oliver is standing by.
And then you
to
can
tell us
go
all
back in
about that
here.
match. Y'all take it away.
Oh, shiny talent. Oh.
Thank you very much.
But I'm Liam.
Evan and Gabby. Yes, I am here with none other than Mr. Oliver Escalin, our winner
Let's go.
of the previous round and our UIC 2022 finalist, clearly on a
Boom,
mission. Oliver, my friend, how are you feeling? That was
What's
a very
going on
tough
over here?
matchup versus
Has your
our
dad been
2024
on the
World
gas
Champ
again?
Richard
Has
Bennett.
your dad been
Yeah, it's a
on the
matchup I've
gas
played a
again?
couple
Has your
times
dad
before.
been on the gas again?
I felt like I knew exactly what I need to do, and even then, Luca was able to take a game off of me. So he played extremely well. I was quite surprised myself. I thought that
He sounds Australian.
I thought that it was going to be most likely a
Maybe
quite quick of
he's
a game
Australian.
for me, but you know, nothing more than just the biggest respects. Was a great game. He played
No
well.
respect, only
Yeah,
anger.
100%, and we saw the sort of adaptation
Be
of
angry.
the game one, where there was a lot of focus, I guess, on the Typhlosion
Angry
mode
boy,
that
angry
Luka
boy,
identified, but then you were able
angry
to sort of
boy.
find
Na
a
na na
way
na
to
na
be
na
able
na
to
na
bring the
na.
Incineroar
Angry
and
boy,
Annihilate
angry
as a
boy.
lead. So was that a
Ah, I
point
see
of
what you're
contention
doing
of,
now,
okay,
Liam.
maybe getting
Now I
Trick Room straight away
understand,
isn't
I
as
think.
beneficial?
There's
Yeah,
Litwick.
definitely. I mean, you mentioned it perfectly.
Excellent.
I felt like after game one, I had to delay
Played
Trick
in
Room a
Royale.
little bit.
Makes sense now. I got involved with
so
machines.
that
Exactly. Because I'm a
Pokemon
big
like Typhlosion
stinky
or Ursaluna in the
baby.
back wouldn't be able to reverse sweep me as happened.
Oh, give me
in
that.
game
Whatever
one.
you're giving me.
So
Cafe blend. Oh, I
that
just
was
healed all
kind
my
of the main
Pokemon as
idea
well.
I had going with that lead. On top of that, I've faced loads of different approaches from that opponent style of a team that I just played.
Don't forget that the ZA Royale is infinite,
genuinely think that
which means
Lucas
you can
one
play it
has been
forever.
the most unique in that sense. So it definitely got me to
Come out.
sort of focus my
Eye roll.
or shift my focus a bit. From getting up
Do
Trick Room
that.
instantly
Thank you.
to kind of delaying it, getting some damage.
What's
more,
that? Look,
on,
I got
on the
another
board, and then
card.
setting up Trick Room for later sweep.
I also need to
Exactly,
collect.
and you
Oh
did
god,
that to
I also
such
need to collect
a
money
stellar
anyway.
Fashion as well, and going into that game three,
Because,
then, I really want to focus on that very crucial
because
staying in with the Annihilate, focusing the.
I want
rage
money
with
for
that
Tyrant.
ended up switching out. So what was going through your mind at that point?
Fossils. There we
so
go.
I kinda thought
That took me a while, didn't it? Good lord.
Actually live the double up from,
Processing on display.
against
Oh my
Gauntlet on double
Christ.
ups. But in game two,
Now
I
and
ended
then.
up switching in my Incin.
Oh, you just killed my Absol like it was
Similar
nothing.
situation to,
Oh,
to kind of
that's
cover
probably
that
not the best play.
guaranteed, so
No,
I
not level
assumed
8
that Luka
Pancham.
would expect me
Thank
to do that. So then I decided to take advantage of
Headbutt him.
of
Kill
that
him.
opening and at least get
What
a
was the
get a lot of
Royale to do?
damage
I'm
on
at
the
745
Dragonite
out of
or
1,000.
potentially
Oh, you're on the
get
home stretch, mate. You'll be
into
fine.
trouble so that it's able to
You'll be
sweep,
fine.
more effectively Trick Room.
And we saw it in play. It was such
Don't
a
perish
pivotal
me.
moment of that game three. Essentially,
It's
you're just able
rude.
to sweep in Trick Room, which is sort of
Sooty
the
and
intention of this
sweep.
team. But I guess I want to talk a bit about the team. It's one of the
3,000
unique
points makes
compositions
10.
that- okay, there are a couple
Oh, it
of
doesn't, does
usual
it?
pieces, familiar, usual suspects and such. But you've got
Wow, thanks,
Dusclops
mate.
and Venusaur.
It's a
Please
zinc.
Talk to me about your motivations and the roles.
Na na
that
na
they
na na
put
na
with
na
this
na.
team.
Liam is so fit.
the Trick
Is so
Room mode,
fit.
obviously, there aren't that
Liam
many
is so
PCs
fit.
supporting
Da
it.
da da
Main
da
basis
da
is
da da
Incineroar.
da.
And I feel like
What a
Dusclops
hottie boy. Hottie boy.
extremely well
Right, let's
as
go.
a kind of solo Trick Room setter in the sense that it's almost impossible to
Kill the
actually
bee
Trick Room
drill.
in one shot. So you're able to guarantee
You've killed the
Trick Room
bee
unless
drill.
the opponent has taunt or some other means.
Pangoro? Don't mind if I do.
The Venusaur is currently has a very great reach here in my opinion, apart from Goldengo.
Nice.
It's able to play into rain and into a lot
Oh, he's
of
got a
other, like,
Kangaskhan.
conditions
How dare
quite
he?
effectively, and a lot of people don't
But that's what
don't
scale
expect
shot.
the
This just
damage
stings. It's rough,
it's
isn't it?
able to. And I guess on top of that, lastly, you know, if you
Oh,
have to
apparently
rely
I
on
got a
sleep
switch?
cover,
Okay.
that's an option as well.
I mean, it's a win con for
Uh-oh.
a reason, right? It gives you that out with situations that may not be
Uh-oh.
as,
Power punch, power
advantageous
punch,
for
power
yourself.
punch.
So
Nope,
right
nope,
now,
nope.
Oliver, you are number one in the EU
Don't endure,
World
that's rude.
Championship points-wise. You were in Las
Got
Vegas
him.
last weekend.
I find it easy to focus on just getting a ton of battles in versus
What
actually
are
worried
your
about points. Oh yeah, yeah, that's the best way. Is just run to every battle. Don't even worry about sneaking up on people.
So there's actually
I only ever focus on points because I want money.
I tried to squeeze in a lot of these tournaments into
Yeah,
sort
when
of
you're
the
trying to
final
get the shiny
season,
charm, just
and that's,
fucking,
because
just
I'm
battle,
starting
battle,
my
battle
first,
till
like,
your
full-time
fingers
job
bleed.
out of university in December. So I kind of want to reserve some time to get adjusted to
Na 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 na. Finger, finger blast,
and I
finger
guess
blast,
on top of that, I want to
finger,
make sure
finger
that I
blast.
have a good shot at qualifying for Worlds as well. So that's
I
kind of
thought.
the main reason. I'll still obviously try my hardest
Don't
to
charm me.
attend, especially UIC and NAIC, but obviously the current situation in terms of my
Neat.
availability during those times is unknown. But obviously I'll do my best.
Murder
I
it.
would love to be there, and I don't
Oh,
think
look
I've,
at Costa.
for
He's so
example,
well
missed a
dressed.
single EUIC since my first tournament ever in 2017 being EUIC.
Nice.
Yeah, and I mean, we'd be absolutely excited to be able to see you accomplish that too. So this weekend right now, you have only dropped one
hell yeah.
set at the moment. Going into phase two more rounds
Oh, no.
remaining. What would
The
it
day's
mean
gonna
to
begin
you if you were
before I
able
can get
to
another
pick
battle.
up the title this
I
weekend?
can sense it.
I mean, it would be amazing. I feel like in
Ooh,
2022,
I didn't mean to set a marker, but I have done.
I came very close to actually winning
See
an
anything
IC,
I've
but
left, so good to
after
know.
that, it was kind of a humbling experience for a year where I kind of figured that like I wasn't
There we
as
go.
good as I
Bully him,
thought I
bully
was.
him.
And
Bully! Uh-oh.
I feel like
Well, that'll do it.
as my skill sort of naturally improved,
The double knockout.
to
Oh,
my
it's
first
poetic.
regional, so I feel like it is only natural
The
to
Go-Gurt
in
Burglar.
the future get the international title to follow.
Well, I mean, from my eyes, you
Oh,
are
he
definitely
living.
one of the favorites, so I'm wishing you all the very best, Oliver. Now, finally, just to close out this section, give you a bit more rest time going to the next round. Do you have any shout-outs, my friend, to anybody in the venue or watching at home?
Yeah, first and foremost,
Headbutt, headbutt, headbutt.
Calvin Foster, who's the main
Thank
duo
you.
behind this team.
Do you think we'll be restricted to the ZA DLC decks and champions it releases? I don't know, actually. That's a good point. Maybe.
Who actually helped me prepare matchups.
I earned my battle.
We have
I'm going to
people
do a
like
battle rap.
Castellanos,
I want to
Carson
whap.
St. Dennis,
I want to whine. Heard it in a song and now I'm into gun climb.
helped me in a couple matchups. On top of that, we got another
Wait a
Australian,
minute.
Dim the Sim. Appreciate it.
Dimitris Koziari.
Yeah. I kind of forgot the last name. I'm sorry.
I got you covered. He's part Greek, so yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure that there are many more, but I wanna appreciate all of you and you being part of this success.
Let's go.
Lovely, lovely words. Oliver, thank you so much for your time. As I said, we are wishing you all the very best going into the next round. This round number 11. So, with that being said,
This
we're
is
gonna go to a very short break,
outrageous.
and we'll be back with more action.
Lovely, like a sabloy. I've seen your dad fall down before. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Pokemon trainers, Gabby Snyder here at the 2026
Kill.
Latin America International Championships. Now,
Wanted
while
that
the main
one.
competition is going on, and trainers are competing in the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon
Yeah, we
video
don't have the round
game,
11 pairings
Pokemon
yet.
Go, and Pokemon Unite.
Still people
There are
playing.
many side activities for our spectators to enjoy.
How
Let's take a
did
look.
people do?
Now, over here at the activity zone, there are many fun games you can play, such as carnival games.
looking
Or maybe
for-
you feel like you're a budding TCG artist, where you can color in some
Calvin
lovely
Foster from the
drawings,
UK
or
is
maybe you can do some
7-3. I think he's
origami.
out.
There's plenty of things to try, so
I
let's
don't
go
think
check them all
7-3 is
out.
going to cut it at this point. Is this fucking... Yeah, he can evolve. Good. Good.
Now, I don't think my art's going to end up in the Hall of Fame. I think there's a
Jank
lot
at
of
its finest. We love a
artists
jank
here who
box.
deserve the recognition a little bit more. But next time you're at an international
Wow, she got jam
championship such
hands.
as Latin America International Championships, make sure to check out the activity zone where
Right.
you can play some carnival games, do
Stick
some
it in the
origami,
box,
or
in the
maybe even
box.
color in some
Stick
pictures
it
of
in
your
the
own.
box.
For now, though, that's enough from me.
I got a couple
Thanks
of
for
pants I'm
watching,
knocking about.
everybody.
Oh, yeah. Gravy. But that's how it goes. Buckets of gravy. Poured on your toes. That's going to scald. Yeah. Bit of that. Bit of that. Bit of that. There you go. Bit of that. We have one Esper so far. That's okay. Interesting. I have too many bell sprouts. I want to die. Right, let's go to the person. Do a fight. Please. I need to put my Charizard back in the party. Where's my Charizard? Where's my Charizard? No. Mega Evolved Pokemon can't go to a box. Ozagiri at 9-1. Disgusting. Come on. Mega Evolve these nuts. Am I right, Chief? Got me a shiny Trubbish. Well done. Oh god, hello. And then, oh, there's a bit in the corner, look. Bit of that. Here we go. Amigo is 8-2. You'll love to see it. There we go. Oh, daytime. Yay, we did it, gang. We did it, gang. I got some dollary dollars. So I got the shiny charm. We got 7 shinies. Damn. That's madness, bruv. There we go. Now my whole Lucha can come back. Whoa, not in exchange for you.
Disaster here for Jose. Not done with the turn yet. It's going to do everything he can.
Very strange hard trick routine is 8-2. Very strange in what way?
Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him.
Diddle-a-doo.
Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your juniors division.
Give me what I want. Oops. No, no, not you, not you, not you. You. I'll take part in a reward match. My opponent for 31 will be... Oh my god, it's Canary.
Looks to be a jolting charge. No access to the knockout on this occasion. Is going to have to take a step back and prep for a future turn.
She got that top that's like... that barely covers her booba. Scary. I'm gonna murder her. Go on, Penta. Damn it. Good job, Penta. Oh my. Go on, Penta. Wow, you didn't do well at all. Go on, Burger. Nicely done. Oh my. No stealth rock. Oh, he did it. No earth power. It's a sneeze. Oh my. I'm gonna call it hard trick room. It's got 2 trick room users, Mouse Ape, and the trick room users are Sinister and Dustclops. Oh. Sinister sucks. I mean, it doesn't suck, but that's the problem. I wish it sucked so I didn't have to see it. Electros, but that's a Pokemon. Oh damn, she's trying to bully me. Giovanni Chisque. Oh my, oh my. Well, well, well. Whoa, stop having all these moves, mate. You ever fucking die?
It's gonna take a while to settle in, of course.
Bruh. Morning, Alex. How you doing?
I'm still a bit in shock. Feels so surreal to me. It's my first year seniors, and I won the World Championship.
Nice.
Undefeated. I feel very excited.
Feeling amazing.
How is Gio doing?
Absolutely.
Giovanni. Giovanni Chisque is 7-2, but still battling. No, he's not. He's 8-2. The round 11 pairings are up. But, lots of 9 and 1s now. Yay, I got a reward. A sachet away.
Welcome back,
nice.
everyone, to the Latin America
Lovely.
International Championships in
Lovely.
beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil. It has
I need
been a
2 tinkle.
gorgeous,
That's
sunny
crazy.
weekend
I only
so
drink a
far
million
in
things a day.
Brazil,
Burp.
And it has been even sunnier in our matches as we just
I have to go to gym later today. Kind of feel tired right now.
different types
Go
of
now.
sun
Go now.
in our
Don't.
last match.
Not later.
Do you think
Up
the
and
weather
now.
outside
Trust.
was set via an ability or via somebody using Sunny Day?
I think it was set via someone using Sunny Day.
Fair enough. I was going to go with the ability of science, but, you know, we can debate that another time.
Yeah, we'll have that conversation off camera. But it's actually, I think, time to look at some of the other weathers that maybe other people are experiencing out there in rain and snow. Because in addition to our last match, we, of course, have been broadcasting other featured matches on our side stream. Of course, you can go to the Play Pokemon YouTube to watch in full as they happen. But for now, we have our 7-2 match, which is not quite technically an elimination match in the tournament right now. There is a long shot chance of 9-3 players making it into the asymmetrical bracket, but most likely this is an elimination match for one of these two trainers we're about to see.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and get to that replay when we have it ready. This will be a match between Francisco Piero versus Georgie Casado. Francisco, no stranger to the world stage, got top 16 at EUIC last year, whereas Jordy is a bit of a newer player to this field. And Jordy will be our snow player of the match, having the Alolan Ninetales on his team, whereas Francisco, as the screen revealed, is running Pelipper.
Absolutely. This is going to be actually a much harder rain team than we have been seeing in the rest of the tournament. The Pelipper has the Archaludon with the Electro Shot and the Sinistra as well. So having a number of different Pokemon that I definitely associate with hard rain versus Jordy, who will be using the more traditional Lele team.
You know, I haven't looked at this team in a very long time, but this does look
they cut to a
very
feature
familiar
match. Good
to that
lordy
one
lordy.
rain team that a lot of trainers were running at the beginning of Regulation H.
Lordy
There
Casade,
is no Golden Go, which, you know, is kind of sad as the Golden Go works very well in this composition. You know, Rain and Golden Go are just, you know, side by side best friends, but I do think adapting that Incineroar instead does give this team a lot better playability in an international championship when Fake Out Parting Shot are just
cheeky
really
Golden
good
Go
utilities to have.
Fit check has been redeemed.
A bloody fit check. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? It's okay, because this is a feature match, not a match.
It has been so long.
I mean, it is a match, technically.
I know. I have to reach back in my memory banks. I'll get back to you on that. For now, though, it looks like Jordy found a water type of his own, at least.
Yeah, the Golden Go can just go ahead and terrestrialize into the water
Fit
type.
board of the day is as such. We have the Surfing Pikachu shirt because it's bloody lush and it's lovely. And we've still got some of this morning's pump, honestly. Honestly, nearly. I've almost got muscles, lads. Almost. Fell asleep again. Wake up is my advice. Big shorts to match.
And I do believe that the Elizabeth Rain team, which is named after the Japanese player Elizabeth, who built this team, did have Golden Go over Incineroar.
You're right. Okay. Thank you for that.
Of course. I just wanted to know because I ran that team for like 4 months, and it was more of a personal, am I going crazy moment. So you are totally fine.
Good.
This is also
Good
a
what?
throwback for LAIC
You're
because
thinking
that
I'm
was
bitch
the
on the
team
person
that
who redeems fit check. You are the person who redeems the fit check.
And that was
more
when I
than
picked it up
anybody
right
else.
after that.
That's only because Night Angel doesn't have enough points.
A lot of the other trainers because that became a very popular team right after.
What's that
yeah,
loud scream?
Like, that Incineroar just parting shot out. The Golden Go honestly
Yeah,
looks
you do
very
need the rest,
comfortable on
Kaylee.
the
Like,
field right now, even though the Sinistra has switched out.
I'll leave the stream, then that'll wake me up. That's really cruel.
Ninetales, great adaptation to that. By
That's
the way,
a very cruel thing to say.
Sinistra's best form of dealing damage
just call me
is
out.
going to be that
Hey.
Gotcha Gotcha, which it's nice. You can heal
I'm
up
gonna.
some health with it. You can maybe burn the opposing Pokemon, but it's not really meant to be a damage dealing Pokemon. You're really looking to try and use it to heal up your own partner Pokemon. And given that Pelipper's already down to its Focus Sash and is staring down to one definitely faster, one potentially faster Pokemon,
my name,
probably going to have to consider
Jazzy
switching it out if
Jesus.
you want it to stay on the field.
Absolutely, and the Sinistra does not want to sit in front of a
Working.
ice type like that Ninetales.
I have enough to
either, which
redeem
has the
another
ability
one.
to just
Damn.
Go ahead and take a chunk out of it with a Blizzard. Could potentially go ahead and commit the Terra to it, but
Commit a crime. Go on, Pelipper.
do that unless you're going for a
God,
Trick
this screen is always so janky.
It's possible. I mean, a Trick Room setup
Come
in
on,
front of an
Pokemon, you
Alolan
need better.
Ninetales
This-
and a
this has
Golden
gotta
Go,
change.
especially knowing that you did bring the Ursaluna into the game, would be pretty strong. You could always just buy some packs as well
Incineroar.
with good old Fake Out.
Hello.
Golden Go is now susceptible to it now that it's no longer a Ghost type.
Leave in an hour? Why? Don't leave in an hour.
Golden Go does get to avoid all of the weaknesses
Stay.
that it has to Incineroar, but does get
Put
to
your
be
feet
faked
up.
out in the future. But actually, it's going to just be the switch in for the Incineroar and Ursaluna getting knocked
Down goes
out
Ursaluna.
immediately with the combination of Blizzard and Make It Rain. So Ursaluna, that
Bro,
big damage threat,
that's
has
wild.
to go down immediately. So
That's
it's just
so
gonna be the
wild.
Incineroar, that 1 HP Pelipper, and you know what? Sinistra may need to get some
And get sick
Machagachi
pay.
damage out there.
No, gotta work. The kitchen said jump back to stream. Hell yeah, you'll be missed otherwise.
Francisco has stocked up on caffeine.
Well, Incineroar definitely
Caffeine?
has drinking down
You
some
mean
of that
G
Machagachi
Fuel?
from
Hell
Sinistra,
yeah. Use
giving
code
it a
ACE.
little
Everybody
extra
use code
boost
ACE
for
now.
The end game here.
I do have to wonder what the win condition here is
I
exactly
command
for
thee.
Francesco. Looking at the opposing side
My
of the
name
field,
is
you really wanna be
Francesco,
landing
and
the
I'm
flare
going to
blitz into
win
that
the
Nine
game.
Tails, and
Maybe.
then maybe utilizing the Machagacha to break the focus sash on that Pokemon to try and take it out into hits, which I think is exactly why Jordan is now pivoting out
one of
that
them, one of
Pokemon.
them.
This isn't so much for weather control, it's just for preservation's
I
sake.
see.
Yep, bringing in the Incineroar here. Also gets an Intimidate down onto the opposing Incineroar, which could help it out. Could help the
That was
Ninetales
good.
out
I
in
just
the
ate breakfast.
future,
Oh, well
especially
done.
With the boost to the defense that Snow gives Ice types.
You were
But
good yesterday as well.
We'll just go ahead and get rid of that debuff and go for a parting shot into the Incineroar now. So
Bye bye,
debuff,
Incin.
Francesco
Incin swaps
retreating
out.
the
Who comes
Incineroar
in?
and pivoting back
Well,
out
there's
to
only Pelipper. Put the rain back up.
For any type of weather control, although we're going to see this weather change multiple
Hey,
times.
MSD Phoenix. I'm
But
alright.
more
How
than
you
anything,
doing?
Just trying to make space for some damage to start landing on these Pokemon, which is
You all right there, Kaylee?
absolutely blocked by the Protect.
Get better at
You
eating,
do
working
now
out.
have
Does that to you?
perfectly
Hell
accurate
yeah.
hurricanes,
Yeah,
which
it
will
do.
help a little bit. This Pelipper also has muddy
And look at the
water,
body
which
you're
will
getting.
be super effective against the Incineroar, and of
The
course, the muddy
body.
water accuracy drop can always be a way to buy your way back into the game. I think the most important thing to
Someone
keep
just
an
keeps
eye on for
yelling.
this
Stop
turn is
yelling.
that unless Jordy switches that Ninetales in for the Golden Go, the Flare Blitz from the opposing Incineroar, which it does not have, so that's
It would
moot
sound so
point,
much
is
better if they
actually gonna be
turned the
knockoff
music
on
up.
that Incineroar, so that's guaranteed to do super effective.
Got a week
damage
off
to
work
the
today, you
Sinistra.
lucky duck. Good
So
lord. What you
Sinistra
got
not
planned,
the
or are you just
best
going to relax?
spot to try and set up Trick Room and maybe twist things around to give itself more opportunities to get caffeinated. So it looks like Francisco's
Alla fine del
condition really is
turno.
going to be
Alla
just
fine
trying to
del
get as many of
turno.
these Machagachas in as possible.
Oh, there's the muddy water.
Muddy
like you mentioned,
water.
the power
Ooh,
of
decent.
The rain boosting it just a little bit onto the Golden Go. But
There's
getting
the
big
accuracy
damage
drop.
Oh.
Yeah, the accuracy drop on
Machagacha.
the Golden Go, but also taking this Machagacha. That's
Nice.
going to be a KO. So the accuracy drop not really mattering too much there as the Machagacha
Beautiful
just
scenes.
drinks up the now water Golden Go.
And there definitely was a tailwind that we missed at this point, and I just want to call that out because I think it was when I was looking in my database.
Looking in the memory
Yeah,
banks.
that's the one
Finally
downside.
cooked a
I
family
can't
Thanksgiving
look in the
meal.
memory banks and,
Damn.
also
My
watch what's
recommendation,
happening at the same
turkey.
time. I need to get some more RAM.
Best is scared because I've been taking care of myself. How rude, honestly.
That too.
Honestly. I've been more supportive in the past day.
Coming out onto the
But I'm
field
Liam.
now, but with that Golden Go off and with Incineroar
Oh,
also
no.
being able to threaten fake out pressure, could be able to start making something
The
happen
Ninetales
against
has
just
put the
this low
snows
health
back up.
Ensign
That's
and
not ideal.
Incineroar and the Ninetales, especially because Francesco is running that with the Flare Blitz.
Life Dew is Gotcha Vitale.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. Sorry, I was trying to think. Thinking
I'm
back
not
to
scared.
how
I'm
many
shocked.
turns
Get it
Tailwind
right.
could have been in
Ooh,
play.
she's all attitude
I
today.
think the win condition here at this point is, the Sinistra cannot be faked out. Okay, so Tailwind probably is
freeze.
down at this point.
Tailwind would have
Imagine.
just ended, so Sinistra now going for the Trick Room here to regain the speed
Perfect,
control
yep.
in the other way.
Mate.
So then that means that the Incineroar can land the Flare Blitz into the opposing Incineroar. You set Trick Room up, and then Machagacha
Oh,
Flare
dear.
Blitz for the win condition against the opposing Ninetales.
Run it. Lock it in.
Lock.
Matcha
Right.
gotcha.
I think that's it.
Yeah, so there's the Trick Room from
Distortozona.
Sinistra.
That's a great name.
I don't know how many Pokemon we have left on Jordy's
Distortozona.
side. It's just the Ninetales. I think there's one more.
Round
yet.
12 pairings? Not quite yet.
That's the
There's still
real
loads
one.
of games
So
still being played.
Still, neither of these Pokemon going to want to
Oh
stare
god, there
down
are
this
as well. Good
Incineroar
lord,
with
there's
the
so
Flare
many
Blitz.
games still in play.
Ninetales is okay getting the speed or the defense boost in the snow, but it's already a Focus Sash, so it's already a 2-hit
Oh my.
KO. And can buy a little bit of time, but you really need some freezes if you're going to make something happen with that Ninetales.
Exactly. Seeing that terrestrialization is still in play is interesting. You don't want to terrestrialize the Sinistra as it's a water type.
You should never eat breakfast unless a
which,
protein shake. I'm
as long
allowed
as
to
the
be
Rillaboom's
shocked.
on the field, I
Wow.
think that's a very bad idea.
Protein
You're
shakes
gonna
are
be taking a lot
amazing.
more
So
damage
leave them
from
alone.
grass type attacks.
I love a
This
good
is an
protein
Assault
shake,
Vest Rillaboom.
especially a G
Still
Fuel
has
protein
Woodhammer,
shake.
of course,
They're
so
the best
that's the
ones.
move you want to avoid. But I do think that
Thank
the
you
ghost
very
type
much.
terrestrialization is interesting on Incineroar to consider for this turn if you want to, or if you are worried about that fake out from the opposing Rillaboom. But you do have enough health on the Incineroar where that's not necessarily a bad thing, and you could also just opt to heal yourself up.
Yeah, you would be able to dodge the fake out, but at what cost, right? Then you remove your resistance to ice and to grass type attacks. And you do also remove your weakness.
Yeah,
to
you
the
never
high
used to eat breakfast at
horsepower
all. There
from
you go.
The Rillaboom,
All it does is
But
shoot
then
you.
leave yourself, but then you leave yourself susceptible to Aurora Veil, which means that 2-hit KO on the Alolan Ninetales is not looking as guaranteed.
And I think I see what Francesco is going for here, trying to potentially target down the Ninetales with a parting shot or something like that.
Ready
to
for
weaken
fun.
its special attack and maybe be able to just tank it all out.
Technically, it's food.
I don't know. That puts a lot of stuff on Sinistra, though. I am very curious how this game ended up, as
They call me the
unfortunately
bean
our
burglar
players are
because I
ready on
burgle
stage.
beans.
So if you want to know who ended up winning this match, and you don't want to cheat by looking at the match results for this previous round, you should head over to to youtube.com/playpokemon, where you can see all of our
I'm gonna
feature
cheat and look at the match results.
matches from the stream today, the stream yesterday. There are some incredible games up there, and if we take a look at the pairings, which will certainly not.
Oh no, the
spoil
pairings are
what
up for
just
round 11. If that's the current
happened. I
round,
hope
you idiot boy, Liam.
standings, pairings.
Let's take a look at the standings.
Oh yeah, round 10.
It's not going to spoil.
Where our players are and see who is still
Francesco Piopero won.
in their top. So close. We are now in the moments where everyone is making their way to the elimination bracket. You can see the 6 people there on the left side of your screen are 1 game away from guaranteed.
Oh bless, because there's so obviously because there's so few players in the senior division. Like
from the tournament, including our defending world champion.
the kiddos are on round 3. Oh, they only started today, didn't they? They're on round 3, so their top players are 2-0.
How tough the
That's cute.
competition is. Everybody
Listen,
here
you be good
is
and get
playing
sleep,
at
and
the
I'll
same
keep being good and
level
eat
at this
food.
point. Everybody here is dealing
And
with
then
the same nerves.
I
Everybody here is dealing with
will
I
keep
would
being
argue, like, the same
handsome as fuck.
You know, the same amount
And
of
then
luck
everybody
that's
wins.
gonna come into their runs, the
I
same
like the sound of
amount
that.
you know,
I best eat my breakfast nowadays, even if it's a cereal bar.
the
Yeah,
same
there you
amount of
go.
exhaustion coming into their games, and with only a couple rounds of Swiss left, and knowing
You
that
can get
really
some
need to
cereal
keep
bars that are
that
like low
2-loss
sugar,
record in order to lock
low
your
sugar,
way
low
into
sodium.
top cut,
Do you feel
that
makes
is going to
protein?
be
Yeah,
a
mate.
Very tough couple rounds of Swiss, but let's go ahead and take a
Got
look at
the
our
bags
notable,
downstairs.
pairings
Yeah, they
going
do chocolate
into this
protein.
round,
They
as we have the
do
pleasure of
iced
featuring
mocha.
Justin Tang versus
No,
Yuya
cafe
Tada
mocha
here on
and
the
French
main
vanilla
stream,
coffee
and I'm so excited to see this
protein.
match.
Yeah, and that is
That's been my breakfast every day since they dropped it. Since they first dropped it, like a year ago.
Which again is something that
Maybe longer
Justin
than
has
that.
done at every event he has played in this season.
You'd need to be that in order to keep at it, Liam.
treating him very well, but
What? I'd need to
Yuya
be
Tada
what
is
in order to
also
keep
a
at it?
player who is
Keep at what?
known for making it deep
What?
runs in
What
these
is
international
girl
championships. So
saying?
I'm really excited to see this matchup coming up.
Our feature stream will be
What is
featuring
girl
Yuma
say?
Kinigawa versus Eric Rios and Giovanni Siski versus Yoav Revin, and all of those
Yay!
matches
Justin
as well
Tang
are going
versus
to be
Yuya
win-and-in.
Tado. Let's go.
Definitely keep an eye on those matches if you want to go back and watch them. Make a note of that for later, but you're going to want to stick with us because, again, Justin Tang versus Yuya Tada is going to
Said
be
you're
such
gonna keep
an
being handsome as
incredible
fuck.
match.
Yeah.
I cannot wait to see how this is going to shake out.
I'm
as
assuming she
we've seen both
means
these
a fit
trainers,
so you
a
can
little
continue
bit
the other
throughout this
side.
weekend so far,
I only
Justin
half
Tang
heard the
especially,
convo.
and it's going to be a very close match, and it's going to be a really fun, honestly, matchup looking at the teams they're running.
Absolutely, we'll get into that in just a moment. Of course, we have those 2 win-and-in matches at the bottom. The side streams will be showing potential elimination matches. this
Eliminate
time
these
around,
nuts.
just to clear.
Oh, Kaylee was trying to say that I wasn't handsome.
And really tense moments moments for all
You
of
need to
those
be
players
handsome as
on
fuck
the
in
side
order
screen.
to
So,
keep being handsome as
as
fuck.
we head down onto stage, we have Yuya Tada versus Justin Tang, and this is going to be an
Being handsome as fuck
incredible
helps with
matchup.
certain
We've
endeavors.
already
Does
seen
it, Amanda?
Justin's team earlier on
Are you
in
saying that
the
I am? Thank
tournament.
you.
Actually, the very first match we streamed
The
of
fuck was
this
that
tournament
noise?
was Justin Tang, who then took a victory
was
in
that?
that match and then kept on winning all the way through day one.
So beside, I need to make a coffee then. Rip.
Justin Tang is one win away from making it into the top cut. And it was that support
Brev.
Corona and the light screen and reflect on Grimmsnarl that really took it home for him.
And a team that he has a lot of experience with, getting top 8 at the Las Vegas Regional
I'm
Championships
Liam.
just last weekend.
Come on,
It's
Justin.
the incredible bulk of that Grimmsnarl that really enables the Blood Moon Ursaluna,
I believe in
the
Justin Tang.
Volcarona, to
Clap,
get
clap.
this damage down on the field. Excuse me, the Golden Go to get the damage down on the field.
Jamie's
The
using a
Volcarona
Grimmsnarl,
provides
but
some excellent support
not the
for
coffee
that
does
as
the
well.
act of
And
having
I
coffee
think
as my
coming
brain
into the
sign the day has
International
begun. There you
Championships, a
go,
lot of
exactly.
trainers don't expect this little bit of extra bulk, and that opens up the opportunity for these crazy powerful Pokemon to go on the offense. And looking at Yuya Tada's team, those having that Blood Moon Ursaluna
Ooh,
go on the
Pelipper.
offense
Shame about
here
Sinister,
against
though.
the Archaludon against the opposing Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to be so key, as this is a very familiar team if you were just watching our replay. It looks exactly like the team that Francesco was running with that Incineroar over
It
the
does look
Golden
very
Go,
similar.
the Elizabeth Rain team that was very popular here last year.
Not
Where
same,
you're gonna
same
be
though, is
looking
it?
at the Archaludon with those electro shots and the stamina for body press to be your main damage dealers.
Yeah, so having the rain mode with the Pelipper
Oh, I
and
do
the
love
Archaludon
Archaludon.
with the Sinistcha,
Which is so funny, because when I first saw it, I was like, no
that we
thanks.
saw in Francesco's match, but also has the different type of Ursaluna using the Blood Moon Ursaluna and bringing in the Farigiraf for additional trick room pressure, not just putting all of those on the Sinistcha. That gives Yuya a few more options for setting up that trick room mode.
And I really like that, especially
Come
against
on.
Justin's team, as there's really no opportunity to shut that trick room
I'm very, very
down.
hyped for
You
another
could
round of
try
top-level bloody
and
play.
Stop trick room with a Thunderwave paralysis.
Teams being similar
but
is a shock. Normally, the teams are unique, so unique and competitive.
if
Yeah,
that
right.
is your concern, which it
Honestly.
very much should be given this lead.
Early
you're
riser,
better off
that's what I
trying to
call my
weather the storm,
whoa.
And I think Archaludon's natural bulk is a good start towards that.
Yeah, it's natural bulk and the fact that Justin is using a Snarl Archaludon. Actually, both players are using Snarl Archaludon.
They are both
but
using Snarl
what's really
Archaludon. That is
powerful
very
about
accurate.
against Yuya's team is that by going with the special attacking Blood Moon Ursaluna, you could potentially just really negate the power of that Pokemon over time. That's going to be a scale shot, trying to do the scale shot to the side onto the Archaludon, but came up Snake Eyes once again.
Imagine missing scale shot on your own partner.
KO onto the Incineroar, which means Incineroar gets to go for the parting shot and switch out and drop the
Just about to
special
say, finish the
attack of that
sentence.
Archaludon on Justin's side. And that is a devastating scale shot miss.
And Yuya would have gotten a switch regardless had that scale shot connected.
Oh,
but the fact that the Incineroar is still
what a
around
rough turn.
does mean that it can come back in and intimidate and parting shot once more. Getting the
Mate.
trick room up on turn 1 of this match with the Ursaluna next to this Farigiraf, though, does mean that Yuya is free
That's
now
real
to go
rough.
on the offense. Justin does have Archaludon with Assault Vest, which is going to be your best answer to that Ursaluna on the field, like you were saying with Snarl, but there's no Snarls in play yet.
There's no Snarls in play yet, and
I'm gonna
the
snarl.
miss on the scale shot
Brr.
is even more devastating.
That's how my snarl
With
sounds.
that body press anymore, that means Archaludon has to switch out. Volcarona will come in instead, which does also have the
Volcarona.
ability to lower the special attack of that Ursaluna with Struggle Bug. But Dragonite will also be retreating in favor of Justin's own Blood Moon Ursaluna, trying to match the damage of Yuya Tada's Blood Moon Ursaluna. Volcarona takes some big damage on the switch.
Snarl needs
though.
work.
Will
I'm
be able to
trying.
beat up its Citrus Berry and
Trying,
recover
mate.
a good amount of that health back. Still in a 2-hit KO range of Earth Power, which means there are just no safe switch-ins there, really, for the Archaludon, but will survive this Psychic.
But the Ursaluna Blood Moon on Justin's side of the field does get in without taking any damage. So Justin has one opportunity here to try and even up the damage on the
Ursaluna
field.
in Trick Room is
Unfortunately
scary.
for this Volcarona, it doesn't have access to Protect, so it's going to be forced to either try and redirect an attack away from the Ursaluna or otherwise just buy some more time in Trick Room in hopes of getting through this these 5 turns.
Well, the speed interaction between these two Blood Moon Ursaluna are going to be so important. If Justin
Blood
is
Moon.
slower than Yuya Tada, that means that he will be able to go before
Ursaluna.
and potentially knock out the opposing Ursaluna with a big Terra Normal Blood Moon. However, if Yuya is slower, then that means that he will be able to move first and deal big damage, and there's nothing that Justin can do about it. And this is going to be even bigger damage with a Terra Normal plus a helping hand. The only way for Justin to dodge this would be to go first or protect itself. And you have to imagine, with that protect, Justin is worried about that speed interaction for sure. But even with the resistance and the assault vest on this Archaludon, that's good damage.
That is very good damage.
Stamina
but
building,
we
though.
finally get one of those stamina boosts on the board for Archaludon. And looking at how much damage that Hyper Voice did, it's possible that even with all of the boosts on the field for Archaludon, Blood Moon is not a guaranteed knockout at this point in time. And that's great information for Justin, because otherwise there's nothing really stopping this Blood Moon Ursaluna for just going for it right now.
Yeah,
Do a little helping hand.
For the Blood Moon Ursaluna. That is
That's
going
a
to be
big Hyper Voice.
coming out, so Yuya's Blood Moon Ursaluna goes first, and that's a one-hit KO onto the Ursaluna on Justin's
Yuya
side.
going ham.
No critical hit, no nothing. That's just the raw damage of Terra Normal, Life Orb, and Helping Hand. Archaludon will be able to fire back with a Draco Meteor, which doesn't pick up the KO. Justin really needed that little bit of extra damage onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna there. I really loved what he set up there to sort of force Yuya to only be able to take out one of the offensive threats at a time, but he really needed that KO to make something happen.
Yeah, Justin's in a
He
rough
really
spot,
needed
but
that
he could turn it
KO,
around.
Or he really needed the opportunity to protect on the Archaludon this turn. Fortunately, Dragonite
Trick Room's
can protect,
really
so that's
bad,
another
though.
turn of Trick Room gone for one of his Pokemon
That's
slots.
wild.
But in order to keep the Archaludon safe, your only option is going to be to switch in that Volcarona, who cannot take another Hyper Voice.
And Sinistra is going to switch
Oh,
in and caffeinate that Ursaluna
Oh, that's
on the other side,
fucking hell.
regaining some of the health that it took
What a
from
play.
the Draco Meteor. Justin
What a
will
play.
switch out will switch out the Archaludon for the Volcarona this time around.
That's one rowdy Volcarona.
Dragonite did not go for a protect. It still has the multi-scale
Oh,
intact,
boy.
so will be able to be one of the only things that
Mate.
can take one of these Hyper Voices coming out from the Blood Moon Ursaluna. That will give Justin an opportunity to go on the offensive.
Oh, I
and
just
make
got
an
fucking shiny
attack
Dedenne
here
and
with
go.
the
Let's
skill
go.
shot. This
Hell
one's
yeah.
going to connect onto the Sinistra
Hell
here.
yeah.
Needs a lot
Oh,
of
shit.
damage and needs the Archaludon to be able to deal some damage.
Nice.
back
Little
once this Trick
chocolate
Room
baby.
ends.
But it does enough damage to activate the Citrus Berry
Let's
on
go.
the Sinistra. So depending on if this
Hell
last
yeah.
scale shot hits, the Sinistra could really
Oh,
mitigate a lot of that damage. But
Don't break out of
it's
ball.
something.
It's something.
It's something.
And something is exactly
Oh.
what you need. Fortunately for Justin,
Why are
the
you
Trick
breaking
Room
out
has
again, sir?
finally ended here, which means that there may be an opportunity to finally start,
Thank you.
getting the momentum
Scary.
back for him. But there's still that Incineroar in the back, and there's still that
it's got good
Farigiraf that
stats
is
as well.
perfectly healthy.
The
Ooh.
Farigiraf is going to be running
shoe, big
Mental Herb, so
shoe.
it's not the throat spray variant that would
Clean.
be, I think, ideal for this end game. You know, it's going to be able to deal super
Love to
effective
see it.
damage to the Dragonite with Dazzling Gleam, but overall, it's still going to be the Blood Moon Ursaluna that Yuya will
Thank
probably
you.
want to pick up this end game. So if he can
Nice.
set up Trick Room one more time with the Sinistra, I think that's the win con he's going for, especially with the switch.
Yeah, well, this switch especially is going to make it really
Oh,
difficult
cheeky
for
scale
Justin
shot.
to
Gonna
stop
pop the
anything
citrus
from
at some
happening here.
point, unless the citrus
scale
already
shot
popped and I missed
trying
it.
to connect onto the Sinistra, but the Intimidate is dealing
Oh, no, it already
doing
popped.
so
Okay.
much to mitigate that damage. Gets the 5th hit this time around, but Sinistra
Ooh,
needed
Draco?
that extra hit the
Or
first time.
Sinistra
It needs a
fast?
couple
No,
critical
Sinistra's
hits on
slow,
this
so.
time to try to break the Sinistra or a double target from the
Oh, the snarl wasn't
and the
enough.
Scale shot miss. The 5th hit that allows Sinistra to survive for one
Damn.
more turn here in the red.
That's
health
big
and
sad.
go ahead and set up the Trick Room on his own. But I think what Yuya switching here was really smart.
Big
because
sad.
even if Sinistra went down there, you'd be able to bring in the Farigiraf and set up the Trick Room with the fake out pressure anyway.
Exactly, and I love how Yuya played this game because support the Ursaluna Blood
Ding
Moon
dong.
is the perfect strategy.
Well played for the first
if and
round.
when you catch your opponent off guard, and that's exactly what we saw. It was kind of surprising to me that we didn't see Justin lock in the Grimmsnarl in this matchup, given that one of
Lock
the
in
ways that I
D's
think
nuts,
Yuya's
am I
team really
right?
succeeds is getting the Trick Room up for Ursaluna Blood Moon, then using Farigiraf to stop Fake Out, using Sinistra to heal it.
Come on, Justin,
and then you
claw
also
it
have
back.
the Incineroar as well to do what it does best and just be there.
Claw it back.
But going into this game number 2, I do think that
Doody
Grimmsnarl is a
doody
very
doo, doody
natural
doo,
adjustment,
doody
and only
doo,
because
doo,
once
doo.
Light Screen is on the field, all of a sudden that Blood Moon Ursaluna is
Na,
no
na,
longer
na, na,
going to be
na,
able
na,
to
na.
deal that crazy amount of damage. It'll just be a normal amount of damage, and with that little bit of
Bloody
extra breathing
Sinistra.
room, I do
Bloody
think that Justin will
Sinistra.
be able to find his way through Trick Room a little bit easier. The question, though, is if Yuya brings both his Trick Room setters again, can he get through it twice?
Yeah, that's a big question, but I don't know that Justin
I bet
really
Yuya can do it.
too much differently because
I want Justin to win.
Let's not forget that first turn started
Come on,
off
Justin.
with a scale shot missing onto the Archologron.
Those hyper voices were disgusting.
Definitely would have been able to deal big damage to either the Incineroar
Unbelievable
or the
scenes.
Ursaluna, and just having that available to one-hit KO that big threat on Yuya's side makes those trick room turns
Here we
so
go.
much
Grimmsnarl,
more difficult.
Ursaluna.
Justin is not going to go
This is
for
Pelipper
that
and
risk, or
Archie.
maybe
Let's
Yuya
go.
says, oh, actually, Justin had an answer for that, and I got
Love to
bailed
see
out by
Pelipper
that
and Archie
10%
together.
chance. Let's both switch it up here.
I also think that Justin has put his life on the line with Scale Shot one too many times. I respect the fact that he made the adjustment.
Grimmsnarl, go away.
Pelipper going for the Terastallization into the Terra Stellar
Ooh.
immediately. Going to boost the power of the Weather Ball and the Hurricane on
Terrastella
that Pokemon.
Pelly.
That's an aggressive Terastallization.
Ooh,
And it
okay.
gets punished with a Thunder Wave. That means that Pelipper is now going
But
to
a
be
weather ball,
slower
one
than
nicely
the
timed
Blood
weather
Moon
ball.
Ursaluna. But because there was no attack, that does mean that it will be able to get, it will be able to survive this turn because of that Focus Sash and at least fire off one Terrastellar power boosted
Damn.
attack. There's the Electro Shot that connects straight
Nicely
onto
done.
the Grimmsnarl, deals good
That'll be a
damage there,
two-shot.
But the Earth Power comes out from Justin's own
Oh,
Ursaluna
it won't be a
and takes
two-shot.
one-hit KO on the Assault Vest.
Bruv.
This is why Assault Vest Archolodon has always felt a little bit fake because Blood Moon Ursaluna still one-hit KOs it.
And this is
Oh, the full power is gutting.
Making up for turn 1 of game 1, Yuya is not able to deal any damage with that Pelipper.
That's
Is not able to
disgusting.
go on the offensive despite the
Mate.
Terastallization.
That's a real rough right there.
And this is why the Blood Moon Ursaluna broke up the friendship between the Incineroar and the Golden Go. It has so many answers to what is good in the format right now, especially when it's holding the Life Orb. I think this is one of the later adaptations of this Pokemon in Regulation H, and it is such a threat. That now being said, I think we're finally going to be able to see the speed
Life Orb Blood Moon
interactions
is rough.
between these two Blood Moon Ursaluna. Maybe next turn if this is a double protect, or not.
That's just going to be a faster
Oh,
Blood Moon Ursaluna
oh
from
my
Justin
God,
Tang.
Justin, go on.
2 KOs from Justin Tang's Blood
That's
Moon Ursaluna.
baller.
It is not happy about how game 1 went.
And the confidence.
Jesus.
We haven't even seen Grimmsnarl go for a light screen yet. Just went for the speed control on the Pelipper, and now
Mate.
I think I saw a Spirit Break going into the Pelipper. Probably was the Ursaluna before it was knocked out.
That's
Did
poshy,
take a
that.
bit of a risk there. Had a Weather Ball connected into his own Ursaluna, we would be looking at a
Yeah,
different
that's a
game,
forfeit.
but
I'm not surprised.
You can see why Yuya locked in the forfeit right there.
Yeah.
Those were two insanely
That was wild.
game-defining knockouts
That was so
in those two
short.
turns.
Yeah, that's kind of just what Blood Moon Ursaluna does sometimes.
That was so short.
If you let that Life Orb Blood Moon Ursaluna get rolling, it gets rolling. And what's really impressive about that, you mentioned the confidence that Justin had. There was no
Mate.
Terastallization either. He knew exactly how much damage he was going to do with that Blood Moon. He knew that his opponent
I'd love to know what he's
would not be
thinking
able
right
to
now.
survive it.
What are the
We
thoughts
saw
running
there
through his
Yuya
head?
locking in the forfeit. No
Is
way
it
out.
do that again exactly
But
as I
now
did
you
it?
ask the question of how you respond to that, because clearly the Archolodon and the Pelipper was not the answer that Yuya was looking
Mate.
for. And if you go back to that Trick Room mode, is the Farigiraf's bulk enough? You could always bring that Incineroar alongside of it.
That's
as
crazy.
Justin has no way to stop Fake Out on that Ursaluna, as it's also a Terra Normal type. So it will be able to, always be flinched or forced to protect
What's
in that
going on, Brev?
situation, which would guarantee the Trick Room setup. And you can't even think about a Thunder Wave into that Pokemon, as Armor Tail will stop Prankster. And then once Trick
Holy
Room is set
moly.
up, assuming the Ursaluna is slower, which is what
Here it
it
is,
seems
game
to
3,
be like,
baby.
you will then be in the driver's seat. And it looks like that's exactly the adaptation Yuya's going for.
All right, I love this game.
Turn up the
3
game
leads
audio,
here, the
goddammit.
Incineroar and the
Goddammit.
Farigiraf against the Dragonite and Ursaluna for Justin Tang. As you can
Alrighty.
see, he is locked in. The same thing as game 1, but hiding it a little bit this time. And if the scale shot can land, it could be really powerful. And we can see exactly what Justin
Hey,
was going
Cindy,
for
I'm
in
good.
that
How you
first
doing?
game.
It's a risk, though. At least you have the Blood Moon Ursaluna to back it up, and admittedly, maybe the fact that the Ursaluna will come back in and then you can protect it that turn will buy you a little more
Chaladon.
time, but you're still putting everything.
Not bad.
Okay, you got 1 stamina boost,
No.
so that's pretty
Even
good.
better, a bonus stamina boost from the Incineroar. The
No,
scale shot
Oh, good, 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 good. I thought that failed again.
That's split-second delay. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that split-second
3.
delay. If I felt it like that, then you know Justin felt it like that too.
4.
There's going to be this scale shot connecting onto our
But the trick room's going up.
defenses will raise, and now finally Justin
Right.
gets the beefy Archaladon he was hoping for in
Mate,
game
plus 6
1.
defense
That is now
Archaladon.
Max defense Archaladon with that fake out as well. So here comes the trick room. Yuya, you
Still
did
tied
get the
early
miss
here.
on the
Fair.
scale shot. Show me how you defeat this Archaladon.
The nice thing is that with Incineroar on the field as well, there is no way for Yuya to immediately go on the offense. He will have to parting shot or
Yeah,
let
it's just
something
a case
get
of
knocked
which
out this
Pokemon
turn.
is switching.
The Burger F as well is going to struggle to deal damage as multi-scale is still in play, and the Archaladon will just naturally resist both of its attacks. So overall, I think Justin is in the driver's seat despite
Well, it
the
looks
fact
like
that Trick Room has been set up on the field.
Nothing is switching on the other side.
Because this Volcarona
Yeah,
is
Dazzling
now
Gleam,
coming
fair.
in.
Yep.
You can see Yuya is just going on the offensive, trying to
Oh,
get
knock off the
all
Assault
damage
Vest.
that he can off onto the Archaladon. Knocks off the Assault Vest because you're never going to get any damage on the physical side anymore. But that Volcarona is also going to be able to use that Rage Powder to protect the Archaladon for the rest of the game.
But in this situation, there's no need to redirect any attacks as the opposing Incineroar could consider going for a Flare Blitz here, but I think what Justin is thinking with that Struggle Bug is that you want to try and catch the Ursaluna Blood Moon on the switch.
Yeah, Struggle Bug's a good shout.
Every turn that Yuya is wasting in Trick Room is another turn towards your win condition. And there's
Because if
nothing
Ursaluna
stopping
switches
this
in and
Archaladon
instantly
from
gets
going
-1
for
special
body press
attack,
after
that's a
body
good.
press because it's up to
That's a good turn.
Yuya to answer that.
Yeah, and Yuya is not going for
There's
any
the Dazzling
switches
Gleam.
because it is
Incin
too
will be
risky at this
donezo.
powered up
Oh, it's a
field.
big Flare
Just going
Blitz
on
into
the
Volt.
offensive into the Volcarona, deals great damage.
It should
with
be a
that
double
Flare
KO
Blitz,
though,
but
probably.
will be mitigated with the Citrus Berry. And the Dazzling Gleam keeps chipping away at the Archaladon, which could add up over
Body
time.
press.
But it's got nothing on this body press that wipes
So now it's a
Incineroar
single target
off
Struggle
of the
Bug.
map here.
Which means Yuya can now get the Ursaluna Blood Moon on the field. So that is one good thing for Yuya.
Single target, super
Yeah.
effective Struggle Bug KOs. We love it.
And now can also get another Pokemon in next to that Blood Moon Ursaluna to provide support if that is the back line that Yuya has. And it does look like it will be
Ooh,
the
yeah, 'cause
Sinistcha
now-
and that Ursaluna Blood
'cause
Moon.
Sinistra's
So,
got Rage Powder.
Can't necessarily take advantage of the Hospitality
So-
ability, but can try and use some Rage Powder support of its
Oh,
own,
that's
which will
real
definitely
bad.
make things harder for this Archaladon.
Yeah,
Now, that being
Archaladon's
said,
kinda
though, several
done.
turns of Trick Room have already passed, so Justin's win condition
Yeah,
at this point
maybe-
in time really is to just stall out the remaining couple turns of Trick Room. And with all
Yeah,
four
I
Pokemon
think Archie is
remaining, that's a lot
done.
easier than the first time around.
Absolutely easier said than done, and Justin is just using the
Paranormal
threat of a Rage
Ursaluna.
Powder here to potentially stop Yuya from going for a big Earth Power or even a Blood Moon into the Archaladon to pick up that KO. Instead, Yuya will go for the option
Okay.
to terrestrialize into the normal type and go for the Hyper Voice and not go for a Rage Powder on the Sinistcha.
I see what they were going for because of the Assault Vest going. Oh wait! Oh, maybe a burn. 4 times resisted. Oh, no burn. Nice, Justin. Well done.
And this was the master plan in game 1, brought to fruition
Mate,
here
4-0
in
as well.
game 3, as Justin Tang is about to lock his 4th consecutive top cut of Regulation H.
Archaladon
Mate,
playing to
well
all,
done.
or Yuya playing to all of its outs, hoping for a burn on that
Bro,
Archaladon, but
Justin
it was
Tang
just
is
too late
fucking
in the
cracked.
end. Justin Tang showing just why he is doing so insanely well in Regulation H with those adaptations. Even if that
Bro's had
scale
one
shot
loss all
missed
weekend.
a second time in that game 3, he's still guaranteed
He's now
one
10-1.
stamina boost with that fake out connect into the Pokemon with that switch. That was such a clever play. It gave him the opportunity.
Yeah, there's
to
loads
at
of
least
games still
ensure that
going
our
as well. Good
Paladin
lord.
would start getting that body press damage going. Would have a chance against the
Good lordy
Incineroar
lord.
and the Farigiraf, which would both take decent damage from that attack.
I'll tell you
and I
what.
think more importantly, would be
Tinkle and
forced
fill
to
up your
attack
drinkle.
into the
It's always a good
Archaludon to
shout.
boost that stamina further. The fact that it connected was just an added bonus.
Absolutely. Very well played there
good
from
stretch.
Justin.
Wait, don't do
well
that.
Played
Leave
from
that
Yuya
on.
as well in our
Tinkle,
other
drinkle,
matches,
burp.
other games during the match. But just unfortunately in that last game, Justin had the read. He knew exactly what he wanted to go for. It was what he had tried to set up in game 1, but just missed on the back of a Snake Eyes on the loaded dice on the Dragonite. Scale shot, of course, not being 100% accurate, but that's why we play best of 3s. That's why we don't have a best of 1 right now, because you have one of those games that happens. Okay, let's move on. It's still the right plan if I can get it set up. And Justin proved exactly why it was going to work if he could have gotten off in game 1. And now he's in top cut for a 4th consecutive tournament. Just wild.
And it's really a return to form for Justin, because we saw him take off like this in his first year of competitive Pokemon, and I think he's been struggling to find that same momentum ever since. But you know, I think it's great that he seems to have found his stride once more.
I think he was a little bit surprised by that survival as well.
I mean, you had lost the Assault Vest at that point. You're dealing with Ursaluna's strongest attack, and I think it was a very safe play from Yuya there, trying to go for that Hyper Voice, because you don't have to play the guessing game of that Rage Powder like you called out. But in the end, Archaludon just really feeling it today for Justin.
Absolutely. Archaludon was ready and willing to body press everything on Yuya's side in that 3rd game. And I'm really excited to see how this team fares in the top cut. Obviously, last time Justin brought a version of this team, he made top 8 in Las Vegas just a week ago. And those small adjustments appear to have made him at least as good as Las Vegas. Probably better, because, you know, top cut at an international championships, maybe a little bit weightier than top cut at the North American regional.
I think so. I mean, it's kind of an interesting regional to compare it to, because there were a lot of international players at said regional, but also the prizing and everything is a lot better here. Also, the venue's cooler. Also, Pikachu is here. Pikachu was not in Las Vegas, so, you know, when the boss man's around, like, it's way cooler.
Yeah, when the boss man's around, you got to show off, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%. You got to impress with the Mr. Boss Man.
Absolutely, and definitely impressed by that performance from Justin. And I'm really excited to, again, see this team as it goes up against some of the other teams in the field. And I'm really glad we've gotten to see it twice so far, because it's been a really interesting, you know, I really loved seeing that 2nd game where the Grimmsnarl actually didn't go for screens in the way that you expect it to, because it showed just how much command Justin has of this archetype. So he's not just going for the standard, okay, I have Grimmsnarl, that means I set Light Screen, that means I set Reflect. You know, that's the easy way to play Grimmsnarl, but it's usually the wrong way to play Grimmsnarl, except in certain matchups. And going for the Thunder Waves and then going for the Spirit Breaks to keep it down during all of that, really impressive.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought up Spirit Break, because I do think that, as Unite's popping off in the background, I do think that there is an interesting trade-off between using Light Screen to, you know, weaken the special damage throughout several turns versus landing the one Spirit Break when you need it to reduce special damage, especially now when looking at the format when there typically is one special attacker that people are dedicating their resources to. But if anybody knows that trade-off, it would be Justin Tang himself. So we have him ready for an interview over on the stage. Let's go ahead and talk to him.
And here we are with Justin Tang once again. 24 hours later, you've already been on the stage before. Here you are again, and you've secured top cut. Justin, put your feelings into words if you can.
It's unbelievable. That's all I can say. Starting off 8-0 yesterday, and then losing my last one was it hurt a little bit, because I've seen the story before of going undefeated and choking into the top cut. But I'm not one of those people today, and this is my 4th top cut in a row. So I am unbelievably happy. I am so happy. And that game was intense, and I don't even know. I'm at a loss of words, but I'm just really happy to be on stage once again.
Yeah, it's great to have you here, of course, as well. Yeah, that was a really tough match, honestly, versus Yuya. So if you can kind of take us through kind of your thought process there. I mean, we saw your thought process on turn 1 of game 1, right? With the scale shot as well. And, of course, it missed as well. What were you feeling after that?
Yeah, so basically, my win condition in this game was mostly the Arch. Arch is very good versus his Ursa. It's also good for his Arch, so I knew Arch Lowdown would be a key piece regardless of how I led it. So game 1, my general idea was to get the body press off in the instant. I really thought he would lead instant Sinish does, so it would force some kind of more mind games that you fake out to me. That's totally fine. That means he just get an Ursa immediately. Was my logic, but instant Fari I guess was a kind of good way of doing that, so he get that Ursa safely. And even if I got that body press KO on instant, I still had to pivot in and out from the Earth Power and Psychic combos. So I don't know if I had enough turns to still win that game 1, but I think my game 2 and game 3 adjustments were much, much better because it allowed my Arch and Blood Moon, as we saw, to really, really shine. Blood Moon came like 4 KOs in the game 2. It's nuts. I haven't really used it much for this weekend, but it went crazy here, so thank you to them. So yeah, got every KO, and then obviously I got a lucky Thunder Wave, but that's what Thunder Wave does. Thankful for that as well. And in game 3, the bait scale shot stuff is some of the funniest things you can do. I was able to pull it off in my round 7.
Oh shit,
but being able to pull it off here, because it's like Ursa has so much pressure on the Trick Center, he's basically forced to fake out. He has to hard call me out, or he doesn't get Trick him out. So it was always safe for me to scale shot the Arch, unless he parting shot reading me that. But that was kind of unlikely, I felt, especially in a game 3, so that was able to kind of win me the game from there.
Yeah, that was really interesting to hear your thought process there, Justin. Thanks for taking us through
We'll
that.
be very right back.
Now, yeah, so you got top 16 at LAIC last year, as you were mentioning as well. You're here again this time
Here we go.
too. Yeah, is anything sort of different in your mindset for this weekend?
Different mindset? Yeah, it's kind of hard to say. LIC last year was interesting. It was my first IC top cut, so it does mean a lot to me. And to be on the stage again this time and potentially do even better, that's on my mind. I want that trophy. I was close-ish last time, and this time around, starting off 8-0 was a really good competition. It's a little cocky, but like, I can't help but feel good because I'm playing good and I'm doing good, and I just hope for the best. We'll see what happens though.
Okay, yeah, we definitely will. And of course, we've also got tomorrow as well, just in case you made
Seen the story of Undefeated and Choke in Top Cut, we know who that's referring to. Do we?
Are you going to try and make some time just in case you make it?
I mean, if I do make finals, I would have to book another flight realistically and probably get a check-in bag for the trophy because I do not have space in my luggage at all. So we will see what happens. That's a little bit thinking too much. I would like to see how I do in the top 8, top 4, whatever. But if it is finals, well, we'll figure it out.
Fair enough. Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves too much. But obviously, you're a very accomplished player, very used to winning regionals as well. But at the international stage, you are certainly ready for it, I'm sure. So finally, Justin, have you got any shout-outs you'd like to give at this point?
Yes, shout out to Shaling.
There's quite a few players that can refer to, true. He could be referring to himself.
I have used a lot of different teams in Red Gauge, but this is obviously probably the best one I've used so far. It's been really insane. Using Ursulino, Blood Moon, and the Arch, I never used them before. It's kind of insane. I took them this long to use them. They're so good. To my team building group for this this regional, Louis, Shanjun, Joe, William, and Gio, our world champ. So thank you so much for all the help and prep. It's been so useful. And thank you, Ethan, for getting my mons, and all my family friends for supporting me back at home.
Fantastic. Justin, thank you so much for chatting with us. We'll let you get ready for your next round, and we'll be back for the final round of Swiss very shortly here at LAIC 2026.
Nicely done, David. Consummate professional. Lovely suit as well. Lovely.
Hey, Pokemon trainers.
Little Pachirisu that could.
Pokemon Championships
Oh.
History. A series
damn
where we
it.
showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon.
Just
Let's
want
flash
little
back to the
Pachirisu that could.
2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain
blur out that
and
logo.
Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for two things.
Do you know what? I get why logos are blurred out on old stuff. It's the same as on TV. But it always annoys me because...
I mean, it really did. Yeah,
Hey,
they
Shady
just took
Penguin.
the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters
I miss
division
Weedang.
Japanese, so Japan's here to play.
Wait,
and,
Weidang. No.
pretty sure
No,
Kobe
Weidang's
wants
someone
to
else.
be able to
So this will
try to set up a clean sweep.
No, he's
for
Dewey.
both
Wade
sides.
Weidang is from locals, you fucking idiot, Liam.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this
Dewey,
era.
Dewey,
as
Dewey?
nearly
His name was Dewey, right?
67% of
Dewey.
all Top Cut teams across all three
I liked his
age
commentary.
divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who
What's
could
his name?
stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the
3DS.
2016 season. So
The
this
old
would be
school.
his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption.
Old
Mark had been on the
school, baby.
world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before game one
Machamp's
could
my
start,
dad.
the casters had one simple question.
Is Machamp
Mark
my dad?
M. Does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even
They sued.
winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp. The crowd is going wild right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its
Don't think
dubious
Machamp is your dad.
50%
How do you know?
accuracy,
Have you
it is
met
now
my dad?
100% a
My
problem
wife
for
hasn't met my
Kangaskhan.
dad.
That's a no guard dynamic punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up game 1 in convincing fashion and was now one win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal
Haven't.
brains and brawn
Ian said we'll be very
combination
right
that was
back. I'm
capable
getting
of
withdrawals.
defeating
Yeah, right. We'll be
Kangaskhan in a
very right
format
back. You should just make it his
ultimately warped by
catchphrase.
its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a parental bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the senior division final championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will
Build
of
the
the crowd
momentum,
had been
baby.
determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're gonna see dynamic punch.
I confidently wager that the Pokemon is not your dad. How do you know that?
It picks up the knockout. It's a crit.
Confident
That is a
wagers mean
critical
nothing.
hit On an incoming Mega Kangaskhan, lost its parental bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic punch is just gonna punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it gonna pick up the knockout? It picks up
Bruh.
another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new seniors division world champion, Mark
Hello.
Champion.
You're just trying to wind me up. Oh,
Mark
it's
and his
easily done
Machamp
though,
played a
right?
flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also
Easily
redeemed
done.
himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches
Yeah,
of all
boy.
time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag
Yeah, right. Exactly. It's not easy, is it? It's not. It's not hard. It's not hard. Albata. Albata. Albata sounds like a type of like rice.
Black and white for the Nintendo DS.
Oh, yeah, can I have some
My favorite
Albata?
Pokemon has been changing a lot. I feel like it's probably Mimikyu, but I actually really been liking Serperior. Mimikyu has been my
Serperior's sick.
favorite Pokemon for a little bit because when I first started playing competitive in 2017, it was one of the strongest Pokemon, and I was.
Hey,
playing
I might
all
bring
teams.
for
But
Regulation F, I
Serperior
might
was
bring
simply
back
the starter evolved from my first Pokemon
Gale
game.
Wings,
I think the
Defog,
farthest I ever traveled to the
Talonflame,
Pokemon event was probably
and
Australia.
Serperior.
For the Oceania International Championship in 2020, since from Italy it's I think around like 20 hours of flight. I feel like there's probably not anybody in
boy.
particular that I look up to, but I really try to motivate myself by seeing also the results that my friends are getting. Like for example, Luca Ciribelli that was able to win the World Championship this year, and also Federico Camporesi. My most memorable match that I ever played on stream was probably the finals of OCC 2020, in which I was able to play Eduardo Cunha and defeat him, since he was one of my first international and I didn't
Damn.
really expect to win. I actually usually don't eat any type of food like during the event. I simply go like without eating anything, and then after I'm done, I go out with all my friends to eat dinner. My go-to snack is probably.
Oh, it's not easily done. It's not easy to wind you up. I don't know. I think I could get you hot under the collar.
My favorite city that ever hosted.
Oh yeah, she's having a hard day, Breen. She's having to like live in this house with me.
OCC, but I also really like
That's
Toronto.
awful.
The genre that I usually listen the most is probably hip hop, but lately I've been also listening a lot to J-pop, so Japanese songs.
Boop, boop, boop. Go on, Eevee. Believe Eevee in Eevee. That's one they like doing. Diddle-a-did. Diddle-a-did. Probably have breakfast or lunch now. Do it. Have lunch. Go on. Use. A friend from Japan is coming to Canada to visit their family, so I asked this friend to get some plushies, which I'm going to pay them back, and we'll give them to my nephew. Oh, that's wholesome. Wholesome content. My name is Jazzy Jim. Just that, Liam.
We are back in Sao Paulo, Brazil for the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. Phase 2. This very morning did start with 74 trainers out of 518
That's a
masters
crazy
registered for the
crazy
tournament.
number.
We have now reached the final step of this phase itself in the tournament.
Step
Going
on
straight up to the
these
top cut.
nuts.
This may
Stop,
be the
stop. You
final
must be stopped.
opportunity for somebody to be able
You must
to head
be stopped.
through to the next stage of the tournament. I am Prosta, this is David, and we are here to bring you all of the high-level action throughout this weekend.
Yes, we are. Yes, we certainly are. Oh my goodness, it's getting really hype in here, Costa. Honestly, yeah. If someone could give us a weather forecast for the hypeness of a day, that would be really helpful because I'm always unprepared.
Love how calmly David said that. It's getting so hype in here.
But yeah,
You've seen
it's
Sophie
just
Jane's
been
fit
so,
check? No, is that in closing
epic
cosplay?
In terms of all the different trainers that we've been able to feature, the world champions, the international
Yo!
champions, and the multi-regional champions. You had a lovely little interview with Justin
that one
Tang
quiet.
just before there. Very heartwarming words, but he's looking like one of the favorites, if I'm going to be completely honest.
Yes, but I can understand his kind of caution as he was talking to me in the interview as well. He doesn't want to get ahead of himself. Like, he's been here before, top 16, and once you're in top cut, obviously, it's single elimination.
Yeah.
So at that point, if you lose, you're out, and that is it. And so it still could be the end of his tournament if he takes one more loss. But the way things have been going, though, the way he turned that game around that we just saw as well was incredible. He lost game 1.
Boom, boom, boom. See it now. Go on, Sophie Jane. Up the Sophie Jane.
And things like that, but he just really whipped it right around and showed everyone what he can do.
Yeah, exactly, and we know he is made of a metal, which, you know, he's just got so much passion, drive, and hard work put into it, like a lot of our trainers. But as we're going to be waiting to finally get our Swiss round number 2 match ready on stage, we've got a lovely little feature match from the previous round that we want to be able to go ahead and feature on show.
I should have taken my gym sesh picture sooner, but I did it during that little break.
Eric Rios, observing it from Eric's
That Tang match was the second match of the day.
Okay, so yeah,
I believe yes, it was.
Featured previously, and
oh, this
Yuma,
is a
we've
feature
also
match.
featured previously on our
I
main
can tell you who
stage as
wins
well.
this.
So you'll be maybe familiar with
Don't
the
spoil it,
Ashley
Liam.
from
I'm
last
gonna.
year as well with the Komodo sort of setup. We're going with something similar here with Eric Rios as well. It's got that clank
9 minutes ago we were updated. There's still 1, 2, 3, 4 matches going.
End of yesterday, beating Federico Camporesi, the LAIC champion, in amazing fashion, honestly, versus Yuma on the other side. And you can see a Flamigo there. Yes, you are correct.
Flamigo's
but
fucking awesome.
Your kind of typical Porygon to Saluna type team.
Yeah, I like
It's
those
almost
pants as well,
Typhlosion
Night Angel. You
Saluna
see,
team,
they
that kind
be hugging.
Tailwind and go, or your Trick Room and go.
Yeah, which has been popping off in this tournament.
Also, I know
quite a
you'll
few
appreciate this,
trainers
Night Angel.
running these variants to be
There's a
able
new
to have
post.
that immediate burst damage potential alongside the Sunny Day Whimsicott. But at least in terms of this match here, we see a very easy double protect from Eric.
I think Amanda should make a Twitter so she can enjoy those posts.
Sure that he doesn't get caught out by a
Missing
fake
out
there as the close combat focus.
Yeah, that
onto
close
the
combat
mouse
would have been
hold.
murder.
Makes a lot of sense. Focus sash, you want to try to make sure that you get rid of it. And
I fucking
even though
hate
it is a
Clanger
Terra
of Soul,
Ghost,
but I get
obviously
why
Flamigo
people
has
use
that
it.
really lovely ability known as Scrappy. It's able to bypass any immunities of the ghost typing with
See you in a
any
bit, Night
normal
Angel. Have a
or
good
fighting
one.
type moves coming from itself.
And on top of that, it makes it immune to Intimidate too, which is a really nice
Intimidate
addition, and
these
just kind of
nuts.
gravy on the top, to be honest.
Yeah.
So yeah, a very bit much of a kind of neutral turn here, just kind of scouting out the fake out.
Oh, boy.
But yeah, going forward, Komodo definitely wants to set up here and avoid the Brave Bird that could come out from this Flamigo as well. Sorry, not actually running Brave Bird on this Flamigo.
No.
It's close combat, feint, wide guard, and detect.
Yeah.
So a little bit safer, so not needing to go for follow me.
Yeah, exactly, and that
Cheeky
means
close
that it could have been an
combat.
additional mind game,
Oh, Sash,
in
right?
that turn one
Yeah, Sash.
because of the interaction of double protect or
Miss Cake
feint
Lib.
being able
Thanks,
to break
Cindy.
that protect. And clearly, Flamigo going on the offensive, moving first. Naturally, it is a very fast Pokemon in comparison
Big
to
clanging.
Eric's
I didn't do much to the Incineroar,
Como-O,
though. I assume that's
which
Assault
is gonna
Vest
be
Incin.
able to now
Edo Shadow
dispatch
Scarab, how you doing?
of the cheeky little Flamigo from Yuma's side, but at least in terms of what Yuma has been able to accomplish
Assume
so
you're going to be
far,
there on Saturday,
break the
Cindy,
Focus Sash on the
for the
mouse
live.
hold and maybe try to get that reposition with the parting shot to bring in another mode, maybe even that Typhlosion.
This is a lovely position to be in. Yeah, you've taken
Oh,
down
yes.
Flamigo,
Hey.
which is, you know, not like the star of the show a lot of the time, but
the
you know,
co-star of the show.
Wouldn't miss it.
beat me to it.
I assume you'll be casually dressed.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll get you next
AKA
time.
not at all.
Right. And so yeah, Incineroar goes for the parting shot as well there. Now,
Mate.
you would have maybe wanted it into the Komodo.
I really
there,
want to
but this
use
Komodo is
Como-O, and I always
soundproof
feel
as well,
like
which
I'm
is a
never going to
really
use
rare
it
ability
right.
to see in the
But I guess,
calculation, and you can see
actually,
why.
to
So
be
useful
fair, I guess
parting
for
shot,
Reg
being
F,
soundproof,
Como-O is going to
it
die off
means
because
it can't
Fluttermane's
even
going to be
affected
back.
by Komodo, and that also would deny the potential for the Incineroar to switch out at the same time. So has to go into this mouse hold.
I need
and
to
then
kind of
you
make
still
an
got this
idea
Komodo
of
down
what I
plus
want
one special
on
attack
my
thanks to
team
that
for
Rogue
Reg
Spray.
F.
Trick Room's not up as well.
Where is
Mouse
the
hold is
team
still
Gold?
next to it too. It's looking really strong. So Yuma's
haven't
got
been
to
on the
really
team Gold
bring
for
something out
ages.
here to really flip the tables on Eric. And Farigiraf is a great Pokemon to do that with that Trick Room
Like,
threat.
Regulation
Yeah,
F.
think that's
I
like a
assume
good
I'm going to
shout.
run
The
Peliarch.
inclusion of Farigiraf sort of suggests that maybe there isn't a Typhlosion in the back, because surely you
Yeah,
don't
it's likely
bring
gonna be Peli,
a positive tailwind speed
Archaladon.
control. Mon on its
Flutter can't
own
touch Terra
without
Poison,
the
Bulletproof
main
Como-O.
sweeper. Let's say if the
Ah,
wind goes in the
true.
back for whatever reason, because
It'd be
I know Farigiraf
Peliarch.
is strong, and I'm a big fan of it, but I don't
I
think
still
it
want to
could
make
sweep
Stalwart
the
Archaladon
playing field,
work.
especially up against Soundproof. Como-O,
It's probably
but
not
the
worth
fact that
it.
We've got the Blood Moon on the field does highly suggest, like you said,
I
David.
mean,
the
'cause you
Trick
could
Room
bring your
surely will be
Raichu for
going up,
Raging
but
Bolt.
You've got to be careful of that taunt from the mouse hold.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good shout actually, Costa. Yeah, that is something that certainly can
Peliarch,
deny it. And,
Raichu.
Yeah, usually you'd pair your Trick Room Setter with something that can help it
I'm
out.
guessing
like a Fake
Basque
Out
Legion.
Or a Follow Me. But yeah, the Ursaluna, the Trick Room Sweeper that Yuma really wants to use here is already on the field, so can't support Farigiraf in its ability to do that. So, yeah, it's really vulnerable to that taunt at the moment, which could come straight out. And, yeah, this Farigiraf doesn't carry Mental Herb, which we've already seen either. So, yeah, ball is definitely in Eric's court as to how he wants to play this.
Should
going
probably
forward.
run.
Yeah, and I was just looking at the team list, and I saw Nightshade on Farigiraf. That is so uncommon of a move, but it makes a lot of sense. You're able to deal damage equivalent to the current level of the Pokemon, 50 HP. But who
yeah, I wanna
needs
run
to deal
Galarian
damage
Moltres,
when
don't
you've
I?
got a good
Yeah.
old buddy Ursaluna
Moltres
maybe being
galore.
able to get this a huge attack off if it can survive, which it cannot.
I'm probably going to have to
Super
bite the
Fang
bullet and start
with
running
that
Rillaboom, you know.
playing scale
Because I feel like
combo
that's kind of what my team's missing.
What you like is your business.
Shadow Dinosaur,
The
35
Shadow
months.
Dinosaur 35 months. Hellos.
Hellos indeed, how you doing?
Through Yuma's strategy in this game one, even if the Incineroar
What up?
brought
Big
back
love
on
to the
field,
Shadow Dinosaur.
Como-O has literally been untouched.
Yeah, it has. It's been doing exactly what it needs to do. Yeah, no dragon resists or anything. This Clanging Scales has just been.
Ludicolo
putting
can
in
two-hit
so
KO
much work
Bolt?
that spread damage. And
What?
yeah, Yuma recognizes that it's probably not a winnable game and locks in that forfeit.
Assault Vest Bolt? Surely not. It's only like base 90 special attack, isn't it?
Pivot things around.
Yeah, and just looking at the lead,
35 months is almost a year. Big hype for the Shadow Dinosaur. I'm good, mate. How are we? Oh, you're good.
It's a Whimsicott, yeah, because I was like,
hello, Jay Busy. How you doing?
Been able to see the silhouette, but no, Whimsicott and Flamigo, adaptation from Yuma's
What,
side,
Taser?
obviously the same from Eric. So David, at this point, seems like maybe Typhlosion might be lurking in the back.
Turn again. I was meant to tune in on the bus, but fully nodded off. Oh, mate, it do be like that.
When you've got a Komodo, right? And it resists fire. It has great natural
Cindy
bolts
lol
as well.
probs.
And if a
Hey,
comes up, you're
Pixar
boosting
didn't
your
happen.
special defense even further too. So yes, I think you're
Doing
right.
calcs with life or Blue Decolo.
Eric maybe has prepared more for the Ursaluna. Right. But yeah, with Sun and some damage, maybe resist.
I think maybe.
Yeah, and I think because the Whimsicott's on the field, Eric has to give the respect of the potential Moonblast focus into the Komo-O if there is no redirection on the field, because obviously Komo-O
Go on, Liam,
is
just put Polyrath on the team. Do it.
Honestly,
right though. Honestly, listen.
Typing close combat though will bring
Life Orb Polyrath with Waterfall.
So already, this guarantees
and
you
something
must be
else.
able to be at least faster if any of their two Pokemon do go down.
So there's the close combat into this mouse hold. A risky one because it could have gone for the Terra Ghost. But yeah, recognizing maybe the threat of Moonblast is a bit too much into
Swift
this Komodo,
swim.
so it's gone for the nice, safe Terrify and following up with a Flamethrower.
Yeah, Flamethrower
Right.
just at least ensures the Whimsicott has been
Max
taken
attack.
out because it doesn't have Focus Sash. It's got the Berry Berry actually, and this may
Gravity
actually be
Rain Dance
beneficial
Sableye
for
with
Yuma, surely,
Hypnosis
right? You've
Polyrath.
got a
Stop
free
this.
switch
You're
in.
insulting
Flamigo
everyone.
Is still available
your
to be
dirty
able to
words.
just start dealing damage and even offering feint support in anticipation of maybe any protects that Eric could think of.
Yeah, I like that actually. And although to be fair, like
You can still go Terra. Do the old school.
Because it's got that
Yeah,
on-court
go
pressure
old
too.
school,
You can't
right?
set up
So you
Tank
go.
Soul. You don't want to protect in front of it either. And so
You go
Eric's
Waterfall
team is
because
very much
20%
reliant
flinch
on
chance.
Protect, kind of switch to something that can support the Komodo a bit.
You go close
Set up as
combat
well, and
because
Whimsicott's
that one
great
shot
at
in our
punishing that. So getting
Chaladon.
that off the board is really good. But
You
yeah,
go
it probably
Poison
got off
Jab.
the move it really wants to get to up the
Because
most.
Terra Poison,
which is
Poison
that
Jab.
tailwind. Yeah. So
You're Okoing
this
Flutter
Ursaluna's
Mane after
looking
it
really strong
terrors.
now into this Komodo with that Life
How
Orb
much does
and
that
Earth
do?
Power, most likely enough for a one-hit KO on this
Go Ragey
Komodo.
Ragey.
That being said,
Because Raging
there is the
Bolt
Freight Guard
uses
on the
Terra
mouse hold, so
Fairy
you
lot,
may
doesn't
see
it?
some crazy survival here, but either way, a double up or with a feint, for instance, might be enough to kind of chip this Komodo for it to
Damage
be a
calc,
KO.
right?
So yeah, Eric very much needs to go on the defensive here, and let's see if
Polyrath.
Yuma goes for a feint to kind of catch this protect.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be quite key here because
I was running
like you
Terra
said, there are
Dark
the mind
knockoff
games
Polyrath at
of,
one point.
Interactions, which
Poison
Pokemon
Jab
goes for Follow Me or Detect or what of
into
Protect apologies, but yeah, Mouseholt's
Raging
just going to go
Bolt.
down since it can't
Terra
essentially
Fairy,
do much
Assault
in that
Vest,
situation
Raging Bolt.
against priority, forcing Eric to have to go
Example.
for the Protect here, because Earth Power is a very big threat, but
On that
looks
basic
like
set.
Eric has brought the Rillaboom
Oh,
and the
Poison
Sneasel.
Jab is a
Obviously, we
chance
didn't
of a
see
two-hit
the
KO.
final,
Good lord. Oh,
two
did you give him the
Pokemon
Life Orb?
From game
I did,
one
yeah.
revealed.
Damn it.
Maybe these were lurking in the back the whole time, but I guess what do you think now that
Had my joggers
the
for post-gym,
Rillaboom's
so it doesn't
on
show up the
field,
legs,
we've
but
got
felt
Fake
good.
Out available, but then again, Komo-O is still being outpaced though.
Not
by,
Injured
the
definitely was
Pokemon
right.
on Yuma's
Doing the
side.
full body
it
workout.
definitely
Oh
is.
yeah.
But what you can say
Oh,
you
yeah.
kind of do is fake out into the Ursaluna here and then set up with Komodo. You've got to be
Maybe I
aware
just
that
need to
Frigoroth
utilise
could
Helping
be
Hand
lurking
more.
in the back still, so it's something to kind of consider whether you think it's good in the back, and if it's in the back, is it switching into? And there is something switching right now, Costa.
What about, Liam?
And it's got Japanese characters, so I don't know what they are. It is the Frigoroth.
Frigoroth.
It's the Frigoroth, and we know Armatail is so powerful.
What about
of
Terra
an
Ground
ability
Polyrath with
Pokemon? It's just so
high horsepower.
game breaking in terms of the board
Into
positioning.
non-terrestrialized
Yuma
bolt.
just not being stopped from
God,
going
even with
for the
Helping
Earth
Hand,
Power.
it doesn't
So clearly
KO.
Eric was
It's
just
insane.
hoping that somehow either the Frigoroth wasn't brought, or at least in this case,
The landlord just
Yuma
landed
read too
while I had you
into
on playing
the obvious
mobile.
play of, okay, well, surely
The
Frigoroth,
landlord landed.
gets switched in here, and Eric will respect that, so he won't go for the fake out, right? He's just
Run
gonna
a
go for
Sun
the
team,
focus
Liam.
into the Blood Moon. But no, that doesn't seem to be the
The
case.
only Sunset
case.
is a
And this is
Torkoal
what
and
we're talking about,
Ninetales.
high-level mind games going either way, and you know how benefit
Run a
sure
Ninetales,
it can be
Liam.
to actually profit off of that interaction.
Yeah,
I
so,
don't wanna.
Amazing play from Yuma there, getting that Frigoroth in so quickly and in the best possible way as well. Making the most of those tailwind turns is a really nice way to do that, especially with Frigoroth on the board too. Which is quite unusual, really, isn't it? It's like it's a trickery Pokemon, but actually in tailwind,
I wanna run
you can see
Blaze
its
Breed
benefit there,
Tauros,
making the most of your speed
but
control that isn't gonna be
Instin's
there
just
forever.
better, innit?
Now, Sneasel does come in though.
She was supposed to collect rent yesterday. Why didn't she collect it yesterday?
Very quick. It's
That's
still
very
likely
naughty.
the fastest thing on the field.
Yeah, and we do have the commit bit of a Terra normal now, just going for of pure offensive damage. I wouldn't be surprised to see another helping hand coming out from the Farigiraf, because you just want to be able to guarantee a scenario of it. But the close combat, not enough. Seems like this Blood Moon has been trained so well to be able to survive that, or at least in this case, go ahead and dispatch of a very powerful Terra Normal Life Orb boosted Blood Moon. Pretty much most of the time guarantee an Oko onto the Assault Vest Rillaboom. And changing it up, Farigiraf hasn't even moved as of yet. And sure, Blood Moon's gone down, but it kind of did its job.
Yeah, it really did its job, didn't it? Like,
Slack as fuck.
There. And yeah, most likely a Psychic now coming out from this into the Caesar, which can no longer Terra, as it was spent earlier.
No, I think I want on Peliarch. Peliarch Raichu is like a staple.
Another game up against Eric, so we're going into a game 3, I think.
Yeah, it does seem that way, and Yuma just being able to show off their experience in terms of, you know, like being the 2025 Yokohama.
I mean, Basque Legion, you've used
Japanese national champion
before, and he's been a good lad.
Impressive, and you know, just going ahead and going up against one of the very best of Europe, if not globally, to. We've got the game 3 at the moment. It does seem like Yuma's gone ahead and switched it up with Typhlosion.
Just do what they expect you to do, Liam. Just run Shifu wet.
Yeah, the wind card. So full offensive, and obviously
just run Shifu wet.
So yeah, it makes a lot of sense to kind of bring this in, especially if you feel like your Komodo lead has been kind of countered, as it were.
It'd just be a dummy dumb not to.
There. Yeah, if your Komodo was there and you Terra, then your Terror is at least spent then, and you're still going to be taking some big damage anyway, especially from an Earth Power that could be in the back from an Ursaluna. So instead we're going to see
run Scarf wet.
Going for that Terra Fire here. Makes a lot of sense into Fairy and Fire offense there. Going to be able to take those hits
with
very
close combat.
Yeah, and just
Aqua
being able
Jet,
to go ahead and ensure
surging
that
strikes.
you deal as much damage as you can. We know that the Rillaboom does have high
I
horsepower,
guess
which is very, very staple in terms of the current meta. But yeah, I think even with Sunny Day, the fact that this is a heat wave on top of that means that the Rillaboom definitely going to be able to survive. The question is, can it connect with either a high horsepower, which I feel should be the play into Typhlosion, and it doesn't pick up the KO.
Oh no, run Scarf Urshifu with false swipe.
Right? You don't want to be caught out the substance turn with
now we're talking.
Basically minimal damage output eruption.
Yeah, 100% there. It makes a lot of sense, especially if you feel like you can survive a grassy glide coming out the following turn. But again,
Aqua Jet close combat surge strikes in U-turn, I suppose.
Does it want to come in right now? Does it want to block the grassy glide?
Run coaching on Scarf Bear? I don't dare. I could never.
It is probably in grassy glide range, I want to say here. And so yeah, Farigiraf is always going to be present. It's been brought to 2 games so far, so I feel like if you're Eric, you really need to respect the option for it to come in.
Yeah, and I guess there's also the Blaze, which further powers the firepower of the Typhlosion at that range, right?
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. That's going to make it even more powerful. But into the Rillaboom, probably not going to make too much difference, but into the Sneasler, very much so.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah, Adamant Scarf Bear.
Yuma is going to go ahead and try to capitalize
and then to join Raichu.
And that's sort of the reason
I'm not going to bother. I don't think I'm going to bother with Encore on Raichu anymore, because I feel like I never get the opportunity to use it enough. Because it's too predictable. So I think I'm going to go with Fake Out, Nuzzle, Volt Switch, and I might go with Endeavor again, because like Focus Sash Endeavor's kind of goated.
Damn, it's a lot of damage right there.
Pelly's going to be Covert Cloak, obviously. Covert Cloak Drizzle.
Unfortunately, Eric did have 2 fire
Chaladon. Stamina is good, but I'm gonna try Stalwart for a bit.
Right there and then.
Assault Vest Archie with Stalwart.
Not to come in, given that Yuma's kind of done
Terra Fairy Raichu solves Bolt.
Surely not
sort
do
of.
it again. Maybe even if it is in the back, but yeah, it definitely came in.
Sort of.
Yeah, and I feel like the Blaze, it should still be activated from
so then with
Archie, it seems like it's sub 25%.
I go Heavy Slam because that's a guaranteed knockout on Flutter Mane.
It survives with 7 hit points, but with the Helping Hand, with the Sun, with the
Blaze.
Blaze,
I'd go Draco, Snarl, Electroshock. Oh, I've got to go Electroshock. Draco, Electroshock, Snarl, Heavy Slam.
And yeah, it's just incredible. Not something that you see.
I could go.
Of a fire type move going
could go Flash Cannon over Snarl, but
known to be a bit
not really worth it.
Than the average dragon.
It is, but not so much on the special defensive
Bolt
side,
can't touch it like at all, I know. The only problem is it's not that strong to be able to take out the other threats.
Defense. But yeah, Typhlosion going down there, but very much has done its job. Bringing Eric now down to his
still partially tempted to go with Terra Fairy Rhydon.
Yuma got in the back. We obviously know that Whimsicott's there, Farigiraf's there. You've got to imagine it is
Terra Fairy Eviolite Rhydon, but then you have to Terror it. Like you can't not Terror it in this meta. Oh yeah, you could run Ogerpon. No, you don't have to run Urshifu.
Maybe Tailwind is best here as well. And what you can simply kind of do
Run
here is maybe
Ogre Pon
tailwind
wet.
Psychic into the Komodo and actually use your Frigorov as the offensive priest here.
Can I go bolts into Carmine or Draco?
Really need to
True.
respect the Komodo anymore, and you just
But not
need
if
to
I'm not running
focus on-
Encore.
well, I'd say that, but Yuma says otherwise. Thanks, Yuma.
Yeah, I
for
could
letting me
use
know.
fake tears
But
instead of
yeah,
Endeavor.
going and
So
actually
fake out,
dispatching
nuzzle,
on the
volt
Komodo
switch,
here, I guess
fake
makes
tears.
sense because you want to be able to avoid any damage being dealt at all on the Frigorov, and obviously the flamethrower, which could still pick up that Whimsicott, especially because the sun
Then
is
yeah,
still
run
in
Ogre
play,
Pon
but
Wellspring
yeah,
with
Primarina
Spiky
opting to go for
Shield.
Moonblast here. At this point,
Follow
it's
me.
just essentially going to be Yuma going ahead and
Ivy,
rounding
Cudgel.
off this game 3 against
I guess
Eric in order to be
Hornleech
able
or
to still
Woodhammer?
keep their lifeline going in this tournament. And yeah, it's just been an absolute riot from
Maybe.
Yuma's side with the adaptation of the game 2 going into game 3 after Eric's run in
Hornleech
that
on wet.
game
Yeah,
1,
that's what I
and I'd say
thought.
stomping too.
Yeah, 100%. It looks like we're seeing a Frigorov
And then I just-
here
I guess
with
just
the
go-
Tailwind, the Psychic, and the Moonblast as well. And Eric absolutely knows it. Unfortunately,
Adamant
yes,
max
Eric
speed,
out
bit
of
of bulk.
contention for top card. But Yuma Kinugawa heading on into the final round for Swiss.
Eerie Impulse lowers special attack, right?
About it as well, and they of
bad
course
shout.
will be trying to go ahead and compete in what we will now be transitioning into the final phase 2 round.
But
Swiss
not
round
if Ursaluna
number
Blood Moon
12.
doesn't terror
So,
it, doesn't?
Yeah, good luck of course to Yuma. Commiserations to Eric.
So remember
but there are
that.
still points to be earned and travel awards and stipends to try to vie for.
Yeah, 100%.
damn.
Still a very impressive run there from Eric, taking Komodo so far there, which I'm very happy to see. Unfortunately, it couldn't quite get the justice it needed to... Why are you wearing the Komodo?
Wait,
Charm could be fun.
Wait, oh, wait, what? Sorry,
Although-
it's,
you were Komodo
although at that
doubter
point
yesterday,
then-
I
Costa.
am a doubter. Hey, that's mine. Wait, what? What's happened
I might
here?
as well not bother with
What funky
Pelipper
business have you been up to?
Like,
and just have a
what can I say? Well,
Tornadus
you
as my
have been
rain
inspired
setter.
by Komodo's
I'm
success.
an
really.
honorary Komo fan. Let's
you.
just say
Whereas
that.
Pelipper
right?
That as a win,
bulkier.
actually.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But it was my cast prediction, right?
No, I think you'll find it's actually mine. Thank you very much.
I don't know about
That
that. But anyway,
I think
so
you
there's
make-
been a lot of
I don't think
Komo
you make
business,
Pelipper as bulky
but we
as
are ready to go
Porn.
ahead and
Pelipper's
get
quite weak.
our streamed
Yeah.
match of the stage going up very shortly
Yeah,
as we have a
70
bit of a
79,
review
70,
of the
80.
rankings so far.
Okay,
Non-Pelipper
so
at 60,
you've got so many X and
170.
2s there that all have that contention for getting
Not a lot
into
in
the
it.
top cut if they can get that win. But of course, the 10-1s on the top
I'm gonna
left
snarl
that
on
you can see there
Tall,
have
on Taunt
lots
up
of
side
it.
matchup.
Yeah, and
Ooh, you know, that's
very,
not bad.
Very notable trainers, all with their own personal goals, and we've had multiple
Run,
opportunities of being able
Tailwind,
to
Rain
have
Dance,
interviews
Bleak
with
Wind.
quite a few of our trainers on the board right now. We've seen quite a few of them yesterday, but also going into today, we got international champions. We have got multi-regional champions, and we've got a
Rain
couple of international
How-
finalists, which are looking
how
to
are
try
usually
to
useless
grab it
moves?
all this time
Rain
round.
Dance on a Tornadus, come on.
Gabriel Agachi and
Bleak
Oliver
Wind
Eskelin, I am
and
looking straight at
Snarl.
you two.
Yep, and I'm sure they are very happy to hear that, Costa. Yeah, there's a lot of talent there, and looking at your
There is
screen
Snarl
now
on this list.
is who we are going to be featuring at the top there. Gabriel Rigo versus
Just lurking
Kylan
to
Van
Crystal Shopping
Severen.
though is my water.
Yeah, and Gabriel having gotten last season
Oh,
a
fuck
top
singles.
16 in the Rio de Janeiro
Although
regional
Snarl is not
championships.
appearing in the list of
Currently hasn't been
moves for
able to compete
Tornadus.
at more recent events, but seems like obviously a
Oh, you may be
local
thinking of
to
Thunderous?
the Brazilian region, looking to try to make a very strong show and run at this tournament so far, having been able to do so exquisitely well against Kylan Van Severen, one of those potential trainers that we have seen rise through the ranks over the past several years, multiple top 16s, and was here last year to get that top 16 spot. And who knows, maybe trying to vie for it and get into it with this final winning in.
Yeah, you might as well
Yeah,
try it.
Thunderous
You've
gets
come
it.
this far, you might as well
Tornadus
get
doesn't.
an extra win under your belt there to make sure you're
Tornadus.
into that top cut. And there are our trainers on the stage, getting ready and really locking in here. They've fought so hard to come all this way through phase 1, through phase 2, and right at the edge of being able to get into top cut. Here is Gabriel.
Go on, Gabriel.
Liga's team.
Yeah, and bringing
Oh,
what
Lilligan.
we have been
Talk
seeing
Lilligan.
all of the heat this weekend, especially
This isn't the
last
first
weekend.
time I've
There's
fallen
been
for
a lot
that.
of variants
Yeah, it does
of
get
not
foul
only
play.
Trick Room, Pokemon
I kind of
and
want to run a
modes,
Trick
but
Room
also
team, so I
this
feel like I need to
Sun
drop Raichu.
dominance. Hisuian Typhlosion has been such
I can
a
keep
big star
Arch. I kind of
this
need to
weekend.
drop
Gabriel
Ogre and
looking to
Ursa.
try to bring it all the way through to top.
It's all about Enamorous
One
Therian,
more
mate. That's the
win
way.
away, Gabriel, one more set. And
Underrated
Hisuian
Pokemon.
Lilligant, I'm always a big fan of it. You've got Utility Annihilate as well as that
Sinister.
clear amulet for Rigora. A combo that I've used and have really enjoyed this season. It's got such a dominant way to be able
Enamorous
to
Therian and
force
Trick Room.
that hard Trick Room
Don't I
mode
have a
and
zero
not
speed Enamorous
allow a
Therian? I
lot
think I
of
do.
room for error when it comes to
So
your
I could run
opponents,
it
maybe
as,
even forcing them into scenarios where they
Quiet
have to rely
Nature.
on double or triple protects to get outside of Trick Room.
Yeah,
135 base special
You've got-
attack.
on the face of it, you've just got some really powerful duos here. You've just
Like,
got
you could push its
Torkoal
special attack
Typhlosion
up
as
to,
a
like,
really,
191.
offensive lead with helping hand eruptions. You've got
It won't be the
Torkoal
shiny one,
Lilligant
though,
as
this is
well,
true.
with some really powerful after you eruptions. But
Max
also
out its
sleep
HP
powers
at
going out here.
181.
But you've also got Incineroar for Rigraff that you
Then
can
it's
lead.
got
You've Fake
130
Outpost Trick Room.
defense
And then you've just
normally.
got Annihilate, which is kind of this jack of all trades sort of role here with the safety goggles to get around any sort of rage powers and sleep powers, taunt to shut
Well,
other
then just
shenanigans
make
down, or
it
final gap to just get
special
rid of that one
defense
threat you just really don't
134 or something.
Yeah, exactly. Whilst over on Kylan's side,
I like
there
Enamorous
it is. It is
Therian.
the Dondozo Tatsugiri, which
I like
has
that it
been
gets overcoat.
absolutely missed this weekend, but no, it's been brought
Oh, it's the
to right
Tatsudozo you're on
occasion.
about.
Covert Cloak Dondozo with the Commander Tatsugiri just allows a lot more room for you to be able
Covert
to not
Cloak Dozo
get
is
failed
gnarly.
into the sort of fake out vortex that we've been seeing from the Super Fake Out Bros, Rillaboom and Incineroar, whilst also having your own utility Volcarona with the support.
Bruh.
Not with the redirection, however. You've got that Will-O-Wisp instead as an option.
Yeah, which I really like, because if you're trying to set up with Dondozo, I suppose you don't really need Rage Powder as much.
But
'cause you
never
don't
run
have anything next
Springtide
to
Storm.
Dondozo.
Springtide
Just
Storm
kinda
is awful.
Spread the burns around and then use those weakened Pokemon once your Dondozo comes in. But I want to shout out the
Could
Stealth
go-
Rock on Annihilate
Yep,
here.
yep,
I didn't even know Annihilate got Stealth Rock as a move.
It was,
which
yeah.
is a really cool option.
Now we know.
We've seen a lot of Dondozo that used to kind of be
Yeah,
run with
Earth Power
Glimmora,
for the-
right, to kind
the
of
big
serve toxic
boys.
debris, those toxic spikes, so that everything is kind of poisoned and you can stall out everything with Dondozo.
Yeah, and I guess it's sort of.
I mean,
a way
say
to be able
Moonblast
to
doesn't Gleam,
allow
Earth
the
Power,
Dondozo
Protect. I'm there
to,
like, what about
not get
Calm
sucked
Mind?
into that vortex of, like we said, the fake outs or the repositionings. It punishes those quick switches of the board.
Yeah, it definitely does, and it's a really good way to punish that, especially in the world where there's so much sun going around, where they're really not going to want to take that 25% damage, given that
Oh,
they're
my
weak to
lefties.
rock, and with the effect of that Stealth Rock meaning the damage is going to be more onto Pokemon that are weaker.
Terra Water Weather Ball.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess looking into this matchup, this I'd say Gabriel's side doesn't have a direct way of being able to, haze away or clear smog away any sort of Dondozo setups. If Gabriel wants to try to go with that mode, but it doesn't seem to be the case.
Just feels like you're inviting crits.
In turn one of game one between both
I
of our trainers,
mean,
Typhlosion and
isn't
Annihilate
that the same
versus
with
the
every
Dragonite
setup thing?
And the Archaludon.
Okay, so it makes a lot of sense to bring your dragons, right? When you're face down with a
Utility
very fiery
Umbrella
team. Something that
Torterra.
resists it, resists also
That's the
something
way.
related to close combat. But we've got the Annihilate as one of the leads here, which I really like. And I can see it as maybe potential to final gambit something out of the way. Something like that Dragonite that could be really pesky.
Ooh, already going on the offensive. This is a great way to be able to not
It
only
seems to
break
spell
the
specifically
multi-skill,
to
but also the sturdy of the
support them.
Archaludon.
Yeah, you're
Final
right.
gambit going into the Dragonite, of course, will be able to
You're
pick
right.
up the KO. It seems like the locking of the eruption there was not only to just break.
I
any
actually think-
potential, let's say sturdy.
This is crazy, 'cause, like,
abilities or
no one
interactions
realizes I
there.
actually think.
It's wanting
Right?
to be able to also
Dazzling
cover for any
Gleam,
switches
Earth
here,
Power,
as the Electroshock will now
extra
be launched
sensory.
out. Power Herb will mean
Because that's how you get around Sneasler. If Sneasler terrors, Dazzling Gleam's the way. If Sneasler doesn't terror, extra sensory is the way.
Into the Typhlosion, which does
You
survive,
could even
but the
go
most crucial thing here is
Terra.
what we're
You
just
could even
talking
go
about
Terra
with the feature
Psychic.
match. You are now locked in
He's
to
gonna
a
play
24
Regaf.
hit,
Oh, yeah.
a point-based
In that case, never
eruption,
mind.
which is not what you want to
Terra
do.
Grass, Grass
Yeah,
Knot.
it is not. It's not going to do very much damage at all.
Terra
But
Grass,
it's
Grass
like we've
Knot
still
takes
got
out
KO on the
everything.
Archaludon, though, if it were to stay in. But
Not
you
enough
still do
people
have a
utilise
reliable
Terra
Richard
Grass, Grass
Torkoal
Knot.
here, as you can see, Gabriel's kind of going
Everything's
for,
heavy.
and going then for an attack with this Lilligant when it's then going to be really fast. So that also covers for the fact if Kylan does switch in the Tatsugiri for the Archaludon, doubling the speed of the Dondozo, your Lilligant is still probably then going to have
Go,
speed.
yeah.
But what we do
Wanna
have to
watch,
look
but
at
I have
is
a
the
cat
Terra
son
type
who is
on this
demanding
Dondozo, though,
pets.
because it obviously
Rip.
doesn't want to be taking a Solar Blade.
Pets be
Most likely, though,
demanding.
can still take it, but that Steel type is going to be able to resist that Grass. But what's great about this Lilligant is it's also Fighting type. And either way, doesn't want to take a sleep powder. So that could be a really safe target.
Yeah, and I do think that must be the way that Gabriel's trying to position themselves for that sleep powder mode, because they could have easily have just stuck in with that eruption, but anticipating the Dondozo switching in means that there could be a chance the
Dondozo is my dad.
the Lilligant, but not when you have Chlorophyll activated. So at this point, it's either going to be a game of the read, are we going to see a commit with the Terra, or does Gabriel want to try to essentially roll the dice in terms of whether the sleep powder will be able to connect or not? But it doesn't seem like we're going to be having any sort of interaction of a terrestrialization. Combat was trying to pick up the Archaludon order.
How far am I into One Piece? Still barely past Thriller Bark, because we've not watched One Piece in a good couple of months.
Also being able to bolster its attack up now to +3.
Yeah, that's pretty big now, so it's going to be offering a lot of damage even with a wave crash. But yeah,
see, the thing that puts me off Pele, as much as I love Pele, is like, yeah, it's automatic rain, but the problem is it's not automatic rain if someone's got a Whimsicott on the field and I switch in Pelipper and they automatically just put the sun back up. That's the problem. Springtide lowers attack. I feel like there's a better Pokemon that can do that via an ability. Yeah, Springtide sucks anyway, because Springtide isn't 100% accurate in rain.
If he feels like it's going to come
Enamorous got shafted.
But yeah, Typhlosion coming in.
Sandsear Storm,
on at least one more turn
100% accurate in rain.
Bring it in safely here. Here's that
Thunderous, 100% accurate in rain. Bleakwind Storm, 100% accurate in rain. Springtide Storm, no. Hello, Hammer, how you doing? Oh, wakey, wakey.
Order up, will pick up the KO on what is one of the most, if not the most valuable piece Gabriel has in this game.
That's rough for Gabriel.
The Dondozo mode. Although there is no leftovers on the Dondozo, and it will be
They left me to my own devices. Don't get told off though.
Which does have Blaze activated.
Also, remember to log out on that computer at the end of the day, because otherwise someone will have access to your YouTubes.
Of Blaze and how much damage it can do. But yeah, at this point, Typhlosion needs to lock into something, unfortunately. And Kylan, despite taking a super effective Solar Blade earlier, it seems to be worth having not gone for that Terra just yet, because now you most likely will be able to take on this Heat Wave, given the +2 special defense.
Oh boy.
Maybe I'm underestimating Typhlosion here.
I don't know. We're going to find out very soon as the helping hand does connect. You've got so many multipliers stacking up right now.
Wrote note for myself to log out later. Smart.
Being dealt due to the protect from the
Springtide Storm is a fairy type move.
To be able to stall out the amount of remaining turns of Sun, because as
it's the signature move of Enamorous.
It's just wanting to be able to survive any sort of damage. And was that a Heat Wave lock-in from what I saw, David?
It was, yeah. Definitely a Heat Wave lock-in. Given how low your health is, I think you definitely feel like you're back against the wall. You want to be hitting both targets and just assume that you want to hit. But even if Dondozo goes down here, how do you deal with this Tatsugiri, which kind of quadruple resists fire here, and which is the only kind of sort of damage option that you have on either of your fire types?
Oh, we're going to have to find out!
Oh, Heat Wave miss! Oh, no.
No!
It misses Tatsugiri.
Not what Gabriel would want, but no, that's just Tatsugiri. Sorry, that was a fake out to myself as well. Dondozo was
I had the same. Don't worry, Costa. I always forget Enamorous counts as anything. Oh, my little turtle snake friend.
Ending. This does mean that Typhlosion will not be able to deal as much damage as before, but when you've got an Archaludon with so low HP and a Sash Tatsugiri, any damage helps.
Yes, it does. Now, the Tatsugiri is obviously the main thing we want to be looking at here, because Archaludon can just go down to a Heat Wave instantly. It can obviously protect it because it's not that Assault Vest set, and then the Tatsugiri needs to then probably do something to try and KO this Typhlosion as soon as possible here. And it could be the Muddy Water or that most likely that Dragon Pulse to really make sure you can connect.
Yeah, and
Heat
you
Wave.
really need to be able to consider the Heat Wave misses.
Tatsu 4 times resists, but still.
Point of view on being able to position yourself against the Tatsugiri.
100% accurate fairy move, 6 move Enamorous. There you go. Spread move at that.
You've got your Typhlosion out for the count, and your own Torkoal no longer will be able to have the sun to be able to bolster its mono fire type damage dealing moves. And that's why you sort of left in an awkward spot where the weather ball has
that's not
no
going to do it.
additional boost dealt to it due to the lack of weather and also the lack of same type attack bonus.
Yeah, poor Torkoal is saying here. Unfortunately, he's going to have to take this barrage
Flammo.
of attacks. Swing Islands here. The Archaladon gets to attack.
Flammo.
The Tatsuguri following up with that Dragon Pulse. And yeah, Torkoal is definitely on its
Watch
last
this
little
damage.
Yeah, and at this point, Eruption,
Lol.
sure, you pick up the KO on the Archaladon, but like you were sort of calling out to
Don't spread
earlier,
moves.
David,
What?
that Tatsugiri is a
What?
big
What?
end-game threat that you've just got those mono
Damn.
fire type moves locked in against a quadruple resist. That's definitely not where you want to be.
Still gets Archie, though. Still gets
definitely
Archie.
not Costa, and it looks like
Little
even though
tinkle before game
Gabriel
2?
had such a
I
strong
think so.
start, right, with a huge
I think
eruption
so.
that kind of came out,
Right.
and then you've got the final gambit on the Dragonite that Gabriel seemed very happy to kind of get. Cullen was keeping cool, and you could see how actually the Dondozo was able to stall out things really, really nicely there. Like, even without going for that Terror, because of Dondozo's just really great natural physical bulk, he took on a really powerful Solar Blade, taking like, I don't know, 40%, if that, and then shrugged off the rest of the attacks. And once Lilligant goes down, then Tatsuguri was just free to reign after that, and in some ways the Tatsuguri was the Dondozo of that game.
Right. I'm kind of thinking, and I'm not sure if you agree as well, David, if Gabriel was able to get that one damage move turn off on Dondozo when Dondozo had the Tatsugiri switching in favor of the Archaladon, would that have been enough to be able to allow Gabriel more room to maybe lock up that game 1 in his favor?
Yeah, potentially, honestly. And then there's still a few mind games to go, but the Tatsugiri was like really convincing in the end game there. There was still a little bit of wiggle room where I think things had gone wrong. Tatsugiri still would have been able to pull it out the bag.
Right.
And of course, also we saw the sleep powder connect, but then only get a 1-turn sleep. And that could have also been a little bit longer too, which might have given Gabriel a little bit of free reign to kind of take this Dondozo down a bit more too. But the fact that sleep powder hits in the first place is one thing.
So I guess then going into this game too, if you're Gabriel, what's
Your
on your
nan's
mind? Do you
nipples
make
prove
an
gravity.
adaptation right now? Do you feel like you could have played a bit more optimally in terms of how that game 1 went and stick with the same?
Instead,
Well, I think he's got to be thinking about how to deal with the Tatsugiri in the end game. Because as we saw, even though that Tatsugiri is
nuts.
it took
Here we go.
hits from
Game
the
2,
fire
baby.
that only Typhlosion and Torkoal have.
Yeah, I think
Archie
it could be
Barchie
a case of seeing,
and
it's gonna be the
Dragonite.
exact same. Oh, actually, no, there's a switch up. If I'm not mistaken, the Dragonite. No, Dragonite was the same as well. The interaction that we saw though was the explosion eruption in turn 1. As well as the final gambit focus on the Dragonite. So there could be a case of a different target
Cheeky
or both
eruption.
teams actually going for the same.
Look, yeah, looks like the same at the moment so
I
far.
like it a
Eruption
lot.
followed by a close combat
okay.
though. I like this switch up here from Gabriel.
Bye-bye.
Getting rid of that Archaladon was a Pokemon that did still stick around a little bit for Kylo. Dragonite now, which has broken the multi-scale,
There we go
but
then.
it does
Bit
free
of
up for a scale shot
cheese.
potentially, which could be quite devastating to either of these targets.
Oh yeah, and there I'd say
Oh, look at
the
her, she's
Typhlosion
so
should be able to
good.
survive if there isn't a 5th hit, but we're gonna have to find out. Gabriel is trying to make the counts as well at the time, and there's a 5th hit. Gabriel so dismayed at that situation there. And that's sort of very big, I'd say. The Typhlosion already, you've got that faster mode essentially just ejected out of this game too, so you're going to have to rely on the Torkoal Lilligant in the back.
You can see why Gabriel felt that sacrificing
You knew I was
his
going to do
own
that. I did.
Annihilate to get rid of Dragonite
I did.
was really worth it there. Because Scale Shot is so strong. It gets around the Focus Sash of Lilligant. It resists all of Lilligant and Torkoal's moves as well. And the Scale Shot allows it to outspeed things, even like the Choice Scarf if Typhlosion doesn't
I know
have
what
it.
you'll be
It's
doing
just
during
such
the
a
stream
huge
on
threat
Saturday
in
next
this
week.
matchup here. Plus, it's got extreme speed to kind of get around the
Saucy.
other kind of speed control options too. And now it's left for free reign here, and a 50% chance to get a 5th hit as well to get rid of
Hey, what'd I
Typhlosion
miss?
is a really decent chance as well. So kind of
Typhlosion is L gone.
Yeah, so I guess it sort of like brings to the point of a mind game right now. Do you try to go for the Scale Shot into the Lilligant, anticipating
L
it
gone.
staying in, not anticipating the Dondozo,
Washing machines
having
live
its
longer
Tatsugiri
with
join on the
him
board?
gone.
I feel like Dragonite is such a big threat right now.
Yeah, it is, but it's a little bit of a 50-50 in some ways, because the scale shot definitely is really
I assume
threatening
Tatsugiri switches in this turn? No.
But it is the Torkoal here. We'll have to see what the Annihilate does following, though.
Yeah, and the Dondozo hasn't actually gone for Protect. It stayed on the field, which means it may be susceptible to a final Gambit if Gabriel's been able to get that
no way
read
he went.
and feel like the
He went
Lilligant
final
in the back
Gambit.
is more than enough to be able to better position himself against the Dragonite and the Tatsugiri towards the end of the turn. But the
He went final Gambit to the Dragonite.
Which means the Dondozo is well opened to be able to go for a focus and get some damage onto the Torkoal, maybe even pick up the KO because of the double up.
That's not ideal.
This time, and it does outspeed the Torkoal. Absolutely nothing.
I assume it's Tatsugiri coming in, though.
It's still in a position where it's healthy, and it can
The
now
vintage
be put
beauty.
next to that Tatsugiri, of course. But you've got the Pokemon that you want, at least, for it, which is this Lilligant that can hit this Dondozo, whether it's gone for that Terra or not. Well, obviously, things are still on the board here. Torkoal, you don't need to worry about too much. But yeah, it might be that Gabriel needs to start relying on those sleep powders now, because as we know, without it, this Dondozo can pretty much do
Helping
what it
Hand,
wants,
Leaf
in
Blade,
terms of the damage and how much
maybe.
it can kind of shrug off some of Lilligant's attacks.
Yeah, and
Protect and a
you
sleep
wanna be able to
powder,
give
and
yourself
then
as many outs as possible, because
what about Weather Ball,
if
really?
You need, I guess you need to connect, but then you also need to make sure
Yeah,
that
Protect
the
and Sleep
Dondozo
Powder,
stays
then
sleep
Helping
as
Hand,
much
Leaf
as
Blade, maybe?
possible.
Oh,
And
okay.
Kylan's more than happy to try to wait it out in order to make sure that the Sun turns at some point do expire a bit quicker, and maybe, depending on the training of the Dondozo, it will be able to outspeed the Lilligant outside of sun conditions when Chlorophyll is no longer available.
Yeah,
That's
exactly. And that won't always be the case. It does depend on the training of the Dondozo itself. But either way, the Sun
Yeah,
has
so
been lowest
Torkoal
power
probably
five
going down this
sorcerer.
turn. Oh
But
my
you have
word!
That's exactly what Gabriel needs.
How
here.
do people
Yeah,
have the
you can use
bravery to
Lilligant
click
because the
Sleep
Lilligant
Powder,
needs to be able
man?
to survive long enough to deal with the Tatsugiri once the Dondozo has gone down.
Yeah, I think at this point, Gabriel has more required outs in comparison to Kylan. Kylan's very straightforward, one-dimensional. I need to wake
Mate.
up, and I need to start, A, breaking the sash on the Lilligant, or
Yeah,
B,
Solar Blade,
just, you know,
Helping
avoid
Hand, I
the
would've done.
constant sort of sleeps, because as every turn
Mate.
goes by, that means you got more of a chance to be able to run into a mind game of, do I get close combated or Solar Blade, and can I call it?
Yeah, 100% there. So, yeah, you've got potential opportunity to do that here. But yeah, either way, you take something super effective.
Great
and
shot
you
there.
resist
Shows
other
the
thing.
Tatsugiri
So
that's
either way,
not
you
there.
don't really need to commit the terror in either aspect here. So, yeah, Solar Blade, it's just going
Solar
to
Blade.
take
We never get to see Solar Blade.
And we saw the damage dealt. It was around 40-ish% before. It seems like to be a bit consistent from that last
Oh,
woke up again.
woke up
But
straight
similar to
away.
Game one, turn one wake is so crucial
No worries,
against
Alex.
Gabriel's side, but this does introduce the case of
The Weather Ball.
probably not picking up the KO
Oh.
here, and
Really?
Gabriel, I would say normally having to rely on another sleep powder, but it's so chipped down.
Chilly,
this
he says,
Dondozo.
wearing shorts.
Do you
That's a
just
good
want to
point.
have to commit with
And
one of the
wearing
moves and
shorts.
pick up the KO?
Yeah, most likely you can just pick up the KO with like a close combat, for instance,
Da-da,
at this point.
da-da.
Yeah, but I think kind of might be going for the Protect here to maybe stall out the last turn of Sun, I believe. And that means that it's a lot, just a lot less threatening from the Torkoal's perspective.
Yeah, because the Solar Blade has 5 more base power than a close combat. So close combat's 120, Solar Blade is 125, which means you've got a tiny bit more damage that you're able to deal with it.
You do, but yeah, this is why maybe Kylan is going for that. Oh no, sorry, this is not Kylan, this is the Torkoal going for the Terrifier here. I just want, but close combat either way, whether it's water or steel type, can hit it for at least neutral damage here. But yeah, so
Terrifier
the last
Torkoal.
opportunity to do as much damage as possible. Gabriel thinks just, I might as well try it.
Yeah, and it makes sense, and sort of what we're saying to as well, if there's a case that you can outpace this
When does the sun end? Is
Lilligant,
it this turn?
your Tatsugiri will be able to 1v1 the Torkoal, so it really does come down to this, of course. And yeah, there's the sun god. Which
damn.
Pokemon's faster, Dondozo or Lilligant?
Yeah, so that's what we do not know yet, and maybe Kylan
Oh, there goes Lilligant, that's it.
Picks up the Lilligant there, and
2-0.
there's no way Torkoal can take this game versus
Christ.
a Tatsugiri that it's still yet to reveal itself from the mouth.
It
of
do be
this
like that
giant
sometimes.
fish.
Yeah, and this seems to be over. The Weather Ball at this range with no sun available cannot pick up the KO.
Yeah,
we
GG.
have got the writing on the wall, surely. Gabriel will not
Don't
be
click
able
Weather Ball.
to progress on
Why would you-
to the next stage. Gives
Very
the
good.
helping hand to Kylan's triumph in their opportunity
Very
to be able
good.
to progress through to the top cut. Huge congratulations to Kylan
Well done, Kylan.
Severin.
Patsudozo in top cut.
Massive congratulations, honestly. Huge win for
Mate.
Kylan after being undefeated for so long in phase
Oops.
1 and then taking a couple of losses here today in phase 2.
How's everybody
they
else doing
finally got the
in
win
the-
that they
in
need to
the
kind of
world?
secure top cut
Let's
and
see.
do the team justice as one of the
Go for
very
round
few
12.
Dondozo Tatsugiri players in the entire tournament.
Justin Tang is 10 and 2.
Yeah,
He
one
lost.
way to go about it. Dondozo, Tatsugiri,
But he's definitely
not
still in top
something
cut.
that we had seen.
Juan Salerno,
I'd
if
say,
he's still there,
aside
is
from
10 and 2,
perhaps
so
for the little
pretty much definitely in top
regional
cut.
where we did see it reach top 8 with some variant of Pelipper choice stuff, if I'm not mistaken. But that, I think, had a Weavile comp to it. But
Marco Silva's 9 and 3. Oh. Don't do this to us.
Pelipper choice stuff, if I'm not
Thank
mistaken.
you.
But that, I think, had a Weavile comp to it. But
Oh, their stream's gone down. That's what that is. It's not my fault. It's their stream. What's going on with the live chat? Nothing. Nothing.
Pelipper choice stuff, if I'm not mistaken. But that, I think, had a Weavile comp to it. But regardless,
Yeah, what's happening, Pokemon? Weird to see buffering, but also you moving at the same time. Shot
Kylan
Pokemon stream is
has
having
been
internet
able
issues.
to just go
There we
through
go.
in them so well.
Eruptions, close combats, final gambits, but they're just the bulk of
There we go.
Kylan's dragons and then the final fish at the end.
Oh, is Marco out? Is he?
Was
No,
just
9 and
too
3.
much for Gabriel to
Yeah,
deal
I
with.
think
It's
it.
just
I think it would depend on
arguably
resistance
one
to
of the
get him
worst
into top
matchups,
cut.
honestly, for I think a Sun player
Luca
to kind of go
Cherubelli's
for,
9 and
especially
3.
when you're backed into the corner of relying on sleep powder as well. And
Calvin Foster from the UK, 7 and 4.
you can hit,
Big
and then you
sad.
hopefully get the sleep turns that you need as well. Yeah, just not enough dice rolled Gabriel's way, unfortunately.
Yeah, but to be fair, at the same time, they were able to connect with a couple of sleep powders there, which was quite crucial, right? And that sort of was their win condition. If they don't connect,
Attack people still
with
having
the sleep
issues, sounds
powders,
about
that
right.
just puts them so far back in terms
Sounds
of
about right.
momentum when it comes to that matchup.
Hey, I'm
because, like
gonna
we said,
put some
there's no
fucking
direct
trousers
way
on.
of being
It is
able to
chilly.
deal with
It is
Dondozo
chilly.
setup. You don't have haze. You don't have a clear
Forty
spot
battles.
on some of
The
the
night for the first time.
full
Well
gold
done, mate.
charcoal
Go on.
variants that are
Smashing
running
it.
around. And
Any
at
resistance
least
for
in
cut
that
now?
case,
Pretty
there's
sure it's
still
just
always the
all
reliance
X2s
on
and
the
X3 is
Dondozo
out. Oh,
Terra
damn.
Steel to
Bored.
forego the clear smod, but that introduces a new sort of level of mind games when it comes to fire type oppression onto the Terra Steel Dondozo.
Yeah, it does. And what a showing from Kylan, honestly. It was a really cool match to see, really. We've not had a lot of Dondozo Tatsugiri going around, and we can see the threat of it there, too. I'd be interested, though, as to how Kylan had been doing versus a lot of the Dragonite teams that had Haze on their Dragonite, which we do have a lot of, as just this one big, awesome move that can just shut everything down.
That is true, and we will be able to hear from Kylan straight away as we've got them ready on the stage for the interview.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Kylan Van Severin, who just cut LAIC for the second time. Back-to-back top cuts. How does it feel?
Feels pretty good. I mean, my opponent played very well, but I got kind of lucky with the sleep turns, and here I am.
I mean, you mentioned that it was very surreal for you. Your mind was blank after the win. Did you have any expectations coming into this tournament?
Well, I was hoping to do pretty
Ooh, it's
well. I
chilly.
was thinking if I got day 2, I had good
Michael, you
chances
look
at
keep me
at least
warm
a
in
travel
the,
stipend
OF stream next week. Good Lord.
for EUIC, and now I'm in a
Gonna be very
position
chilly.
where I'm probably getting the full travel
Shrinkage.
award. So I feel pretty good about that. Yeah.
Getting the travel award, now that you're top 8, getting some of those prizes. A prize well earned, by the way. Your play of
Ooh,
Dondozo
aberrations,
was
'cause of the
incredible.
camera.
What inspired
Aberrations
you to
on the
bring
wall
Dondozo
behind.
to this tournament?
Oops.
Well,
I am invisible.
originally, last LAIC,
Okay, a few people seem to engage
I
with
didn't
Ghost
have a
streams and
team the night
regionals. The streams will
before,
often struggle to hit
and I
100
went on
viewers.
Twitter,
And even
I
now, it's not
found,
even 500. Oh, damn.
a Dondozo team that had
It's
just
because
done really well
Go
at
is
Gdansk.
really boring to watch.
I feel bad. I don't remember the
Competitive
player's
Go
name,
is
but
such a
it was
boring
European player.
game
They
to
did
watch.
really well at Gdansk with it, and they posted
Blink,
their
blink,
full
blink, blink.
pace. And so
Blink,
I
blink,
took
blink,
it
blink,
and I
blink,
brought it to
blink. It's-
LAIC,
it's
and I
fucking-
went
it's
7-1
horrible.
in day 1
It's horrible.
last year. and I was able to get top 16 there. And I've just been using that team ever since because, I don't know, nothing else has really felt too great for me, so.
I mean, all that experience paid off. You went undefeated in the tournament yesterday. How did that feel? Like after every win, were you nervous that you were going to ruin it? Were you in the moment?
Well,
Tatsu
I
Dozo
kept
Giri.
anticipating that I was going to
Dozo
lose yesterday because I kept looking at
Giri.
the matchups and it's like,
That's how
hey,
that
this is a
song
bad
goes.
matchup. This is a bad matchup.
Hey, there's still like 10
I don't
tables
think
still
Dondozo's
playing.
like
Fucking
a
hell.
particularly great call for this event. There's still a decent amount
Alan
of
Izu knocked Wolf out of the top 32 at Worlds 24 after Wolf went 18-0 in games. I think you're right.
There's been some dust globs that have been running around. I just lost.
Like, I know people really enjoy Go. I've seen the crowds
Oliver
pop up,
Esplin
but
last
Unite just
round.
walks over it in
He's
viewership.
on
I
the
mean,
dust
Unite's a
glove.
bit
That was a
more
really
interesting to look
difficult
at
matchup.
least.
So I'm not sure if it's like the best call or anything, but I was able to get through it just with comfort for my team. Yeah.
That comfort can really go a long way. So let's go ahead and talk about your matchup against Gabriel. You know, Sun Team does feel like a very nice matchup for Dondozo if you can get rid of the Lilligant. What was your strategy going into game one?
Yeah, that's true. That's all right.
I was anticipating a Lily
We've got
lead.
some
I hadn't really played
Pokemon
the
to
matchup
play.
too much, so I wasn't really sure.
Miss
what to
Pokken events,
expect.
the finals were always so fun.
I'm
Pokken
going
was
for,
min.
like the final gambit into my Dragonite game 1 and then close combat into Archaeodon game 2. It made it a little bit more
Pokken
difficult
makes
for me
my
to deal
dad
with that Lilligant.
unhappy.
So, and because I'm
Not all
Terra Steel on the
Tatsudozos were built
Dondozo,
equal.
I can't even play to like Terra Grass and then like hit the Torkoal and not take
Your
too much
dad's
damage from
name's
that.
Bill.
So
Your
I have
dad's
to play
name's
the
Bill.
sleep turns to some extent. Maybe if it went to a game 3,
Looking
I
at
could
Worlds,
have
what you're going
made
to do is a
some sort of
great memory, a
adjustment to
core
try and
memory.
Not play with the sleep
Core
turns,
memory
but
for a
Game
Koro.
1 and 2, I got the turn 1 wake up, so I got pretty lucky there. And that definitely helped.
Look
me.
at
Like, he played
that. No
pretty well,
shinies for Liam.
I think at the end of game 1,
Diddle-a-dun.
I thought maybe if he locked into Shadow Ball, there were some more chances.
That's
of
a
him.
big
But for
Garbodor.
the Heat Wave, and my Tatsugiri didn't take too much damage, so that was okay. But he played really well in the set. Like,
Easiest game to
overall,
understand as
and
well.
I just-
Anyone
I
can
had
get
to
into
lucky
it.
with
Yeah.
some
Health
wake
bar,
ups.
get low.
Yeah, that's just how the
Lose.
game goes sometimes. So, I mean,
Job's a
now
good 'un.
that you're here, going into Top Cut, what's your plan? Just gonna try and do your best? Do you have any strategies that you learned from being in Top Cut last year?
Well, I'm gonna try not to lose, I guess. You know, that's but I'm pretty happy with where I'm at, so I'll try to go further. but
Pokemon, please turn down the saturation.
I'm content with this run so far. Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
It's too
You've
saturated.
Really accomplished a lot.
It's really not
Back-to-back
good
top
for
cuts
human
is a
teeth.
True amazing feat. Do you have anybody in the crowd or anybody at home you want to give a shout out to?
Definitely my mom. She's not here, but she brings me to like most of the events that I go to. She's definitely my biggest supporter. And I definitely wouldn't be able to do any of this if she wasn't supporting
That's
me.
wholesome.
Awesome. Well, Kylan, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go get prepared for Top Cut.
She's trying to do
And,
for Top Cut
that's
this
it
year. I'm
for
going to try
us
not
for
losing.
Swiss for now, but we have an incredible
Do be like that, though.
single elimination bracket coming
How
up
would you know,
soon. So
Liam?
we're going to
Oh,
take
yeah,
a
true.
quick break to get that ready.
Hey, I've been in a
Stay
Top
tuned.
Cut
You're not
at an
gonna wanna
event
miss it.
once. Excited to go 08 EUIC and get my interview with Gabby. I mean, I've gone 1 and 8 at EUIC. Little Patrick's in the cut. Oh, for fuck's sake.
A series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This
Come
was
on,
the
man.
first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon.
Let's
Our
go.
classic battle took place in the top 4 match.
Shiggity shiggity schwa. Where am I trying to go? This is my problem with this with shiny hunting in this game is I can never decide where I want to go to hunt. Where do I want to go? I'll just have a look in here real quick. Because you never know. I do still need to get Helioptile. So there is that. Plus he's getting another Onyx at some point. So that, you know what, that could be a shout.
As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world.
And avoiding the Pachirisu one because of Jody. Oh shit, maybe. Oh. God damn it, Azzarelli. Way to ruin everything. With your stupid
Many trainers
lack of
feared
morals.
Celesteela's ability to
Idiot.
single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela
What a
to win
twat.
this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just
Remember when
how
games could last over 30
unstoppable it can
minutes?
be thanks to Leaf Seed recovery.
the
If
theory.
Tomoyuki
It holds
wanted
water
to keep
though.
his championship hopes alive,
Like my
not only
belly.
did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so
Powered
Tomoyuki
gem.
would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense
I don't really miss
is
the
a
Ultra
good
Beasts, but
defense,
then I never
and
played
the
against them, did
Salt
I really?
Bass was just
I miss the
bulky
Ultra
enough
Beast
to keep
music.
him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their
I miss
hands,
Adam Doricott.
Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding
still have it on the
this
YouTube
match
channel?
in the
Oh, there
most
you go.
dramatic way possible, plus 3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and
Ooh.
whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round.
Bruh.
A couple of seconds out. So this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage. But after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Bruh.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC.
That was strong feasible to Lola,
especially
fair.
not in
First few
top 4
notes of
of
the
the
Ultra
World
Beast encounter theme when the alarm essentially screams at you will always be my favorite bit.
What would ensue could be considered the most intense plus 3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to
I'm
show
gonna
up big
fly
in this
like an
match.
eagle
While the
and
fighting
kick
type
your
Buzzwole
daddy in
faced
the
off
head.
against a fairy type and a flying type.
Go to the
Tomoyuki made an
Gengar
incredible
place,
read
right?
with his Z move to try to make Buzzwole
Just
the
go in
hero
and out,
of this
in and out,
story.
in and out, shake it all about.
From your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing
Your boy
some pretty
Buzzwole.
sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think. A Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
I don't love that they added the alternate forms. Oh, you do. There we go. Now I get you. Open the door, close the door. Open the door and close the door. Open the door and close the door and kick your daddy gash. Kick your daddy gash. Auto cucumber screwing me. Nice.
Last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
Into the anals.
So close, coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole
Celesteela
doing
is
what
my
it does
dad. I
best
don't think it is. Why is everything your dad today? I don't know. It's the cold getting to me. I need my old man slippers on. I'll get a cup of tea soon, actually. That'd be a good shout. Maybe you should get a cup of tea now, before the next round. Bro. I know, if ever I were to get good at Pokemon, I'd get undone by a critical hit. Because it happened when my Bronzong was zonging. It was tanking Kowtow Cleaves at +6 from a King Gambit. And then it got crit. And it was all over.
The VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching.
I want to make
Let us know
Iron
some of
Thorns
your
work.
favorite moments
It's
in
got no
VGC
business not
history
being
by
good.
using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
But it's really shite. And I wish they kept the regional variants as an Alola thing. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. But then we wouldn't have got Paldean Tauros. And Paldean Tauros Blaze Breed is one of my favorite Pokemon. So I don't know, man. My dad's name is Beef. It's not Beef, is it? 3 minutes until the next round, allegedly. Top cut these nuts. Wow, this place is crazy. Christmas shopping, rip. Hello, Gamer Riku. How you doing? Good. That's a shopping center. What am I doing? Sensor loads have massively different climates, trigger the phenomenon, but I also do love the postal load regional variants too. Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? It's one of those where it's like, I can see why they wouldn't continue them, but I can also see why they would. So I get it, but I get it. Ah, I can't get in here. I'm too far away. Hello, number 10. Ah, this place is wild. There are wild Pokemon here. That's crazy. That Sharpedo is angry. Hello. Hello, pretty star, you. Oh god, hello. My gran asked me, so why do you like the gym? Activating my hyperfixation rambles. You're just there like, because my muscles are getting bigger. Yes, my muscles. There are snakes in here. I've had to switch to my local shop to put on layaway for 20% up front. Ooh. Go on. It's so hard trying to watch my figure, and there are always adverts for food and sweets. There are. That's true. That's true. Go on then, Scotty, tell us. I did your shiny method. All threes can do with shiny. I want to check. It's not my method. It's not my method, but fucking well done. Right, I'm going to tinkle and grab a cup of tea and my slippers. Brr.
Welcome back, everyone. It has been heating up in Brazil here, and it has been heating up in our matches. We have completed our second phase of the tournament, and that means, Gabby, it's time for Top Cut.
Almost. We do have to wait a little bit for our players to be ready for Top Cut and for our lovely staff and judges to prepare everything for the bracket. But while we wait, we do have the opportunity to give you a sneak preview of some of the players who have made it through to the asymmetrical Top Cut. And I do want to take a moment to mention this before I forget, because I will forget. We will be streaming top 8 matches here on the main stream, but if you want to see our buy-in matches, these are the top 16 placements that will be playing for their opportunity to make it into the top 8. You can go ahead and catch those on the feature stream, youtube.com/playpokemon. I don't know when they'll be kicking off, which is also why I'm saying this right now, but you also don't want to leave us here, so maybe, you know, get a couple of those other tabs going, you know, multiple monitors, maybe one on your phone, maybe one on your Switch.
Yeah, it's a multi-screen moment.
It's a multi-screen moment here, and we really appreciate y'all hanging out with us during this multi-screen moment.
Yeah, absolutely. We will be playing all of our top 8 matches here, but again, those featured match streams will have all of our play-in matches. That is going to be a top 11, so we will have 3 featured matches that will be happening on those side streams. So make sure you're also following those as we are getting ready for our top 8 here on the main stream.
But that does give us the opportunity to look at who is going to guarantee their top 8 placement. So let's go ahead and pull up our first player profile. And that is going to be, of course, Justin Tang. I think the first player to actually lock in their top 8 placement here in the Latin American International Championship and continue his incredible streak of not placing lower than top 8 in a tournament since the World Championships earlier on this year.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Justin Tang did drop 2 matches, so he may still be, he probably has made it into the bracket, but I don't know if we've finished seeding. The only player who has actually locked it will be Oliver, but we'll get to him later. For now, Justin Tang absolutely is on a run this season. Of course, like you mentioned, no placement worse than top 8. And at this point, no placement worse than top 11 at a tournament in his career this season.
Maybe we should just say no placement worse than top.
Than top, yes. Top, if you think about top trainers, you have to think about Justin Tang here.
Exactly. And the way that he's been piloting the Grimmsnarl, the Volcarona support options on his team to enable Pokemon like the Ursaluna Blood Moon and the Golden Go to go on the offense has been absolutely incredible. Of course, earlier on this morning, we saw him utilize a completely different mode of the team, using Scale Shot to attempt to and eventually succeed in boosting up the defensive power of that Archaludon so that it could pick up some very heavy KOs thanks to Body Press, just showing an absolute mastery of what these Pokemon can do and what they need to guarantee the win.
Absolutely, and this is a team and a player who is not following sort of the trends of the moment. This is a team that he brought to Las Vegas, where again, he did make the top 8 with a version of the team. But I'm really thinking about this Volcarona set and also the Golden Go. A lot of players are going with the Life Orb, Golden Go with the Nasty Plot setup or a third attack. Justin actually is using a Choice Specs version, and also this Volcarona being the support style Volcarona that uses Struggle Bug in addition to Rage Powder to protect team and also to keep the special attackers down on the opposing end has been really special to watch.
And we've seen that be so successful for other trainers throughout the tournament, just using Snarl over and over again, using Struggle Bug over and over again to keep top meta threats like the Ursaluna Blood Moon at bay. So just a very clever use of that attack. I think the other thing worth calling out is that we saw that incredible use of the Grimmsnarl trading off between Light Screen and Spirit Break and Thunder Wave, just knowing when you need the I guess the word I want to use is the endurance of the screens versus the temporary placement of the Spirit Break onto a Pokemon so that you can, you know, prioritize whether or not the Grimmsnarl, that little bit of extra damage is more valuable or the extra special defense on your side of the field for a longer period of time. Just really great knowledge of this team, and I cannot wait to see what trainers he's going to be facing up against, such as one of our other top cut trainers, Gabriel Agati.
Yeah, Gabriel has been so impressive in this tournament, using a very common core with the Incineroar and Rillaboom alongside the Basculegion and the Volcarona, but really mixing it up by also bringing the Politoed alongside the Alolan Ninetales. Now, Politoed, I know that's a Pokemon that's close to both of our hearts.
Yes.
We have not seen a lot of outside of the last time. The last time we saw it was the championship-winning Perish Song team that Wolf Glick ran. Gabriel is also using a Perish Song Politoed here, but crucially is not a part of a trap, mostly just using it to secure end games when he gets ahead.
But there is a trap on the team with Whirlpool, which is one of those moves that, other than accessing certain parts of Pokemon Gold and Silver to catch a Lugia, I have honestly not thought about in a very long time. And the fact that Gabriel was able to, one, realize that Whirlpool is an incredible option to provide a water-type attack on Politoed that actually does decent damage in the rain, provides a trapping utility
some
that
kind
can
of
be
pumpkin
applied
pirate,
when
you
needed.
bastard.
And then
Right,
also, you know, he
let's
has
catch up.
Perish Song alongside of that for endgame conditions, or even just to put additional pressure on the board. I think is a excellent meta game call coming into this tournament from Gabriel.
Look,
And it's
gym
been so
for the boost
cool
of my
to see
fitness,
him
improving my
pilot
figure,
this Politoed
feeling of
in
progression,
many
big on muscle,
different
sense
ways
community with
across
my
the
gym rat friends,
mainstream and
especially the
across the future
ATL
matches as
fitness,
well.
being able to inspire and be inspired, being able to walk a mile without having to have a seat. Better posture, breathing easier, overall feeling like better me. Hell yeah.
So many interesting things
Hell
going
yeah.
on with that one Pokemon.
Oh, ice skating's really easy.
The fire, water, grass core of
It's super
Volt
easy.
With Incineroar and Rillaboom. A lot of
What
people
am I here for?
relying on just the Basculegion
Just to suffer.
for that standard fire, water, grass core.
Yeah,
But
boy.
Basculegion is your offensive
I now
threat.
have
You
tea.
don't want it to be taking too many attacks,
Tea is good because it's very cold.
As it is, as soon as you start getting some chip damage onto Bastion Legion, Grassy Glide can pick up that KO.
For sure. Let's go ahead and move on to our next top cut trainer. That's going
ATL
to be
roller
Oliver
skating at
Escalin,
UIC,
who
trust.
we also had the chance to see play earlier on today.
Only if it's bikini
Running
roller
that
skating.
Some team, but just a little bit
I'm down
different.
for that.
Having access to an excellent trick room
Might have
mode
to
on that
karaoke.
team with
Fucking hell.
Dusclops, Eviolite being able to withstand the
Even just a simple thing today, I had 2 random lads asking me to spot for them, such a gym rat thing, but I appreciate
and Torkoal, of course,
being able to
then
help, but
taking
also trusted to be able to do it. Yeah,
advantage of its
exactly.
favorite mode of speed, slow.
Yeah,
I want to
crucially,
do a trick
Oliver
room
Escalin
team.
is our only person who is guaranteed into the top 8 because he finished at 11-1 after phase 2.
Hey, 11-1 is insane.
Being seeded to see who will join
Ice skating scares me because I fractured my wrist for the second time. Ouch.
in those play-in matches, which, by the way, make sure you go to youtube.com/playpokemon so you can see our side.
Make sure you go to youtube.com/AceTrainerLiam.
But, like you mentioned, this is a really cool team. It has a lot of cool text, and I just got to throw it out there.
And then go check out his socials, and then sign up for his premium site, and then tune in for the stream next week where he'll have no pants on.
No, I
Hell
know it's
yeah.
not. It could be.
It could be.
You've never roller skated? Damn.
That is the truth.
Yeah, I'm trying to make like really powerful eye contact with the camera, which you can't see, but I'm sending those waves into the universe.
Whoa, don't attack me. I'm special.
But you're absolutely right. No, Mega Venusaur is the mascot here.
Never be able to walk a mile again without
Venusaur in use
sitting
yet
MS's
on this
ass. Oh, it's
broadcast
rough,
at
innit?
least, but it's such a fun Pokemon to see in use once again, as it can make excellent use of chlorophyll and its access
Hey, is
to
Dusclops about to fucking win a regional? Still feel a bit of a pipsqueak on arm day, which I did yesterday. Using such little weights while all these guys are lifting a large child's weight. Yeah, but like remember, they've been doing it for years. And you also don't want the biceps that they have.
A leaf storm and
Do
a
ya?
weather ball as well. So just a fantastic special attacker. I think it's left
Thought you
on
told
the
me you weren't going for the
sidelines
Jade
a little
Cargill
bit
figure.
in Regulation H, just because his Simeon Lilligant's fighting typing is very hard to give up. But overall, finding its moment in the metagame.
Absolutely. I think I wouldn't actually even be surprised to see Venusaur if it showed up in sort of a
No
mixed
pants on.
trick
That should be
room
on your
mode,
OF
because
account.
one of the
Alex, you
benefits
missed the
that
part
Venusaur
where I
has
said
over some of the
go
other
to the
chlorophyll
socials
users
and
who
join the
use
spicy
like this,
account.
is it actually has
That's,
kind of a weird
that's what
middle
OF is,
speed
mate.
tier, and so you can get to that
Try and
point where
keep
you're
up, yeah?
outspeeding everything in the sun, and maybe you're underspeeding some other key threats under trick room, which can make it really difficult
You
to
silly
figure out
Billy.
how you want to face off against this team.
And that's one of the amazing things I love watching when I'm watching a Trick Room player who has these different modes.
That's what I'm definition. Yeah, I'm not looking to be a bodybuilder. Yeah, exactly.
Given
It's
that
like you
Oliver
see.
has
I
made
see
it
a lot of
this
memes
far
at the
in
moment
tournament
from
with
all
such
of like the gym
incredible
bros
record, I think
that are
he
laughing
has to
because
have that game knowledge,
a
and
lot
I
of
really hope we
like
get to see it play out
normie
on
girls.
stream.
Yeah,
So
there's
not
also a
not
couple
us
of
lot,
other
not
interesting
the
things
girls
here
in
is
here,
that
but
this
lots of
Dragonite
normie
has a
girls
unique set
will say like,
for this,
"Oh, I
tournament.
don't do
Most
weightlifting
everyone
because
has
I
been
don't want to.
using
I
these
don't want to
skill
get
shots
like
with
massive and beefy like one of them Olympic
But
women."
Oliver
And
has
you're there
actually
like,
decided to go with 3
you can't
attacking
get
moves on that
accidentally
Dragonite with Scale Shot, Ice
ripped.
Spinner, and Extreme Speed.
You can't get
We've seen Extreme Speed be very
accidentally
useful in a few of
to the
matches
point of
we've
having
seen this
biceps
weekend.
the size of a human head. Like it's not. It don't work like that.
Especially if, like, a Typhlosion
It's really
gets
funny.
into Blaze range and tries to go
It's
for the
funny.
terrestrialization to get even more damage.
I just want to be
Versus for a
toned,
Bastion
and it's like,
Legion
yeah,
going for a
being
water
toned is
terrestrialization and barely
building
surviving
muscle
a
and
grassy
losing
glide
body
and
fat.
getting picked
That's
off
that's
by
what
the
toned
extreme
is.
speed. And having the
But people
Ice
don't get
Spinner
it.
is really a throwback
Normies don't
to,
get it.
making sure that you have control of
We
the
get it.
terrain, which can be really important when you're trying to worry about
And she'd
different
get
priority
it.
attacks like from the Rillaboom, or even in the field if you're worried about the psychic terrain with
Oh, that's a big boy.
All right, talking about
Concession
someone who
spoons,
has
karaoke,
access
and
to
skating, I
fast
suppose
terrain on
EUIC
his
as well.
team,
Yeah,
Juan
Pokemon if we
Salerno
have to.
Also making it into our
Same with
top
men not
cut
doing their
here
squats.
in the
Oh yeah, I
Latin
don't want a
American
big
International
BBL, and you're there like,
Championships.
mate, do you know how many squats you have to do?
More
I've actively been trying to grow
traditional
my
style
ass, and it's
Regulation H
fucking
teams, but
difficult.
Has shown a commanding understanding of this team. Having
There's your
used it
boy. There's your
literally
boy, Emma.
all
Juan
around the world
Salerno.
recently, to great
Running
success. Was
Sneasler.
able to get top 4 in Gdansk, the regional championships there just a couple weeks
Those
ago.
men are cowards, honestly.
And really, it's such a powerful team.
Men don't.
and
Those
it
men
has
don't
so many
realize
different
how
ways
much
that you
women
can
actually
pivot out
really
in and
like a
out of
pert bum on a
situations.
guy.
You can rely on your game knowledge to sort of carry you across the finish line. And when you're playing at such a top level and playing trainers that have so much game
Like,
knowledge that you also
a lot
have,
of girls
giving yourself
would
the
like their man
opportunity
to have,
pivot,
you know, a bum
utilizing
as opposed to
the,
legs
what's
that
it
just
cost to
end.
call them? The fake out brothers?
Super fake out
The
brothers.
super fake out
You know,
brothers?
something to squeeze, innit?
Pivot pals or the fake out friends.
And what says, oh, it's such a thing.
Pals, 'cause I like
I miss
the
being a muscle
alliteration of that a
mommy.
little bit better.
I used to be able to pick up grown
It's
men and
just a
carry them
way
around.
to
That was the
open up
best.
opportunities
Aw.
for your Pokemon to deal the bigger damage, to give yourself that lead, and to slowly advance through.
To be clear, I'm not like his biggest fan. I just think he's got a high probability to winning. Who do you want to win? I want Justin Tang to win. Or the guy using Politoed. Oh no, I think he's out.
And it turns out when you put the top 6 Pokemon in the meta on one team, it makes it very difficult to beat as well. This is, of course, a little bit of an
I haven't asked anyway. I might as well work on getting the form on it. There you go. There you go.
But with, it's actually very, traditional.
Let's see Gabriel Agati win. I think he's the one that's using Politoed.
Water Terra-type on the Ursaluna instead of the Electric Terra-type, and has the Dragonite instead of the Ninetales. But other than that,
Yeah, Justin
pretty
Tang would be good.
standard, according to what won
I think it could be his year. He's been fucking killing it.
that this is still an extremely powerful archetype and still something to watch out for.
Something to watch out for indeed. Let's go ahead and move on to our next Top Cut trainer. This is going to be Teotihuacan Musso, who I had the opportunity to talk to yesterday after he won an incredible matchup. And I really loved watching him play that game because that was one of those Volcarona mirrors that we saw where it was really a matter of knowing just how the Volcarona needed to be positioned.
Hey, EUIC top 8 in London. New Orleans top 128. Bologna top 8. Stuttgart top 4. Bro's cooking this year.
But in Teotihuacan's position, he was able to recognize, well, actually, this is pretty great. Stay on the field for all those encore
Although if I was
turns
him, I
and
would grow a
utilize the
beard.
boost to his
I think a
advantage to
beard
take
would
him to the win.
Yeah, absolutely.
do incredible things for this man.
Dancing and nothing can touch the Volcarona. Eventually, Encore is going to run
Give
out,
me
and
what
then
I
there's gonna
want,
be a
which is a bit of a sheen that isn't Bellsprout.
That's pretty good.
You can't beat that.
And of course, Teo Team has experience being in
Oh,
these
hello.
top cuts, of course, being in the top 8
Oh,
for
hello.
the EUIC last
Oh,
season,
hello.
now making it into the top 11 here in Brazil for the Latin America International Championship.
I think I can tell the ATL community and not my grand. Pep enjoys the gym progress. I bet she does. I bet she enjoys the personal workouts you've been giving her.
Have a really difficult match at the very beginning of our day today, where he had a bunch of rolls go against
Pep be
him.
like, Scotty May, you massive stud, please spaff on my
Still had other games to play.
chest.
He won out from there and was able to make it all the way here to the top 11.
Very good reference
That is
as well.
such a position to be in as well because every single person
Enjoying
in
Taser's
phase 2
progress
of this
too.
competition was
Hey,
insanely talented. I think you mentioned
saucy.
this earlier today. We've had world champions
Saucy
not
like
make it through to the
sauce.
top cut phase of this competition.
Maybe I'll
That's just
do.
how difficult
Liam,
it
stop
was.
changing
So
area.
that
Just
level of
focus on area
cold-headedness
10.
is going to be needed to
Reset
progress
till you
beyond
die.
top 8
Reset
into
till I
top 4
die.
and to have
Reset
your
till I
chance to vie
die.
for the championship title this weekend.
I think reset here.
5 world champions here this weekend, none of whom are in the top 11.
Sorry for the spoiler on that, by the way.
Apologies. But let's go ahead and continue to dive in on this because I also love the encore.
Let's
and
look at the
disabled
standings.
Ninetales. That's something that I think people have.
All the matches are
stopped
done.
Really seeing it as they've been dropping it, only keeping one of encore and one of disable.
Yeah.
And it's really nice to have both options available, especially if you're just going to go with a.
Yeah, Marco Silva's 9 and 3.
And
So
just
does
even
9 and
having
3
it on
not
the
get
team
through?
sheet honestly puts a lot of pressure onto your opponent because you have to think not only
Well, isn't
do
it
I
a
want
top
to be
16,
encored
isn't
into
it?
this
So-
move, do I feel like struggling?
Yeah.
Nobody likes to struggle both in reality and in their Pokemon games.
Damn,
you
you
know,
can't do the
being
three-peat
forced
then.
to use an attack that's not going to do a lot of damage to a random target on the opposite
Bobbity
side of the
beep beep,
field, but
bobbity
will
beep
force
beep,
you to take
bibbity beep
a
beep,
lot of
bibbity beep
damage in
beep. They call me
recoil is
bibbity
not
beep
a great
beep. They call me
spot to be
bibbity
in,
beep beep.
and
They call me
can
bobbity beep.
honestly
All
lock
right, mate,
up
you
win
can stop now.
conditions
Thank you.
very easily when saved for the end of a game. So
That's
again, something
tasty.
that you just have to be very conscious of moving forwards against an opponent like Teotihuacan. So I hope we get to see that played in this top cut.
All right, well, let's take a look at our next
Here we
player
go.
in the top cut. That is going to be our second United States player, William Brown. Billy Brown has made it into the top
Willie
cut
Brown.
here
Don't call him Willie
of the
Brown.
Latin America International Championships.
William
And this is a very
Brown.
classic heavy rain team.
Listen to her words.
The
She's used to
Pelipper,
Twigs
the
having someone stronger as a
Archaludon,
novel
and the
experience.
Basculegion.
Yeah, you can
These
do
are
the
not
you can do the pretty woman thing. Is a pretty woman where you hold her above the head?
Versions of these Pokemon. Archaludon is holding the Assault
I mean,
Vest,
Liam, you've
has
seen
the
Pep. She
Electro
is a
Shot
pretty
available,
woman. That's true.
And Basculegion is going for that all-out offense.
Cracking
with the
nuts.
Terra Water and the Choice Band with the ability
Lord.
Swift Swim so that it's able to outspeed everything in the rain.
But that does open up some opportunities for a couple of
Let's
different
get
changes
me
on
a
this
Sheen,
team.
maybe.
For example, the Incineroar is going to be the super
I wonder if
offensive
that's done
variant where
anything for your
you're
shiny
holding
look,
Clear
Liam.
Amulet and you're running knockoff Flare Blitz in close combat. We've seen that Incineroar be able to
I'm
change
going
the tide
to
of
be
battles
a
very
lollipop
quickly,
salesman.
slightly
Let me
intended
sell
there,
a
for
lollipop
trainers
to
both this
your
weekend
dad.
and in Las Vegas in previous
Where the
tournaments
fuck
in
is the
Regulation
door?
H 2.0. Because there's Tailwind
Where's
on the
the
Pelipper that also
door?
lets you run extreme
Go away,
speed
Ghastly.
on the Dragonite that allows you to pick up some last-minute KOs if you need just that
Where's
little bit
the
of extra
door?
damage. And of course, Farigiraf
Christ.
has turned out to be its own very powerful attacker. And we've seen like the Whimsicott sort of take on the offensive role a couple of times this
Oh.
weekend. Given
no.
that
Never mind.
Billy Brown is running the Farigiraf with Throat Spray,
Right,
I do think
Steve,
that
you a
there
bit
is
tired,
high
boy?
likelihood that we'll see the Farigiraf kind of take on that role
Are you
as
a
well.
tired lad?
Yeah, and I think we have to also highlight this.
Have you tried
Incineroar
not
and
being
Farigiraf
tired?
Combination.
Oh,
this
yes.
is something that has been really popular
Well,
since
Sprout.
the Las Vegas
Nice.
regionals and since the global challenge right before it.
And in
Just a
previous
bit? Oh, mate.
regulations in Scarlet and Violet, because let me tell you, I was leading
My
that
advice for a
before my
tired lad
Calyrex
is
Ice
don't be.
Rider when we were back in the single restricted format.
She just woke
It
up.
just covers
Mate.
for so much because
America?
you have the ability to pivot out
11 a.m.
immediately
wake
if
up?
you're an Incineroar. Getting an Intimidate down
You
on
can
the
stop
field
wearing
is
a
never
return.
necessarily a
Oh,
bad thing.
yeah.
Even though William Brown's own Incineroar doesn't have Parting Shot or U-turn, just going for that manual switch there after an Intimidate, like that little bit of
I need
chip
my ego
damage
stroking,
is,
so hello.
way less important relative to
Welcome
that drop
back,
in
Night
attack.
Angel.
Yeah, and it's really been interesting to see this pairing evolve over time because now we do have that
Doo-doo.
offensive
Doo-doo,
Incineroar, which
doo-doo,
is what has really been making a splash in the last couple of tournaments. Having the clear amulet on it, everyone just
My
sort
name?
of remembered that
Jazzy
Incineroar
James.
learns close combat so it can defeat
Come
other
on.
opposing Incineroar, and that's been really huge for that combo. And of course, Farigiraf with Throat
Angle.
Spray, we all know it can deal some good damage.
On help you lurking mostly? Wow.
All right, let's go ahead and move
It's
on
like you
to
hate
our
me.
next top finalist. I just spoke to him a couple minutes ago.
You complimented
Kylan
my
Van
whipped
Severen,
cream
the only
outfit.
Dondozo user in Phase 2, and I believe one of the
Kylan
few
could go all the way.
Dondozo users in the field here this
Send
weekend.
help. Gizmo, are you
Actually just
working
told me that
again,
this was
mate?
the same
Stop
team that he ran
working.
last year at the Latin America International Championship.
All you do is bloody
Where
work.
he was able to get top cut
The
there
big
as
dollary
well, finish
dues?
top
This is fair.
16
Do you
in
know
that
what? You can make some
tournament.
dollary
I
dues.
think it really is his mastery of this
And
team
once you make
over
some dollary
time
dues,
that
teach me how to
showed
make
in
dollary
his
dues.
run. You know, when we saw him finally on stream in that final round of Swiss, you know, did acknowledge that he got lucky with those one-turn wake-ups on the Dondozo. But
Steve used my
overall,
nickname
that
for
just
Night
felt
Angel.
like
I
a
don't
nice
like
to
that.
have. You know, it still felt
Wow.
like he was very much
No, I'm
in
back for going
control
out
of
with
the
Mum and my
momentum.
sister.
The
Oh.
Dondozo was
Why
able
do you
to
need
get
help
those
then?
attack boosts where he needed it, and ultimately the
Into an all-you-can
Dondozo
eat?
wasn't
Oh, I'm
really
fucking
too
jelly. I'm so
threatened by
hungry.
the Torkoal endgame that
To raise money for
Kylan's opponent kept
Donnos.
trying
No,
to
her
set
money's
up.
for
Yeah, I
her.
think
She
it's
doesn't have to
actually
spend it on
really
Liam.
interesting, this particular combination. I don't think it doesn't.
Although Liam
surprise
would
me
appreciate
once I
it.
started thinking about it a little bit that it's doing well here. You know, this is
It's
actually
never
a team that
expected.
Kylan has brought
Yeah, all you can eat, and it's like, well,
LAIC. That means it's been probably
let's
the
see
last
if I can.
4 or 5 tournaments in Regulation H that Kylan has been bringing this same six Pokemon.
Yep.
Which is wild to think about, but in this current moment,
That's not very
where
fair,
Pokemon
Kaylee.
like
You shouldn't be
Typhlosion and
gatekeeping
Torkoal
nicknames.
Are so powerful and so strong. Even just the lone Tatsugiri outside of the Dondozo.
My dad's a
having the
Tatsugiri. No,
water
he's
and
not.
dragon typing
Stop
to
saying
block
these
resist
things.
Fire type. It's one of the only. It has a focus sap, so it's always going to survive. But actually, it can survive multiple eruptions from those.
Na 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 na. Oh my god.
Matches
Na
and we
na
were
na.
watching backstage was like you needed to somehow land. I
Sure,
think,
so on
all
us,
3 or 4
boys.
hits on that
We
Tatsugiri
rowdy.
to
That's the
secure
one.
knockout, and as long as Muddy
Wow, look
Water
at all
just
these
decided to
non-shiny
cooperate, which
Pokemon.
Kylan didn't even go for, as he knew he had enough time to rely on Dragon Pulse, which was the better
Wow,
play
look at that
for
non-shiny Watchog. Where are all my shiny spawning,
able to
man?
lock him in this top cut. So just amazing knowledge of the team, amazing
Stone
knowledge of the
Jarnar.
outs that you need.
Arnar.
And I think a lot of people weren't preparing for Dondozo for this tournament because it's kind of gone away.
Is your
which,
Discord
you know,
name?
I
What do you
think a lot
mean?
of people were
But if
thankful
it's
for
her
myself
Discord name,
included,
then
but
that
you
makes sense
always
why
worry
people would
about,
call her
well,
that,
what if I
because
hit the one Dondozo player
they would
in
call
the
her by
field?
her Discord name.
What is my matchup into
Put his
that? And
paws
you have
over
to
my
wonder
eyes. Oh my
if our
god.
top cut players have a matchup into Dondozo,
That was
if they
fucking
don't, this
wild.
might be
What a
Kyle's
story.
ticket to go even further than last year.
And Scrag's ever eventful life.
Players are rethinking their Dundee
Oh,
match.
100%.
right now, absolutely. But I think what's really interesting is that, you know, I think a lot of players.
Yo, is it Toad Dial in the water? Please help me.
And so common, started thinking, oh, I have Haze on Dragonite. Of course, that means I have a Dondozo matchup. All I have to do is use Haze. We saw some really
You add Night Angle to the mix, your chances of winning drastic go down.
With that final gambit Annihilate, just to wipe it off the map, so could not use Haze ever. And clearly, Kylan has been really focusing on how to counter the
Yo.
Yeah, and I think it's actually
Now you're talking my language.
to have Dragonite survive a final gambit, especially after
33 or the third chance.
A little bit of chip damage on there.
That's my 75% chance.
You need it, but if you're like worried, you have that option.
Yeah, really cool tech there from Kylan to go for the Annihilate, and that Annihilate also has.
May have stole your medium or high joke. Bestie was not amused. It's the follow-up that made it hilarious.
Earlier Dondozo metas,
so wild.
Which were the slower toxic spikes.
Wow, look at all these Pokemon.
I believe it was Yuki who in the Oceania International Championships in 2023 then popped Mortal Spin.
Oh my.
Poison ticks on.
Yeah, the medium high joke was top notch. Like that was peak. That was peak.
Styles, that was the more stally Dondozo. This is clearly a more
Wee rowdy.
Dondozo, especially with the Steel Terra and the Heavy Slam, which I can tell you.
There's a Scyther at this house.
Does a lot of damage.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to Yuma Kinugawa, who is our resident Manual Sun user here in Top Cut.
Yuma Kinugawa's
I am
cracked.
really excited to see more of this team in Top Cut, as it's been so cool to see our secondary mascot giveaway Pokemon, LAIC 26 Tailwind. The eyes are actually ones.
Eyes are ones.
Build up kind of a hero story this weekend, as being able to set Sunny Day after any switches have been, you know, sort of processed in the
I wish I had
turn
accolades.
order, has really enabled Typhlosion
I was asleep with my lanyard right around my controller. Woke up at Pokemon Center. Oh no! That's horrible.
When you pair it with a Pokemon like the Ursaluna Blood Moon with Life Orb with normal Terastallization, it just does so much damage. You really have
Look
to
at
worry
all
about
those
your plan,
willies.
because if you plan for one and you don't plan for the other, then you're going to be caught in a really
Everything in this area is angry at Liam.
Pincher move right there, and I really have to say,
Literally
we've
blacked
seen
out.
Two other competitors use this variant of a version of this team, but they all had different sixth Pokemon.
Yep.
So the Yuma Kinugawa on your screen has
Bruh.
the Flamigo there. We also saw Luca Terabelli, who had the Incineroar.
Let Flamigo win.
Incineroar with 3
Let the
attacks
Wookiee
and
win.
their amulet, and Ali Dakika from Brazil had the Annihilate with safety goggles as that sixth
There we
Pokemon. Clearly,
go.
Kinugawa being the only
You know what? I kind of
one
wanna. I kind of wanna
clearly
hunt
the
something in
reason
Scarlet
why,
and Violet.
right? Got so
I'm
many
really
cool
in the
options.
mood.
I was going to say, Flamigo hits kind of a sweet spot between the close combat
Might do it.
as a pure offensive option. You have the scrappy ability, so
Watch
you
me
can
do
hit
it.
any
Watch me do
Ursaluna,
it.
regardless if they
Alright, you
terastallize
can stop
into a
making the
ghost
sound,
type
though.
or not. Not so much relevant with the Blood Moons everywhere, but could have been relevant if it was a normal Blood Moon, or normal Ursaluna weekend. But then you
virus.
also have support
go.
with Feint and with Wide Guard, so you can't
Yeah, how was
safely
the
click
nap? That's
Protect in front of the Eruption, in
His
front of
best
the
friend
Blood
Liam
Moon
even
or
charged
Hyper
up.
Voice,
Well,
if there
we'll find
is
out.
the risk of your Protect breaking because of Feint. And then if you are facing off against another Eruption user,
He's not
another
charged
Hyper
up.
Voice user, you have Wide Guard to provide that support as well. So
Let's go play
it's a lot
Scarlet
of,
Violet,
like, team
yes.
sheet intimidation with this Flamigo, but again, when you're playing high-level Pokemon, that really is enough to make
That's how
your
you get
opponent
powered up.
second guess, and that can be
Power
enough
up
to
these
give you
nuts.
the openings to get an advantage.
Yeah, and I really have to highlight
4 shinies,
on this
2-faced rappers,
Yes.
walk away with 4 shiners.
about this Pokemon is that it has the ability Scrappy and Feint as an attack, which means that even ghost types are not safe to protect in front of any of the
Nice.
powerful Pokemon on Kinugawa's team.
Hey, look who's
You're
Whimsicott
trying
this
to
is.
Use your Golden Go to protect itself against
It's fucking Federico's Whimsicott.
Actually gonna get blown up by the Eruption and a Feint combination, and I think that's really special.
Saw
and a
Ember's
really
pose. Sophie's
cool
Lilith will be
twist.
amazing.
Sort of
Wait a minute, wait a minute,
really
wait a
punish
minute.
people who haven't thought
Which
through how
post?
they want to deal with the Eruption Typhlosion or the Terra Normal Hyper Voice Blood Moan.
All right,
this
so
on
those are going to be our
Instagram?
top players for this tournament, but we're going to take a quick break here to get ready for the Top Cut phase. So please stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back.
favorite Pokemon is Xerneas. I just really
enjoyed
clicking Geomancy back in 2019. I really like its design and being a setup Pokemon with so much power and pressure. I just really enjoyed using it. My favorite generation of Pokemon, I think it's both Gen 4 and 5. I started playing Gen 4. I love the Sinnoh
Might have been a
region, I love
story.
the Pokemon
Not seen
of
so for
Sinnoh, and
Lilith
Unova
for
also
MCM.
has,
Oh!
great games with Pokemon Black and White and Black and White 2. I learned VGC pretty much by watching better players than me on YouTube. Back in the day, we didn't have
Oh
official
yeah,
tournaments in
Stars
Brazil.
Lilith. Yes.
So my role models were pretty much players playing roles.
Hey, y'all should see that
There are a lot
fucking
of people
PPV they
that I
done
look up to in the competitive scene
together.
of Pokemon. I think
Those
mostly
fucking
it has to
goddamn,
be,
it's
Wolf and
gold.
Edu. They are two of the best players.
Right, what are we doing, Liam?
and
I
really
don't
like
know. I'm
their
going
approach
to.
of the
Oh,
game.
I'm turning down
And
the game
also,
music.
There's a lot of videos of them playing on the internet.
Reply to your tweet
when I was
earlier, Liam.
younger,
I
was
did,
able
yes.
to
You were
watch
like,
a lot
I
of,
don't say
their
it like
playstyle
this.
and their team building.
And I was like, it's
they're
cool.
just so good.
It was more of a rhetorical joke,
was
but
definitely
fair.
Yokohama. I had a great time in Japan. Food is great there. People are nice. And
Right,
the
what am I
country
doing?
is just really beautiful. I think the favorite thing I did in Japan was
Hey, my capture
going
card
to Nara
is
when
not
I
quite
saw
in
the
sync.
deers,
Watch.
it was really, really cool. They are so cute. And
Damn,
yeah,
fix
of
that.
course, playing roads there was
Where
awesome
is
as
it?
well.
Disable, re-enable, re-initialize. Now look, perfect. How are we doing on Herba Mystica these days? This song sounds terrible. We've got lots of bitter. We've got some salty. We're good. What outbreaks we got? I know, but honestly, I bet Pimp says it like that. Well, I mean, to be fair, I was more thinking of like when there's that meme of R&R, clear. How do I see the map? What the fuck is the map button? Oh, there we go. Well, that worked. Liam. No, that's the Pokedex button. It's that button. Right, what have we got? Already got the shiny, already got the shiny. Already got the shiny, already got the shiny, already got the shiny. So it's a good start. Marini, I think I've already got. They get into a fight with the local militant vegan. She's now put her dog on a vegan diet and said she'd never own a cat because of how malicious and cruel they are. She sounds like a right fucking rage-baiting weirdo. I think I've already got Saying True and Hoot Hoot.
To the scene of just a small town kid who believed. Growing up, I'd throw a ball against the wall and dream of making the league. So when I got a starter, no, I really started a team. From the first loss to the first best.
Ooh, we could go for Oricorio Pau. Yeah, dogs that are literally built to eat meat. Like, literally designed to eat meat. Put it on a vegan diet. Nice outbreak. Very short and agonizing life. What a dickhead. Picnic time for you and your dad. And I'm pretty sure it's onionin, and then salty and spicy. Onionin. Spark had a zit on my chin, and she looked at me and went, "Since I cut out dairy, I haven't got any spots." Ugh, fucking. I don't have any problem with people who are vegan and who live a vegan lifestyle. But anyone that tries to push their lifestyle on me, I'm like, go fuck yourself. Wow, a Tasty Liam original. Nice, sparkling title and humongo. Let's go. Encounter probably would have been better, but you know what? It's fine, we're at an outbreak. So now we just have to kill 60 Pau. Where are they? Where's the outbreak? Where's the power? There's one. Nope. That's Napoli. Oh, God. There's one. One. Morning, Rage. Technically, we're not made to consume dairy. It's literally made for carbs, which is why, over time, people became lactose intolerant. Yeah. There we go. It's like 5. How you doing, Rage? Decided I want Javier Senorena to win. 24 years ago, he's really nice. Also, he's robbed of LAIC first place back in 2018. Go on then, Javier. Javier. Could turn the stream down a touch. It's because Pokemon doesn't know how to balance audio. EP, yesterday's a long day at work. I'm physically feeling it today. Jesus. But at least you can enjoy your Saturday, right?
It's our time, or it was their time, because we have new...
Yeah, see, now it's dead quiet. Because Pokemon are garbage at balancing audio.
Brazil. It is the top cut of our Video Game Championships Masters Division bracket, and you can see how strong this cut is. And
there we go. I'll put it back up now.
5 players who are already guaranteed into the top 8.
Yeah, now I can't hear the casters. Exactly. I'm so mad. Pokemon
It's a long path
need to...
down victory road.
I don't like advocating, right, for people losing their jobs, right? I don't like to advocate for that kind of thing. But at this point, the production team needs replacing with people who are qualified and know what they're doing.
Or watch William Brown versus Yuma Kinugawa or Yuta Tada versus Javier Senorena. Make sure to check
You're
out
not
our
a shiny, are you?
match
No.
streams, but also you
Thanks,
want
Tauros,
to
for confirming.
Multi-window, multi-tab action because you don't want to miss anything. If you thought
My
the
coffee
tournament was great so
I have to go over to build furniture. Oh no!
from here.
Absolutely, Gabby, and I am so
What are you doing next Saturday after my Digimon stream?
all 4 of these top 8 matches.
Don't do the click. Very much a Peter person, even though Peter are the worst, even against using wool, even though sheep need to be shorn.
is where you can catch those feature streams, and if you're watching us here, twitch.tv/Pokemon, youtube.com.
Sounds like one of those people where they're more vegan for the image it gives rather than for the actual care for the animals.
Because we are ready to go ahead and get this top 8 started.
That's right.
Go on, Gabby.
For our top 8, and we are starting it off with Gabriel Agati versus Juan Salerno. 2 of our
Juan Salerno.
Latin American trainers here competing for a spot in the
I didn't mention dogs, so I just wanted to get his comment about the whole
the
cutting out
no
dairy.
Latin American trainer has ever won the Latin American International Championships, and it would be incredible to bring it home here this weekend. And these are 2 of the top names to do
There was
so.
a bit of confusion, but there's no more confusion.
Has gotten close to being an international champion in
My tummy's
Europe
confused 'cause it's
and
hungry.
in North America back in
There's all the power.
2023
Hello,
and
all the power.
2022. Also was able to win a regional
I've not been counting my
championship
power.
last year and currently has a fantastic
Gabrielle's running the
resume
Politoed.
to match that
Gabriel
as
to win the
well.
whole
Got
thing.
top 16 at Worlds in
Sorry, Juan,
the
but
2019.
Gabriel.
His opponent Juan Salerno, though, no stranger to the regional championship title.
Yeah, no
Poly
stranger to the
supremacy.
regional or special event
Up the
champion
toad,
title,
up the
and
toad,
also
up the
has
toad,
made it
up
to
the
the
toad,
top
up the
4
toad,
here
up
in
the
Sao
toad.
Paulo before, way back when in 2020.
I don't know if anyone's realised, but I'm supporting the
Both of these
toad.
players are often top competitors at the World Championships
Dogs
as
are
well.
omnivores, they
I
need
am
both plants and
thrilled
meat.
that we get to kick off our top cut with these 2 titans.
I tell you who
All
needs
right,
my
let's go ahead
meat.
and jump into team
Tier a
preview
star.
for these trainers.
Having
as
fun.
We've been fortunate enough to see them play earlier on, and you can always go back and watch those VODs. Again, youtube.com/Pokemon should have them
Let's go.
ready later. But for now, Gabriel Agati, if you're just tuning in, has been using this really unique dual weather team with the
Politoed,
Alolan
Politoed.
Ninetales and the Politoed to set up whatever weather is most convenient for the matchup. You have the Basculesian with the
Yeah,
Choice Scarf and
boy.
adaptability ability to deal some
Ow.
big damage, and of course, Volcarona with Quiver Dance as well. Lots of utility on this team.
Yeah, lots of utility, and this team is all about setting up either one
Give
of
me
those
that
Volcarona or Basculegion
pow.
for big damage, and then supporting it with
Aw,
Rillaboom
I've
and
missed Scarlet and
Incineroar
Violet
up
actually
pivot.
quite quite a lot.
The fake out
It's nice to
Prez,
come
or the
back to
Super
it.
Fake out brothers, whichever you prefer.
Liam?
Or the
Oh, yeah, good
Alolan
point,
Ninetales
actually. Yeah, good
or
point as well.
Politoed. Each of those 4 Pokemon brings something
Ciao,
a little
ka-chow.
bit different. And really,
Nice.
it is all about that Volcarona, because even
Just
that
like meat and cheese too
Basculegion
much. Couldn't
is
go
really just
vegan,
there
no
to
eggs
stop
either.
other
Yeah.
Volcarona.
The only breeds that need more meat than most dogs are the ones who resemble more wild dogs like Water, Huskies, Malamutes, Akitas, German Shepherds, etc. Right? Liam, do you want to tinkle before game 1?
It's going to be that golden go that carries the most damage potential for that team.
What you like is your business. Salutes for the XL.
The Poke Trainer Dean 42-24 months.
That's almost a
I think
year.
that might be a year.
The speed boost that
Big love for
Caesar
Dean.
would
Oh
get
god,
from
they're about to
grassy
start.
terrain and the unburden ability. You have to watch out for that flying type terrestrialization on that Pokemon as well. But what are flying type Pokemon weak to? They are weak to ice type attacks, and without Dire Claw on that Sneasler, it is going to struggle to
Also,
find
just as
the
a heads up,
right
the alerts are off
alignment
during the
against
matches because it's
opposing
top cut.
Alolan
Burp.
Ninetales.
Yeah, without a Dire Claw on that Sneasler, that means you are really relying on Golden Go to immediately threaten that Alolan Ninetales and prevent it from doing the disruptive things that it wants to do with that Encore and Disable set. This, again, is a pretty classic 6 Pokemon set from Juan Salerno. It is, again, our top 6 most used Pokemon in the tournament, and for good reason, because they are all very good at supporting each other, and each one of these Pokemon in its own way is very capable of suddenly turning on the gas and doing big damage to their opponent.
All right, well, it looks like our players are ready to go here. One thing that I would love to also see from Juan as we get ready for the first turn of this top 8 game would be use of the Ursaluna in particular. I think that Jan provides a very unique pressure in this matchup to force Gabriel to switch his Pokemon around. And if you're trying to set up a game where the Volcarona gets a Quiver Dance or 2 in, if you go for a Jan there and Volcarona has to choose between keeping the boosts or going to sleep, that is going to open up the opportunity for Juan to get some of that momentum back. And like you just mentioned, these are the top 6 Pokemon for a reason. They have so many different ways they can play, they have so many different ways they can adapt. And Juan Salerno is one player who really knows how to adapt to situations.
Absolutely, you have to
I couldn't pull that off.
We're going to succeed
How you doing though, lad?
level. And here we go.
How you doing though, lad? I think it's because you can actually see my hair because, you know, I'm wearing the in-ear headphones.
Ursaluna alongside the Basculegion and
Oh dear.
Rillaboom for Gabriel
Apparently being
Agati.
snobby with me about it is
Value on that Intimidate from
vegetarian
that
at this point.
Not only
So
that, this Ursaluna carries a little
fucking
secret
preaching
with
at
it
you,
in that it has
but you're
a
already
water-type
vegetarian.
terrestrialization it
Madness.
can use.
How you doing though,
Maybe
Dean?
once
How's your
this
day
Rillaboom
treating you?
has been intimidated or parting shot another
more
time,
headset
or just
dent? Yeah,
scared
right.
off the field.
Yeah, we've seen Gabriel do this
Full
before.
uninterrupted
Switch
head
into
now,
Politoed,
Rach. How does
go
that
for
sound?
The terrestrialization on
The
that
Politoed!
Basculegion to try and get
Come on,
as much
Gabriel.
surprise damage out
Fuck
as
him up,
possible
Gabriel.
here on
Fuck him
turn
up.
1. Last time it was through an Intimidate before.
Only when
as
you face
well,
forward,
and
I see
into a
Frankie. You turned to the side and I saw a
terrestrialized
regular
Volcarona, so it
haircut.
actually
Oh,
didn't
that's
do as
alright.
much damage as Gabriel wanted it to
Promises,
do.
promises.
This time around, that Basculegion is still intimidated, but there is no terrestrialization here in the fake.
Listen, mate, you're getting what you want. You get in the live stream.
On Politoed. Unfortunately, you would rather have that happen on a Hyper Voice or a Blood Moon.
Now it's just up
but
to you to turn
for
up. I'm
its
good. How you, bro?
trouble,
I'm alright.
Basculegion
I'm
will
enjoying some
get
quality
almost a
Pokemon.
one-hit KO on that Incineroar, activating the Citrus
Damn.
Berry. That Intimidate remains
Yeah,
crucial
Chalenberry
in
proc. Let's
controlling
go.
the power of that Basculegion.
But a very safe target there from Gabriel, avoiding the Ursaluna Blood Moon on the off chance it went for protect that turn,
Bruh.
and guaranteeing that you can pivot the Rillaboom right back in.
Rillaboom, boom,
The Incineroar
boom.
took a bunch of damage, but it is going to be in
But
threat
procced on
in
the fake
future,
out,
and
right?
The Rillaboom on that switch
Rip.
survives the Blood Moon. That certainly that Basculegion would have
Give
struggled
it a while, time to pull a
And now,
Dean.
not only
Do be
that,
aware
the
though,
Rillaboom
Dean,
was
there's no
able to
alerts
drop
on.
the
If you're pulling a
Intimidate
Dean,
from
there's
that
no alerts on
Incineroar
until
at the
after the
beginning of
matches because
game.
it's top cut.
Back on the field, it's at full power. It
Because
has
then the matches don't
grassy
get
terrain,
interrupted.
and it's threatening a huge wood hammer into
And also,
the
don't feel
Ursaluna Blood
obligated.
Moon.
Absolutely, regardless
For birthday
of if it
next week.
terrestrializes.
Exactly.
There's Incineroar switching out. It is feeling very threatened, staring down this
Ew,
Politoed. That's going to be the
ew.
Rillaboom switching in.
As when I was
for
12 and used
Juan,
normal
Ursaluna
gem boosted
under
rapid
threat of
spin.
that wood hammer
Honestly,
will protect
insane.
itself
Oh, hello.
As Rillaboom also just pivoting on Gabriel's side. A
Hello.
perfect call out there. Deals so much damage into that Rillaboom on the switch in. And now Gabriel gets to decide what Pokemon does he want to
Oh,
bring out.
yeah.
It is the Ninetales.
Hello.
And of course, it's the Ninetales staring down a Rillaboom and a Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Supposed to be an explosion on a clay doll. Lol.
Rillaboom, you are stuck in here with this Ninetales.
So maybe you can fake out one more time, but unfortunately your pal in the back of your party will not be able to substitute in for you to dodge any threat of a blizzard from the Ninetales. Ninetales could also opt to try and go for an encore here. You know, we did just see a Pokemon use Protect, and it's always a little bit tempting to go for that, but I do think that if
battles, you got
Gabriel
this,
tries
kitty.
to land an encore at this point in time, it's a little bit risky. It's not necessarily
still got the fake out.
Exactly. Like, you don't have to go for that big of a risk when you have this much of an advantage. You can pretty safely go for Protect here, maybe try and set up a Whirlpool onto the opposing Ursaluna, and that way you know your opponent can't switch next turn, and then you can start going for those blizzards.
I mean, regardless,
But
you
the
can just go for the
Rillaboom.
Whirlpool on whatever is there and just prevent any of this pivoting happening from the Incineroar or the Rillaboom. This is why the Politoed has been so strong.
No, you can't prevent the pivoting with the Whirlpool because Whirlpool is cancelled out. But oh no, wait, the Incineroar doesn't have U-turn, does it? Is this the Incineroar that has close combat, Flare Blitz, and knockoff?
And that's the Blood Moon into the Protect.
And the Rillaboom that has high horsepower and not U-turn. Ah.
I think it's about to get a little chilly in here. It's about time as the sun has been
turned on.
Yeah, the sun has been blazing all day.
Oh, dear.
In this convention
Sun has
center.
parting
and
shot.
that's
Oh, so then
exactly what
yeah, so
Gabriel
the Incineroar
wants
can't
at
get
this
trapped by
point in time. Juan
Whirlpool.
could try and go for a double Protect here, let the Rillaboom go down, and then the Incineroar can come back in and, you know, provide fake out support, and you can try and wiggle your way around. But Gabriel has such a huge lead, and it's all thanks to Whirlpool and Politoed.
Yeah, and the most important thing about this is, like,
I wouldn't
the
even
Ninetales
switch.
has
I'd
opportunities to go for
either go
Encore,
straight up
but
Blizzard
really,
because that
why bother?
should
You
do
can
lots of
just
damage to
have your
Ursaluna,
crafting here
or
with
go
the Politoed.
Encore
You
for
can just
Protect
go
and
for the big
disable.
damage with that Blizzard.
Exactly, and
Really
Politoed
doesn't have
doesn't even
U-turn, rip.
necessarily have to stay on the field at this point. If you switch out, Whirlpool will expire, but one
There you go.
Blizzard is probably all you need at this point.
Yeah, you're at least going to deal big damage to one of these Pokemon and force a Terastallization.
Oh, we got a Terra Normal on the Ursaluna. Pulled it. Oh, Alex has redeemed a fit check. Fit check will happen after the battle, obviously.
But Gabriel,
It's top cut. It's top 8, baby.
In comes the Rillaboom.
I'm only top 8 already. I know we're going to watch top 8. Top 8, top 8, top 8, top 4, top 4.
And look at how that
It's
Rillaboom
crazy.
goes
I think we're in
down
top
on
8.
one side of the field.
Bye-bye,
Gabriel now
Rillabilla.
has the Pokemon advantage and keeps the momentum going.
The Earth Power, though, will connect onto Ninetales, so some
Earth Power
damage
was a
will
choice.
be traded back onto Gabriel's
Understand, my fine
Ninetales.
sir. Thank you,
Both
thank
the
you.
Ninetales and the Rillaboom
First
are
time in a
little
while
bit low.
where the fit
Juan
has
does
changed
have
since the last
ability
fit
to
check.
switch in the Incineroar to start pivoting and getting those Intimidates down onto that Rillaboom.
And that
Wee
will
rowdy.
matter
Oh my
as
God, I
now
hate
this
that's in my head.
Ursaluna Blood Moon is still susceptible to that Woodhammer, but instead it's actually going to be the Sneasler
My name
coming
did it.
in, activating the Unburden ability, getting
Sneasler.
that defense boost with the Grassy Seed. And I think that's a good play here, if only because now the Acrobatics will also
Sneasler.
threaten the Rillaboom in return.
Yeah, there's certainly a risk that switching in the Incineroar is a little bit too passive.
Exactly.
And you may
Wait
just
till
wanna
the
save
stream.
that
I wanted
Intimidate
to
for a
scream
higher
happy
value
birthday
target
with
like
this
the Grassy
dodo. We can wait. I mean, it's
and
not my
after
birthday until
Unburden as
Friday.
Well, that Sneasler will
So you'd have been
outspeed the
early.
Alolan Ninetales, so
Appreciate
going
it,
for
though.
another Blizzard. Not that you would necessarily
I
want
don't
to
know.
with these two Pokemon on the
It's from a
field.
Skrillex
Doesn't
song
feel
from
as
years ago. It's from
comfortable anymore.
Bangarang.
You also are
I don't know why
stopping
it's
the
in my
threat of
head.
an Encore or disable from
I
this
think there was a
Ninetales, so you're
background
forcing
music
Gabriel to
in
really
this
be on
Pokemon
the back
event
foot once
that sounds a
again, and that's
little
how you
bit
stop the
Skrillexy.
momentum.
Yeah, and this is actually a
And it's really
awkward
annoying me.
position
I don't
for
like it,
Gabriel. The
and I'm
Sneasler
very
is exerting
sorry.
A lot of pressure here.
Ah!
Politoed will switch
Very good
back
noise.
in so that there is more risk of trapping to trap the
Hey,
Sneasler
thank you for
and
the
then
5
deal with it
gifties,
as it
dude.
wants. But the close combat is enough to pick up the
Moose-
KO onto
Moose
the Ninetales.
appreciate.
Politoed switching in, remove the defense buff of the snow on that Pokemon, and instead Ninetales goes down, Polytoad switches in, and will have to take this blood move from Ursaluna, and does not have its berry to reduce the damage because it was blown by the fake out earlier.
But look at how much damage it ended up doing regardless.
Imagine if it had the berry.
I know. I mean, that's great information for Juan going into a potential Game 2 or Game 3, but still, the Polytoad is known to be one of the more bulkier, if not the bulkiest rain setter in the format. And this is why you want to run it, because you can take those
turned
hits
off for
and
me. You can turn them on.
Pivot yourself into positions where Polytoad can afford to take damage
You
on
can
the
opt
switch.
in.
All right, well, here comes the Basculegion alongside the Polytoad.
If it was Bangarang, you're also thinking of, yeah, I think so.
Going to be powering up that Basculegion significantly alongside the Terastallization. But the Sneasler is still going to be the fastest thing out on the field because of that Unburden boost. And that means that Juan is going to be able to swing and does still
Also,
have the
YouTube
option
tells
to
you now
continue
if you have
switching
gifts
that
turned off and someone
Incineroar.
gifts now, does it?
The Whirlpool trap was broken earlier.
Exactly.
Does it?
And
Where
the
does it tell you?
Basculegion is also susceptible to a close combat from
Already
the
changed it again?
Sneasler, as it's
Ah.
no longer a ghost type. This Basculegion really is the most powerful attacker that Gabriel has left. So he has to be very smart in how he plays it moving forwards.
Well, Sneasler recognizes that
Don't
it
be a
is
yawny
top
boy,
threat
Liam.
here, goes for a protect and gets the protect on the Basculegion, which whiffs that wave crash right into
Whiffs.
it. That means that Polytoad, though, is going to go for a Paris
When Dean
bomb
gifted, I got
and start
you could be a
saying,
lucky recipient of a
"You've got to
gift
start
membership with
switching
access to
around, or
exclusive
you're gonna have
perks.
to deal
Oh,
with my Polytoad
that's
or
kind of
something,"
baller.
because when the Paris song
Would love for them to let us gift to
slowest
specific
Pokemon
people
on the
too.
field will be the last Pokemon to faint. And you know what? I think Gabriel
Bottomless
would be
soda for
totally
360
happy
is
for
banging.
These two Pokemon to be gone from one side.
Exactly, but it is worth noting that the Ursaluna is actually the slowest
Although,
Pokemon on the field.
did you
So
know that's
you
part of
definitely
the
wanna
trick
consider
of
getting
the all-you-can-eat
Sneasler out of
restaurant?
there, and it's
They
possible
give
that
you
with the
all-you-can-eat
rain, with the
soda
Terastallization and the
because what is
adaptability,
soda?
ability on
It's
that
carbonated.
Basculegion flip turn could threaten a one-hit knockout.
And what does
after the
carbonation
defensive
do in
drop
your
as
tummy?
well from the
It
close
fills your
combat.
tummy with
But
air.
if the Ursaluna,
And
hypothetically
therefore, it makes you
speaking,
feel
is
like you're
on the
fuller,
field when Paris song
quicker,
expires
because you've been
and
drinking
Gabriel
soda,
doesn't switch out his own Pokemon,
and
that's
therefore
now
you
a
don't
win
eat as much
condition for
food.
Juan.
Yeah.
I'm aware
It
it's
could
a
be
trick.
In the future, these
Or you can
Pokemon
eat soda.
Counts are still at
Yeah.
3 each, so they are able to switch out unless
I'm
Polytoad is
gonna
able to
eat
start
your
trapping
dad.
things with that Whirlpool.
Your dad's gonna get
but
eaten
Juan
by
has the
me.
pressure here with that Sneasler.
He does,
Don't you have the
and
Jeeps
it's such an
tomorrow? Yeah,
interesting
Pepsi
board
is
state
good.
because Gabriel was
Same
the
trick
one
the
who set
limited
it up
paid
himself.
time off. You think you're getting more time
Absolutely,
off,
but Gabriel just
so you
using
don't
that
take as
Paris
much?
song likely to try to force a
What's
switch at
unlimited
some
paid
point
time off?
out of
Surely
these
that's just
Pokemon
not
and regain
working.
some momentum so that Basculegion could maybe get a little bit safer, but
Oh,
this
close
Rillaboom is
combat.
just taking a close combat on the switch, and that is a KO, and that's going to force the
moly.
Basculegion out regardless. So no hiding from this damage from the Sneasler.
Your daddy
for
eats
Gabriel.
pizza with my face
And
on it.
unfortunately, Polytoad
Your daddy eats
cannot
pizza
hide
with my face
from
on
its
it.
own
That's
song,
crazy.
But this
Why would he do
Wonderful
that?
will do a one-hit knockout
Right,
onto
James.
that Sneasler.
Okay. Well, now there is the win condition for the Ursaluna to be knocked out.
Who
but
is this win
likely
condition?
The Basculegion being Choice Scarf.
You know, you don't have like 2 weeks paid time off for the whole year.
Terastallization already, and Incineroar should be able to help its buddy.
No, that still
Ursaluna
doesn't
clean this
clear it
one
up for me.
Yeah, what a great end game from Juan. I think we talked about this earlier, being able to utilize the team's pivots and the little things that make this team important to his advantage to find the opening.
Former alpha.
Sneasler coming in at the right time,
the
being
fake
faster
out.
than the Alolan Ninetales was exactly
When his alpha wage 7 limited
when the
days,
tide
you can
turned
take
for
time off.
Juan. Now he can use fake out, attack with the Ursaluna,
Right.
and then follow it up with 2 attacks, and that Basculegion male should go down.
Absolutely.
Explanation
There's the
uncleared,
fake
dick
out.
stuck in
That's going
toaster.
to be the
I still
flip
don't get
on
it. So you have a
Basculegion
contract with the
and this blood
company,
moon Ursaluna with the
and
Earth
you can
Power,
just take
cleaning this one
unlimited
up,
days
knocking that
off.
Pokemon
So
out,
why
and
would you ever go to
Juan
work?
Solana from
I don't understand
Argentina
how that
is going
works.
up 1-0 in this best of 3
Yeah, we'll
set.
just pay you to
But
not
I
come to
think
work.
there's a lot
But
to
historically,
like
employees with that
for
option
Gabriel
never take
Agati
2 weeks of
and as
paid time
many of
off.
the people in our hometown crowd are. I really enjoyed
Why
watching
not?
the Polytoad sort of
I don't
prevent and
understand.
block out the pivots coming out from the Incineroar and the Rillaboom. It's just that it didn't seem like Gabriel got enough.
It doesn't make
out of
any
it.
sense to
Once
me.
Again, we saw that Basculegion go for a Terastallization very early on, trying to sneak its KO and miss out on it.
And that's really
Because
good
America.
information,
No,
though,
that doesn't
going into
explain
game
it.
2 that you will miss that knockout because now
That makes no
Gabriel can
sense.
play around that. I think the other thing that I want to call out was the use of Perish Song on the Polytoad, especially after seeing the knockout from the weather
Yeah,
ball.
like in England, it's normally
Perish Song
like
is great,
just
don't get
30
me
from the
wrong,
jump
but you
and
really
the bank
want
holiday
to
is
use
guaranteed.
it in a
But
3 versus 2 or
I don't get the
already
idea of,
trapped
oh yeah, we'll pay
situation.
you.
The fact that Gabriel used it before those
We'll
conditions
pay
were
you
set to try and force
to
Juan
have
switch,
as
and
many
Juan was
days off
just,
in the year as
quite
you want.
frankly, knew that he already had the game locked up.
So then people
It
go,
just wasn't
oh,
enough.
well, I
And
won't take
think
more than
that you
2.
really have to maybe rely on Whirlpool
I have unlimited
in
pay
that
time off, but
endgame
the thing is you have
first
to
if you're gonna just
justify
make
why
a
you need the pay time
playstyle
off.
adaptation as opposed to Pokemon 1.
Or just go for the
Right.
KO immediately,
Yeah,
like we saw on that
exactly.
Sneasler a few turns later. If you have the damage, go for the damage. Then
Right.
Parasol would be able to deal with those final 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, people not taking
Done.
more than 2 weeks when they have access to it just sounds like they're stupid. Yeah.
And Juan both know, so we
It's
might
like
expect to see
you
some
have
switch
sick
ups here
days,
going
but if
into
you
game
use
2.
them, we'll make a note of it and
Exactly,
subtly
and
penalize
I do
you.
think that on paper, Polytoad
Yeah.
is still a solid pick because forcing your opponent to not be able to switch.
So it's not
especially when
unlimited
they
paid
want
time
to
off.
use
It's the illusion of
pivot
unlimited paid
pals to
time
their
off.
advantage
But if you
is
actually
always
take
gonna be
advantage of it,
incredibly
you'll just get
disruptive.
fired.
Yeah, well, here is a
Yeah,
big
that's really
switch up
stupid.
For Gabriel. That's going to be the Ninetales and a Volcarona. So if there is a Pokemon that can make use of getting some free turns, it is
Y'all are clearly more scared of your
Volcarona
bosses
here.
than we are.
That
Yeah,
of course
right?
is going to be matched by Juan
this
going
way.
with the Ursaluna
In
and
America,
Dragonite
they have a
on
thing
his
called
end, the same
unlimited
lead
paid
as game
time off.
1, but
Do you know how
instantly
over
threatened by
here we
ice
get
type
like
damage
30
from this
days of paid
Ninetales?
time off a year?
Not
right?
only that,
In America,
because there's
in some
this
companies,
instant pressure
they
from
just
the
go,
Alolan and
you can
Ninetales
have
that
as
opens
many
up this
days off
opportunity
as you
for
want,
the Volcarona to sort of feel out
You just
the
have to kind of
situation, try and
justify
get some
why
quiver
you're having the
dances
day
in
off.
early on in the game, and we've seen
But
how
because
much
you have
that
to
can put you
justify it,
ahead.
people don't end up
Okay,
taking
the
more than
water
like 2 weeks off a
crystallization
year.
once more forced out
And it just
on
sounds
the
really
Ursaluna
dumb
on
and
Juan's
confusing.
side. As soon as the Ninetales hits the field, Juan knows that he has to go ahead and protect that Pokemon.
Yeah, they,
Gabriel will go
like
ahead and
Matt
protect
Manetcha said
the
that. Like, if you just have
Volcarona
every
here,
day off,
knows
it's
that
just
the
fine.
only
But
option
like,
for,
why not just
Dragonite
set
to
a
deal
set
damage
amount of
is
days
into
per
that
year
Pokemon.
and track
Blizzard
it?
deals a lot of damage,
Like,
but
why
the
just be like,
multi-scale
I can have
really
any day
helping
off
out
as long as
there.
you justify
High
it. Like,
value
what?
protect. The Dragonite
What?
is unable to do anything here, and that puts
It's rare companies that do that, though, fair.
in a double
I've never met anyone who does that, apart from Dean.
Volcarona is happy to stand in front of these Pokemon and say, come at me.
Not only that, Juan the fact that Juan wants that Volcarona gone could be
Remember when I
some
went to rehab, I got all that paid by the
information
company because
for
I asked. I mean,
Gabriel
that's fair
on
play.
What Juan has in the back. For now, though, another
For me, it
Blizzard
was,
from
oh, you
this
have MS
Ninetales
and need
feels
to take
very
days for
safe.
infusions.
do
Now
still
you have no
the
hours.
Focus
It's
Sash
like, cheers.
activated. You know that the Dragonite
It's
is
not.
still going to be
I wouldn't say it's
slower
like a
as Scale
0 hour
Shot
contract
did
because
not
for a
connect
0
and
hour
did not
contract,
give
if
it
you
that
don't,
speed boost, and that is
if you get
exactly why
scheduled no
Juan was
hours on a
forced to
particular
switch
week, you
here
don't
to
get paid
send
for
in
them, right?
Something like an Incineroar who could take that
The 0
attack
hour
way
contracts
better.
are only
Yeah,
for
Incineroar is definitely
people
going
that
to
are
be able to
paid
take
by
a
the hour,
Blizzard
right?
way
Not salary.
better, as well as a heat wave potential from Volcarona. But Gabriel is actually just showing an instant terrestrialization to go for the other offensive
But Dean mentioned
option
people
on
feeling bad. It's definitely
Volcarona.
true.
Wants
Oh
to
yeah.
make sure that he has access to fairy type damage against both of these Pokemon.
I mean, I guess you would feel bad if you're just leaving all your
Threaten
co-workers in the
Dragonite
shit.
as well. Another fairy type means that Dragonite
Bro, I work
is
for a
not
public
really
traded
threat at
multi-billion-dollar
all.
company. That
Both
depends on the company. Yeah,
Ursaluna
yeah.
and
Well,
Incineroar
Rage
do
did
have
say
to
it's
take
rare
the Blizzard
companies.
on the switch in as the
Sounds like yours is a rare
onto
company.
The Blood Moon, Ursaluna, dealing good
Makes
damage.
sense, 'cause you
Another
do
Blizzard
fucking
and another, Terra
scary
Blast would
work.
be more than enough to KO that
There's a
Ursaluna.
Pokemon I was going to look
But
at
as
the
you
stats of, and I've
mentioned,
forgotten it
going
already.
for the yawn. So Gabriel knowing can't just go for quiver dances here if this Pokemon
Yeah, I
is just going to
think,
get
Gizmo, I think if me and you
And
were
this is
working
the
at these
perfect
companies, we'd be
opportunity
fired in a
now
week.
to get a different Pokemon on the field for Gabriel that can potentially return and intimidate. There is no downside to switching
I feel
out
guilty
this
about needing to work from
Volcarona
home
as
when kiddo
other
doesn't
than
have
the
school, even though my boss
terrestrialization, which
has
is
no
very
problem with it because I
beneficial,
get my
like you
work
just
done
called
still.
out. You have not
And you can do that in
invested and
pants.
quiver dances,
That looks
you've
amazing.
only really done damage from this
Bobby used to work for a company that had that, so his manager had to approve the time off. But also, if you take a bunch of days off, it'll look bad on your reviews, and that affects your bonus. That makes sense. Weird thing to explain. It's like I had a co-worker who'd worked through his lunch breaks, even though he wasn't paid to. So he'd, quote, get noticed and get a raise. The American dream.
Protecting the Volcarona as Encore connects onto Ursaluna.
What Pokemon was I thinking of?
So this Pokemon
You weren't.
will
Ah,
no
that's
longer
probably the
be able
problem.
to fire off those Blood Moons or Earth powers and will be stuck yawning for the foreseeable future.
Oh my.
The Incineroar is more than happy, though, to rely on its pivot pal to avoid being put to sleep at the end of the turn. That's the downside to utilizing Yawn as your move that puts Pokemon to sleep, as it takes a turn to activate. It's not like Sleep Powder where the accuracy is the downfall.
I'm in the
or
UK, some
Spore,
people just
where
weird.
unless your name
For
is
real, though.
Squirgle, you're going to be using a
both still minimum
Pokemon
wage.
that's typically very slow. This Incineroar doesn't have Parting Shot.
Yeah, that
but,
is weird.
Or this Incineroar
Oh, no, I know
does
you're
have
in the
Parting
UK,
Shot.
but it's still
This is
weird.
the perfect opportunity to weaken the Ursaluna alongside of it.
Yeah, and
Weird.
Encore comes out onto the Incineroar, locking it into
But like, I can
Flare
imagine in
Blitz.
America
It's gonna
people
deal
work through
decent
their
damage
breaks
to
and it's
the
just like,
Ninetales, and with a burn, starts
Thingy
putting a
Bob.
timer on that Pokemon.
Oh, there you go, Clay. You got a gifty. It was from Dean. One of the guys on my team work through their lunches, but they work as a full team. I take my actual lunch. I need to step away from my desk because I'm the only one who does my job. This is true.
With the parting shot, will drop the special attack.
From the sound of everything you've told us, you are the only one that does your job.
Weaker than we're used to seeing because it's the leftovers variant, not the life orb.
And I'm so glad you called out the fact that the Incineroar is the slower variant, because that is key to keep in mind with how these Incineroar will interact. If we get into a parting shot
It's a salary in
situation
our
where
IT
they're
department,
both
so it doesn't
parting
matter if we
shot
do,
each
which is
other,
fair, yeah.
you want to be the slower parting shot so your drops
You're an
stick.
IT girl. You're an
I
it girl.
love this encore into the Incineroar.
He's get told off by HR for not taking his holiday days. That's funny. Come on, Howard. You need to take a holiday.
Pressure, so this Ursaluna is not going to be able to protect itself from getting disabled encore.
Or it will be forced to switch out, at which point you can deal some damage with Blizzard, or maybe even try and fire a Terra Blast into that spot.
Yeah, and that also opens up free space for the Volcarona to start buffing itself, and Rillaboom is forced to switch
Let's
into a
go.
Ninetales and a Volcarona. That feels really, really
The
bad.
5 gets not added to my total because YouTube decided to add the 42 to my username years later.
On the switch in that Volcarona is able to get that defense
I
boost.
don't know why they've not added.
Fail, but it did
To be
force
honest,
out the
I have no
Ursaluna,
idea.
And now Volcarona is
I
starting
mean,
to
YouTube hasn't changed your
And
display
getting
name. They've
that
just
boost in defense
like
right
the-
before you're
the
the
at
potential
is just
target
your
of a Flare
username.
Blitz as a now fairy type Pokemon. What
So I
incredible
don't think that should affect
timing.
it.
Perfect timing there on the disable and on the
I don't
encore
know.
previously. Really well played, really
don't
heads
know.
up play. That's such a
YouTube be
complex
YouTubing,
interaction to think about
as always.
when you're using a Pokemon like Ninetales.
You do have to worry now about the threat of fake out onto either the
It's gone through on
Ninetales or the
Streamlabs 12
Volcarona,
minutes
but
ago. That's weird.
Volcarona with the Flame Body ability
Oh,
carries the
he's dropped
threat
10
of
gifties,
burning
cheeky.
any Pokemon that isn't a fire type that makes contact with it.
Oh,
so
gotta go
overall,
fast, got
the
one.
Rillaboom on Juan's side of the field probably
Last few
wants
turns,
to
a bit of work of
avoid
art from
attacking the
Gabrielle. He's
Volcarona
really fucking
altogether.
dominating.
Most likely wants to avoid it, and also you have the boost on the Quiver Dance, so you're threatening damage right now from a Heat Wave. The Terastallization was already forced, so there's no way for Rillaboom except
Just accept
for
my
faking
favorite
out
shitty
the,
YouTube name.
faking out the Volcarona to stop that
How
from
to
happening.
change
And even if it does,
YouTube.
it just got intimidated, so there's really no risk of damage on this Volcarona, which is why the Incineroar has to switch out, and the Ursaluna comes back in.
It certainly will be able to take this Heat Wave a lot better, but good information for the future. Rillaboom was able to hang on.
It was able to hang on, but with the defense boost and the Intimidate, Volcarona is actually able to tank that Woodhammer pretty well out of
Yeah, you got the
Grassy
doggo.
Glide range.
You got one of
And
the gifties. There
recoil
you go.
damage has dealt significant damage back to the Rillaboom, and now this Ursaluna is out on the field, and that means that there could be yawns, but it's now at a point where it is at
Apparently, you sign in
55%
to
of its
YouTube
health.
Studio.
Terra Blast with that
From the
boost
left menu,
may
select
be enough to get
customization
close
profile.
with a double up on the
Under the
Incineroar
handle
A lot of times,
option,
these leftovers
you can
Ursaluna
view
Blood
or
Moon,
change your
especially when
handle
Grassy
URL.
Terrain is still active on the field, will
If you
take a
change your
moment
handle,
to
click
protect
publish
try
to
and recover
confirm
some
it.
health back, but I worry that if Juan decides to go
There you
for
go.
that move, that's just going to give Gabriel the opportunity to pivot his own Rillaboom in and once again start to threaten that Pokemon.
Yeah, but there's no need to even worry about that, because
that
fake
might
out
help all of
pressure
y'all
from
that are mad about the
Incineroar
numbers
means
after your
that
names.
This Ursaluna just isn't going to get to move. Juan is forced to retreat Rillaboom for the Incineroar of his own because he needs to be able to deal some damage.
I know Luke
back
figured a way to
to
connect the
this
username and handle
Volcarona.
name for his
There's the
stuff. Might
protect
worth
coming
asking
out
about it
from
later.
Ursaluna. The fake out
Well, I'm
will
alright,
get
because
into
my
the
handle's
protect,
at Ace
but
Trainer
this
Liam.
Incineroar is not going to enjoy taking a Terra Fairy, Terra Blast on
You know what I
the
mean?
switch in from a +1 Volcarona.
It connects, and it's
So
going
I just got
to
the handle I
bring
wanted.
that Incineroar down into the red. Not
Need
quite
for
enough for
gifties?
a knockout there, but certainly quite enough to make Juan think carefully about his next moves, as even though there hasn't been
changed
a
it before,
Pokemon
so I'm just
knockout
annoyed
yet
doing it
in
again.
this match,
Yeah.
the damage is really starting to add up on
Supposed to
Juan
gift and connect
Salerno's
the two.
side of the field.
Yeah, the only Pokemon that's actually doing okay right now is that Blood Moon.
Surely it
Ursaluna
should just be
that's
done
been
on
able to recover
fucking
so
Streamlabs'
much
end.
health. That Dragonite, remember, took a blizzard at the very
I guess because it's
start.
gone through as
That
at
Rillaboom
PokeTrinity in
took a heat
42,
wave, and
yeah.
now after that Incineroar took
Yeah,
that
you
big
should be regular handle in Toby's chat, but
Citrus
last month
Berry
he's added
helped
the
a little bit, but
42.
it's definitely within another Terrablast range.
What was this info?
Even though
Oh, do you want it
the
again?
Ursaluna Blood Moon
Okay,
has all
right.
that health, though, it doesn't have the offensive
Dean, you'll
power
want to do this as
match.
well, probably.
Without the
Right.
Sneasler that Juan brought
Sign
in
into
game number
YouTube
1,
Studio,
there is just no
which is one of the
offensive
YouTube, I don't
momentum
remember
now
where,
that this
like,
Volcarona has
it's one of the
gotten
options
that
on YouTube,
single
isn't it? So
quiver
sign into
dance
YouTube
up.
Studio.
Juan
From the
has to
left-hand
target down that
menu,
Pokemon if he wants
select
his way through this match, and
customization
that's exactly why Gabriel's protecting it.
Yeah, and,
and
that's
profile,
exactly why Gabriel gets
and then
just
under
this
the
easy
handle
free turn
option,
of grassy
you can
terrain
change your
recovery.
name,
Another double up
basically.
into the
You
protect.
can change the
We've seen this
handle
over
that
and
your
over
channel
again
has, that
on
your
these
your
Volcarona
account
teams.
has,
They are so
and then
threatening
click
that you are
publish to
forced
confirm
target
it.
because if you ever let that Pokemon get a swing at you, then you might just lose the game right then and there.
That's why I have
This
the underscore,
parting
because I can't
shot,
get
though, will
Rachel
make
as
it
my
that
handle, which is
much tougher
crazy.
for the opposing Ursaluna Blood Moon to find that damage.
I think you should have just had 3
also
ends.
give the Rillaboom the opportunity
Or 2
to
eyes.
find that
Like
alignment,
Rachel.
that chance to go for another wood hammer into that spot unintimidated. Now, Juan could switch out the
Rachel.
Blood Moon Ursaluna once again to something that can take that attack
You could be
better, but
Ron
what do
Chilin.
you switch into? Do you switch
anything?
Do you switch into your own Rillaboom, who's already taken damage
And
and
isn't
could just
available.
have to take
I
a heat
imagine
wave?
just
Do you
Kitty
switch
isn't.
into the Dragonite, who's already taken a ton of damage?
This truly is the fake
Not a
out
lot
of
of
games,
options
right?
left.
Yeah, not a lot of options left for Juan on this game. Gabriel is doing a great job.
There you go,
of
Cindy,
just
nice.
Removing all of Juan's agency. Gabriel has been in control
yeah, I'll
for
make a
a
handle
while
command.
in
Yep.
this game.
'Cause we're gonna
Ever
get
since
asked
that
a lot,
Ninetales was
and it's
able
not-
to
it's not
successfully
my
get
choice.
those encores off and really stall out everything Juan was trying to do.
That'll be a Nightbot.
Juan brings in the Dragonite here, but it's actually just going to take a Terra Blast on the switch-in. So a sacrificial Dragonite here to potentially get an Intimidate down onto the Rillaboom on Gabriel's side, because the Rillaboom is absolutely ready to knock out that Ursaluna with a wood hammer.
Exactly, and I think with that
Do
KO,
Shadow
it's
Scarab
pretty
with 2
safe
Bs.
to say that Gabriel, unless something
You
crazy
could do
happens,
Shadow
like
dash
a critical
Scarab,
hit from
probably.
a Blood Moon on this Ursaluna Blood Moon, Gabriel Agati's has a huge lead and most likely will be bringing us into a game 3, which does make me wonder what exactly Juan is thinking about in terms of adaptations, because I don't think you can leave it all in this Blood Moon Ursaluna's hands if you are assuming that Gabriel will bring the Volcarona. We did not see that in game number 1, and you can see why it was the adaptation in this game number 2, because it has been an absolute force.
And we've
Be
been just
original,
in a
hope this
weird,
helps.
awkward
Damn.
position here, Juan, especially. We're kind of just trading protects back and forth. The Blood Moon Ursaluna is back up to basically full health, but so is the Volcarona. All of that damage that Juan was able to get off onto that Pokemon, the damage that Gabriel traded to get those Encores down, is gone.
I think the major difference, though, is that the Volcarona has only gotten boosts, and Juan Salerno's Blood Moon Ursaluna has only gotten stat drops from the parting shot.
And this fake out dodged once again by the Protect, and the Volcarona spending another turn safe from everything, and especially these Blood Moons are being staggered into the Protect as well. The most powerful option that Juan can go for against that Volcarona are just, it's timed such that Gabriel will always have Protect up when Juan also has Blood Moon up.
I love how he's managing all these turns as well, because there's no need to go for another Quiver Dance. He's not taking that risk. And I do feel like a lesser experienced player would have been tempted to try and sneak another Quiver Dance or 2 in. And just having the mastery and the confidence to know, I do not need that. This single Quiver
Also
Dance
confusing,
is
Rach clearly
enough.
has an
I
underscore at
just
the end
need
of her
to
name,
keep
and I can't do
pivoting my
that.
Incineroar,
Oh.
my Rillaboom to keep the pressure on
Maybe
the
they've changed the
opposing
options since
Ursaluna.
Rach did hers,
That's
maybe.
all I need to win.
I mean, Cindy
That is
put a
such
dash in
incredible
hers.
call from Gabriel, and it's really exciting to see this play out in real time. Now, it's not quite over yet, but it's still, again, it's just looking so much in his favor right now.
Yeah, definitely looking in Gabriel's favor, but we also have to consider that time may become relevant, as this has been going on for a while now. But Gabriel getting another KO onto that Incineroar with that Terra Fairy Terra Blast means Juan is now down to his final
well, if you go to youtube.com/@ShadowScarab, there's a channel with 11 subscribers called As the Crow Flies that apparently has chosen that @handle.
Than another Pokemon on the other side of the field. But as long as Gabriel maintains this Pokemon advantage and is able to find these opportunities, he should be.
There you go. Handle can't end with this character. Yeah, so it can't end with a dash.
I was going to say, I mean, we have time.
Or an
we might as well
underscore,
review the
but I
tiebreakers
guess-
while we're here, as given how this game has gone, you have to wonder if it will come into play for game number 3. Or
Yeah, if you
we're
want to see if a
gonna both
username
these
is taken,
trainers
just
hit
type
the gas.
youtube.com/@
So, while we're
and
here
then the
for a
name you want.
moment, let's go ahead and talk about how tiebreakers work in the Video Game Championship Series now. There are 4 Pokemon on the field for Gabriel Agati. There are only 2 remaining for Juan Salerno. The first tiebreaker will be the number of Pokemon remaining. So Juan Salerno needs to find 2 KOs, possibly 3, given how low that Rillaboom is, to even out the Pokemon count. The next tiebreaker would be the percentage of health remaining. So if this Ursaluna was able to keep its health at 100% and the Volcarona would be less than 100%, then Juan Salerno finds the win condition for the game. If Volcarona,
we're 3 ifs deep now.
yeah, if the Volcarona is also at 100% health, then it comes down to who has the higher HP stat. And
Make it a command that only mods can
traditionally
do, 'cause I don't
speaking,
want
we
people
obviously don't
spamming
know
the
how
fuck
these
out of you.
Pokemon are trained.
I'll make it.
Ursaluna Blood Moon does
I'll
have
make it
a
everyone.
higher base HP stat in comparison to your average Volcarona. So that has been your lesson. Thank you so much for giving me exactly enough time to review that. Let's go ahead and talk about game number 3.
Let's go into game number 3. Juan, I think may
Can
have
start
been,
with the dash because Night Angel did it.
Wanted that refresher on the tiebreaker as well, and got his information and is ready to go to game 3.
I'm happy I could help.
Absolutely. Good job, Gabby. And I love that Juan was taking that time to think about it. Obviously, Juan was on the back foot for a while there. He tried to find some way
Damn it,
back
it
into
cut the
game,
end
but
off.
when you have
Why
this
would you cut the
time,
end
you
off?
do
It's
have
too
the
long,
ability to start
apparently,
planning
when
for
you're
game
done.
3.
Exactly. And that's what makes it so difficult sometimes, especially when you're
Wow, that's
watching
fucking
a game
rude. Why
like
did it cut
this.
the
I think
end
a
off?
lot of people at home are
Too
like,
long, apparently.
y'all, it's over. You know, why don't we go ahead and get to game number 3? But if you know that you only have like a minute and a half in team preview, you know, it's not like you can just sit at the team selection screen and spend 5 minutes trying to decide what song you want to listen to during the game. You might as well utilize the turns remaining, the 45 seconds you're given to select your moves, in addition to the animations, the switch times, all of that extra time to think through your game plan.
Done.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Juan was doing there.
I'm
And
annoyed I made
now
my account
we
after that
head
other
into
account.
Game 3, and it really felt like
Be too
Gabriel
annoyed.
had won that on
Why don't you
pace.
just put
Turn
Shadow
1, getting the
hyphen
Dragonite
Scarab?
and Ursaluna matched up against the Volcarona and Ninetales.
Or Shadow
This
Scarab with
time
2
around,
Bs.
Juan adjusts. It's the Incineroar and Ursaluna against the Volcarona and Ninetales. Not that Dragonite.
Not know about that music,
that
though.
frankly
Seems pretty
did
interesting.
0 in game 2.
So already Juan Salerno has a huge advantage with the pressure of fake out from that Incineroar, but Gabriel Agati has the perfect
Could remove the space
response.
between the last
You can just
handle and the
protect
dash.
twice this turn. See what the Ursaluna Blood Moon does.
No.
If it goes straight for a Blood Moon into the Volcarona, even better.
Even
No.
better. And of course, fake out open. If Juan does go
Because
for
that's
the fake
not
out,
correct.
that opens up threat of Encore to lock that Incineroar into
Don't you
that
worry, I've already
attack.
fixed it,
So
mate.
there's a very safe double protect here.
Consider
Juan
the
will go for
better
fake out
Shadow
onto
Scarab.
the Ninetales, so just
Oh,
trying to see
Kaylee.
what this
Don't
Ursaluna is
whinge.
going to do. It was the Blood Moon, so the Blood Moon is now once again timed with the protect on Volcarona.
Polytoad.
There's also an
No,
interesting
you
option from
won't.
this
You won't
Ninetales.
leave.
You could encore the fake out like you mentioned. You could disable the Blood Moon if you're worried about a water.
It might take a few times of you speaking for it to update, so don't worry too much. Unless you forgot to hit publish.
Switching in. Now, we saw Gabriel play very safely in that game.
This is
number
where
2,
Dean just
especially
typed in
around the
Poké Trader
usage
Dean
of the
42 again.
Volcarona, and I think
Publish.
moving forwards, he needs to keep
Imagine.
that safety in play to keep that momentum again, and Juan Salerno already forced to respond. Not a turn 1 terrestrialization, but still essentially the same board state we saw in game number 2.
It's taken me this long to notice that Scotty May has 2 Ys. There you go. Adaptation. Adaptation.
The Terastallization, that means that the Incineroar did not go to switch
It just seems
out.
such a pointless change at this point in
Heat Wave is
YouTube.
only
Well,
going to connect onto a water type
yeah,
and a
baby,
fire type,
you
and of
got
course
it.
Misses the Ursaluna to begin with, so there is just damage coming out from the Flare Blitz on Incineroar. Vaughn is not threatened.
it's better than all them numbers, though, innit?
All goes straight for damage. Realizes that he needs to
I signed
make
into
an
my old
aggressive play
account, and I
stop
synced the accounts
reacting to
before.
Gabriel's
So
ability.
somehow
And
this
now,
one is also
Beyond
my
is
old
down
one,
on
but
the
isn't. I'm
Volcarona,
stuck.
and it
What?
will have to switch out,
Oh.
or else it will go to sleep. And with no boost, Volcarona doesn't want to be here.
But it looks like Gabriel is comfortable making the same play we saw in Game 2, encoring that
Yeah, it is to
Ursaluna
prevent people
beyond,
impersonating other
so it
YouTubers,
can't
basically.
do damage.
Because people do that, because people are really dumb.
Removed as a damage source.
People try and scam
Does
people
help
by
Gabriel
copying the
regain some of
username
that
of a
momentum,
YouTuber.
But here comes the Incineroar once again on
Being
the
like,
field, getting
join my giveaway, guys, that I've never mentioned in a video before, but somehow is right here in my comment section.
Previously, we had Juan stick around for the Flare Blitz, but this time it's just the parting shot, so it's going to get out of here and not be stuck on the field, giving up that momentum to Gabriel.
That's fair. Plenty of people use their real name, to be fair.
Another Pokemon adjustment here from Juan, and
I've seen people on Mr. B show up with a check mark as their username, but the channel wasn't his.
There
Damn.
it is, the Sneasler. I was like, how do you set up the Sneasler for success?
Kitty.
This is it.
Sneasler comes in against the Incineroar, which does have fake out pressure, but is not intimidated at all, and also
This is
has
why two
the
Deans
ability-
are
the
in
Ninetales
Dono
has
all-time
just been
champ slots. Yeah,
yawned by
makes
the Blood
sense.
Moon Ursaluna, so it will have to switch out or else fall asleep, and Sneasler has Swords Dance, loves a free turn.
Loves
Yeah,
the free
people do
turn,
fall
and
for the
not
scam,
just
especially
that.
younger people and
Even
vulnerable
though it
people.
hasn't activated Unburden yet, because the Ninetales has to decide
My real
between
name.
staying in
Didn't know how to
and
fix
switching
it till
out,
today.
staying in and
That's
going to
all right,
sleep and
Cindy. Don't
switching
you
out.
worry.
It really does give
You
the
dirty
Sneasler the opportunity
bitch.
to set up, to feel confident in its placement. And if Gabriel does decide to switch in his own Rillaboom, he is going to be boosting the defenses of
Game
that Sneasler
3,
and also giving it a
baby.
speed boost. This is a very costly
And
play
just
for
people who are dumb.
Gabriel.
That's true.
And it's going to have to pay
Although the
off
message
because
posts
if
without the
not,
change,
and Juan
then I
calls
see the
this
change
and
right
does go
away.
for the sword
Yeah, it
stance,
does that,
this
right?
is going to be such a huge leap
Hello.
in his favor.
There's Rillaboom switching in for the Ninetales.
Oh, that was
Activates
very
the grassy
cute.
terrain, which activates the grassy seed on Sneasler. Juan is reaping all of the benefits of this grassy terrain right now. Gets the defense boost, gets the unburdened
Makes me
boost,
smell too
and
much relief,
finally
calls me a
switches
dirty
out
bitch,
the
right?
Ursaluna for himself. That is going to
Little
be
rude.
the Incineroar coming back in to get an intimidate
stand
down
on my
onto
headphones.
both of the Rillaboom and Incineroar
That's
on
dumb.
Gabriel's side. High
That's
value
dumb.
intimidate. Fake out will connect on to the Sneasler, but
Dumb,
that's
isn't it?
okay. There's no
I
threat
know.
of damage back to that Pokemon. And
Such a
Juan, if the
baby.
fake out had not come through, could have taken a huge advantage.
Bye.
There still is another fake
I'm
out,
so
though, and that's
used to
something
Night Angel that when Bestie called me my real name, it felt weird. I didn't like it.
Scaring the Sneasler
Oh.
off the field. You can just hang out here for a couple turns until it is time to go for that Swords Dance, acrobatics, close combat. Honestly, all of those look pretty great.
Yeah, they all look
It's like,
good to
Daddy,
me.
I love
Gabriel
you.
goes for the
Cheat
terastallization
does.
on the Incineroar to protect itself from a fake out, as well to protect itself
Big
from
Daddy's
a close
girl.
combat from Sneasler. Gabriel has decided I'm not getting
Little
any
Rube
value
tube.
out of terastallization on any of my other Pokemon. Let me just get this Incineroar through this turn, and we'll reevaluate from
See,
there.
I know everybody loves
That's the
RubeTube
Sword
and
Dance
Rubik's
coming
Cube,
out
but my
from the
favorite
Sneasler.
nickname I've ever
Fake
given
out onto
Ruby is
Rillaboom
Measles,
opens
Mumps,
up
and
the
Rubella.
opportunity here. Parting Shot will try
That
to
was my
start controlling the
favorite. It
attack
was just
here,
so out of
but
left
because
field.
Swords Dance boosts 2 stages, it's still going to be at +1, and in order to try and keep that under control, that Incineroar is going to have to keep switching in and out, and every time that happens, there's a risk of damage on
Here
every
we
other
go.
Pokemon.
There's an easy switch for Gabriel, though. Certainly, you have to make a tough decision right now.
Ninetales.
Do you send in the Ninetales, risk breaking the Focus Sash next turn, or do you send in the Volcarona? You do get the defensive boost, but you're already at down half your health.
Mine was with Rubik's
but
Cube.
the following turn,
There's also
you don't
Rubicon.
have to worry as much about the acrobatics connecting with that Rillaboom, at least, because Incineroar feels like a
Just smash
decent
protein
switch
pizza and
into
put
that
in.
spot.
Actually, nay bad
And then
like.
you also mitigate that
Ooh,
final
pretty
attack
tasty and not
boost
stupid
from
price.
the
That's
Swords
banging.
Dance, so not the worst way that
That's
could have
banging.
played out for Gabriel, but still on the back foot. Ninetales really only offers encore support in this scenario.
So awkward.
Blizzard's not going to
So my
be doing
username
the
is always
damage
part
you
of my
need to turn
name
the
because
tide.
I would not like being called
Ninetales
something
was also
different than a
forced out onto
variation of
the
my
field
name.
As soon as snow ended.
I don't know. I thought it
There
like being
was
called
no
sexy
defense
bitch.
boost, and there's no 100% accurate Blizzard. That's going to make Ninetales feel really weird about being.
I thought you
out
liked being
on
called
the
Fit
field right
American
now,
Bird.
Potentially locking into an Encore or a Disable to try and disrupt what Juan's got going, but in a complete reversal from game 2, Juan is in the driver's seat right now.
You're
He
right,
is
Liam,
absolutely
right? I'm
controlling
right.
This match.
And it's
Okay,
all
that's
because
different,
of
Liam. How
that
is it different?
Sneasler. It's such an incredibly powerful Pokemon, especially when you're relying on the pivot pals. You have to respect it, and Gabriel is really struggling to respect it right now.
Out this
Like my
ghost
name,
type
even though it's
Incineroar,
spelled
like
odd.
you mentioned,
Sin
kind
or
of
Cindy is
feels
what
safe
people
to
call me.
switch
Fair.
in, although it does have to worry a little bit about potential knockoffs coming out from the
Ooh, that was
opposing
pretty
Incineroar.
decent. Disabling!
It will get the disable off onto Sneasler, which means that they will no longer be able to use acrobatics. That makes Rillaboom a little bit safer, but the knockoff will connect onto the ghost type Incineroar on
No
the
safety
switch-in.
Gogu.
Not enough to pick up a KO, but the combination of that acrobatics and that knockoff has dealt a lot of damage to that Pokemon, and you
It's
need
different
those
because that isn't
Pokemon
everyone
healthy to
randomly
get
saying
the
hi that
pivots.
way. Oh, I see how
Without
it
the
is.
defense drop from a close combat, though, that
Our
turn, the
name
Sneasler, I
got
think, is
named
going
after an
to stick
actress who's
around even
anti-vax and likes
longer.
Trump. And one time my dad told me he regretted naming me after her because, quote, she got...
or into a Pokemon that switches
Dad's a
into
savage.
the Ninetales
Jesus Christ.
is still looking pretty great for Juan. You have to worry
Imagine
about
going
the
into a stream
Volcarona
for the
coming
first time
in
with
and
that type
maybe
of
a flame
username.
body activation,
What, Fit
starting
American
to ruin
Bird?
your plans towards victory, and I do think that's a win
It'd suit you,
condition that
mate.
Gabriel has to start thinking about.
What, Amanda?
Given the Pokemon that Juan has remaining, but Juan is just getting closer and closer to
No
that
idea.
top
You have no idea how many
4
people can't say my
placement here
name.
at the Latin America International
Sandy.
Championships.
They're like, oh,
Well,
hi,
this is a great opportunity for
Sandy.
Gabrielle, however. There is no switch
Swine.
from Juan, which means that Ninetales can lock the Incineroar into a knockoff. And of course, the Volcarona switching in
Bruh.
means that it has used up its grassy seed, so this knockoff is dealing very little damage. Additionally, because
Nothing's
the
always
Sneasler
wrong.
has had the acrobatics
I'm surprised you
disabled,
can't just get Mum Water as a username.
finally found an opportunity in
Can't
this
imagine that's
game
been
to get
taken by a lot of
free turn.
people, surely.
And that free turn has to be used effectively.
Oh,
you
boy.
want to get some damage on the field. You need to
When people
start
call you
evening
Lynn.
up the score.
Absolutely, and you can see Gabriel knows that he has to start getting some damage down, even if
I mean, I
it's
wouldn't
not
call
100%
Rach that in real life, though.
Blizzard and Heatwave, they can be your friends. Let's
They can
just
also
hope.
be your
Oh,
frenemy.
after
Let's
seeing
just hope
Rach
that
in those
Gabriel
pants in
gave his
Discord, it's not an
Pokemon plenty of
incorrect name.
sandwiches before this
Yeah,
battle.
right?
There is still very
They hugged
safe
that
switching
booty
here
good, right?
From Juan. The Incineroar can absolutely switch.
I'd
out
call
here
it
and
Rach in
bring
real
in
life.
the
I probably
Ursaluna
have.
Instead, which has been terrestrialized into that water typing. Will be able to absolutely resist all of these attacks while Sneasler just goes for a Swords Dance. Make sure that it wants to be able to deal as much damage as
Yeah, everyone's been
possible.
simping.
but in the
Everybody's been
future turns,
simping
when
for
it
Sophie
has to
Jane
get
and Rach in the last couple of
the
days.
Heat Wave will miss one of Juan's Pokemon. That is the Ursaluna.
With good
so
reason. You
Sneasler
definitely have.
Still hangs
There
on,
you
but
go.
took a lot of damage.
See,
on
guys,
that
I'm the
turn.
same in real life.
I love the sword stance from Juan in that turn because if
Big Gabriel's
Sneasler
limited.
is
The
able
Sneasler
to
so far is impressive. Yeah, the
outlast
Sneasler's been
this
doing
disable,
nothing.
which it should be able to protect this
Like,
last
an Alolan
turn.
Ninetales has
It
no
will,
business
this
being on the
couple of
field
last turns,
this
it
long
will
with
be
a
able to
Sneasler.
deal so much damage.
I can't blame it at
And that
all,
is
mate.
something that Gabriel has to deal with now.
This
There's
is
a
why
little
I'm
bit
always
of a
saying they
guessing
should
game
post
here,
more.
As I do think that Sneasler could go for a protect this turn, or could just go straight for a close combat plus.
He's
an
a little
attack
more
from that
unhinged in real life.
Ursaluna Blood
What
Moon
does
into
that
the Ninetales
mean?
to pick up the
What
knockout
does that
into that
mean?
spot and get the Pokemon advantage. It's all just going to come down to reads.
Well, the read right now for Gabrielle is, I want to see what you're going to
Let's
do.
not pretend
Which
it's
is
new
a
in the last few
very
weeks. This
safe
is
play
true.
to make when there is so much on the line.
Yeah, that's a double protect. Close combat was going to try to target down the Ninetales.
Can we just appreciate y'all simping and Matt's just here like, wow, Pokemon. Yeah. This is why Matt gets results and we don't. It's alright, Liam. I like your fitness posts. I may not swing that way, but I know you're working hard for it. Thanks,
with the
mate.
protect from Gabriel, that does ensure Juan can protect the Sneasler this turn.
I can fully believe
No
that.
more disable.
Rage, and he suggested getting pets to come to EUIC.
Disable will be free.
It's
More
a really
unhinged.
great spot for Juan. Again, that sword stance just paying off dividends. Could play a little bit risky
More
here if he
unhinged.
wanted to
I
go
mean, it's
for
a
a
little less
second one, but
filtered
we've seen players
than the
get punished for being
internet.
greedy time and time again.
Wanna see
I think you
unhinged,
just
mate?
have to play it safe here. Go for the protect.
Saturday next week.
And that's exactly why we see Gabriel get the fake out
The
back
other
on the
side.
field once more.
Yep.
And he went for the
Yeah.
attack.
Goes for the attack
Oh.
onto the
Tune in live,
Incineroar.
mate.
If this
Also focus on this
Ursaluna
game, not gonna
double
lie. I
has
have no
a
idea what's
chance
going on
to pick up
elsewhere.
that
Good.
damage, but
It's a good game.
Sneasler has gone
Sneasler's
down.
fucked.
That's a huge Pokemon removed from the field for Gabriel. The Earth Power will connect onto the Incineroar. So
Oh, bye-bye, Incin.
for the potential of a switch in there to take out
Hey.
both the Incineroar or the Volcarona had it stayed in.
I think that makes sense.
Ursaluna Blood Moon, though, still looking
Ursaluna has no filter, filthy
incredibly
bastard,
threatening
right?
on Juan's side of the field, recovering up all of that health to Gabriel's advantage. He does still have that
Layer
Rillaboom
2.
available, and that's exactly why we see
Incin.
Juan switching the Incineroar. And that's why Gabriel does
Volcarona.
not send in the Rillaboom just yet. Your next play to keep yourself in the game is to find a way to get Rillaboom on the field, either unintimidated
get rid of the
or
Incin.
unincineroared.
Yeah, unintimidated or unincineroared.
I mean, it's
The
one of the
classic
two.
Challenge,
Yeah.
The challenge of Regulation H and any regulation with Incineroar in it.
I mean,
then I
even
get
if you
distracted
do
like a
manage
raccoon
to
with
get the
caffeine.
Rillaboom on the field
I get
when
distracted by
Incineroar is already
everything.
present, you run
But
the risk
Whammon,
of getting party
Whammon, oh my
shot in.
word.
So there is
Oh my
still
word.
plenty of options here for Juan, and I think keeping the Ursaluna Blood Moon safe in the back is exactly what you want to see, and we get finally the reveal of that last Pokemon.
Rillaboom, boom,
Was going to be the
boom.
Rillaboom with the Sneasler and Incineroar here.
Let
so
me hear you say
finally
weho.
Juan has forced to reveal the Rillaboom as Ninetales protects itself. Gabriel is reading that Juan is very afraid of the
dog
Ninetales.
from
or,
Up Squirrel.
again, just wants to see what Juan is going to do. Again,
Oh, here we go.
we did mention this in the previous match, maybe a little bit more relevant here. If we're going to see some of these double protect turns, time may become a major factor of the
You're not ready for to get more tattoos, though. Why? Where are you getting them?
For now, though, there's still a lot of interesting options in play for both of these trainers, as once again, we are looking at a situation
getting
where
webs.
Gabriel can go for a Blizzard or a
Webbies.
Heat Wave to threaten that Rillaboom. If Rillaboom risks the fake out into the Volcarona, a Flame Body activation could be absolutely devastating. And honestly, even an encore
Pretty
from
much
that
everywhere. Hell yeah.
Ninetales could be enough to open up
I'd
the
like
game
Ann
for
tattoo.
Gabriel.
Do it. Get an Ann
As
tattoo.
If the Incineroar is locked into fake out, that
A
ain't
new tattoo
parting
with my
shot.
fourth one.
Fake out
Nice.
ain't parting shot. Doesn't do
What
anything.
about those for sure?
There's
It's a
the
maybe.
Rillaboom going for the fake out.
You're getting something
Finally
on the
connects,
notes.
Finally finds a target, connects on to
Heat
the
wave.
Ninetales. That means it will take this heat wave from Volcarona.
Rillaboom took
Gives a
that
little bit
frighteningly
over
well.
half to the Rillaboom, and a critical hit onto the Incineroar deals a little bit more
Oh,
chip
bye-bye,
damage than
Ninetales.
while the Flare Blitz will finally knock that Ninetales off of the field. So Gabriel is now forced down to his final two Pokemon, and that will be
It's
the Rillaboom
looking awkward
and
for Gabriel,
Volcarona.
but he could probably do it. Yeah, McCarthy was bad for my wallet. Now I want more big pieces. Underneath and in between. I'm not going to say what I was going to say then about underneath and in between them.
Rillaboom on Gabriel's side of the field is running U-turn
Restraint.
over high horsepower, which would be great into the
Yeah,
opposing
it's weird not having Cap here.
Rillaboom, and decent into the opposing Incineroar. But
Does anyone have contact
overall,
with Purple
not gonna
Dragonair?
be
Because like I
as
haven't seen Purple
helpful
Dragonair for
as
ages,
a
and I'm worried
higher
about
base
it.
power attack. Rillaboom
Although
is
she
in a
years ago,
very
she just
tough
casually mentioned she got
position here
piercing
as
on her nips, and it's like,
another
thanks for telling me
flare
something I'm never
blitz
going to be
from
seeing.
Juan's
Well,
own
normally
Incineroar
when a
is
girl
going to be
tells you that,
doing
it's because she wants to show
a huge
you.
amount of damage to that Pokemon, and Volcarona, really, this Heat Wave is not going to do enough to match that.
Okay, and the Pokemon that Juan needs to get rid of right now is the Rillaboom, so you can see the targeting there.
I'm not going to say it, but I'll just
Will
suggest it
miss
make you think it.
Incineroar, but knocks out the Rillaboom, so getting that Pokemon
I didn't
off the
say
field
anything.
will bring the Blood Moon Ursaluna
Gonna knock
back
this
out
chick?
onto the
Oh.
field. But in a preview, the claws of Incineroar
Oh, Gabriel's done.
Juan has gotten the Rillaboom off the field. Just this Volcarona is not
Yeah, Volt can't do it. Happened to Metromania. It's in the process.
with the yawn.
Next season's coming out soon.
Salerno advancing to the quarterfinals.
Showing us just exactly
You just have to
why
pay attention,
his
that's all.
6 Pokemon on his team are the 6 most
Also, I'm
popular
doing well, by the
Pokemon
way. Thank
here
you.
This weekend, they are so powerful. There are so many different ways you can run them. You can adapt to any
I've seen her on other
strategy
streams,
that
so
your
she's
opponent
around.
has,
Oh.
and what incredible adaptation that we saw from him.
I wonder what we said wrong.
Out in the crowd.
It's beautiful to
Just
see
what we're
the
working, trying to
support
graduate.
for
Oh,
these
okay, fair.
hometown hero trainers. Once Juan Salerno, again, just coming off of a top 4 in Gdansk just a couple of weeks
Been a
ago.
long time. No, I'm aware, mate. I know my upload schedule better than anyone.
Yeah, a familiar position for him. Of course, he had made it back to the quarterfinals since making it back.
It's all right. If you're patient, it might come out.
And you can see just how much this means to Juan. It has been
American late streams.
tournament so far.
Yeah, she might just be busy when we're live.
Like Gabriel Legati, and that kind of like slug match, like that beat down, throw down of the balance, like big balance Pokemon, and Cineroar Rillaboom pivoting
You're being
all over the
clingy
place.
because I know exactly why.
Incredible
I'm not
stamina
stupid.
to make it through 3 games of that.
But Juan was really able to find the driver's seat in that game number 3. And again, it really
She's
came down to
sharking
the
'cause she's
Pokemon
hungry.
adaptation of the Sneasler.
Carney X
and
approach
not
delay by a
being
month.
afraid
Oh,
to
mate,
go
that's what
for
we
that
do.
second sword stance
Every
when
time
the
someone asks, we
acrobatics
delay
was
by a month.
disabled, because that one move alone was enough to force
We're looking at a
his
2028
opponent
release
to
at the moment.
respect that Pokemon a lot more, and that opened up the opportunity, I think, for him to start, you know, okay, I know you're going to have to deal with this. This allows me to use this other slot so I can handle
If people like
this.
seeing
and
the streams,
really
yeah,
just
people
felt
drop
like
off
it
all the
gave him
time.
some breathing
It's just
room,
sad
which
because
he
no one ever
clearly
tells me
needed.
what's going on. So like they drop off and I don't know if I've said something or.
A match like that for sure. The people in this auditorium, in this stadium are
If I can't be Poké Trainer Dean again, I'll evolve. Elite 4 Leader Dean.
and we are too. This is again.
That's going to take some getting used
There was
to.
going to be a Latin American representative in the quarterfinals with both
But fair
Gabriel
play.
Legati and Juan Salerno being lined up in the top 8. A Latin American trainer has never won this tournament. Has never won.
Just say Dean. I'm going to say Elite 4 Leader Dean every time. I'm surprised you didn't go with Dragon Tamer Dean.
I know they are champing at the bit to get this one home.
Because you love your dragons.
I would be so excited if this was finally the year.
Kiss, man. I mean, is that just not? Is that not just the
Okay,
champion?
I will. I can. Wait, I can't.
It's a choice. You can make choices.
Great.
I fucking love you, bro. That's fucking.
No, I want to commend Gabriel Legati
Elite
as well.
4
You know,
leader.
that
Is that
game
not
number
just the
1 from
champion?
him, I think, was just really a masterclass in what this team can do.
Hoovy
and
was in the other
really
day.
the
Hoovy's always
creativity
in.
He had coming into this tournament.
Hoovy has a good
you know,
look.
Seeing the Polito try and just find those openings using that whirlpool. That
I'll go change to Daenerys. Oh, Daenerys Targaryen.
End, but
Am
was
I
able
wrong?
to
You're not
completely
wrong.
run a different mode of the team in game number 2, which was also just really cool to see. That
That's
takes
why I
a
make
lot
a
of
note of
knowledge
regulars. I
and a
haven't
lot
seen
of
them in a bit.
skill to be
I
able
send
to
them a
pivot
check-in. You're a
so
good egg.
aggressively in the middle of such a high-stakes match.
Absolutely.
I vanished for a month because Pokemon ZA and Digimon. Liam stopped playing games I want to play without spoilers, soz mate.
These players have already played 4 rounds of
No, I
Switch
meant
today,
Elite 4
and
Leader
now
as a
it's
shout out to
top
Gen
up.
1.
Each match is an elimination match.
What does that mean? Elite 4 Leader as a shout out to Gen 1.
Trainers to stay focused.
What, the
It's
champion?
really difficult to, and I'm always so impressed by our trainers who are able
I always let you know if I'm going to be MIA because of shit. You do. You're good for that. I just never leave. You always say you're gonna, and then you don't.
finals and an incredible display of his decision making.
And that's fair enough.
His,
I appreciate that you stay.
game awareness.
This is so exciting. I'm sorry. I'm just like soaking it in. You can still hear the crowd cheering a little bit for him as well. And I'm sure they're going to cheer even more as we are ready to go to the stage to talk to the man himself, Juan Salerno, our first quarterfinalist here in Sao
Isn't that
Paulo.
the titles the Elite 4 members? I thought it was just like Elite 4 Lance and Elite 4 Agatha.
Thank you very much. We have got our first.
He says he'll leave because it's too sexual. I mean, he's not wrong.
2026 Latin American International
You're not allowed to
Championships,
leave.
Juan Salerno!
Yeah, Costa, don't do that again.
Huge congratulations, Juan. You are in the semifinals, my friend. How are you feeling so far?
No, me siento muy bien.
This is Amber's pick to win it. Do a Mega Metromania. I'll do the Metromania that I'm already like literally recorded. Like it's already recorded. It's just being edited. So I guess I'll just do the Metromania I was gonna do. I don't take suggestions.
And what a way to be able to go into the semifinals in what felt like
When Lance was the champion, head of the Elite 4 until he got the crap beaten out by 2 10-year-olds.
Fantastic trainer, IC finalist, of course, 2 times around. But yeah, that matchup looked
No one's allowed to
very
leave. That's what
difficult.
keeps me here.
We
Wait,
saw
what keeps you
Gabriel
here?
bring that Politoed mode in game 1, but you felt like you had
There
a lot
was a
of
season of
tools
Metromania with all
against it. So
Megas.
did you
My
feel
favorite thing,
confident
right?
after
My
that
favorite
game
thing at the
1
moment
going into game 2?
is people keep going, Liam, are you going to do Form Fight with all the new Megas from ZA? Are you going to do Metromania with all the new Megas from ZA? And I'm like, how? How would you like me to do that?
Al ser un mirror de balance, quien saque los mejores tradeos iba a ser el que gane.
I say I'll leave most because of depression, but it ruins my routine if I don't turn up.
He's a really close friend, so
Well, I'm glad this is a good place to help you with your routine.
He got it at the end of the day. Sorry.
That's okay. That sounds fine. I mean, exactly that. And I believe
All the sexual
you
comments.
also
Ah,
played
that's what
against
keeps you
him
coming,
in
I bet.
Swiss round number 12. So just before going into Top Cut, were there any big differences between that set and this one?
Lance was Elite 4 top guy, but let's be real. He was the real champ. Fight the champ was just the same rival bullshit. Well, that's because your rival had beaten Lance. What do you mean? That's not how that works. The whole point.
He wasn't sure about
Did
the
you
matchup,
play Red
so
and
it was
Blue?
really lucky for him to play
Like,
him
bruh,
beforehand,
the
so
whole
that he had an
point
idea of the matchup.
is
So
that
yeah,
your
thank you,
rival
Adi,
beat
for that.
Agatha, beat Bruno, beat Lorelei, and beat Lance, and became the champion.
But you were able to get through quite well.
So no,
It was a
Lance
very
wasn't
close
the real
game three
champion because he
in
literally
particular.
lost to
And I
Blue.
noticed that you brought the Sneasler
That's
over,
canon.
I think, the Dragonite.
What do
Was
you
that the
mean
main
Lance was the
adaptation
real
that
champ?
you recognized that you needed to make?
Lol.
Agati estaba trayendo siempre Ninetales,
Sos
entonces
Kaylee.
sentí que Dragonite no iba a hacer un gran trabajo.
Fuck, I'm still in bed.
Y hablé con Raxen antes
There was
de
no
jugar mi
champ
match
on
de
Elite
Suizo.
4 in the
Me
games, is my
dijo,
point.
Básicamente Sneasel es la clave. Así que gracias Raxen, tus consejos me sirvieron.
What do you mean there was no champ? Blue was the champion. That's how the Pokemon League works. What do you mean?
Sneasler was the key, and thank you to our friend for that.
Of course, and I mean, it really proved to be such a vital piece to his strategy. So, now you are in the semi-finals, my friend. You've come a long way. You've been able to go across the globe so far early season. I saw you at Lille and Gdansk as well. You had really strong performances. This really feels like it's your year. You've got a good form going. So, what would it mean to you if you were able to win LAIC?
Sí.
Listas igual que en Gdansk. Así que bueno, muchas gracias a él. Y quiero decir que le prometí a mis amigos que iba a traerme un Pikachu este torneo y lo conseguí, así que estoy muy contento.
You've driven me to this.
So I want to thank Sophie for helping with the list and
Look,
for my
you are
friends
challenged.
to take a Pikachu home now,
Champion
and
Blue.
he was
I don't know
able
why it
to
says
bring that
Funts.
home. He's really happy about
Funts
that.
champion.
That's
But
it, and there's a lot to be happy about as well. So with that
Champion
being said,
Blue.
that was just our first semi-finals here at LAIC. #1 player getting ready. We've got more coming up with the
Master, stop it.
quarterfinals continuing. With that being said, we'll catch you
moving
very
forward,
shortly
we had
for
an
more
actual
action.
champ in Elite 4. Only Gen 1 was the champ before the rival. Part of the Elite 4 and not a champ. What do you mean champ before the rival? What? Dean, I'm sorry you're on your own here. Yeah, what? Oh yeah, redeems are off during the round. You're right. I'll do the cheese in a minute.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep
All the other games had an actual Elite 4 and a champion. As opposed to Gen 1 that had an Elite 4 and a character called the Champion. What? What? I think what he's trying to say is before the rival beat Lance and became the champion, there wasn't a champion. I don't count the rival as the region champ. It's not the same. I interpreted that Lance was the champion, Agatha was 4, Bruno was 3, Lorelei was 2, and when Blue wins, everyone moves down, alright? I think he means that before Blue beat Lance, there wasn't a champion. Well, that wouldn't make Lance the original champion then if there was no champion. That don't make sense. He's an Elite 4 member. What the fuck? Nah, I'm not. We have to agree to disagree on this one. The Elite 4 that only had 3? Yeah. I get where you're coming from, Dean, but it doesn't make sense. He was, and he served as 2 regions champs. Well, he didn't, because Blue was the champion. And then Red was the champion. after he beat Blue. If anything, Lance should have had a note next to his name that said stand-in champion Lance. He only became champion in the absence of Red. Lance is front Johto. He's actually back Johto. I know he's from Johto, mate. He's a champion in Johto, but not in Kanto, he's not. So in Gen 1, the champion's Blue, which is why he's called Champion Blue when you fight him. Because crazy enough, that's what they call the champion. You know how in Red and Blue, Lance is Elite Four Lance, and in Gold and Silver, he's Champion Lance because he's the champion in Johto because he couldn't be the champion in Kanto and had to fuck off to Johto to do it. That's what it is. This is such a boring conversation. I'm gonna have a wee, but also I'm gonna go with the trainer class that the game gives it rather than like people's headcanon. If the game says they're champion, because that's how the games is programmed. What about when the game starts? Any other game, a champ exists at the start. All I'm saying is who was champ before Blue? Oak. Oak was the champion before Blue. It's obvious. It wasn't Lance, because Lance is in the Elite Four. Otherwise, Lance would say, I used to be the champion, but now I'm just the Elite Four. But he doesn't say that. It was actually an unnamed character called Green. I'm going to have a wee, though. Burp.
Hey Pokemon trainers, you are joining just in time for the second top 8 match of the Masters Division of VGC at the Pokemon International Championships here at LAIC. We have just seen our first semi-finalist crowned, and so has locked in a world invite, and that is Juan Salerno, who is our player who has the most championship points in the world.
Yeah.
So very much a deserving world's invite already secured.
I know, it's insane the fact that, like you said, #1 globally ranked, and now auto invite straight into Worlds. Fantastic that we're able to reward that to our top 4 when it comes to the international level, but of course, extremely fantastic for Juan himself. Going ahead in what was essentially a Super Clásico de las Americas, essentially the El Clásico between Brazil and Argentina, a rivalry known as old as time, and against with 2 fantastic world-class caliber trainers.
Yeah, it really was. Yeah, it's the same to see Gabriel Agacci kind of get defeated, but obviously making top 8 at LAIC is just an incredible feat in itself. So congratulations to him, and pushing the double weather that we never expected all that way.
I know, it's quite a crazy concept. I think double weather usually doesn't have as much potency as the single weather, because normally you have a couple of different tools in order to mesh together with that certain composition, but clearly, Gabriel showing us good reason why it truly can work, instead of that Blood Moon that usually is that 6th slot. And it really proved a lot of dividends. Unfortunately, in that game 1 of the set we just observed, it wasn't able to put in as much work, and that is what we saw Juan sort of try to adapt against in game 2, where Gabriel brought all the heat.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, it was a really back and forward match, wasn't it? Really scary as well, with the setup between Volk and between that Sneasler too. But on your screen, you can see the bracket now and where we are currently at here in our phase 2. We've seen the outcome of a few of our top 16 matches there on your far left, which have been on our feature stream, side stream going on as well. So catch those in your own time, but because we are going to be focusing on our top 8B very shortly as well. So it looks like Yuma has gotten the win, and Teo team as well.
Yeah, we've got such great trainers rising to the fore right now, onwards towards the top 4. And now, top 8, of course, we are going to be featuring Oliver Estelin versus Teo team Maso, 2 of the best and in-form EU trainers are battling it out now in front of our screens. You can see them all prepped and ready to go on the stage. Oliver on the left-hand side, and Teo team on the right.
I have my drink,
so
and I've checked on my board. Oh yeah, the dogs are eating food, so they're fine.
The last 2 days, using that Volcarona setup team that he piloted to 2nd place at the Gdansk Regional Championships, just losing out to Simone Sanvito in what was the mirror, basically. So, but we've seen him also play the mirror throughout these last 2 days, and we've seen him do
you know what? Let's have Dustclops win. Sorry to your team. Didn't these guys literally battle earlier?
Going up against Oliver, who is a previous season Gdansk regional champion, so being able to accomplish what Teo team was 1 step away from doing so. So who knows? There could be additional.
Oh, Rach is laying down the law.
Between both our trainers.
I love it when she gets all authoritative.
Fantastic quality achievements across all the board. We know that Oliver is a
Giga was dead last night, but this one dude
finalist,
already
so definitely not a stranger when it comes to this high
dropped $300 in our tip jar. Good lord.
The team that's been really shaking up the meta here this weekend.
What a ledge.
Almost no
Cap
one's been using
Ryder, how you doing?
Venusaur, which we love here this weekend. Obviously, Mega Venusaur being our kind of mascot.
One dude alone? Mate, what a ledge.
With all the protagonist energy with that amazing first partner Pokemon, and with a really cool set with it as well. That Dustclops that we've often...
I'm excited for the Dustclops. It makes me happy.
Oh, yeah.
At risk of sounding a bit too old there. But
don't worry, I'm there with you, my friend.
Okay, cute. And with a lovely supporting cast, and of course that Torkoal.
Yeah, and I do really like the Dustclops inclusion. We had a bit of a chat on the stage during Oliver's previous interview on the utility of Dustclops being such a I'd say, tank in terms of being able to take all of the damage. It's such a good sort of Pokemon to be able to set its own Trick Room up, but then get a bit of self-recovery through the interactions of Pain Split, but also the Nightshade, which deals 50 damage per, of course, the level across the board. And yeah, generally speaking, it's a great way to be able to function.
You having some drinks? What you having? Are the other drinks for your mates?
Extend its longevity on the field. And then you've got Annihilate, which
Didn't
is
sleep for more
focus
adult
sash
reasons.
barrier,
He was having a wank all night. Sore as a bone is.
Slightly less need for that focus sash.
Finish up my dry month this week. I'll have a beer at Thanksgiving. Oh, you wanted to give the doggo a cheese, but now she's having a whole last dinner. I'll remember the cheese in a bit, Scotty.
Sense the achievements that they're already there and the support that they've got from the crowd, which is amazing to see as well. So yeah, a bit of camaraderie from our trainers there with the fist bump. Looks like we're going to get into it shortly, but first we need to have a look
And I can bench reset for Mawile in Area 9. Ooh, saucy.
It's a team composition that we've seen time and time again, of course, like we mentioned. Team did go up against.
Woman wasn't here. I might be, but I didn't need the wank thanks to her. Damn.
Seems to be the exact same
Bro's getting some.
And Basque Legion Male being one of those Pokemon opted in, as well as the Volcarona for the switches to the regular Lele team composition.
Yeah, 100%. That Basque Legion has been a really big fish amongst the pond of other Pokemon here this weekend.
We rowdy.
Making sure that
Stop saying we rowdy.
Or the physical side, rather.
Woman wasn't it? Oh, but it's this. Went around the farmer's market, now having some ramen.
There we
for lunch and a drink. We'll drive home here in a bit. Nice. Wait, drive home?
I like it. But yeah,
drive
so what we're
home
saying is
after
that
drinking?
There's a lot of different ways to be able to protect the king or queen of the hill with all of the
Are we saying
supporting
Kaylee
partners,
mentioned
the
bench?
Rillaboom
Am I breaking straight to
Incineroar,
bench press?
Notorious for their fake out spam, pivot shenanigans, but then also
Tuesday was too much,
you've
but we're
got
letting that through. What the fuck
such
did I
as
miss
the
on Tuesday?
Ninetales, which offer a
Wait,
different
letting
sort
what
of
through?
level of disruption as make some
Oh,
noise,
it's because I accused Dean of having a
we
wank.
have got
That's all.
Game 1, turn 1.
You could drink
in
water
play.
1.
Oliver
What about water 7?
leading with the Incineroar Annihilate versus Tail Team's Blood Moon Ursaluna and that Rillaboom.
Which word was meant to be drive? You can drink water 1 drive.
The grassy terrain is
Come on, mate.
going up first before the Intimidate, confirming that the Rillaboom is most likely faster than its Incineroar. Already big information going into this matchup when the two fake-out buddies...
They finally got rid of the crowd noise, but they still refuse to turn the game up.
Tail Team having a little bit of a good matchup there too. But obviously not into the Annihilate.
Be safe and get a taxi. Always.
That's a close combat into the Sleeve. This could be big.
Yeah,
Fuck me, I buggered that up completely. You did. Do you know what? It's the effort that counts.
KO, but it definitely puts it within range
Matthew
of being
Minectric.
able to pick off at a later point. But this is leftovers.
You could drive after 1. There we go.
Unleashing damage, bringing the Annihilate
We have 1
down
drinking a bunch of water. I'm good.
to
Oh, okay,
its
just be
bonus
safe
stats.
because
Of course, getting
we
a tiny
care.
bit of residual recovery at the end of the turn via the grassy terrain. But the most crucial thing here is that you're able to at least expend its item and
Pokemon,
maybe
just turn
even
the
position
game up.
yourself where you can easily pick it off with a grassy glide.
Yeah, so obviously with that massive physical defense, Ursaluna is able to survive. And yeah, a good thing too. And when you're this leftover set with grassy terrain, as we've seen in previous sets and our last top 8 match with Juan Salerno's Ursaluna, it can heal so much HP across the turn that we may well see this Ursaluna back into the green after a few more turns here, especially if we see maybe a pivot out at some point. So Oliver's got to think about how to reposition here and whatever for what is in the back. Most likely, let's say that Torkoal, that Dragonite looks all really good as well, and the Venusaur has been really popping off for him this weekend too. But here it comes, it's going out, saving itself from that grassy glide.
Yeah, and from Oliver's point of view, you want to be able to position yourself to the point where Trick Room can be set up as long as the big disruptors over on Tail Team's side have been dealt with. And we're seeing the Frisk interaction coming out, of course. The reason why the abilities are utilized is just in case to scout out for any sort of Zoroarks that may be on the playing field. There's a bit more advantage in that interaction, but none to be found here, as we do see Tail Team bringing that Incineroar in and maybe position himself up
That
for
no one else
a
acknowledged
fake
that?
out. Subsequent
What?
turn as Grassy Glide does pitiful amounts of damage onto what
With
is
food, 1
such
drink should be
a
bad, even me, and you're
bulky
tiny.
Dusclops, and Oliver going for the pivoting of the Incineroar now.
Yeah, so it makes a lot of sense, but what do you want to get in at the moment? Because Tail Team has switched in another super fake out.
Oh, what was the explanation for why Frisk? I missed it. I was reading about giggling, and I was tweeting about how angry I am that they refused to turn the fucking volume
still
up.
going to be able to get away with doing something here, but is certainly threatened by the potential of
So why
knockoff
Frisk?
coming into
Oh,
this
because
turn.
it's to check speed,
Particularly
right?
if Torkoal can only go for
Is
fire
it?
moves if Tail Team were to maybe commit
Maybe?
the Terra onto the Rillaboom to the fire type or switch into a water type, then even if Torkoal is
Something to do with
losing, still
Zoroark?
do
Oh,
loads of
after
damage,
Wolf a few weeks ago, we had a
but then at
spike
least
in
they can still
Zoroark
pressure
usage.
this Dusclops.
Ah.
Either way, if the Dusclops goes
So
for
it'll
Terra,
reveal,
getting rid
I
of
see.
that Eviolite could make it so much easier to remove from the rest of your team as well, which are they're basically going to be doing at least 50% more damage onto it. For a Pokemon that can also heal.
Hello, Amma. How you doing?
It is amazing.
Yeah, at
What's
the same
happening?
time, being able to, you know, detract
I'm like a
away,
broken record,
or
but would
should I
it
say subtract
fucking kill
the health
them
of
to turn the volume
target
up?
it doesn't lock into, which could be
Yeah,
quite
Eviolite
crucial
Dusclops, of
in order
course.
to be able to get any sort of damage calcs with that Torkoal by its side. But Volcarona switching in right now will be having its grassy.
Do you remember when you used to be able to hear the commentary
Oliver
clearly
trying to
and the game
reposition as
music?
Well, bringing that Incineroar
It just
in
made it feel a
allows
little
you
less
to
dead.
Not only get Intimidate off of both of what were physical offensive Pokemon, but also have that fake out available. Maybe even go for a
I
very
don't mind the lowest
raw
game music here. I
eruption
fucking
in
hate
front
it.
of Tail Team's Pokemon.
So there is the Terra.
And when the audio was
Yeah,
balanced.
and there is no water type switching in on Tail Team's end here. It's obviously not been brought, so it's only the Incineroar that's
Ooh,
going to
Torkoal means
damage.
business.
But yeah, there's definitely going to be an attack here, but it's going to be a fake out instead. So give me things safe.
I mean, it
I
makes
can
sense
hear
that
the
Tail Team
music,
wants
but I'd
make
like
sure
to
that
hear more.
they
I'm only here
keep
for
that
Liam.
Torkoal in check,
Oh,
because
you wholesome.
If you let out a Terra, Fire, Charcoal eruption, it's just
That
gonna
was
take
work,
so much
Amma.
resource availability from your side, which is definitely not what you want to be able to sort
Did
of
you
have to
practice
deal
some
with from
veterinary at the
this,
veterinary
resource
practice?
allocation sort of battle between them both.
It certainly isn't. But you can see there's a missed
Or
opportunity
did you
there
make
for
some
Oliver to actually
appointments?
set up the Trick which is unfortunate. So
To reschedule some appointments.
Or just knowing, right, I've got a bit of a game plan where I know if Trick Room goes up, I can still try and stall
Or did
it
you
out with the options that I have.
inject a dog with heroin?
Now the Volcarona
Don't do
on
that.
the
Never do
defensive,
that.
Most likely going to try to make sure
Oh, I never knew that. I never knew that.
in a place where the Incineroar lowers the damage output of
That
this
Flare Blitz
Torkoal
went straight
in
into
two
that
ways, not
protect.
only through a damage, but also through knocking off that charcoal item, which means it's going to be dealing substantially less damage at the cost of being able to deal, resisted damage onto this Incineroar, which it's going to be able to take quite handsomely with that recovery at the end of the
handsomely.
turn. So all of a sudden,
Not allowed to do injections because I'm only a care assistant. Oh,
since Trick Room
that's not
is
fair.
not currently being set up at that point. And
It's okay, I made an error when charging a lady, killing my streak of reliability. No! Did you have to chase her down the road?
With those 4 Pokemon, definitely wants to try and get it in at some point to
Yeah,
be able
happens
to
to the
get
best
that
of us.
Trick Room once more, because then you can suddenly unleash the damage potential your Torkoal has.
I'm gonna be like,
I don't stress. I don't stress. I don't stress.
Coca-Cola glass? I don't give a damn.
I don't give a damn.
Oh, as Heatwave does come out in the sun, will deal respectable amounts of damage to both of Oliver's Fire-type Pokemon. Knockoff will now finally be able to get rid of the utility of
Knock
which
off
is that
these
Assaultless.
nuts.
But in the sun, Flare Blitz deals so
Cheeky
much damage.
Flare
and
Blitz.
most likely with a follow-up here
Sun
of
boosted.
the Torkoal, is going to be able to actually pick up the KO into the Volcarona, already getting rid of what has been
We're human, we
such
fuck up,
a
it's okay.
big
Exactly. I
MVP
fuck up all the
for
time.
KO team sort of strategy and team
Awaken.
composition.
Yeah, I
No.
was saying, oh yeah, we need to get up Trick Room, okay? Yeah, otherwise the Torkoal does nothing. But yeah, it doesn't care. It's just still erupting and doing so much damage despite that.
It's
so
Trick Room for my dad.
Basically at this point.
Yeah, love it. Exactly.
Is this name better for your brain, Liam?
it
Elite
looks like
4
maybe
Champ
Team's kind of
Dean.
anticipating the Dusclops switch,
I
trying to get the
mean-
Torkoal into position, but yeah, like Oliver's just clicking that big funny button and it's doing some really good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought? But yeah, I mean, that's the sort
Surprised
of thing
you just
that
go
you
with
really need to be
Champion
cautious
Dean.
about when it comes to the Torkoal. You don't want to be able to give it a
To be honest,
clean
but-
opportunity of attack, even though it doesn't have charcoal
It's
anymore.
Elite 4
it's taking
champion.
damage. It's
That-
still
that just-
picking up the crucial KOs that it needs to.
And now this may
That sounds like-
just get in Dusclops at this point because
I don't know.
if the Incineroar doesn't
Yeah,
target
could have just got
and
Champion
knock off
Dean.
into the
Like
Incineroar,
Elite
which has
4
already
Champ
had
Dean
its
is giving
items
like
knocked off, then that's quite a read to make, and so it could be a slightly safer decision to swap it in there. And that means on the
I
following
don't want to
turn,
be
Incineroar
Poke
can come
Champ
into the
or
other
some
slot
shit too
and then
common.
lower the potential damage
Why not
from the
just
two
Champion
physical
Dean?
attackers that are on the field currently as
I mean,
well.
you,
So, yeah,
you're
there's a
right
good
about
way
one
to kind
thing.
of position
Elite
things
4
around.
Champ is
Could
going to be
Night, yes,
uncommon
looks like
because
maybe the
it
fastest
sounds
thing on
like
field
the
at the moment,
prefix
but
of
still
like
needs to avoid a grassy
a 10-year-old's
grind from
YouTube
this
channel.
Rillaboom, and that requires the grassy terrain to be
Isn't that just the champion? Oh, Fruity, you are speaking our language. How you doing,
Feel the
darling?
pressure at the moment because obviously
What's
they lost
happening?
that main sort of setup sweeper from their side, and they need to be able to act to not allow all
High
of us
horsepower.
to go all out as the high horsepower does pick up the K onto the Incineroar.
This is why you're
just
allowed in here,
within
right?
Range, and with that Terrafire combo,
Also fit. Is
allows
she
them to
fit?
be
I've never
able to
seen her.
take on all of damage output
know what she looks
and
like.
firepower, should I say, from this Torkoal, even though it's going to be a
The champ
heat
isn't part of the
wave,
Elite
even
4,
though
yeah.
there still is sun in effect.
That's why after
it
you beat the
doesn't
last
deal
member of the Elite 4, you
enough
don't fight them
damage
immediately
to be
again.
able to threaten Tail Team's double Pokemon in this scenario, and this is quite
I'm with Night
interesting,
Angel on
David,
this
because
one.
We know the Annihilate had its
The
focus
champ is
set
the champ of the
already
Elite
broken,
4. I swear.
and the
I don't
Torkoal
know
is at
about
a
that
point
one.
where it's lost so
Otherwise,
much
it'd be the
HP,
Elite
so
5, exactly.
Dusclops is going to have to try to carry in terms of trying to better improve the board position for Oliver.
Not that
it's tricky
bit.
there.
I mean, that
Dusclops could
means
have come in there, but it was most likely a cover
Or at
on
least a little
Tail
bit.
Team's end where he was going high horsepower and knock off into the same slot, so you deal enough damage still into the Dusclops if it does switch in, and then most likely in the following
How's
turn you
this?
can still pick up
It's
the
not
KO on
changed
it as
yet.
well. So a really tricky position for Oliver.
It says
honestly.
Elite 4 Champ Dean.
But now with the Incineroar gone, obviously, you can't switch it into a new to the attack stat of the anymore without the Intimidate.
And no switch-ins of the Annihilate, maybe as a potential sack in this case.
Evidence is
just
demanded
to
politely,
save,
right?
protect from the Torkoal. You know that you're going to
Just
be
enough to make my boyfriend able to go
get
3
that
rounds.
if there's no commit on
Damn.
the Taunt, but there is. Tail Team
Bit
wanting
check.
to prioritize. No Trick Room being set up.
Elite
at
4
the cost
Champ
of
Dean.
potentially getting the Incineroar
IT
KO
won't
from the
change?
Nightshade,
Give them a
not quite
call.
enough to be able to pick it off.
Do you remember to hit
No,
publish?
not at all. Yeah, and you can't, unfortunately, critical hit with Nightshade, given that it always will do 50 damage, or basically
Oh,
the
Amber,
level
why
of
you
the
gotta be
Pokemon
mean?
is. Now, Trick Room could
Why you gotta be
have gone
mean?
up there, obviously, if without that taunt.
That's so
but the
rude.
taunt was such a crucial play there and really safe for Teo Team to kind of do there. So
I
good
was
call
just
from Oliver
trying
to
to
kind of
be
make the most of
a
this
lovely
with that Nightshade,
person.
but it doesn't
I was
improve
just trying to to be nice. I nearly said it.
Significant damage starts coming out, but in front of Assault Vest.
Why IT being laid off?
And that Incineroar, but look, there's a high horsepower miss.
That is so big.
You can only change twice every 14 days. Lol. Correct, though. I just think you're being very mean.
Pull left for it to be able to go for those oppressive eruption attacks. Although we've got the
I think referring to me as down bad, that's very disrespectful to my wife. Thank you.
The -1 special attack torque roll will be allowed to get a damage off,
Thank you very much.
not enough as we have the Dustclops following through with the Nightshade.
She treat me
not into the
good.
Incineroar slot,
Thank
since
you.
it would have guaranteed most likely
can be
how
both.
low the Incineroar was at. The KO with the Heat Wave, or at least anticipate the pivot, goes for the Rillaboom. And deals a good amount of damage there too. So it's all about.
I did publish, but apparently I'm on a
essentially
14-day
battle of
waiting
attrition
period.
in this
LOL.
Yeah, it is. Now,
LOL.
we've got
Amazing.
2 turns of grassy terrain left.
Couldn't happen
Now,
to a nicer guy.
Oliver really needs to get rid of this Rillaboom.
Oh, yeah.
Because we've got a 1 HP Annihilate in the back, and as long as it can avoid a grassy glide, it looks really strong actually into the rest of what Teo team's got. You've got close combat into either slot. You know the Terra's been already committed.
Fine,
Obviously,
I'll
you
be
can only
nice.
target one
I mean,
slot, so there needs
don't
to be
do
an
it because you
Annihilate
have
HP
to.
and
Do it because you
another
want to
Pokemon
be nice, Anna.
still around on the field in this game.
It was
If
your
Oliver
mom's
has a
champ,
chance to
Dean.
clinch it. Now Rillaboom doesn't have Protect, so maybe targeting to this
I mean,
slot
that wouldn't
again
bother me because
might
my
be
mum's
able to
dead.
get it close to being picked up.
Yeah, and at this point,
So if you want to be the champion of a pile of ashes, be my guest. I don't want to. What's your major malfunction today, Amma? Why you got attitude?
The total guaranteeing, of course, the KO, but Nightshade at that range.
Wonder how
is
that'll
not
work with Liam's
enough to
display
pick up
thing.
the
What
Rillaboom.
display thing?
At this point, I think you really pointed out such a strong, you know, sort of.
No, she's
win con, or
Ash.
At least the strategy
dead,
that
mate.
Oliver's trying to apply.
Must be
The
dead 30
Annihilate
years. Have fun with that one,
endgame
Dean, right?
after the grassy
Amma must be
terrain,
salty.
He's no longer on the field because, like you said,
What's she
it
salty
outspeeds
about, though?
everything
What's she
on
got to be
Tails'
salty
side
about?
of the field, and that's at the cost
Oh,
of
the
not
thing that
trying to
shows the
switch
gift
Torkoal
champs.
out to bring the sun back in.
It's going to be a total mess, I think.
You can see Torkoal's been putting in the work.
It's going to be a complete
without
mess,
actually having to
is
switch
what it's
out
going to
yet,
be.
because As soon as you switch out, you are really risking.
Watch by this time next week, YouTube just goes back to display names
Interestingly,
again, like they
Dustclops
always
is no
do.
longer taunted, so can't go for that Trick Room. But then that takes away the win condition of the Annihilate. It does make it the Torkoal more of an option. So you can Trick Room and switch your Torkoal out into Annihilate, kind of sack it, then bring your Torkoal in fresh, you get rid of the parting shot drop, you bring the sun back up, and you might
You
have
did
enough
not show
damage
display
from
names in
that
chat
point too.
because it's
So
rolling
it
out a new
looks
system that
like
displays
that
unique
might
at
be
handles
what
instead of
we
usernames to
will
combat
see.
spam impersonation on mobile tagging. The change is part of the broader initiative to unify user identification across the platform. It's meant to become the standard of all live chats, comments, and shorts. Some channels are still showing names as their gradual rollout, and some are in a testing phase. That was from a video in
at the cost of the Rillaboom going down itself. So what's going to be the play right here? It is the Blood Moon into the Dustclops. It does get rid of it. But then again, even though Trick Room hasn't been set up, Annihilate is on the field. It's going to get an Intimidate into a Defiant proc whilst being able to be immune to Fake Out.
I'm just bantering. Can one not also have a laugh? You can. I'm just being cheeky.
Yeah,
I wanted to
100%.
see how
That
long
is
until
what
you
is
cracked.
really key here at the moment. You've got that Annihilate that we talked about. which can
Twitter
only
has
target one
halted
person
its
at a
display
time,
locations
plus
thing.
the
Is that
Torkoal.
because it was
So you've got
outing
that
all the
second
Trump
Pokemon
supporters
here
as
too,
being
which is
just
really key.
random
So yes, this
accounts from
Annihilate
India?
is free to KO this Incineroar at its leisure, giving it has no protect at all. Now, Ursaluna is a little bit more tricky because it can protect, for instance. But yeah, if you target into Incineroar, Ursaluna then has to target either the Torkoal or the Annihilate. There's no hyper voice.
CB said I have
on this
attitude.
Ursaluna.
That's mean.
So if
I
you target
like
the
your
Annihilate, take it
attitude.
down,
Do I
Torkoal
not?
then gets its attack off. And with
That's
if
why we're
if it's an eruption,
friends.
which is 100%
Are we
accurate,
not?
you should still get the KO. So basically, Oliver has this locked up.
Yeah, it does feel like an ultimate pin, doesn't it? And just being able to preserve the Annihilate for so long, ever since the
Such a
beginning, it was
hub
just
for
turn one where it lost
Yahtzees.
its sash
Oddly
and
enough,
was
right?
essentially brought down to
I
one
don't
hit
trust
point,
this
but,
information,
a
though,
couple
because
of
it's not from
grassy turns
2025.
later, and preserving it in the back just goes to show why Oliver is playing at the top of his game. Goes for the close combat KO into the Incineroar. Doesn't actually focus onto the Blood Moon. Could this be a misplay or at least a over-predict from his side? Because the Blood Moon surely is going to be open to pick it off now.
Yeah, and I probably misspoke here. Yeah, because the Ursaluna
We're going to talk
has
about
got
how
that
Trump
Earthbound
most likely sucked Bill
and, yeah,
Clinton's
wasn't
dick in front of
counting for the
Epstein.
fake out, actually. That could have gone
Oh,
to the Torkoal,
have you not heard the
moving
update on
and
that?
actually
The
getting into
Bubba was
Ursaluna.
Ghislaine
So, yeah,
Maxwell's
now in
horse.
position, This Ursaluna can just Earth Power Torkoal. Wow. So actually, it's maybe more of
Which
a
would make
50-50
sense because
there.
a horse would be
Whether
closer
the
to
Ursaluna
Trump's like
protected
preferred
or
age
went for
range
the
than
attack at this
Clinton.
point. So yeah, Oliver has to forfeit.
Wow.
Teo team one game up.
Why is the Fat Fruity as a
What
brat
turn
not
of
surprising? I
events.
know,
Definitely
right?
Felt like it was all in Oliver's
Mate,
favor
that
in
match
terms
was
of the momentum,
wild.
But like you said, it came down to that final flip of a coin, essentially.
Oh, Dean, have you not heard?
Commit to the close combat into.
Have you not heard that Ghislaine Maxwell had a horse called Bubba?
And then thinking, okay, Incineroar's probably going to go focus into my Annihilate, and the Torkoal still won't be able to outpace. So like you said, literally a
Guess who's small, kind of dumb, and almost left the house without a transit pass? It couldn't be.
Defensive play, should I say, from Tail Team, but Tail Team saying no.
Amanda.
I'm going straight for it.
Yeah, 100%.
Oliver just chucked away his win. Not chucked away.
It's obviously a lot more risky to kind of go into a Pokemon that can also protect. Yeah, really well played from Tier Team.
I see his brother denied as Bill Clinton, and the only other Bubba known as the horse.
Trick room that had gone up either this team, but it still was so close. Yeah, a couple of good calls that you can see there from Tier Team. Getting that damage.
Donald, the horse is here.
As well was really good. Yeah. There's a reason they are here.
We appreciate Bratz in this house, right?
Yeah, I mean, we are physically here, but not on that side.
Whose horse is that?
We're behind the caster one instead. But yeah,
Bratz and
Himbos. Like you said, both of our trainers, honestly, are showing spectacular showcase that even though your mode may not necessarily work for a game, you need to be able to improvise on the spot.
Your team.
Volcarona getting knocked out early on in the game. And
look at Oliver's face. Oliver has a plan.
Not being set up, so that makes me curious.
Rhythmic.
Oliver might try to employ that
also, Tier Team had a crazy season. He's a real sleeper pick. If you just see my theory is that it's because he's not Italian. It's because he's French.
Again, that we've seen Oliver rely on when it comes to these
Bratz, you can just say my name. Oh, don't.
The Rillaboom and
you being Bratty.
Yeah, so same leads yet again here. Now, they obviously worked out in some ways. I think it was the later turns that were a little bit dicey, where a little bit more.
I think it was Bill, and that's how Donald got the office. Yeah, Donald got the office because the average American is fucking stupid. Now, before anyone goes, but I'm American and I'm not stupid, that's because you're above average, you dickheads.
Or take that hit instead. Now, there's still a lot to play.
You want to take the French seriously in VGC, I bet? Probably.
Wants to try and get rid of this Rillaboom, right? If you want to try and preserve Annihilate's own focus sash towards the end game. But you also definitely want to deal with that Ursaluna because it was such an issue last game for Oliver. So, but it's left wide open yet again for a close combat.
Oh, here we go.
People don't get the median American voter is fucking is a fucking amoeba.
Bloodmoon, dealing roughly around the same amount of damage as it did in game 1.
I say that, but David Cameron had the dead pig thing. Yep.
Yeah, it's straight back into that Annihilate slot. At -1 of its special defense due
I want to ignore the fact. That fact, Liam, shush. I'm ashamed of my people.
Will guarantee the focus sash being broken. So similar situation as game 1 thus far.
Oh, and that title with pride.
Any, adaptations given the prehistory?
I didn't vote for him. I'm a dumbass. I think you mean dummy thick.
Switch into the Dusclops. He's looking pretty nice. The Blood Moon has already been spent. You can't use that move in consecutive turns. And the Rillaboom is already at -1 from the Intimidate as well, so it's not going to be able to.
If you've not fed Snorlax, guys, you've got 4 minutes in the UK.
Isn't there at the moment on Tier Team's end. So it's a really nice switch in here. But
mostly for Gizmo.
Knows that and wants to also get in Incineroar at some point as well. But obviously, it's a little bit of a risk when you're sending in Incineroar in front of an Annihilate and then activate its Defiant boost. And then a safe close combat into a certain slot could really do a lot of damage. So you might see the
everyone's small next to Gizmo, the Redwood.
Plus a swap to the Incineroar to kind of cover that too. So yeah, here's the Annihilate.
You've got time, Gizmo. 3 minutes. Competitive Pokemon sleep when?
Respects the sort of flow chart of Oliver when it comes to this. Oliver sticking to.
Are you saying you want to sleep with us? Very good.
Low
brow joke.
Blood Moon switching out.
Oh, Kitty, you're nearly there.
Oh no, it's going to be the Incineroar.
Have I missed the Diancie event by not finishing ZA yet? No, I don't think so.
Dusclops does come back onto the field.
Yeah, so there's the Incineroar, making sure it's on the field when the Dusclops
competitive Pokemon smile. My teeth have never been so clean. I've ground them away.
This is actually going to be the terror on this Rillaboom, which technically committed last time. It was very useful, to be fair. It took a lot of moves for the team. So
Juan's still in there. Yeah, your boy Juan's still in it.
Here, but it is just the grassy guy still into what was that Annihilate?
Okay, sort of a middle play in essence from Tail Team, sort of wanted to make sure they could better position themselves and advance the board state in favor of their own. As like we said, the Dusclops has taken a bit of damage, but now it has to deal with a combination of a
Juan is facing
wood hammer, which it definitely won't
Gabrielle.
If Tail Team wants to go on the offensive, but then you've still got Taunt yet again if you're anticipating the Trick Room.
Yes, exactly. So it's a fairly safe play here to just kind of go for that. Really deny the strategy that Oliver most likely has, because Tail Team most likely has guessed that Torkoal is in the back as well. Given
we've already watched Juan and Gabriel, haven't we? And Gabriel lost. Yes. That was the last match we watched. You're right. It's just they've not updated it on Arcanine. Yeah, he's top 4. That's right.
This is starting to sort of show.
We literally just watched it.
Both of our trainers trying to make those adaptations, get that one step ahead in terms of the board progression. And Torkoal, sure, it's fallen for a taunt, but this allows Oliver to get that reposition going, the pivot of the U-turn.
Yeah, I wanted to see Gabriel win because he had Politoed.
Most importantly, you can choose to bring either the Dusclops or the Annihilate. And Annihilate
top 8 is money.
Will, of course, have that speed advantage.
Yeah,
Liam has ADHD
really
though. This is true.
Right now, because suddenly you are threatening that Incineroar with
imagine being this good at fucking Pokemon. I can't.
The terror on that Rillaboom, so neither of these targets can get away from their fighting type weakness.
I just said Gabriel lost at the same time. I saw a game called Gemini lost.
Yeah, and due to the fact that this is a focus /
Oh, I think Gemini lost as a sequel to Sagittarius Hung.
Yes, exactly. So then you've got most of the offense that you can get in, and you know you're going to be outspeeding everything on tier 2.
I googled it. It says it can be accessed at any time. Access it then.
Dealing a lot of damage as well, especially into that Incineroar slot, which is the
imagine going to a tournament and not expecting sheer defeat, right? Hey guys, I want to share something. Oh no!
Can take on a lot of the attacks that Oliver has right now.
What is it?
Quite curious to see how the Blood Moon moves this turn round. Most likely going to be a defensive protect there. Tail Team is a big fan of trying to reposition the board and get that fake out available at the same time as that main sweeper, on the other hand, protected. And it's so crucial when it comes to these sort of matchups to be able to anticipate that. And like we said, further improve your board. And that's exactly what we're going to be seeing from Tail Team's side, at least.
Oh, Ruby, you were owed a cheese.
The Pokemon on its end. And Close Combat does, to be completely honest, deal
it's like the Scarlet Violet Peach Berry, unlimited download, but it doesn't activate the game until a certain point.
You've still got the fake out available in subsequent turn.
Yeah, exactly. So a really good switch there for Oliver, kind of respecting the fact that Rillaboom can actually switch in here, because then obviously it offers that Grassy Glide into the Annihilate. But to deny that now, you've got your Incineroar.
You get the mystery gift at any time, but the event has requirements in game. Yeah.
Been doing not a lot of damage.
I did a fit check earlier, I'm pretty sure.
And the Asuna's obviously just protected.
Oh no, I didn't. You're right. I need to do it after the match. Remind me.
Kind of anticipating Tail Team switches at the moment too. But now, do you call that Grassy Glide coming out? Do you just fake out? But I think we've seen Oliver maybe lock in something quite different.
Let's go.
That could be the case in order to try to.
She's the best baby. She's a great baby.
Has indeed been abroad and will have the Grassy Seed procs now, +1 of its defense. It's a good way to be able to supplement for the amount of damage that could be coming out. But the fake out, of course, will be going into the Rillaboom. Close combat though, there is a chance of a flame body activation.
Is it going to be? I don't know. Does it come after the stun drops?
Like no, not what Oliver wants to see at all.
Juan and Gabriel played each other back-to-back in 12 round of Swiss. Juan won. They both got a bye through the first round top cut, and they played each other in the top 8. That's the one. I knew I'd seen them play.
Available outside of Trick Room. You could see the expressions on his
Dean
face.
said, I've recently been diagnosed with many things that would consider you neurodivergent. Why I want to share this with you is because you all know I'm successful in my career, humble too. And I want you all aware that neurodivergent people can be super successful. Oh yeah, they can be. We can be. It's just some of us aren't good at that.
Yeah, exactly.
Put out the flame body perfectly. They did.
In terms of the different interactions,
dirty flame body.
The flame body, but Heatwave, talking about interactions, will actually double miss.
Well, congrats on the diagnoses.
Pokemon trying to bring a bit of a reward.
Isn't there many known successful people who are neurodivergent? Literally, yeah.
U-turn, not enough either with that double up into the Rillaboom slot, but like we've seen before.
Do you know what? Fair play, Dean. Yeah, the humble brag.
In the Dusclops. Now at least you can go down the run of enabling the Dusclops, whilst maybe even allowing the Annihilate to go down.
Yeah, so
to get my ducks in a row on that one. Yeah, same.
Team kind of wanted the Rillaboom to go down there, actually, on his end, because then you get Incineroar in that can then start going for taunts, and then most likely survives the close combat as well. So Team doesn't actually too happy there, because now the Dusclops in a position where it can most likely get up that Trick Room fairly safely, particularly if an Annihilate wants to lock in the attack that just KOs this Rillaboom, or even you could go for a coaching, for instance, as well. Actually give you Dusclops.
Well, we're always proud of Dean, because Dean is super successful.
Either way, Dusclops is in a nice position now. Despite
always
all that
proud.
burn, this might start to turn things around for Oliver.
Yeah,
You guys just started to work for you. It's Goes Autistic 100% like every anime-themed music game on Steam. Oh, shit. The rest of you neurodivergents have no excuse now. Chop, chop. Listen, you. Behave. Negative talk in this channel. I was just saying it because the negative shit people will say in here. I just want to say no excuse, you can do anything, and my brain made it mean.
Essentially, hedge your bets when it comes to allowing the Volcarona to be set up to the point where even
we don't say negative things about neurodivergent people in here. That's not. We're always really supportive. What do you mean?
Further peter out the amount of remaining turns of Trick Room.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, Tail Team probably identifies
what?
The Trick Room is going up there, so yeah, how do you slow that down? Well, yeah, the Super Fake Out Bros obviously are very good here too, versus the Torkoal specifically, given the loaded ghost types that Oliver has.
Yeah.
But yeah, like also that Quiver Dance giving that special defensive boost, being able to.
I mean, that just makes me feel like I'm lazy. Yeah, I'll be honest, Dean. I get your sentiment, but it's coming across quite rude. I'm not gonna lie. Like, as someone that's been struggling with their ADHD because it's unmedicated, and I'm having a big problem with executive dysfunction, for someone to say you have no excuse, just be successful.
And then continue maybe to set up on the other as well. Now, also
Thanks.
saying that Dusclops does have haze.
Cheers for that one. That's what I needed to hear.
It has to haze first, and then Quiver Dance will come up with another boost. But it looks like Tail Team doesn't want to try that yet.
Okay, and willing to sacrifice.
Self-deprecating neurodivergents aren't intertwined, though. Yeah.
In order to be able to bring
I'm sure that's not how you meant it. That's the way it's kind of coming across, though. Like
yourself to the point where maybe you're wanting to try to further extend the amount of turns or waste.
There may be no excuse, but I've got plenty of reasons. You know?
Wow, that was a very high IQ, high IQ. Yeah, I've lost my low IQ. Clearly.
Yeah, like there are plenty of
that's a high
neurotypical
IQ
people that self-deprecate.
You want to be able to sack that Annihilate. It's not going to help in this.
Remember, every
scenario.
diagnosis affects everyone differently. I excel at work, but doing stuff at home has been a struggle. Yeah.
And have the Incineroar
phrasing a character limit not helping. Yeah. Just be successful. It isn't difficult. I can do it. Feels very much a little rude.
Angry enough. It's okay.
Yeah.
KOs it.
The nerve.
Right. So yeah, now
you're perhaps thinking a bit black and white about it, possibly, but we know your heart's in the right place. So don't worry, Dean. No one's mad at you.
It will start to be in the position it wants to be in.
Yeah, I think you were trying to hype people up. It's just
to
the wording was a bit off.
A couple of turns of a couple of turns of Trick Room. But it looks like Tail Team's really popping off here, because if you're going for the Terror, you're most likely not protecting Costa.
To be fair, Dean never said you were lazy, it wasn't difficult. He said anyone could do it. Yeah, but you also used the word there's no excuse. Because of legit army brain, it comes out harsh. That's fair. I'm not trying to say that. I'm saying if me with my brain and 5 different things broken can do it, what can you do? No, I get the sentiment. I get what you're trying to say. It's just some of the wording was a bit. That's all right. We appreciate it nonetheless.
You got Trick Room set up. You got the Torkoal Terrafire committed. The Charcoal, so much damage.
You're trying to build the fire. I get it.
All gone in one turn, and now Oliver's going to have to depend on the
resident military to civilian translator here. Thank you. Thank you.
To see this out, and I'd even say. You need
Thank you for everything you fight for our community, Rach. Appreciate.
Touch that Incineroar.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can pain split all you like, but yeah, you're never.
Sorry, is my broken brain hard to understand?
When it comes down to it, so Incineroar.
I don't know why you're getting all shouty about it.
First from Oliver's Incineroar, and then the Incineroar on Tail Team's end. So we know that because we're still in the Trick Room, the Incineroar on Oliver's end is.
I feel like.
And so can outspeed this turn too. So
like, yeah, what's going on here?
Now is to just kind of try and predict Tail Team in so many different ways.
That was sarcasm? Oh, you should really use an emoji for that, because Christ.
Because yeah, as you say, Costa, this Incineroar is the last hope for Oliver to deal with this Ursa King.
No protect from the Blood Moon either. Nightshade as well as the Fake Out doubling
Rach,
up
when are you
going
to fight for me, though? Why don't you in front of my house at all times?
Has been left on its lonesome self.
Yeah, definitely an emoji for Tone would have been good there, because I was like, the fuck?
Team that it looks like will be guiding his way through to the semi-finals.
Tier Team fucked in that battle.
To go about it as well. Very unfortunate because of the read interaction, and there we go.
Smells pizza. The wombo combo of text plus character note plus phrasing mess.
Huge congratulations to Teo Team.
Love that Rach always gets me and is like, what he means is this. Yeah, Rach understands. Rach is our translator.
Battling through so many
Tier team in top
mirrors,
4.
so many Pokemon, so many top trainers, and there is the realization he's made
Differently wired brain to differently wired brain. I got it. There's a bit of miscommunication, but no harm. Yeah, no harm done. Like no one's mad.
What a way to go about it as well, Oliver. As we know, a previous European International finalist.
You just got to remember sometimes that the wording is
so
important. Because when someone, like for me personally, for example, like someone who struggles with executive dysfunction and like object permanence and all the other bollocks, when someone then says, come on, there's no excuse, my brain rejects that and goes all itchy and is like, I'm not making excuses. I'm fucking struggling. You know what I mean? So that's why I was trying to be quick before many people got defensive. Yeah, because my fucking heckles went up because I was like, why am I being attacked? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it has bested all of their previous accomplishments here, and absolutely.
Yeah, but to be fair, he was trying to be sarcastic there, but didn't put like he didn't put any kind of emoji to suggest that he was being sarcastic, so it just came across as like he'd got mad.
Crucial burn as well, which was obviously
executive function object permanence, so bitch all my days. Yeah, I struggle with object permanence too, but then my brain got wired by the army on top of that.
But yeah, that incredible turn.
No one acknowledging my understanding. I clearly have the impact of fighting them. What do you mean, Amma?
Yeah,
what do you mean acknowledging your understanding?
Yeah, did not want to.
You said tier team goes to top 4, and I agreed with you. Before that, you said, Rach, when are you going to fight for me, though? Why aren't you in front of my house? I don't understand, Amma. What understanding?
Sort of unleashed those powerful eruptions under the Trick Room conditions that it really craves. You're just going to get your team swept, and you can't afford that. Oliver,
some things have been said, some feelings have been hurt. We've all had a drink.
Which meant that you can no longer pick up a KO onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which
object permanence is basically when you tend to forget about things when a reminder of said thing isn't directly in front of you, effectively.
Sort of moment to be able to bring themselves back into the game.
So you know, like I don't know, like let's say you need to call an arrange.
Identify the fact that even if you're not targeting the Dusclops at that point, then it's still probably fine too.
Like say you need to call an arrange to have like your car MOT'd or something, but unless you're actually looking at your car, you just keep forgetting.
Exactly that, but
you know what I mean? Whatever, I'm just trying to lighten the mood. I don't understand. What? Amma, what have I missed?
Please take it away.
I'm so confused. Did you post a message that was too long or something and it hasn't appeared for us?
Everybody, I am joined here by our second semi-finalist. Congratulations, Teo Team. You are now qualified for the World Championships and made it to a semi-finals of the Latin American International
but I'll wait till after the
Championships.
interview. I should be listening to the interview, really.
Félicitations Teo Team, tu as accès au top 4 et tu te qualifies pour les
Remember,
championnats du
3
monde. Comment
years.
tu te
To be
sens?
fair, guys, Dean never said you were lazy. That wasn't difficult. He said anyone could do it. I fucking replied to that. What do you mean? Yeah, you posted what she said, but I literally replied to that.
It's very crazy.
So
I didn't expect
that means
to win, especially after the round
that
that I
means
got on stream before.
if no one acknowledged Amma's understanding, but I replied to it, then that means I'm no
But you
one.
definitely stayed focused and were able to keep your calm and keep your cool as you progress through the rest of phase 2.
Don't attack
How did
me.
you
I'm
manage to
gonna.
bounce back from that after
Imagine.
suffering, a really unfortunate loss?
Je voulais justement te parler de cette ronde. Comment tu as pu garder ton
No one
calme
knows what's
et
happening. All I know is
rebondir
I
sur ta
actually do need a
défaite
wee. Apologies
après-
to your
après
team.
cette
Hello,
défaite en
Marty.
stream?
I just need to tinkle. I'll be back because I can hear plates. Burp.
Et tout ça.
Bah, les situations où je suis en X2, donc proche de l'élimination, ça arrive souvent. Et c'est toujours dur de perdre comme ça, mais Gabriel Agati jouait extrêmement bien aussi. Et donc je me suis dit que c'était pas grave, ça arrivait, c'est normal dans un tournoi. Et par la suite, dans les dernières rounds, j'ai eu beaucoup plus de chance qu'en stream. Donc,
So situation where I am in X2 situation is very common during tournaments. So I thought to myself, if I lose, it's not very important. And my opponent played very well, but I had a lot of luck during the rounds after the loss.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations again. This means that you are now qualified for the World Championships. How do you feel knowing that you already have your World Championships invitation locked up?
Félicitations encore, ça veut dire que tu es qualifié au championnat du monde. Comment tu te sens à propos de ça?
Bah, un petit peu moins de pression forcément, surtout, c'est surtout le fait que ce soit pas fini qui me motive encore plus à gagner les 2 prochaines rounds et puis oui, juste content globalement.
I'm very happy to be qualified. It lowered my pressure a lot, but I'm very happy that it's not finished and there is still 2 rounds to play. And it motivates me to give my best.
I love it. That's the perfect attitude to have right now heading into your semifinals match. We're going to go ahead and get into our next match ASAP. But first, Teo team, I want to make sure you have a chance to shout out who are the people who have helped you and supported you along the way.
Teo team, félicitations encore. Avant de passer au prochain match, on voudrait te demander si tu avais des gens que tu voudrais remercier avant de passer au prochain match.
Ok, bah déjà, toujours hein, ma team Peps qui me soutient beaucoup pour mes tournois, même les supporters qui me soutiennent, etc. Ça me donne beaucoup d'énergie encore une fois, donc je les remercie encore. Et à mes mates de préparation, donc Audrey David et Adam Cherfaoui, et puis à toute la communauté française qui regarde le stream.
Lol.
So first of all, the team Peps for supporting me
Guys,
since a long time.
Sophie's silly.
And,
she's on a period,
friends
and she's having a particularly rough period that's affecting her
Adam
emotions. And she decided a great film to watch that definitely wouldn't make her upset is 101 Dalmatians.
One more time, Teo team. You are now qualified for the World Championships.
She cried when the puppies were born.
I can't wait to see more
And now they've been stolen and she's crying again.
First, we have to find
She's
out
a silly,
who is going
silly
to be
girl.
joining Teo team in the
Go to the
semifinals.
jungle.
And we've got that action ready right now. So I'm just going to toss it right back to
Sophie,
our
I feel
casters.
that.
Costa, David, get us back into game.
Oh, thank you very much, Evan. We are indeed back in the game. A great word
Brendan
from
Fraser
Teo
and a
team there. Thank you
Mankini.
very
No,
much
not
for the
Mankini.
insights, but
Loincloth.
now
Off
they
that.
are our second trainer getting through to the semifinals.
Not the Lego movie,
trainer
that's
at this
mine.
event that have been able to get that
I wanna watch it.
direct invitation through to Worlds, but 2 more sets to define who will
next
be
Zootopia
joining them
comes out on my
in the
birthday.
semifinals.
Yeah, so we can see that it will be Teo team and Juan
Yeah,
Salerno up
they're
against
watching
each other
anyway.
in those semi-finals too. So I'm sure they are
You love to watch
racking
movies
their
5
brains
times
thinking
back
about
to
the matchup as well. But yeah,
That's
we've got
autism.
a couple more to still focus on here. And yeah, we can see the results of that final top 16 as well. You having conquered over Javier Senorina as well. And they will be facing off against Hans. But first we'll be doing Justin Tang and Yuma Kinugawa, 2 trainers we've already featured as well.
It's out now. It comes out on the
Some cool
28th in the
teams
UK.
too.
We live in a different
Yuma
country.
with that really hyper-offensive, whimsicott Typhlosion
Let's go.
stuff, but also for Regrov, Selena, and we can't forget the
The
owner
PMS has been an emotional roller coaster last 2 months. Normally just snarky and bitchy, but now I've been wanting to cry. Oh, mate.
Statement piece, I would say, and Yuma being able to.
Dindy's in pain.
absolutely
Oh,
pilot
mate,
it
you're
to
all
such
suffering.
Great extent
You're all
and
suffering.
results. But yeah, we've seen quite a bit of Justin both yesterday and today, and of course Yuma through even a couple of our side feature matches. Which don't forget, we had been.
It's no big deal. I was just joshing about. I didn't get it though. That's why I got confused because I didn't understand the joke.
That is our next set right now. Both trainers are vying
That's all.
for
Like, I'm
that
not upset.
spot
I was
in
just
semifinals.
confused. I was
And
like, I don't get
from
what she's
Justin's
referencing.
side,
What's she on
we've
about?
got 3-time regional champion. Last year
Know what I mean?
was able to accomplish that top 16 placing here in Sao Paulo, Brazil for the LAIC, and now trying
just
to
move
go
on.
that I'd say 2 steps forward.
Bruh.
And already getting that top 8 is pretty incredible,
Well,
isn't it?
if it helps, Dean, I'm sorry that I misunderstood.
The sheer consistency that Justin's been showing.
On
this,
behalf
like,
of the
second
people that
podcast,
misunderstood.
It's incredible, isn't it? And only starting in the 2023 season as well.
Oh, don't remind me.
It's
Is this Zootopia 2? I've been seeing clips about it against my will. Yeah.
As well. Yeah, I dare to ask what else he's good at, because it'll just make us feel even
Know what I mean?
worse.
Probably. But no,
Mostly fine now. 2 days before I started with rough the last 2 months.
Yuma
Yeah, fair.
Just before backstage, and they were both looking really focused. They were pumped. They were ready. But of course, they were still exchanging pleasantries
Crimbo.
with one another, and that's sort of the spirit of the game that we're talking about. Even though we've got all of this high-stakes, competitive things on the line.
I'll be here
at
on
the end of the
Christmas Day, gang.
We're all like-minded.
Streaming for
you know,
all of y'all.
people that just love and have such a big
For
passion
you all to
for this gaming
enjoy.
community.
Very Cool costume. I love that. Love that, exactly. Yeah, and we got to talk about Yuma as well, being the Yokohama Japan Championship champion as well, most recently too.
Why are you apologizing? Why are you even talking about it? I don't care, bud. I don't get offended.
As well.
I was apologizing because it's the right thing to do.
Really showing what an amazing trainer he is, and coming not just from that season, but also
Top 4 Lord, Tier Team and Juan played against each other in Top 4 Gdansk regionals. They had similar teams to what they're using now, and Tier Team won. Ooh!
Yeah,
that's the goss.
Exactly that, and both of our trainers are on stage. They're prepping, as we mentioned, and Justin on the left.
So much so on a phone call with someone, they noticed immediately, like, what's wrong? You look sad. Oh!
About the matchup right now. What sort of strategies they want to bring here too?
That was me with Soph just now. I was like, you're about to go again, aren't you? And she's like, how could you tell?
In phase 1 and phase 2, they're most likely starting to get familiar with
my God. Oh, you don't have to call me your God. You could just call me Liam. Don't misunderstand my American way of saying it's cool.
These trainers have not actually faced each other yet at all, which is going to be really key as well. Whereas a lot of trainers may have already faced.
PMS kicking my ass.
They kind of get to top cut. This is a fresh new matchup as well. But one, I think,
when in reality it was Liam hasn't streamed in 18 hours and I miss him. Oh, fucking hell, Pokemon. Come on. You did this earlier, you dickheads. Why are you shit? Pokemon. Gotta stream badly. Fire the production team. They've done really bad this event. Fire them.
Fresh new matchup as well. But one, I think these trainers have probably started to think about.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you just got to wait for it to catch up. No
doubt of.
Oh, nearly. Saw in the comments, stream not working for anyone else.
About it, and I do want to call out, let's not forget everybody.
And that goes both ways. I can't believe how stacked this top cut is. Often we have quite a few players that kind of are getting in.
The Justin Tang. Come on, the Justin Tang.
Behind them, or some newer players that have kind of creeped through. But here, it's just been the absolute, like, best of the best.
Yeah, and also let's
I want to give a bunch of gifts, but it says I'm at 15 less than I'm at. I'll wait. I feel like
phase 2 as well.
Yeah,
it's because
true.
of the
and
weird
took
YouTube
a couple of
username
losses
change
as well,
thing.
Going along it too, and saying, you know,
Maybe.
Jump Off wasn't a great matchup here. And that Jump Off had a Typhlosion on the team as well, when he was facing it earlier in the Swiss rounds today. And there's a Typhlosion there on Yuma's team too.
I don't show it very easily when I'm going through it, but people around me learned to detect it a few weeks ago. I was just walking around campus and a few people are like, you're right.
Oh shit. Thunder Wave on Grimsnarl being a little bit OP and being super good.
Let's just like, do bear in mind that because it's top cut, the alerts aren't off, so you're not gonna. There's not gonna be the fanfare.
I think that's the beauty of the rise of Farid.
He's dropped 50.
Usage as well.
Get the hype in the chat. There won't be an alert until later, but hype in the chat, please, for the 50 gifties. Thank you very much. Oh, I see now. Because if you beat your own champ record, it'll update and be like, at.
We'll be seeing it once
Clever.
As Justin from his side.
Prize and brand account. He's not just a pretty face, that Dean, is he?
They're in the zone. They're in the flow state. They've got one more step to be able to ensure.
Look at that.
Their direct invitations to the World Championships later on this season.
Dean doing a science.
Pancham is also very serious as well.
Here we go. Big hype for Dean. He's a good lad. He's a wholesome lad.
60% and 40% adorable at the moment.
That's a good rate.
Yeah, I would say so too.
Well done.
Oh, I kind of want to root for Flamigo, but I want Justin Tang to go the distance.
Goes, obviously. Like, looking at those
a science experiment. Thank you, Dean.
A lot of different lead options
I appreciate you, lad. I don't deserve it, but here I am.
In terms of the pairing
receiving.
But we know Justin loves leading with that Grimsnarl, for instance.
An expensive experiment.
Start spraying those Thunder Waves. Just a really lovely bolt.
Hey, for Dean, that's a cheap experiment, right?
Make sure he knows his counts.
Yeah, and also the Volcarona is a good sort of opening statement piece when it comes to being escorted with the Grimsnarl, as you got that struggle.
Come on, Archaladon, you can do it.
Which can really form to be such a good way to lower
Although,
the damage
don't bring
output
Archaladon to this battle, Justin. There is no good place for it.
But obviously, if the Trick Room goes up, that's a little bit more tricky. But then, can you just stall out the Trick Room turns with your screens?
True, and that's sort of the big thing when it comes to Grimsnarl. I think Grimsnarl goes in and out of the meta.
Welcome back, Emma. Where you been?
Then being overpowered. And
did you storm out?
Clearly, Justin putting in his faith with this Pokemon, as well as the very innovative.
When you find someone to experiment on me, then I realize how badly that statement could go.
But,
damn.
that being said,
he did. He dropped the 50 gifties.
We're just gonna have to see and find out.
Yeah, we will. There's a
Oh,
lot
yeah, look.
at stake here as well. And of course,
Look
Justin's
down
been
there.
in this position
At Elite
too.
4
He's
champ Dean.
really feeling it.
Isn't
at
that just the
moment,
champion?
but hopefully, with so many
That's gonna be a
regional
meme now.
championship wins, he knows how to deal with the pressure. at
Made
the
over
moment
4K
here
on
too.
Friday,
Like,
bruh.
3 regional championships as well. Like when they're all kind of listed, you can't list them all. On
I'll be lucky
the
if I make
graphics as
4K in
well.
4
Like,
months.
It's just so many to count in such a short space of time.
Yeah.
But Yuma still up and coming as one of the.
Why
best
was my
Japanese
free
players
frame
and
to be so
players of all time.
antagonistic by
Yeah,
you?
truly, you know,
You don't have to be
I think what
antagonistic
we've
to
spoken
storm
about
out.
time and time again is the Japanese
You could just
meta
be
and the sort
upset.
of influences that a lot of the Western.
You think people
sort
that
of meta
when people
games
get sad
take in from
that
it
they're
in
the
terms of
antagonist? That's kind of
and
rude,
even
dude.
direct sort of influences. When
Wait,
it
fuck! I
comes
changed the
to
name. It doesn't
what
matter
is
anyway.
dominant in what
Hey!
kind of different formats, because as we know, being not only having one opportunity, let's say if you stick to the Japan Nationals in order to
Thank you,
qualify for the
Dean.
World,
What would
is
you like as your
already high
champ mon
stakes
to
and
replace the
pressure.
champ mon that Dean put
Yuma
there?
being the 2025 champion and having to undergo a best of 1 tournament initial phase going into a state of best of 3 means you need to be able to have such creativity and understanding on how to take advantage of both of those states
And
within
miss
the
out on
same
this at the
tournament
side, adding
structure, which
nothing?
is
Come on, Amma.
so bonkers.
We all know you don't
Yeah,
want to
that's a
do
really
that.
good point. You've got that high variety, don't you, as well? We've got a replay here as well from a little bit earlier where we had Justin Tang really going for those targeting
Wow,
shots
Kaylee.
into his own Archaladon to be able to dish out so much damage into the opponent, into the Incineroar as well.
You don't know, King. Fuck that.
Really cool
Poker
set.
Trader Dean guy.
Yeah,
Damn.
exactly. And then Sinistra going ahead and
Just got off
proving
my
why it's
train.
such a good,
Oh,
Pokemon
well,
to be
welcome
able to
back.
Sort of bring to this meta, and yeah, like we were saying, the Archaladon.
Please stay with
honestly,
us.
from
Triangle
just the start of the
Strategy
field,
is
the fact that
25 quid on the
it is an
PlayStation
assault
Store. Go
vest,
on.
It doesn't have Electroshock, and its Terra fighting is so innovative
Catalog
when
party.
it comes to
Polyrath,
how the rest
let's
of
do
the
it.
team works and how they blend in. And you can see Justin overwhelmed by
You want
positive
shiny or
emotion
non-shiny?
there, ensuring, if I'm not mistaken, that was progression into
He says, putting a
top
screen
cut,
up so he literally cannot see.
if I remember correctly. But yeah, that being phenomenal player. Like we said, put in all of the work to reach the top 16 phase, now at the threshold of entering top 4. And you know how much this means to him. He has been such a fantastic sport trainer as well as person. that
Non-Sheen.
we've been able to have
Good,
the pleasure
correct
of
answer.
meeting. So yeah, we are getting everything ready for you lovely folks, just making sure that both of our trainers will be able to give it their all.
Yeah, so for any of you just joining us, it is our 3rd top 8 match at the moment here at the LAIC
Top 8,
2026
top 8
International
makes me want to
Championships. We
what?
already know it's Juan Salerno and Teo Team Maso that have made it into our semi-finals,
Yes.
and who will be facing each other as well. So the other side of the bracket, the other semi-final, it's going to either be one of Justin Tang or Yuma Kinugawa. And which one it's going to be, I really cannot say, because they're so amazingly hype trainers.
There we
with
go.
really interesting teams that I do not have the
Oh, do you know what? I
experience
minimize
in,
that,
like,
which means, oh no, it's good.
knowing about,
Never mind.
especially Yuma's team as well, with that Frigraph, the Flamigo, the Typhlosion. There's so
Oh
much
yeah,
going
if
on here,
Yuma
so
wins,
much
they get the
new
Worlds
nuances
qualifier. That's a
to
really
how
good
to
point,
play it.
Amma. Plus, he's using Flamigo.
It's probably putting a spin on a lot of other trainers' heads as well, who've probably not practiced it at all.
Oh, to be
We
fair.
seem to
Oh,
have
no, yeah, no.
picking
Yeah, it's
up
top 8.
on a
Never
lot
mind.
of
I was
other
about to say,
teams,
to be
but
fair, they both,
slightly
but they
with
don't both.
Lilligant and Frigraph and Torkoal are more of a hard trick room sort of scenario, but not necessarily
Oh,
alongside
man.
Whimsicott or alongside Flamigo. I know I keep talking
Yeah,
about
he gets
it,
no
but it's
championship
Flamigo.
points because
I
Japanese.
I know, and sort of what we're saying, it's just one of those Pokemon that have fallen under the radar. They were quite prominent in the past season, and Yuma being able to bring it back to the spotlight. Their fellow co-star, some would say, when it comes to being able to be a bit of a
Yeah, that's
jack of all
very true,
trades.
Amma.
You've got that scrappy ability, you've got the
You're right.
feint and wide guard utility tools in order to be able to break through protects, but also wide guards on the other side of the field, whilst also being able to provide
Justin, take
that
a
sort of
dive.
spread damage protection on your end.
Justin,
Last time
take
we
a
saw
dive.
Yuma
Justice,
was
Justin, take a
yesterday
dive.
in
You
Phase
call him
1
Justice
versus
Justin.
Victor
Yeah,
Medina as well,
I was
with a
thinking of
rain
Justy,
team
man.
on top of it too, so something that could
Really
really
got no
shut off
badge.
what Typhlosion wants to do. But yeah, Yuma was able to really position in really expertly too. Because there was a game 1 where the Basque Legion got the critical
Have you
hit to
turned
the
on
turn.
gifted memberships?
Incineroar just getting an instant KO. Whereas then when Yuma ran it back in a future game, he was able to survive that hit.
Wow,
Kaylee. What it did, switch on out, and was able to really just sweep. Even when Typhlosion, with that choice specs, was in the rain, having been set up by Victor's Pelipper. Wow. It was an incredible feat to kind of see and bring back.
Cindy says, I'm going to lose mine in a few days. Yeah, but you've got the better subscription, Cindy. Right?
Yeah, and it's so tricky because we know that the Typhlosion, it's locked in to that choice specs, at least with the move that Yuma does decide to stick with. And we've seen interactions from the previous sets
and
that
that's
Yuma
worth so much more.
Willing to stick
no, literally, it's a higher price.
Lock-in in anticipation of, let's say, a powerful move coming out, which will lower the damage output of an eruption if that's locked into. But then again,
you do have it turned on.
Just enough range of sub 25% of its HP. It's got Blaze activation. It's going to be dealing so much more
firepower. Christmas and get back to something properly again,
Scotty.
I mean, no rush. Like, you know, look after yourself first and foremost.
Powerful attack, yeah, especially given the abilities, just the normal abilities, obviously, of these.
It does, Steve. It does.
We don't often see used. It's usually the hidden ability that we've seen. You know, Exhibit A is Intimidate on Incineroar, obviously. But yeah, Blaze has a lot of usage here on that Typhlosion. Well, particularly.
Same joke. Same joke.
Yeah, but it still makes use of it, though, right? As soon as that health gets a little bit low. But something that's been really picking up across the entirety of this weekend
last slice of pizza is not for the dog.
We've seen a lot of Assault Vessel leftovers, particularly on Juan Salerno's team, for instance. You've got that leftovers.
I've achieved my final evolution. Wait.
Teams, but Life Orb has really picked up here, and Assault Vest is another item that's been nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, and that's sort of the testament
the
to
name will update.
To be able to break through.
I thought you had to wait 14 days.
And when it comes to this sort of team
I'm
composition,
confused.
It makes sense. But going over to Justin's, we've spoken about it before, we've seen it before, but let's see it again. There's so many great utility tools, as we were talking about. The Grimsnarl and Volcarona.
Let's go.
Let's
go, Archie. Don't bring Archie.
To limit the amount
I do.
Of, I'd say damage, but also.
Well, then how's the name going to update if you can't update for 14 days? I'm so confused.
Which is why he's relied on it so well in order to be able to support the more offensive pieces to his 6. Golden Go, Choice Specs, Terra Steel, hit like a truck. Blood Moon, Ursaluna, Life Orb, Terra Normal.
My mother-in-law paid for my ambulance ride, got my bill in, and she just said, give it here. Oh, that's really wholesome. What a good egg.
Which is such an incredible Pokemon, and it's just such a broken Pokemon too, but most people will think it's probably broken because of an Electro Shot, its signature attack. But here it is, without even Electro Shot, and it's still doing so well. So really incredible there. You just don't need to rely on the rain either.
Chainbreak Age is ending soon. I'd like to have tried out Tang's team. Yeah. Just adapt it. Adapt it. I'm back and have lunch. I got an eggplant parmesan. Ooh, very handy.
Rising spicy team. Hisuian
Typhlosion. Sharon.
You've got that core of absolute dominance when it comes to speed,
Flamigo,
as well as setting up Sunny Day. The Berry, which is super fascinating.
Let me translate my own stuff. Like being able to support creators and fan of. Thank you. I appreciate it.
That item slot.
Remember, I appreciate any and all of y'all.
Life Orb, Terra, Normal, yet again. With the Farigiraf. Great Pokemon
supporting me in any which way you can, even wanting to, even hoping to. I appreciate the fuck out of y'all. New handle will be Evil Team Leader Dean.
Do we feel like the
you know what? That's pretty fucking good. That's a lot better because that's an actual thing in the games.
It's hard to say must, but I think a definite good bring.
Yeah, that will reset the gift sub count. Yeah.
Will offer that Trick Room support, which Justin doesn't have an obvious Trick Room kind of.
He's speed running.
Kind of stalling it out with your general bulk and screens, right? So, and it has the added benefit of just blocking Thunder Waves as well, which is really.
See, Kaylee asks Armour, you see what I'm rocking at the moment? But if I say that, it means something else.
That Nightshade, that consistent damage as well, to something that can really bulk out like an Archaludon. It can't get around.
Well, the answer's probably yes.
Oh, as we've got the leads of
it's the rowdy Volcarona again. I've got hiccups. I hate it.
Ursaluna Blood Moon already on the offensive versus Yuma's Typhlosion.
Whose fault is that, Liam?
The Incineroar. So a very interesting situation where we've got Fake Out online, but at the same time, that Typhlosion could be a big threat.
So we've seen Justin very quickly lock in what he needs to do, and that makes a lot of sense too. You are facing down Typhlosion with that choice specs.
Also, maybe we have another champ dono slot. Welcome to the Wall of Dean. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Deanus Christ.
If not maximum
Venus. D's nuts. There we go.
Probably not that max speed either, particularly as it can get up its own tailwind. But we'll see though.
It's because you're down badly. I'm not down bad. That's really mean.
Fake out either of these
that one hits.
It's a
that
really
hurts.
safe one into the Volcarona. given that it doesn't have Protect and there's no Covert Cloak either. But here's the defensive Terror from Justin, that Terror Water to take on those
3 slots of Dean in top donos. Good luck passing.
Once again, you want to be able to position your Volcarona to the point where it's setting
That's what you say to someone with kidney stones. Good luck passing.
And willing to go
Gouge Fire, Ogre, Torn, Lando, Gambit, Flutter. Gambit's my dad.
Good amount of damage, whilst also
Gambit be like, ooh, I want to try and make a name for myself. And people won't bother trying. People will go, well, I guess that's futile.
Yuma going straight for the first damage.
Puppy.
Opting to go for the Protect here. Most likely going to be seeing a fake out from Incineroar, but which slot is it going to go into? It is going to be covering the Volcarona, acknowledging the utility of this Pokemon. Eruption, though, David. It's going to be dealing a bit of damage.
I thought Machamp was your dad. No, Ogre Wet is my dad, even though it's female.
This is a choice specs. It may well be able to, and it does.
Easily there.
Hershey Wet, baby.
Yeah, and interesting to see how much damage that is. That's 120 HP of damage there, and now Citrus Berry has put it at 110 HP. So
bulky specs. Now I wear contact lenses.
Eruption is just going to clear the
Mochi has passed his IMDT grade 3. Hell yeah! What a good lad.
Eruption. Wow. There's nothing Justin seems to be able to do.
Yeah, Kaylee's cooking.
Either. And it's just except for the speed.
Whoa! Tailwind!
Outspeed, and this is not a choice.
Oh!
Power's going to be going straight into the Typhlosion slot, picking up the KO.
Yo, Justin!
Pokemon piece from Yuma's side. This will leave Incineroar.
You're collecting dads like Infinity Stones?
Most likely for
I need to collect subscribers like other YouTubers. Maybe I should upload.
Offensive pieces. And this may even necessitate Yuma to be able to have another mode available in the back. Most likely a Blood Moon or Saluna of their own.
Yeah, such a critical outspeed there from Volcarona. Amazing moth.
Have I missed any VGC drama? Yeah, they won't turn the sound up as much, no matter how many times I complain on Twitter.
That's coming in at the moment, which I really like to see. So you've got to imagine that Ursaluna might be in the back as well.
Tasty.
If you want to set up that trick room to really.
Actually, like Amma says, this battle's got some drama. If Yuma.
Can you take?
If Yuma Kinagawa wins, he earns his Worlds invite. If he loses, he leaves with nothing.
Actually, the Ursaluna coming in here.
Fascinating.
Cass talking to Matt last night and so thinking about making changes. That's fair.
Does Justin go for the just absolute damage?
How's your headache now, though, Taser? Is it feeling better?
Into the Farigiraf in recognition of a potential trick room setup, or expect a defensive play from that slot. Maybe
or expecto Patronum. Go on.
Going on the offensive.
So the Ursaluna's going to switch out here, a little bit afraid of what Yuma's Pokemon are going to be able to do in
Archaludon
as well. Archaludon, a good switch.
Trick room incoming, baby.
Protect there as well, but where has this Volcarona targeted? It is both.
Strugglebug.
Really nice defensive option to support the team.
Yeah, and even though Yuma will likely go ahead and get that trick room being set up, critical hit is actually a bit annoying in terms of the amount of HP resource available on that Farigiraf. But like I was saying, the fact that
Controlling balance, Carmine, Bolt, the usual kind of stuff. I want to be a little bit interesting though. Instead of just playing balance for 3 months, yeah.
Sort of forces a point
I'm having to come to terms with. I'm going to have to use a Rillaboom. It's probably going to change everything about my play.
Really try to go for in terms of. Do you go for the Blood Moon? Do you go for the Hyper Voice?
You could use a Amoonguss instead.
Yeah, all really good questions, Costa.
A little snack to boost my blood sugar. Actually, Rocky Helmet Amoonguss, because that's the Surging Strikes counter.
Yeah, it is, and it's just going to be the redirection from the Volcarona for now. But which
maybe I'll use Sludge Bomb Amoonguss.
Blood Moon gone for. It's going to be the Hyper Voice wanting to make sure that it can at least.
That's why I came up with the world's most stupid Raging Bolt weakness policy that doesn't win it all. Hey, at least you're trying different things, though, eh? Got a little snack to boost my blood sugar. Got a huge bottle of water for hydration. That should help. Hell yeah. Let's see, I want to wait till ready to upload again on YouTube. If you're streaming sometimes, at least I'm happy. Thank you. Who knows? Maybe I'll get wound up at some point and just be like, you know what? I'll do 5 streams a week and they'll be 8 hours a day.
But you start lowering the
I'll just be a streamer. I won't. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, it's a really nice option there.
I want to make me
exactly
videos.
We've seen the struggle bug, we've seen the tail, we've seen the rage power.
Life Orb Amoonguss got top 32 and top 16 at Vegas. Damn, Life Orb Amoonguss. That's almost as good as Assault Vest Amoonguss.
So Justin is
we're on our way to a fucking Assault Vest.
And top of the trick room as well that Yuma's got up at the moment too. So yeah, Yuma's still very much in the driver's seat at the moment. But yeah, given that special attack drop,
Life Orb isn't as silly as Assault Vest. This is true. Assault Vest, max special attack, Leaf Storm, Amoongus. It had to have been Leaf Storm, surely.
It looks like Justin is a bit wary of that too.
Oh yeah, so I'm curious to see if Yuma's been able to sort of
Leaf Storm and Sludge Bomb.
And go on the full
Oh, you mean on the Life Orb one, right? Not on the Assault Vest.
Instead, which at the moment it looks like there's been no protect on that side. Earth Power
Damn.
KO thanks to that helping hand. Such a crucial KO onto that slot, leaving Justin down to the final two Pokemon.
That's been like plus 92 special attack to guarantee Oko on Ursaluna.
But even though the Blood Moon Ursaluna is more of the offensive set with that Life Orb, it's
Damn.
got so much bolt when it comes to its physical defensive side, and that's only 4 hits. It's
Dragonite,
able
no.
to take that and have a couple of more attacks in its slot available before the Life Orb recoil is able to pick
Archaladon, you can do
Now
this.
here's something interesting, is where the Archaladon is now in, the Tailwind has expired. Now, if you're running an Ursaluna that has a Tailwind on the team and Trick Room on the team, there's a chance that Archaladon could underspeed the Ursaluna here. But Yuma seems confident that it will underspeed the Archaladon, I think.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case. Helping hand.
Yeah, that is bang.
Another Pokemon KO'd from Justin in consecutive turns, leaving the Dragonite on its own.
Lord.
At this point, yes, it could go for the scale shot. It will potentially get the KO on the Farigiraf if we see all 5 hits and maybe even a critical hit at this point. But you've got the Incineroar.
Yeah, you're going to get faked out next turn anyway.
And
Oh,
this
that's
just looks
gutting.
like Yuma's been able to run away
Pop off,
with
Yuma.
this game.
This is what I don't get about Scale Shot Dragonite. Why is everyone using it? I don't understand the point of having one attacking move on your Pokemon and it being 95% accurate and only 50% guaranteed to get 5 hits and not... You know what I mean? Like, bruh, it winds me up so much.
If Justin can get the KO on this, like, Farigiraf, then maybe there's a shot.
No, as the multi-scale has been broken, Blood Moon.
Like, all I ever see from Scale Shot is it disappointing people because it misses or it doesn't get the 5th hit. And I'm there like, how is that your only attacking move? It's such a wind-up.
Giving Yuma game 1.
I don't believe in Scale Shot Dragonite.
Because there was a lot of back and forth between both of our trainers, and Justin definitely felt
It's really
like
good, but I
had the
also
initial sort of
do not
momentum
agree with having
in
Scale
their
Shot as the
favor, but it
only
just
move.
seems like the
Scale
bring
Shot
of the
Extreme
Trick
Speed
Room
at
in the back
least. Yeah,
was
do you know what I
able to
mean?
give Yuma
Something.
so much more room.
Yeah, it really was. So you could see the kind of the bait of the Typhlosion in the lead, right?
Just
Going,
something.
Like, you need to get up Tailwind.
It goes having only one attacking move and it being a move that is unpredictable and unreliable goes against everything I've ever been taught about VGC,
All the speeds were flipped. Now,
which isn't
maybe this
much.
opportunity
But
Justin to have actually targeted
if ever I've
into
made
that
any kind of set,
on that turn specifically,
people are
the
like,
Blood Moon,
where's the other
double up
attacking
with that
move? You know what I mean? Like,
Struggle Bug.
it's so
Might have had a
weird.
chance to KO there as well, given the Struggle Bug did
It's
get
like when you do the
critical hit as well.
Ninetales that has Protect,
So, then
Encore, Disable, and Blizzard, and you're like, you have one move.
But interestingly,
Aren't interferes either is problematic in an endgame? Yeah. I mean, I know I run Raichu with only electric moves, but that's not the point.
Having a helping hand user on the other side of the field. Helping hand, of course, meaning it's got one of the most highest priority in terms of
Yuma's got it.
of assisting its partner.
Yuma's
Pokemon.
gonna win.
There's no Protect on this Farigiraf, so that does mean it, like you said, that was such a pivotal.
Yeah, the Ninetales set
point
makes
of being
more
able to
sense because
focus
it can
down
still
that
hit
slot, maybe
things.
anticipate an Incineroar switch in and not allow the Trick Room being set up. But we've got to change up.
But like, it still makes me go, it makes me wince when I see one attacking move.
As well as the Volcarona, and
Because I get that the Ninetales is supposed to be there for support. But the Dragonite's meant to be like an attacker.
Thunder Waves.
That's what Dragonite was made for.
Yeah, exactly. So what is safe here?
Yeah, Disable Encore is just checkmate to a lot of things, which you're right. You're right.
Fake out that could come out here. And obviously, we've seen the Terror on the Volcarona before as well. To
Yeah, it can hit and cause struggles. You're right.
But Fake Out can only go into one
It's
target.
not as
By the way,
egregious.
Yuma is still putting all the eggs into the Typhlosion basket to just kind of blow the board again, and with a potential trigger off in the back.
Yeah,
could
you're
flip those
right.
speeds
You're
once
right.
again.
Yeah, and
You're
the Fake
right.
Out will be targeting the Grimmsnarl. No support or disruption.
No
at least
support.
for one turn.
Struggly buggly, though.
Speed interactions will be moving first, bringing the special attack.
Oh,
of
but
this
Eruption.
Typhlosion down by one stage,
I guess that
which
kind
could
of
be so
cancels out the
crucial
terror at
in
least.
terms of the sort of necessary damage output to ensure 2-hit KOs here. As we say,
It's just on the threshold. Volcarona, of course,
Get a light screen up next turn. Jobs are good. Made it home. Well done, Cat.
Yeah, this sort of still at least introduces a different angle that Justin can ensure screens being set up here and at least further enabling the Volcarona to stay on the field.
How you doing, Cap, now that you're home?
For the main offensive Pokemon such as the Blood Moon to be coming in afterwards.
Yeah, 100%.
Blood
really
Moon, Carolina.
We can see from the Citrus Berry recovery, Eruption could be survived.
Blizzard is 20 less accurate, but guaranteed to do more damage than 4 hits a scale shot. Yeah.
Maybe not thinking so as much here, but if you switch
You said the gig was really dead, but you said that one guy alone gave $200 in tips, and you also said that the girl that was the stand-in singer really wasn't very confident, and you had to keep giving her cues of when to come in.
Deal that much damage, as well as getting that Dragonite in means scale shots will start really taking the toll on Yuma's side in the subsequent turns, as a Flare Blitz focus into the Volcarona is actually enough to pick up a KO because there's no sort of damage mitigation, at least when it comes to the physical output of this Incineroar.
Yeah, it's a really good play from Yuma, just to kind of keep up that offensive power going. Because
Yuma Chameleon
has to leave itself open if it's going to start mitigating damage from Typhlosion. But the beauty of having a special attacker and a physical attacker on your team is
Okay, so last night we had our normal singer. It was the night before last we had the sub. Oh, okay. I think you told us that she was pretty shit, the sub one.
Get to his position where he can start dealing out some damage. And now is a good time to do it too, right? You've got two Pokemon that can't protect, so can Justin capitalize on this position now?
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if there's going to be a switch up from Yuma's side.
Hello.
More of a Whimsicott Ring, which will be able to be immune to a scale shot. So the question is, has Yuma been able to read which slot the scale shot has targeted as the Flamigo makes an appearance too? But no, wanting to go more on the safer side, Tailwind has been set up. Earth Power, does mean Flamigo is able to have a Focus Sash intact. Well played from Yuma.
Yeah, Yuma is absolutely Justin's head here. Not only from the play, but from the Pokemon that Justin has been using too.
For her part, and she sounded like not good. Oh no.
This Whimsicott has Encore.
And then that looks badly on the rest of the band.
Not only that, it can Encore the Ursaluna into
You only get one chance to make a first impression.
To the Flamigo and resisted damage to this Whimsicott. And even if Justin goes on
in the first set, we had 4 sets. She was fine-ish.
Has done too. And now we have a Flamigo on the field as well. That
the
can
Flamigo,
really
baby!
To this Ursaluna.
Yeah, Yuma is on fire right now. Justin does still have the option of committing to a terrestrialization in order to forego the weakness to the fighting type in the subsequent turn, as it wants to go a bit on the defensive right now, get that reposition of the Grimmsnarl going, and yeah, try to read that Encore, which obviously will definitely not affect the Grimmsnarl, but the close combat will instead be reading the defensive play, saying, right, all I need to do is get rid of that second slot, lower the
We're going to see Flamigo everywhere again.
Switches that you've got in order to pin that Ursaluna. It's so crucial.
That's not she got worse than she drunk or medicated or what, but she was visibly like flattening.
To be impacted with a Focus Sash intact, and we've got Yuma Kirugawa,
Yo!
third semi-finalist.
Go on, Yuma. Sorry, Justin.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Yuma
Justin made top 8 though.
Completely turned things around on Justin there.
Thursday 20th.
Perfect play, the perfect Pokemon, the perfect switch.
No one posted The Simpsons.
Every single time. It's like he had the game plan all mapped out from yesterday. Absolutely incredible.
Stick around to help us break the stage down. She Irish goodbyed and left us stuff there with no contact with us either. Oh.
And that semi-final placement.
That's weird.
Yeah, what style point? Not only because it's
I don't think you should have her again.
Because of the level of comprehension when it comes to the board state there. And yeah, unfortunate for Justin because he did a really good job in having such a better strategy when it came to that initial early game for the game 2 there. But it's the fact that you had the double switch up there, and that's the beauty of being able to run a tail room composition.
He's made it to Worlds,
Trick Room, have
right?
sort of speeds evaluated to the point where you can capitalize
that's
off
his
of
Worlds
the different
invite.
mode, depending on the matchup. And Yuma had the advantage.
Oh, Yuma, no.
One
the
game
fumble.
And had breathing room to be able to switch it up, anticipating Justin surely having to commit to a switch up from his side, given how game one ended up evolving.
Yeah, and there was opportunities to maybe get up to
hey, that sounds kind of weird, though.
Take some bit more damage, but yeah, that
like last night, she responded to our Craigslist ad for a sing at 5 in the morning after the gig. 5 in the morning after the gig. Oh my god.
But Yuma had the tools to get around that.
Yeah, Yuma's going to Worlds, baby.
Trick Room, Armor Tail, all of those things that Justin really doesn't want to
San Francisco champion.
Just
Yuma.
As well. Not even that safe, just bravo, honestly.
Yeah, I think.
Says hi, I'm looking for a band. I'm in one now, but I'm looking for a better situation. Oh my god, this sounds terrible.
And the importance, should I say, of having the game advantage.
I don't want to go to Worlds in America, but I'd like to qualify.
Justin,
like, I'll go if I qualify.
Of a trainer he is. Yuma does as well.
Well, I'll try to go if I qualify, but I'm never going to qualify because I'm never going to be good enough because I'm really bad at the game. But okay, I'll enjoy watching though.
Because, okay, committed Terra Water, sure.
We'll do a watch party.
Sure. But then what do you really have against a Trick Room mode that you need to respect and you can't afford to go for the Tailwind? You're going to respect it now. Maybe you bring the Grimmsnarl. I'm just going to have my own Whimsicott and go.
This is bad, man. There's so much stress for you.
I'm going to go for the Tailwind or have that disruption.
I hope you're having some fun with it.
As well as the Flamigo. And Flamigo, unsung hero. Didn't even need to commit.
Yuma, Yuma, yay. Yuma, 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 yay.
Yeah, that was it. Exactly. As soon as you deny that support in that Grimmsnarl as well, it was just over from there. It was, yeah. And the Whimsicott.
Come do the watch party here and babysit Mochi for us. I don't want to use your setup.
You're immune to Dragonite scale shots. You resist the Earth Power from Ursa as well.
Imagine.
And you just have the ability to just lock down any sort of defensive play.
What do you mean, my setup? I'm kidding.
And it's not like it's a focus sash set of a Whimsicott as well, right? It's Babiri Berry, which means it's most
likely I'm in a band. I'd rather be doing it than not doing it. Yeah, fair.
In order to be able to survive very crucial commits of attacks into that slot. And clearly,
got Mochi at Liam's. 4 dogs, 1 house. What could possibly go wrong?
Like in being able to switch the Whimsicott in that sort of interaction.
I'm sad we didn't get to say Babiri Berry too much. I just really love saying it. Babiri Berry. Babiri Berry.
Well, you said it now.
Okay, thanks. That's what I wanted to do.
Introduce Mochi to the girls and Max and have them have the baby there. Yeah.
A very short break to give you, lovely folks at home, an opportunity to get more refreshments as we will be debuting our final.
Wow, that means Amber and Rach don't want me to qualify for Worlds. Let's see how it is.
Who will be our 4th semi-finalist here at
Joe said you can stay here and babysit, but no OF. Oh, you've got a better bath than us. I could have made some great content in there. I could have streamed from your bath.
The best way to test your team is to get a group of friends together.
I'd have been a band, but I don't think my musical talents lie in that.
Hey,
plenty of your bands have a keyboard player.
And learn how to work your way out of situations, tough situations, easy situations.
So when I'm preparing for a regional, what I usually do is I play a lot of live.
Fuck's sake, Gizmo. That's his only content.
With like every single deck I play, what deck I'm playing against, whether or not I went first or second, and then every single mistake I made, and whether just like everything.
Hot Tub VGC from Cerebra's Bath is a crazy title.
Me just like condense all my knowledge and get better at my deck.
Wrong website, Matt.
I think it's very important that you
never. A lot of bands around here are Keys players. Alicia Keys, she was in a group.
Okay, this isn't going to work. You know, just testing so many games over the past like 2 months. That's how I ended up with the 6 that I have here today. Some unconventional, but sometimes if it fits.
Yeah, Emma could be in your band, Steve. She can sing. I've heard her sing, I think.
Great League or the Ultra League, go on the app and just like practice. Learn some strategies and just practice, basically. Practice makes perfect, so.
Personally, live and going to locals, I go once or twice a week as best as I can. You know, and going against people, it's different from live, but like it's good to get the reps in.
You
I
moved
think
to
that
Florida,
there are
Emma?
a few good ways to test your team. Some of the best include just competing at locals and going out and getting real experience with other players.
Tampa.
Because sometimes what looks good on paper doesn't
There
always
you go.
do well in practice, so that's always good. But also working with friends and other people who are interested in the same Pokemon and archetypes that you are, because a lot of times we all see the game differently, and you
We're
never know
literally
what
in
you
his
can
content
learn
right
from
now.
those people, even though they
Or might
want
be
to
in
use
your
the same things as
content.
you. So-
Way!
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome
The
to
batteries
Pokemon
to the
Championships
good!
History, a series
Oh.
where we showcase important matches throughout the history.
I think you might be right, you know, Amma. I think they're not playing it because of Jody Azzarelli.
Sunday at the 2023 North America International Championships.
Welcome to the finals in the
I think
junior
I'm kind of desperate for World Babysitter because I don't think this new one will do dates and I don't want to keep
Most
passing him around.
iconic moments in Pokemon come
Book
from trainers in the Masters
him
division, but this time
in
around, the juniors stole the
Kennels,
show in
Marty.
Columbus. The
There's
trainers in the juniors
nothing
division often
wrong
show the
with
purest form of
kennels.
passion for the game of Pokemon.
Boarding kennels exist for a reason.
I've never been to a championship. Oh, this is a national. Whatever.
Avery's energy made him an immediate fan favorite.
Got Avery from the
This
United
kid scares me.
and Takumi from Australia. I am enchanted with these trainers.
Avery made it to the finals with the help of his hard Trick Room team. Trick Room can be a difficult strategy to
Please, someone here
implement,
keeps the stream to its
especially when
directed
relying on an
topic.
unconventional
Wow.
Pokemon like a Rangaroo.
Oranguru is my favorite of all time. I mean, he supports other Pokemon.
Oranguru is carrying a very interesting move called Instruct. So if you're able to get the Torkoal
Devilish
into
look.
position or something that's just going to be a little bit slower, then you can start firing off some big damage that way.
Trick Room teams flip the game on its head by having the slowest Pokemon on the field move first.
Tell us about your team that you're about to play.
It is hard Trick Room.
Hard Trick Room game plans can even be difficult for Masters Division trainers to pilot, but Avery was ready
gonna
to
swap
show
my
the
Lando
world
for
that
Ting Lu.
juniors are wise, well
Working my
beyond
cats to the
their
catchery.
years.
That's the whole
For
job,
his
is looking
strategy to
after them and
work,
hope
Avery's
random friend
Oranguru
doesn't
would
get
need
distracted
to
and
twist
forget,
the
to be honest.
dimensions.
Yeah.
We're going all in with a terrestrialization on the Oranguru. Well, the game plan is being executed for Avery very, very quickly here.
Bring back Adam Doricott. I know he retired, but bring him back.
Under Trick Room, Torkoal is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, with the sun boosting all fire attacks by 50%, and Oranguru's Instruct allowing it to attack twice in one turn. This Torkoal was ready to erupt.
Damn.
This Torkoal across the way as we see the eruption come through, and that's going to help a little bit, but Tinglu still takes a ton of damage on the switch in.
Bruh.
With the
Do the
momentum in
Torkoal
Avery's
cry.
favor,
Ooh.
Takumi's savvy defense turns the tides of Game 1 and punishes Torkoal, putting the Australian youngster in a winning position.
Love
Despite
it.
properly setting up Trick Room, Game 1 got away from Avery. But even if Oranguru didn't work the first time, it was important for Avery to trust the
Oranguru.
process and rely on the strategy that got him to the finals.
This one is going into
Hey
game
guys,
2 with
Torkoal can't
Takumi
swim.
up 1-0.
After the exact same turn 1
Oh my.
play in Game 2, Avery's Torkoal was ready to take over, which meant it was time for Oranguru to do it again.
Orangarudi's nuts.
The opportunity to bring in the Torkoals. Let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
Learning from his mistakes against Ting Lu in Game 1,
It's your boy
Avery made an
Buzzwole.
adjustment
It's not
to
your
keep
boy
momentum on
Guzma
his
like it is in
side.
the card game. It's Buzzwole. Bring back Adam Doricott. Just have to drop my cat off at my parents when I'm not home for days.
Although it didn't have a
Bearsies.
single attacking move, Terrifier Oranguru was the star of the show.
I'm gonna
The
go
ability
get
to
a
instruct
protein
your
bar
teammate
and
to
some
attack
protein
again
yogurt
would
because
lead to more
I'm
offense than Takumi could handle.
Does it hit this time around?
back in a moment.
Gonna be another overheat from the Torkoal.
Avery's confidence was back, taking down Takumi's team one by one. This championship would be decided in Game 3. The crowd became enchanted with Avery and Oranguru. It was incredibly amusing to watch such a simple yet repeatably effective strategy from a junior. With the first two games playing out the exact same way on turn 1, there would be no surprise what these two trainers would do in Game 3.
This is 3 games, 3 identical turn 1s.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. With Trick Room set up, the crowd was chanting, "Do it again," knowing another Instruct was on the way. Avery's bravery, relying on a 90% accurate overheat to connect twice into Chi-Yu, would put him into a commanding position. With Takumi's back against the wall, he would put all his hopes into Terra Water Fluttermane, But Avery's Oranguru had one final instruction: become champion.
We know what's coming, and even with that defensive terror, Avery is getting another bite of the cherry. Avery will be a well-deserved champion, showing a crazy strategy. I think people had forgotten about it too.
Avery is immortalized in Pokemon history as a champion, captivating the audience's heart with his charming personality. As for the Oranguru that clicked instruct 13 times in the finals, Avery summed up its role on the team perfectly.
So, tell us about your Oranguru. How do you use it?
It doesn't do any damage.
Who knows what the future holds for Avery, and who knows what Iron Hands was going for in all 3 games. But we can be sure that Avery's future will be bright in Pokemon as long as he remembers to do it again. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, everyone. It is time to find out who our final semi-finalist is going to be here in gorgeous Sao Paulo, Brazil. My name is Evan Lattin. I've got Gabby next to me getting ready for our next matchup, and I could not be more excited. We've seen so many incredible
Just made the best
so
fucking
far.
joke to my wife. It was great.
This fourth one,
So she's obviously suffering a lot because on
Not only did Yuma
I gave her a big
Kinagawa
cuddle and I
just
said,
get a
I don't like
direct
when
invite to compete
period
at the
upsets
World
you.
Championship
It's my
in
job to
San
upset you.
Francisco
Uh-huh.
this upcoming summer. We're going to be giving away one more to
We get
the
cereal
winner
for dinner?
of this next match.
He did have a
And
buffet for lunch.
This has been a really unique opportunity
Joe's
for our
belt.
Japanese players making
Trying
it
the
this
Area
far in
3
the
method.
tournament to
Damn,
guarantee
go
their
on.
World's invite.
Just
And
remember,
avoiding
Marty,
what's
do me a
been
favor,
arguably
Marty.
the
Set it
toughest
up
circuit
now.
to compete in
And then
competitive
wait
Pokemon.
until the end of this next match. Whether it's 2 games or 3 games, wait until the end of the match. And trust me, you will have the best time. You will have the best time, Marty. Trust in me, friend.
We stand heading into this final match. Again, we have already identified 3 of our semifinalists.
Hey, my dermatillomania is going wild today. I'm trying to get this callus off my fucking hand and I should just leave it. 744 fights done. You got this, Kitty.
Are going to make it alongside of them.
And Yuya Tada could increase the number
Hans
of Japanese
Pizarro
players
and
to get
Yuya
a
Tada.
direct invite to
Tada,
the World
Tada,
Championships
Tada.
by 1, but will have to defeat Hans Pizarro to get
This might be my
that
3rd protein bar
prize.
today.
And
I should
this
slow
is going
down.
to be such an exciting matchup. I don't think we should keep people waiting any longer. Let's go ahead and jump straight to the stage and get into our final top 8 match of this Latin America International Championships.
Yeah, I am so thrilled to see this final matchup and finally see who our semifinalists are going to be. Because already we have 3 Titans there, and whoever will be joining them will also be an incredibly powerful trainer, which means we are going to have 2 incredible matches later on today. I am thrilled to see we have Hans Pizarro on the left-hand side of your screen and Yuya Tada on the right.
This is going to be such an interesting matchup too,
Real
because
players
it's
keep
return
re-traumatizing
of
their
one of
skin
the VGC
for no reason instead of letting it heal.
This is a Sun versus Rain showdown. But let's go ahead and take a look at our players first. Hans Pizarro won the Santiago Regional Championships back in 2024, got top 32 at the North American International Championships last year and the Latin America International Championships 2 years ago. So no stranger to this international stage, and his opponent, Yuya Tada, has the same level of comfort competing at this level.
Yuya is from Japan, so Yuya needs to win. Okay, I'm rooting for Yuya purely because if he makes it to top 4, he gets to Worlds.
The top 4 finish of his OCIC finish in Melbourne in 2023.
Is Unite popping off so much noise?
Of course, Hans Pizarro is our second
I just think it's just bad
Latin American
audio,
player
as
here
always.
in Sao Paulo. Again, a Latin American player has never won an international championship, and it would
It sounds like Evan's mic is too far from his mouth as well.
remaining Latin American players to bring that trophy home here to Sao Paulo, in Brazil, in the Latin American region, and keep it in the region for once.
Hans is going to be piloting a team
Oh,
that is
God,
a bit of a throwback to the first time Regulation H came around, but of course has been updated to some of the more
Live orb Garchomp, baby.
You do have that jump fluff and the Hisuian Typhlosion and the Torkoal that work very well together, but Dragonite holding that loaded dice
Extreme
with
speed
and Haze. You have Garchomp with the Life Orb and King Gambit with Assault Vest and Defiant. This is a very well-rounded team. It's
got to be
looking
Unite,
to
hasn't it?
Go very fast, deal a lot of damage, and I love this
That was
Torkoal
something.
in particular because of the access to Burning Jealousy and Helping Hand. This Torkoal is such a great support Pokemon against what Yuya Tada can bring, which is
Yeah.
be
No,
one
I
of the
know.
traditional rain teams. And
Oh, we're
unfortunately,
teasing
it
you,
is going
Amma.
to be a bit heavier on the special side in terms
I'm
of damage.
hilarious,
So
did you know?
we'll
That's
have
why
to
you've been
be very
tuning in
careful
for
about how
a
you
year.
play and how you approach it, given
Or however
that.
long you've been here,
But
mate.
if you can find the openings for, let's
Yeah,
say,
go
your
do some
Garchomp
investigating
to get
for us,
set up
Amma.
and get going, that's going
Find
to
out
be
the
a
goss.
huge threat for you to contend with.
I bet
Well,
they took
Yuya
the
also
Ray.
has plenty of threats on his side to contend with against Hans's Sun team. Of course, when you're talking about a Torkoal, a Sun versus a Rain matchup, you have to look at the Pelipper. This is a very
Put a T in chat if you wish this was your titty.
And the stellar terrestrialization, not going for the ghost typing that sometimes is used to avoid fake outs.
Oh, yeah.
Instead, just the offensive power to boost the Weather Ball and the Hurricane. So keep an eye out during this match to see who is remaining in control of the
Hey,
weather
Steve.
at any
Of course
given
it was
time.
Steve. I knew it would be
I do think
Steve.
that the weather is going to be slightly more important for Yuya in this matchup because if you look
Gizmo
at
with the
that
lowercase t.
Archaludon, it has the Terra type of grass, which means the Torkoal and the Typhlosion are going to threaten it no matter what. And if you
Well
look
then,
at the
Hoovie,
rest
you
of
can
the
put a
team,
PP in
if you
chat.
look at that Blood Moon Ursaluna in particular, yes, it is going to be that more offensive Life Orb variant, and you can kind of pick up some of the missing damage from that Pelipper. But if Hans is able to keep the weather in his favor, I think
You just keep buying books and I have a back catalogue of books they intend to read one day. No. Motherfucker, you think I read? I read chat. That's enough for me.
Of this international championship, next to its best buddy there, Torkoal, facing down the Blood Moon Ursaluna and Incineroar.
But not for long as the eject pack item activates, and this is such
Almost
a
the Star
cool
Wars
tech
books.
for
Dude, you should have
Torkoal in
just bought
particular,
Audible. They're all on
because
there.
after one of your stat drops, regardless if it's from an Intimidate or maybe from your own Overheat, you are able to switch out. So Torkoal is now safe, so that if Pelipper wants to switch in, Torkoal can also switch in. And you can also pivot to get Garchomp or maybe even another attacker in, unafraid of an Intimidate.
Yeah, Hans gets to preview what Pokemon Yuya led and select which Pokemon in the back he thinks is going to match up best
Was
against
lovely
them.
mango
That
protein
Garchomp,
yogurt.
No surprise, another
20 grams
powerful
of
offensive threat
protein.
to whittle down these Pokemon.
And because it's both the Typhlosion and the Garchomp on the field now for Hans, if there is a
140
weather
calories.
pivot from
Goated.
Yuya, you're still going to do
That's
some
slightly
nice
more
damage
calories than a
to
Kit
both
Kat,
of these
but 20
Pokemon.
grams of protein.
Garchomp
Let's
can't
fucking
necessarily
go.
go for an Earthquake as you will be attacking your own Typhlosion.
Third book by
That's not
neuroscientist who I
ideal,
really like,
but going
and I'm
for a
only halfway
Stomping
through the
Tantrum
first
or
one.
a
Is that
Dragon Claw in this
neuroscientist
position
Mayam
from
Bialik?
Garchomp will do good damage to that Blood Moon Ursaluna or that Incineroar. Do have to worry about this possibility of a fake out into that slot, but that
Fake out
Incineroar
these
is
nuts.
too scared to stick around.
Yeah, the Incineroar doesn't want to take any attacks from Hans Pizarro's Pokemon, but more importantly, Yuya needs the rain out on the field to limit the damage of this Typhlosion. Hans is going for that terrestrialization to get the additional damage on all of the fire-type attacks that Hans's Typhlosion is carrying. Does have the option to go for spread attacks like the Eruption or the Heat Wave, but instead, the
Dragon Claw.
onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and Hans
Brazilian
is going
teammate to come back in Unite, win for the Jaws defeat. Very hype. Nice. Thank you, Amma.
Ursaluna is able to avoid it and fire back with
Thanks,
Earth
mate.
power, and that means
That's a
Yuya Tada
heart
gets the
because
first KO
you're my
of the game
friend.
in a one-hit KO.
See?
Hans
See?
recognizing that the odds of Pelipper switching
He studies music and how the brain processes understands music. Oh, that's sick.
Overheat plus the Dragon Claw to threaten a
That genuinely
knockout
sounds
into
interesting.
the Ursaluna.
Hopefully he does an
Unfortunately,
audiobook of
Overheat,
it.
Not the most accurate move, and that miss absolutely critical. Getting the King Gambit here is nice.
Why do I do that
At least
sometimes?
you can start to
I hate that I
threaten
do
some
that.
damage with, like, sucker
Sometimes I'll
punches
just
and having
burp
that
and then just
priority low kick
for
as
some
well
reason it makes
is
my
a
dumb
great
brain
move to
laugh
have
if I just
against an
yell
Ursaluna
afterwards,
that's already
and it
taken
really
about
annoys me
50% of
after the
Talon
fact.
damage, as that should guarantee a
And I hate
knockout.
it.
but you're already on the back foot. Where
I mean, I get why it probably happens, but it still annoys me.
Main attacker and a hidden Pokemon in the back.
And crucially, Hans invested so much into that Typhlosion. Investing the terrestrialization means that there is no more opportunity for Pokemon like this King Gambit to remove the ground type weakness, or even go into a different typing like the water typing to resist damage from
Dragon Claw.
Instead,
not Tailwind. That's where that's dangerous.
Another Dragon Claw connects into the
you can take it, King Gambit. Oh my god, it can.
Even with the Assault Vest, this Life Orb Ursaluna is dealing super effective
nice low kick.
A fair trade. You
Dr. Daniel, leave it in. I bet that's what his wife said.
But the Pelipper now is also down a lot of health, and thanks to Sucker Punch on that King Gambit, I don't think it's going to be as comfortable attacking until we saw that Sinistra take the field and offer up some hospitality and offer up some health. Now, the nice thing is Garchomp is still relatively
I want a baby, leave it in.
Will not have a way to
Hashtag no pull out in this house.
To the Garchomp once the rain is no longer on the field. Weather Ball will change type depending on the weather, and Hans just has to switch in that Torkoal to make it a fire type attack, which won't do as much to the ground dragon type Pokemon.
Yeah, but the problem is that the ground dragon type Pokemon doesn't also have great ways of attacking the Pelipper either, especially with the Sinistra out on the field, threatening Rage Powder to redirect any attack.
Burglar. I love seeing a Garchomp in use.
This is one of those moments where you definitely need to make
but now that Amma's reminded us about the fact that the Japanese players literally don't get championship points, so when they come to these events, they're literally gambling on becoming like top 4 to get their Worlds invite. I really want Yuma to win now.
There was so much pressure to get the Torkoal on the field that King Gambit did not stick around.
Yeah, King Gambit is retreating.
Just been handed a Switch too? Oh.
Boost, and instead,
is it yours?
Torkoal on the field. Garchomp gets a little bit of damage down onto
what is Yuma?
Now an Incineroar,
wait.
But we really wanted to knock out
Yuya. Sorry, my eyes aren't very good.
Torkoal
and to be fair, I'm watching it on a smaller window because I'm not watching the full screen. Yuma, my apologies. Yuya, I just did it again.
So bad for Hans because I think his best option here, unfortunately, is to try
I was trying to do it from memory, Amma.
But this time into the Sinistra.
Because I can't read the words that are on that screen there. Because
all the way back in turn 1 with the threat of the
Yuya, very similar. Yeah. Some slack, please.
How scary the Sinistra is in its ability to just.
I just keep getting the romancy books. The best he keeps suggesting. So behind on reading problems I used to read on the bus, but from traveling normally. I've been gym, so I end up sleeping. Fair.
You want to get rid of it as quickly as possible, but
my parents, having brought my brother a Christmas present, just handed it to you.
You also, again, have to worry about the rain returning.
Yeah, Yuma's the other Japanese player in Top Cut, so it's confusing, but it's like having a Liam and a Leon in Top Cut.
That will be the fire typing, so any type of overheat
I'm watching my phone, also teensy screen. Yeah, but
are not going to be super effective, but
you got better eyes than me. Prettier than me as well.
Ground type attacks. And
it's
with
really
that
me.
Garchomp has protected itself from the
oh, they want you to hide it. That makes sense.
Life orb, and more importantly, keep its hit points.
Mate, bin it. The ultimate prank. Oh yeah, hit it in the bin.
There are still a little bit of Tailwind turns remaining, and there is still speed control on the board as well from that.
Oh, you're not terrified of falling asleep on the bus? He lives in Scotland, mate. In Scotland, people don't do things to you when you sleep on the bus. Not like London.
Now that Tailwind still hasn't expired, the Incineroar will still be faster than that Garchomp.
All they do in Scotland is they just point and laugh.
There to remove the Life Orb, because now that you have 2 Pokemon that are going to be taking super effective damage from the Garchomp, and as well the Dragon
I just missed my stop.
Where we saw just how much it did. You really
I do
want
worry
to
about that on buses.
as much damage as possible from the Garchomp.
Yeah, and that
oh, there you go. It stops the last stop. Oh, you've got that tied up in a neat little bow.
And of course, that Pelipper is within.
Asleep on the coach where your stop is unmissable.
Hans's Garchomp has the ability to potentially just pick up whichever KO it wants if it can ever get out of the Tailwind.
It's a tough question because on the one hand, you really do want to get any
So this
KO
is probably a little ADHD
so
moment,
we'll
right?
just have to see where this game is going, as I think King Gambit is unfortunately coming in to be the knockout.
Because of the nature of how the mics are set up, every time one of the commentators speaks, rhythmically with their voice, I hear the background noise of the audience that they've muted.
Outside of Tailwind, so Sinistra with another Machagacha. You know, Yuya
So
is
like,
doing just a little bit of
when
damage
Evan
each
says like
time,
outside of Tailwind, you hear in the
healing
background,
of the Matcha Gacha, wouldn't
like
be
it's
too
in
worried
rhythm
about
to what he's
taking any
saying,
damage
because it's
from
obviously
this
the noise
Torkoal.
gate
Now,
opening.
From 2 overheats,
And I'm really
Torkoal
hyper
is
aware
just
of it right now.
Kind of waiting around to see if it's going to get a chance to attack, or just going to do anything. It's just going to be helping hand and
Oh, what'd you get, Marty?
Garchomp.
But that support is going to be incredibly valuable when it will.
Do you know why? Do you know why?
To either of the Pokemon on the
Do you know why normally you don't notice that though on these streams? Because normally the game is at a sensible volume.
You do have the threat of a Pelipper.
What's else being a big lad with a great bushy beard? People tend to avoid me and not want to mess with me. Yeah, there you go. Best way, look mean but be pure. That's how I do it.
Also guarantees you hit your own
Yeah, method. Shelfer Skidoo and 3 other things I had to check because for some reason I moved my character on day-night change. Lol. Lol.
Knocking out the Sinistcha in one go. So very tough call to make here. Let's hope to see that Hans made the right targeting.
Well, it's also really threatening here.
There you go, Marty. You're welcome.
To set up Trick Room if it wants
Thanks,
to,
Sophie, for teaching me that one.
Getting around the Garchomp.
Buttermilk.
Pelipper will switch in,
Butt
but
milk.
Sinistcha is just going to use
Please
the
don't
rage
milk my
powder
butt.
to protect the Pelipper on the switch in. So all attacks will target down into the Sinistcha. So that is a stomping tantrum, and that is an angry Garchomp. Picks up the KO onto Sinistcha because of that terastallization. And now Pelipper is out on the field and does have the rain set up, but is kind of being
Day-night change
hurt a
resets the
little bit
camera so
here
the character
by the
moves
Garchomp.
forward instead of backwards.
Not by the
Rare.
Torkoal, but the real big story here is that Garchomp is really on a timer now because of those Life Orb recoils.
It is going to be on a timer, and more importantly as well, I think it's going to be a little bit slower moving forwards too, as Fake Out and Tailwind is a great play for Yuya here to not only regain the momentum, but to ensure that the water-type Weather Ball will be able to connect with the Garchomp before it could potentially land a helping hand Dragon Claw into that Pelipper.
To work on my scariness in public. Too many people come up to me asking for directions. What makes you think I've ever been to London? It's how you look so aware of where you're going. You look like you don't need directions, so you must have the directions.
Of course, takes a little bit of damage from the Fake Out and also the recoil damage from the rough skin. But there's the Tailwind, and that's going to mean that this Pelipper and this Incineroar are going to be
Overheat in the rain. Nice.
Garchomp at their leisure after this.
That overheat miss early on in the game was huge. You almost wished you could have traded that for one of these overheats missing, as these are unfortunately inconsequential, whereas not being able to land the Terra boosted overheat into
poor
that
Torkoal
Ursaluna gave Uyatada such a leg up.
Yuya's one up.
And honestly allowed him to take
One
this game
up.
number 1 very comfortably.
Absolutely. He was able to take that Pokemon advantage.
Up the Yuya, up the Yuya. One more to go, mate. One more to go. And then you've punched your ticket to Worlds.
Options there to get that big damage because was never able to get the Torkoal in a
-6
good
special
position,
attack
and the Garchomp
overheat
was
in the
always
rain.
slower
And no.
than that Pelipper because of the Tailwind.
Exactly.
Pep was
So
worried
we
about
have
that
to
when
talk
she first
about
met me.
adjustments now,
So I have the
right?
worst resting
Because
bitch face
the
when
big
tired.
adjustment is,
Then after she
do you
informed me,
go
you're
for
actually
the
just a big
overheat
teddy bear.
again,
Oh,
knowing
that's
that
our
this is a
Scotty.
best of 3 situation, and
Teddy bear.
odds are you won't run into the bad luck a second time, knock on wood, trying not to cast a curse here. Or do you try and mix up your play style to guarantee that Sun is on the field so you can go for a safer
Make
play,
sure your Sun
such
is on the
as
field.
full health
Aha,
eruption.
get it?
If you look
And
at
that's
the
a big
speed
callus.
interaction
You can see that callus
of
from
how
space.
switching works in Pokemon,
That's because
it's
boy
always gonna
lifts.
be the fastest Pokemon switches
Leave it.
first,
I
and then the
can't.
slowest Pokemon switches
can't.
in. And
I can't.
if you think back to the
I
attack
can't.
activation, Garchomp was the Pokemon that came in, and
Garchomp's
unfortunately
my dad.
Garchomp was the fastest Pokemon on the field, so there was no option to just immediately switch the Torkoal back in. So another way you could approach this would be send in a slower Pokemon, and then you do have the threat of sending the Torkoal in again.
All right, well, it's actually a big switch up here from Yuya, going to go ahead and lead the Sinistcha alongside the Ursaluna here. He was presenting some very tasty targets for some sun-boosted fire attacks.
I mean, everybody loves matcha, so I can't blame Hans if he is tempted to target down that Pokemon.
But it has to be a very specific temperature. If it gets too hot, it ruins the matcha.
For sure, but I don't think you need a specific temperature to
Boom,
try
boom,
and target down
boom.
that
Let
Life
me
Orb
hear you say,
Ursaluna once again. given just how critical
song.
it was landing that.
You talk about these two Japanese players who tend to play best of one in completely different format of play. Come to this high-risk tournament, actually gotten these results. I know, right? What fucking legends? I can't do shit. I could barely get one victory.
The Sinistcha will be retreating, trying to reduce some of the damage from a fire type.
Like, I struggle against some of the worst players at locals, and I still
that is going to be matched by
can't claw a victory. These guys are just like, oh yeah, bet, I'll go win.
Let's try again this time to see if we can actually land.
I'll go 11-1 or whatever.
Attacks and deal the damage we're hoping for.
10-2, close enough.
More investment this time with the helping hand on the Torkoal. This is huge, and it is going to be able to connect to its intended target this time around.
Oh my god. Does the music sound louder to you? Not really. Maybe a little bit. I think it's just the nature of they've changed the song. 10 of 5 shinies I got to a friend that doesn't know the method, so he thinks I'm just good at shiny hunting. Smart.
So a complete change up to what happened in game number 1, because now the Typhlosion.
You know what they say about the music? Better top 4 than never.
Attacking move of choice, if that is Hans's priority. I don't think you need to feel pressure to switch, as Typhlosion
Not even top
still
4 yet,
should
Liam.
be
Better
one
top
of the
8 than
faster
never.
Pokemon on the field until Tailwind is set up, but given that Overheat is now at -2 special attack, and given what we saw in game number 1, I do think it's a bit of a risk to keep it around on the field.
Yeah, at this point, Typhlosion has done its job. It dealt the big damage to the Ursaluna.
Mate,
You would have maybe liked it to do a little bit more.
Evan's too far from his mic. He needs to just go.
But you're happy with that trade. Torkoal is going to switch out here to allow Hans to preserve that Pokemon and the threat of weather control for the future. That's going to be the King Gambit switching in. With that Assault Vest is going to feel much better about taking any attacks
Overheat.
from the Pelipper or the Sinistcha. Another Overheat, though, in the rain will break the
-4 now.
deal a decent amount of damage, all things considered. But there's the Tailwind coming out from Pelipper. So Yuyatada has taken control of the speed once more, and here come the
Oh boy.
connect to both Pokemon.
Don't burn King Gambit.
No!
Oh!
Just like that.
Got him, dude.
Tough turn for that King Gambit.
Oh, that's it.
On the switch, and also for that
I just forfeit there.
Typhlosion, it's great that the Focus Sash was broken on the Pelipper, but it's still just in this very awkward position where now you can't really switch it out because it's going to be taking a lot of damage.
Yeah,
from that
you don't want to
Pelipper
get
whenever it's
Garchomp
gonna come
burned.
to that spot. You could try and
Well,
switch in the
you can bring a
Torkoal there,
Torkoal.
so at least it's going to be a fire type Weather Ball, or maybe Hurricane can miss, but then you have to ask yourself, with the burn in play, what can King Gambit do to really threaten the Pokemon on Yuya's side of the field?
King Gambit doesn't even have Swords Dance because it's Assault Vest. Oh, it's gutting.
Please don't switch out for Torkoal. I don't want to take a fire type Weather Ball from this Pelipper, but that's just going to mean that Yuyatada is going for the stellar
Bro. Maybe I go to Ices in person, is hearing everyone in the audience who went 2-6 and stuff going, well, I would do this. It's me. I'm people. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. It's so funny. Well, I don't know why he went for that move, because if it was me, and it's like, sweetheart, it'll never be me.
just a Stellar Terra boosted water type, which
Nice.
means that King Gambit still survives another turn. Here comes the Overheat from Typhlosion once again. Targeting
Nice! That crit? Gotta be a crit. Yeah, yeah.
a critical hit breaks through
That was a much needed crit.
knocks out the Pelipper, and now there is
Guys, did you know?
control of the weather
Xbox
for
360 is
Yuya.
20 years old.
Even at that low health, this Typhlosion is looking a little bit better.
It is, and that was even
You're lucky you're cute, mate.
So
You're lucky you're cute.
Typhlosion able to hang on.
That's all I'll
for
say.
Another turn, a huge
Yeah,
win
game 1 was a crucial
into
overheat
a
miss, yeah.
huge reward for that Pokemon.
It's good. It's good. It's good karma.
Pokemon trying to give King Gambit
Crit was payback for that terrible burn.
a full spring in its step after getting burned.
Oh, that gets rid of the burn effectively.
With that critical hit on the Overheat, knocking out the Pelipper and making Sinistcha waste that turn of life do, Hans is getting that momentum right back. And
Hey girl, what that life do?
Game 3 here.
You just have to wait out Tailwind at this point in time and really hope that Garchomp does not get burned by a future Matcha Gotcha. Now, the best way you can ensure that would be to try and double target it down with your Fire-type Pokemon and with your Kingambit.
I just realized.
Probably going to flinch this turn, but
now I understand why it's called Matcha Gotcha. Because in American, it rhymes. Matcha Gotcha. Oh my god, he just used Matcha Gotcha. Whereas in the UK, it's Matcha Gotcha. Matcha Gotcha. Bloody Americans.
And while this is only going to do, it will do slightly more damage now that it will be a single target attack. I think more important here is going to be the potential recovery it's going to get from this Matcha Gotcha. It's not a lot, but when you're a Sinistra and you have that natural bulk, you're absolutely right.
Kingambit, no.
Well, Kingambit is still taking that burn damage and having an opportunity to consider what Pokemon to bring in here. You have the Garchomp and you have the Torkoal, and this is putting a
Is the Tailwind still up or is it ended?
on Yuya, because Garchomp being able to outspeed outside of Tailwind means that Yuya may want to go for a Trick Room mode, but with that Torkoal in the back and with Terastallization used on the Pelipper, Sinistra is not going to be able to be safe from any Fire-type attacks from the Torkoal.
You still have to be very careful about how you approach this, though, because other than the Sinistra, that still is a Incineroar on the opposing side of the field, and it is running Flare Blitz. If it were running Knockoff, it's possible that Torkoal could win the damage trade, but our only Knockoff
No Life Orb.
It's going to be getting a Sun Boost for those Fire-type attacks.
Cheeky Rough Skin.
Also going to be knocking off the Life Orb on the Garchomp, which is going to significantly reduce the amount of damage that Sinistra is taking.
I mean, even with the Life Orb, that wouldn't have been much.
It has enough to set up another Life Dew here, healing right back up. So this Kingambit is going for the Assurance. It's not
Oh shit.
boosted by
Oh, nicely done.
having taken damage in an attack, but the Defiant attack boost is enough to knock out the Sinistra and leave Yuya Tada alone.
Mate, I just realized Cresselia's going to be back.
Facing down a Garchomp, and
That could be an option for me.
And that Assurance was enough to prevent
Earthquake
a
into
potential
Protect.
Trick Room
I
from
think that's
being
not a bad
set up
shout.
as well. So now Hans
Oh.
Pizarro able to force a game number 3 with an over.
Oh yeah, shit, it's the Salt Vest. Yeah, you're right.
Will and a way.
Yeah, there is something about this arena.
Glad you're keeping score, Matt.
Happen for Hans Pizarro in that game.
Come on, Yuya.
Being able to land the overheat this time around was huge in getting that Ursaluna off the field. It still dealt good damage with the
Let's
Iron
go.
Points, but in doing so was able to actually get the damage trade because of the Life Orb, and of course that's just left the Typhlosion alone to come back in later because it didn't get
Pumping Tantrum has the same power as Earthquake anyway when it's not
also
one-on-one.
the fact that he was able to knock out that Pelipper immediately after it terastallized, and really only got to take advantage of that terastallization
Stomping these
for a
nuts.
single attack. And going into a game number 3, I think you have to keep the damage pressure up, as
Oh yeah,
Yuya
yeah,
has
because
been
Earthquake
forced to
would be
bring
lowered in power
one
because Kingambit's there, yeah.
Pokemon and 3 Pokemon to really support it every
You're right.
single game. Pelipper has had to consistently go for Tailwind first before it can attack to ensure that
Look at that
Ursaluna
guy.
has the opportunity to outspeed
Look, I recognize
the
that guy.
threats on the opposing side of the field. Now, if you think
Why was
about
that
it,
shown in the
another way
replay?
you can outspeed would
Ah,
be
yes.
the Trick Room and the Sinistra,
I remember
but
that
like
part
you
of the
were calling
battle
out before,
where the guy did a
Torkoal
dance.
has done a great job of scaring that away.
Of course, Sinistra does not want to set up Trick Room for one of the alpha
Where's my
predators
Essie barking?
of a Sinistra, the Torkoal under
If the gamer's
Trick
seats
Room.
get them off the
Nothing
floor.
will be
Seats
slower
are
than it
expensive.
in Trick Room, so that means that Torkoal, if that Trick Room ever gets set up, is going to be the biggest threat on the field. But Yuya Tada has proven that he has some abilities to get around
Yuya's been
that.
very good
Of
at the
course,
weather control,
in Game 1,
I will
after the
say.
overheat missed, was able to completely just crush the rest of that game to make sure that he did not lose momentum a single second after that. And another shakeup here from Hans, leading the damage of Typhlosion and Garchomp, staring down the Ursaluna and Sinistcha.
You still run the risk here
Damage.
of having the Pelipper switch in to reduce the
Garchomp.
amount of
Fucking
damage
win.
that Typhlosion can do in this turn number 1. But with Garchomp alongside of it, I think the Dragon Claw or that Stomping Tantrum, if you're targeting down the Ursaluna, will help make up for that
Garchomp
a
just
little
win.
bit. I do think that Hans has to be careful about a Rage Powder, though, like we saw Yuya go for in that game, too.
Yeah, and I think that's why you
Just
see
Shadow
Hans
Ball the
considering
Sinistcha and be done with it.
Eruption instead.
Yeah.
As well, a double up from the Garchomp's Dragon Claw and an Eruption may be enough to take out the Pelipper on the switch in as well.
Exactly, and I really like the double up here for that reason. Also, Eruption, 100% accurate.
Yeah, there's no risk of missing an Eruption as Typhlosion Terra fires and gets ready to start firing off some damage. But Yuya
yeah, no
is
switch to
not going
Pelipper either.
switch in the Pelipper. There is no rain to reduce the damage. It's the Sinistcha staying
Terra
on
Fire,
the
baby.
field, terrestrializing into
Oh, I
that
imagine the
fire
Garchomp
type,
had gone
so
Stomping
will resist
Tantrum.
The Eruption from Typhlosion, but may be vulnerable to ground type attacks. Ursaluna protects. This indicates that Sinistcha is probably trying to go for that trick room mode here. The Dragon Claw into the protect.
Latin Americans are
That
starting to
means
get football chance.
almost certainly going to be able to get the trick room up after this Eruption.
It's no Let's Go Dill.
Scout here from Yuya, making sure that the Ursaluna is 100% safe from one of the most powerful attacks in the metagame.
Yeah, well safe here on the
Oh,
Sinistcha. Doesn't
dear.
even activate the Citrus Berry. Who needs Pelipper?
Wish they
Sinistcha
could do
can
it like us.
itself.
What, doggy?
Under Trick Room, this Life Orb Ursaluna is extremely frightening.
It is, but if it wants the guaranteed one-hit knockout onto that Typhlosion, it will have to use Earth Power, which is a single target attack. It's possible that Machigotcha
comments on it complain about the
damage
crowd
would be
quote
enough
being
to knock
too
out the
loud.
Typhlosion, but
That's me.
Machigotcha's
I complain
not
about the
really
crowd being too
accurate,
loud
also
because
can
I
be
can't hear the
very
game.
resisted by the Fire-type Pokemon, so it's not necessarily
We popped off at that one
guaranteed. So I
EUIC.
do think that Hans has the
I don't know, there's that time at Worlds when we were going, and no one wanted to join in.
The Sinistcha activating fake out
Oh, sick.
for the next turn, as well as limiting the damage of that Garchomp. Typhlosion retreating as well, going to swap out instead for the King Gambit. That's kind of a risky switch in that position because an Earth Power into that slot would be pretty devastating and cover for the Typhlosion staying in and the King Gambit itself.
Unless
We were the fun part of the UK Worlds audience. Everyone else was boring,
we
right?
did see that take the attack earlier on in
And to
game
think
number
Joe
1,
was
but it's
ashamed of us.
Also possible that you wanted a quick turnaround here so that you can get Torkoal in while Trick Room is still up.
True. This does, however, open up the
We were the
opportunity
beacons
for
of
this
light.
Incineroar to have a free fake out.
Yeah, Wolf for Dill had people complain. Had people complain about us chanting for Dill, did they? But if he was, I still am. Damn.
But it does again force the use of Hyper Voice rather than a Blood
That's
Moon or
that's
Earth
big
Power.
talk
So
from
Garchomp,
Cerebi.
even though it's
Super
intimidated here, will have the opportunity to attack.
Poo-poo.
And I think that's exactly
got
what
him.
Hans is hoping
SPP.
for. You need to get damage on the board, and unfortunately, you are sacrificing the
'Cause we were
King
very
Gambit once
loud.
again for the benefit of its constituents.
Well, sorry for
but
enjoying
it will,
Pokemon,
again,
stupid,
keep you in the game.
stupid baby fans. Yeah, Wolf, like the whole world was against me. Everybody wanted me to lose.
Not trying to knock out the King Gambit, instead just going for a one-hit KO onto
The room
that
being like 50
Garchomp.
British people,
Like
yeah.
you mentioned, this does open up the opportunity for Hans to just bring in the Torkoal now.
Not only that, we saw the King Gambit move first. So the King Gambit and the Torkoal, if Hans decides to send it in, are going to be the two Pokemon attacking
But it wasn't
first
enough.
under Trick Room. Now, it's not the best situation to be in, as the King Gambit will be KO'd by anything
Had
at
one
this
for
point
battling
in time,
Dill.
and the Torkoal will be forced to rely on an overheat
Is that 'cause
for
Dill's nice?
significant damage.
Wolf's
But again,
nice.
we are working our way through these Trick Room turns in hopes of forcing out a Pelipper and in hopes of setting up the Typhlosion for Hans's endgame.
Yeah, absolutely. Hans is going to try and pick off that Pelipper, force it out onto the field, and knock it out. Does have the option to use that Sucker Punch to make sure that it moves before that Ursaluna and double up with the
Let's go.
Torkoal, rather, would be a lot of damage onto that Pokemon.
Is it because Dill isn't the most decorated player?
Alone may be enough
Oh,
with the
be nice. I
Sun,
like
given
Dill.
how much damage that the
Dill gave me the
Ursaluna
time
has
of day.
already sustained from its own life orb recoil. Will protect itself
And
this turn,
that's
so
a
it
lot.
won't take any damage. Will allow the Incineroar to go for an attack. Overheat into the Ursaluna, will go into the Protect. Now it's down to the Incineroar and the King Gambit.
Yo!
King Gambit moves first, deals big damage on that Incineroar with the low kick.
Yo!
Oh,
16 HP, that'll do it.
King Gambit.
So Incineroar now certainly within a sun-boosted eruption range, especially after taking the little bit of recoil from that flare.
Look at that Typhlosion.
Is just how long is the sunlight gonna stay around? As Yuya has done a fantastic job throughout this entire.
But now Torkoal's a jetpack won't work.
Secret.
Yeah, and if it is the Pelipper, then Yuya is in an extremely good position here with just the Typhlosion and Torkoal. Remember, that's a Terra Fire.
Mate, if that Torkoal had Weather Ball, this would be different.
Incineroar, Terrafire, Sinistra, and potentially a Pelipper in the back to reduce the power of fire type attacks even more. Hans
Pelly in the
is going
back,
to
yeah,
need
yeah.
something to break through this because not seeing where the damage
Pelipper, my queen.
Well, I do love how he approached this turn, as Overheat will at least get some damage on the board, but I don't know
That's
if
not
enough.
a lot of damage.
Definitely not enough. The Earth Power coming back out from the
Ooh, and that is game. Yuya!
Typhlosion, and Yuya Tada is so close to being
Another Japanese lad qualifies for Worlds.
Japanese player in this tournament to get a direct invitation to the World Championship.
Japanese players are my favorite Latin American players. It's like when an American wins fucking EUIC and you're just like, like, you mean like this year, Liam, when Wolf won it? Yeah, yeah.
Advances to the semifinals, setting up a showdown with his countryman Yuma Kinugawa.
Yeah, Japan versus Japan in top 4.
Does mean we will have Japanese representation in the finals of the Latin American International Championship. For those of you who are cheering on at home for another country and for the Latin American representation in particular.
I was going to say, that wasn't this year. It literally was, yeah.
What a great game.
5 Japanese players in the tournament, 2 make it to top 4.
To make that adaptation
That's
in game
crazy.
Number 3, finally going for the eruption, you know, trying to rely on that Torkoal for some damage.
Not one American in the top 8. Don't, because I fucking love Joe Brown for that.
Amazing call of just saving
And he was like, wow, there's so many Americans at the North American...
And that's what you
North
have
American
to do
International
in these
Championship.
where you
Hey,
are
Joseph
playing
Ugarte,
sun versus
what are you
rain.
doing?
If
I'm
you
just
reveal
watching the
sun
North
too
American
soon,
International
you run the risk
Championship.
of that Pelipper taking too much damage and
Oh,
going
it was
down early,
amazing.
like
And
we
then they
saw
tried
in
to do it
game
again
number
at
2,
another
but
event, and it just didn't
keeping it
quite
safe
work
in
as
the
well because
back,
no one was
even though
playing
you
ball.
did take a lot of damage for your trouble,
You know what I mean?
was all you needed to secure that win.
Absolutely, and very well played there by
For the
Yuya
top
Tada.
4,
I love those
get myself a
adaptations in
nice
game
cup
3,
of tea.
showing the Terra
So I
Fire
will return, but don't cry because I'm missing. Cry because I have not come back yet. Burp.
ground type attack right here because either I'm going to resist it or I'm going to switch in the Pelipper and you're not going to do anything. So I'm just going to lock into the Terra Fire and then I will be able to set Trick Room, knock out the Pokemon that could actually deal damage to my fire type Pokemon on the team, and then bring my fire resist Pokemon, then bring in Pelipper, and then it was kind of game over from there.
Yeah, and also, honestly, taking down one of the teams that has been insanely scary throughout the tournament. Hisuian and Typhlosion really having a moment here this weekend and just very calm and collectively taking it down.
Absolutely. Very much looked like Yuya was very prepared for this style of sun. The more classic throwback sun that we talked about at the start. But we are going to have to see if Yuya has it in him to defeat Yuma Kinugawa to make it into the finals, and we'll have to see who else is going to be in the finals for our tournament. And we're going to do that by doing our semifinals right after this.
Joshua Saldana here, and I'm joined by Pablo Meza. We're live here at LAIC, and I was lucky enough to walk around the city and, of course, find some Pokemon packs. These are a little bit different, though, Pablo.
Yeah, these are the Mega Evolution set, but in Portuguese you pronounce that Mega Evolução. Yeah, the booster packs are a little bit different here. They contain 6 cards instead of the usual 10. So let's see if Juancho, let's see what he gets, and let's see if he can pronounce the differences in the attack names and the Pokemon names. Because there are a few subtle differences in the Pokemon names, but also the attack names, they're very different.
Definitely. Pablo's here to help me out with that. They open just like American packs, though. Feels just as good. And of course, our first Pokemon is Grafaiai. I don't even know how to pronounce this in English.
I think that's correct, yeah.
Okay, and it sounds the same exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do one attack here, and it is Tinta Miraculosa.
Almost. Tinta Miraculosa.
Perfect. All right, that's the first card here. We have Helioptile.
Yeah.
No, same thing. And its attack, Aranyao.
Yeah, perfect. Actually.
Duplo.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh,
perfect.
I'm doing pretty good. Okay.
I mean, I'm not native Brazilian, but yeah, I feel like that's pretty good.
All right. Pyroar. Same thing. How would you pronounce it?
Maybe Pyrori. Yeah.
I like that.
The last letters tend to have like that I emphasis or E emphasis. Yeah.
All right. It does have an ability. Let's do the ability only. It is Presa Intimidadora.
You're a natural, Juancho. You're an absolute natural.
Okay, I can't believe I'm doing this right. Maybe I don't need you in this shot.
Yeah, maybe.
No, I kid, of course. How about Corfish?
Corfishy. Maybe it's Corfishy. I'm not 100% sure on that one, yeah.
I like it. It's very cute. And its first attack is Agarramento Compressor.
Juancho, you really don't need me. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm not going to say flawless, but it's pretty good.
All right, and of course, our rare for the pack, and it is Xerneas, the legendary Pokemon. Ooh, if we've been playing some ZA. And its attack, Geoportal.
Okay, that one's a bit different. The L in Brazil sounds almost like a U, so the attack would be Geoportal.
Oh, Geoportal.
Yeah.
That is beautiful. And that is our rare. We got a basic fighting energy as well.
All right.
Let's move on to the second pack.
You got it, Juancho.
All right. I didn't get anything too rare there, so I didn't need to grab a sleeve.
Yeah, no, you're a natural, yeah.
All right.
Sounds pretty good.
Ooh, this guy. Bulbasaur.
Yeah, like less English, if you will. Yeah, Bulbasaur.
All right, and its attack, Aprisionamento. Okay, that one's a little bit tougher.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying.
Snomy. Yeah, the E at the end for most
I love
cards.
that. It
Snomy.
matches
I know, and it makes it like even cuter, right?
Yeah. Snomy. And its attack, Esconder.
Perfecto.
All right.
Oh, that's a good one.
Praia de Surfista.
See? Yeah. That's
Okay.
pretty good.
Beautiful place.
I thought Praia would be challenging for you.
Bulbasaur. I forgot already.
Bulbasaur. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Yes, and Aprisionamento. Our
Perfect.
reverse rare, and of course, our rare. Ooh, okay, we got something.
All right, let's see you try that one.
Mega Manectric.
That's English.
I don't know how.
All right, so it would be Mega Manectricky EXE or EX. That one I'm actually unsure, but Manectricky, I'm pretty sure.
That's very tricky, Pablo.
Yeah,
Mega Manectricky.
Yeah. And now the attack name?
I'm not gonna try, Pablo. What is it?
Rayo Declarao.
Oh.
Pretty good.
What about the second one? The second one is where I gave up to.
The second one is Detonazao Desenfrenada. Yeah, so you have to put like a little emphasis, like a little oomph.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Pablo. I'm gonna try and learn a little bit more, maybe open more packs with you. And
love opening packs.
Of course. With that, we're gonna throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Welcome back, trainers. This is the moment we have all been waiting for. We are about to embark on a journey to find out who will be our 2 semi-finalists. First set coming up right now, top 4A here at the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. I'm Costa. This is, of course, David, and we are absolutely hyped to be able to introduce the first semi-final.
Yes, we certainly are. Yeah, if you've been following us so far, it has been a whirlwind of amazing matches already. And of course, we have so much more to go. We've got 4 trainers who've now secured a Worlds invite, having got that top 4, which is amazing. But of course, they're only 1 game away from a finalist position as well for even more championship points, prize money, and of course, those booster boxes too.
Yeah, exactly. And looking at the bracket, we've been able to see Teo Team and Juan Salerno in the top 4A match, as well as Yuma Kinugawa versus Yuya Tada. So we've got an all EU bout with the first semi-final and an all Japanese bout with the second. And just looking at the progression through to the top 8, they've been able to overcome of the most informed trainers we've been able to see, not only this current season, but in previous as well. So no small feat at all.
Yeah, absolutely not. We've seen so many trainers get this far, and obviously not all of them can make that final either. Now, we've got a really interesting matchup coming for you. We're going to be featuring that top set first. Teo Timaso versus Juan Salerno, who has been featured multiple times already across today and yesterday too. So we've been able to see how they play their teams, what the teams are like, what sort of a mindset they get into, what is a good matchup, what's a bad matchup. And it seems like everyone else has had a bad match into them, basically, given how far they've come.
It's so true, isn't it? And Juan Salerno, of course, the final representative of the Latin America region. At this point, 1 in 4 opportunity to be able to become crowned as the first LATAM champion of the LAIC, which at the moment we've had multiple finalists, but we haven't had someone yet crowned from the region itself champion.
We haven't yet, and we're on the cusp of that happening again, which would be really interesting. But also, it could be our first Japanese LAIC champion as well, which could be very interesting, because obviously our previous champions being Carlson Confer, Ashton Cox, and Marco Silva as well, which is only 3. We've had obviously more than 3 LAICs, but 2 of those people are multiple LAIC champions, which is just insane.
It truly, truly is, but they're not going to be able to claim another one, as it's going to have to come down to one of these 4 trainers, which we are so excited to be able to check out.
Hello, Balamali. How are you doing?
To the finals.
Cheers for cheeky raid. How you doing? What have you been up to?
With that being said, we're going to be featuring Teo Team versus Juan first up, and we've seen both of our trainers embark on what has been a very
quick before the next game, Liam. Yeah, before the next game, I'm going to replay all of Dean's alerts because they've not played yet, right?
This is a bit of a run back we've seen.
Let's do this one.
Several weeks ago.
Spontaneous act of generosity.
Hell yeah.
Gdansk Regional Championships at the top 4.
There you go. We can get all the hype for Dean now. Why did that disappear so quick?
It's just going to be down to whether Juan's going to be able to overcome
quickly
this time round, as both of our trainers are quickly in the exact same teams.
Yeah, that's a really huge piece of information.
Oh, damn.
A rematch just from a few weeks ago. I'm sure Juan, having kind of been defeated in that thinking about the matchup, a lot of people thought differently as well. So here they are again, and they must have known it was coming too.
We're finally getting hype for Dean. An hour later.
And given that his team also won the Regional Championships by Simone Sanvito, it's a matchup that Juan is very much, but also vice versa. Juan arguably is one of the most standard teams actually out there, one of those tried and tested and consistently just very good teams that Teo Team has also probably prepared for too. Yeah, so it's very good.
Dean, up the Dean, up the Dean, up the Dean.
Unburdened proc of that grassy seed. So, like we said, there's really good potential.
tested, tried, and true.
And now,
through with
alerts are back off
6 Pokemon,
because the
which
battle is
Juan
beginning.
has just been rocking non-stop with all of the events. He's been absolutely running through most of his opponents this season already.
Yeah, it really has. So it probably looks very familiar to a lot of you. It's very much the Emanuele Briganti team that's
good
won
protein
the
yogurt.
regional championships, but has the Dragonite over that Ninetales alone.
Oh, Taser, you don't have to call me babe.
Sword Start Sneasler as well. That kind of threat that can really set up on you.
Every hole's a
and
goal.
Yawn Blood Moon Ursaluna that's been really key.
Every
and
Bourbon's
the
a
star of the show,
Norman.
honestly,
What does
for
that
Juan
mean?
across
What
the
do you mean
sector
by
we've
that?
seen particularly. It takes
Oh, I can feed my
much
Snorlax
damage,
again
and
now.
it suddenly
It's
heals
gone
up
6.
a ton with all that leftovers in grassy terrain.
Which makes sense because
comparison to the
I told
Lele,
Gizmo I had 3
team
minutes to feed
composition,
Snorlax
Terra
an hour
Choice,
ago.
which was electric. This one instead
Couple of hours
is
ago.
water, so it could be able to benefit off of certain resistances, especially when going up against, you know, the usual golden goes, but the rise of sun, which is such a vital resistance to have.
Oh, she did change her
Also
numbers
got
to
sort of
match
the full
Taser.
Corona teams that we've seen really
Oh,
good against. Yeah,
Exactly.
Terra Electric isn't going to make you resist fire, but
That's
water certainly will.
cute.
And of course, we've got.
I
the
think
other
they should have
side
been
of
Mum
the
Water
coin.
and Taser
Tail
Water.
Team Muscle with the team, of course, that
Here we
they've
go.
been running.
Swap team
Similar
sheets,
fashion to
babies.
Juan on multiple occasions in the past several weeks. Bastia Legion. Just being
I got a side against
juggernaut
Sneasler
in
and
terms of
on
the-
side of my
the
boy
damage
Basque Legion. So
output
come
that
on,
it's
tier team.
capable of with the adaptability, ability, and then you got the Terra Water, the to boot. So it is going to really have to come down
Oh,
to
yeah.
which sort of key pieces you're going to be
They
able
call
to
me
position
kitchen
when you're
gun
going
because
up
I got
against,
guns
I
from
would
the
say, honestly,
kitchen.
the Sneasler mode, and how you could be able to find a spot maybe for the Basque Legion to be able to just come in towards the mid and end game to start wiping up the KOs, because you need to get the KOs ASAP in order to be able to break down the sort of balanced form of the team
Oh,
composition on both sides.
I'm
Yeah, 100%.
ready.
And that Sneasler that you pointed out is a really good call too.
Oh,
because
also,
because
guess
of
who
that
pulled off
Humbertus,
their
you get that double
callus?
speed, right?
Guess who
And
pulled
so
the
actually,
callus off
even
their
if two
hand?
teams manage to set up a couple of
Oops.
equivalences,
Couldn't be
Sneasler
the
can
man
still
with
come in,
dermatillomania,
on
could
the
it?
more squishy physical side and deal a lot of damage with
Taser Water has the same energy as Toaster Bath. Yeah, right.
Make some noise,
Oh,
everybody! We have
Volcarona!
got
Boop-biddy-doop, biddy-doop, biddy-doop.
Golden Go versus Tail Team's Incineroar and the Volcarona. This is such an evolution
Insane,
of the meta
insane.
development
What
to
you gonna do?
witness in front of our eyes. Volcarona usually comes in for that slot of the Golden Go, and Juan
What
still
you gonna
rocking
do
true
when the
with
poop
that
at you?
Pokemon this time round.
Boopy-doop, doop,
Fake out coming out
doopy-doop,
from
boop.
Juan's, well, it's Incineroar. Of course it is an Incineroar all the time. And followed up by a Shadow Ball with a special defense drop. That's going to be big.
Yeah, that truly will be. It
That's
guarantees
scary
a
with the
KO
special
in
defense
subsequent
drop.
turn if there is no sort of defensive play from Tail Team.
Mum taser
Volcarona
isn't right?
coming
Yeah,
into
you don't wanna
effect
be
as a
tasing
knockoff.
mums.
Not quite enough to pick up the KO due to that intimidate drop of the attack from Incineroar's side.
Okay, so yeah, we've got a little bit of a throwaway of big attacks there without necessarily any sort of setup that both of these trainers do have access to as well. And yeah, that special defense drop is going to be big on that Volcarona, because without that, you could have maybe gone for
Oh,
equivalent
yeah.
and guarantee you then take another
Juan has
Shadow
beaten
Ball from that
Agati
point, but
twice
that's no
using
longer
a
the case
similar
now.
team to
So
tier team.
Team
It's
has
pretty
to really
big.
go
Oh.
defensive here with that Volcarona if he
Oh.
wants to save it.
Yeah, and both of our trainers rapidly inputting their actions, given the sort of prowess that they got
Rhythmic.
in terms of the flow charts when it comes to this matchup. They're so keen and tuned in to what it needs to be done. Shadow Ball targeting what was that Volcarona slot. Sure, not dealing anywhere close to good amount of damage due to that Assault Vest. Able to sponge up all of that damage, even if it is, of course, going to be from that Life Orb Golden Go. And Juan's Incineroar moving first. Getting that pivot action going with the parting shot allows that potential Sneasler to come in and maybe even start trying to set up, or at least even if not, you can directly threaten that Rillaboom.
Yeah, you really can. It's
Sneasler hits the field. The grassy seed procs. Boo. Flare blitz it.
Maybe been saving for it. Could be really strong.
Ultima palabra.
Another parting shot from Teo Team here, yelling insults
Nice.
at each other.
Yeah, truly. And at this point, actually, Tail Team's slower Incineroar really
Never.
getting the fruits of that
Hey, yo, what is this
speed
reel from
interaction
TerraStar?
advantage, because you can at least ensure the Sneasler is now at -1, so already feeling like it's having to work back a bit more and maybe even force Juan to consider a sword
New
burn
Sophie
setup
Instagram
from
boost, everybody. Go, 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 go.
Exactly. You need to kind of get some sort of boost if you want to muscle through a Rillaboom specifically, I think. Or you're going to go for that Terra, and that might also be enough that once you kind of commit that. And that's the same for the Volcarona here. Like, again, Acrobatics is looking really strong. But of course, this Sneasler is at -1 attack from that parting shot. And there's an Incineroar in the back, which is the strongest type of Incineroar, because as soon as it comes in, it drops another attack drop on you and has Fake Out for the following turn. So I wouldn't be surprised to see an Incineroar switch.
Ooh, okay. Just to protect from the Sneasler, wanting to
my
maybe
word, my girl, my wife is the finest wife of them all.
From behind, if there is a focus of the
Just -1 Terra Flow, plus +1 of his Volt.
The Sneasler, the Shadow Ball, not enough, and it seems like the double up
Bruh.
was intended for the Sneasler. So really, Juan being able to still benefit off of having that Sneasler retained on the field, and sort of what we were talking about. The free switching capability, and the fact that the Golden Go obviously hasn't.
How is this Volk still on the field?
Option means that Juan's probably considering and valuing that Sneasler's Terra Flame more, and just wanting to allow Golden Go to just start chipping away.
Golden Go being faster than Volk is interesting. Yeah, because it wasn't Tailwind or anything, was it?
Good point, Costa. I think like getting.
Is this a slow, bulky Volt?
No. So many other Pokemon. In a way, you don't need to rely on what you had before. Like, you don't have to just completely set up and then lose that Pokemon suddenly. So I really like this.
Lose that Pokemon.
Around the Sneasler now, as we know he's got
Volcarona
to provide another yet Fake Out option. But if he's going to make the most of Sneasler, he probably doesn't want to switch it out either. Losing your defense boost, losing the Unburden boost too. You want to find a way to try and get those Sword Stance boosts up.
Likely bulky Volt. Yeah, it must be. Yeah, max speed Golden Go, I reckon.
At least you do have a Sneasler that's going to be very fast, most likely outspeed everything that Tear Team has. Tear Team just has to find a way to deal back to that Sneasler, maybe with some special attacking damage to get around that Grassy Seed boost.
Yeah, and something to call out as well, we hadn't seen the
It's bloody Funard
from Tear Team's side, but it is going to be confirmed to be the Ninetales Alola, which we
know
has the Focus Sash. It will start being able to actually incentivize Juan to really consider when to terrestrialize into the flying
He's
type,
my
of course,
friend.
It will become susceptible to super effective blizzards if allowed to do so, and the Fake Out into that slot means we have the Focus Sash now temporarily broken, unless we see the Grassy Terrain recovery bring itself back. Not just yet. Seems like it may have to be the subsequent turn, but a Swords Dance has been set up now.
These Ninetales the Encore disable set.
So
it's also Focus Sash, but not at full health.
Still not the ultimate powerhouse of offensive threat. Incineroar can probably still survive a close combat depending on its training, although we know Tier Team's Incineroar is pretty fast given its outspeed. It's sped a lot of other Rillabooms from previous sets. But first of all, it's not going to do anything this turn thanks to that Fake Out.
Ooh, but this opens up a play for the Ninetales to try to go for the Encore.
Otra
Here
vez.
we go. What a lovely little lock in this scenario. Juan not opting to go for the safe play of just the protect, wanting to capitalize off a momentum, anticipating maybe Tail Team reacting to that play. Flare Blitz into the Ninetales will bring it just beneath half of its HP.
Probably use a Steel type move on a roll of Ninetales. Yeah, cheers for that Pearl of Wisdom, Landon.
It is now, yeah. It's going to have to Sword Stance constantly for the next few turns or so. And that is going to free
Snow
up
defense
so
boost coming in
much
clutch,
room for
right?
Team to kind of deal with the other Pokemon here. And Juan's price is going to have to be to switch out that Sneasler if he wants to get rid of that Encore. But of course, you give up so much time to kind of set it up in that first place. But it looks like Juan is happy to keep that Sword Stance going as long as he can kind of support it a little bit more with the offensive, like.
So which Steel type move should we use, given that the Incineroar has Flare Blitz?
Because looking at that team that Tear Team's got,
and close combat or whatever it is.
Like those fire moves, which
maybe knock off.
Definitely has access to.
And what Steel type move shall Sneasler use, given that it's got what Dire Claw, Acrobatics, and close combat?
+2. Given the Encore Swords Dance, Blizzard not picking up any sort of
cheeky parting shot. Let's go.
Going into the Ninetales slot allows Juan to have the Rillaboom available for the subsequent turns. Fake Out, and that gives a bit more breathing room when it comes to the Sneasler to be able to have a bit more of staying
Instant doesn't have
power,
close combat, Sneasler doesn't have Dire Claw. Rip, there you go. Even less Steel type moves. Wing wing.
What a smart play from Tail Team. This is sort of an equivalent to
no freeze. Everyone's scared to freeze after Vegas. Yeah.
Encored effect of the Swords Dance being in play, now taunted.
Yeah, that's a really cool effect there. So as soon as this Sneasler tries to attack, it will struggle here. And so if it looked likely it's not in the second slot, otherwise you can kind of accidentally lock yourself into it, because it will be a random target and it's going to then take 25% recoil as well. But does Juan want to stay in? It looks like he's maybe considering it, but at this point, if you want to use anything about that sneeze and not get it to KO itself, you do really need to switch this out to have a chance. But Tier Team, very strong position right now. Ninetales in a great position to deal some damage too.
Yeah, and it's a great pin that Tail Team has
Hey,
been able to
go
force
back,
onto
Sneasler.
Juan to make sure that they could forego the initial, not only attack boost, but the unburden as well, which is so crucial.
And then in
when
comes
it
the
comes
cheeky
to
Ensign
the
again.
endgame
Look at
for Tail
that.
Team side, having that Volcarona setup going.
And so there is the Sneasler switching out as what makes sense. Ninetales switching out too, maybe wanting to set up that snow for a little bit later on. And it's good old Pyrax, the Volcarona coming in.
Yeah, and this is sort of the positioning that Tail Team definitely wants to be able to capitalize off of. But at the same time, Juan does still have
Terrifier,
the Incineroar
Rillaboom, because
on
they
the
all are.
field,
Yep.
whilst Tail Team is
Standard.
going to be burning their Terra option onto the Rillaboom. No pun intended. It is Fire Terra, of course. Apologies, that is from Juan's side. Going for the Wood
Whoa.
Hammer means that not
Didn't
only
want the
do you
flame body.
guarantee a KO onto
No defense
that
boost from
slot,
Grassy Seed either, as well as the attack
Volcarona
boost, so
switching, you're not
kind of
gonna
gutting
fall
switch. I like it.
susceptible to a burn due to the flame body interaction.
Boom.
Of the
Knock
ability.
off.
Knock off. Going into the Rillaboom will finally actually be able to get rid of the Assault Vest, but at this point, Volcarona's gone. The only thing that could benefit off of the Assault Vest being knocked off is going to be the Alola Ninetales, which we know
Hey,
its
look.
only offensive
It's
move
Gorhythmic.
is going to be the Blizzard, which naturally will be hitting a resist into that fire typing.
Yeah, it is. So a really good terror there for Juan. Now, you're going into the rest of this game kind of thinking, right, what are my offensive
Yeah, like
pieces? How do
Juan
I
terroring the
dish damage I
Rillaboom
need to do to all of those Pokemon that we've still
is
got
actually
here.
a
And for
really
Juan,
good
the
play.
Incineroar is obviously very important here. You deal so much damage into both
Like-
Rillaboom and that Ninetales. Now, Sneasler...
Does Tier Team's Rillaboom have high horsepower, or is it U-turn?
The defense boost, it still does have a really nice speed tier into Tail Team's team.
Yeah.
Now, it also naturally outspeed Ninetales, but we don't know whether
Mum
it's
Taser is what you should
trained
carry
to
for your
outspeed
X?
Ninetales
Damn.
either, because we've only seen it with the
No U-turn?
unburden boost activated
Oh, so
as
it's
well.
got
So it could
Stomping
be that
Tantrum?
This Sneasler is still
Or-
faster
no,
than
no.
outspeed Ninetales, and if so, it's looking really strong.
I think Tier Team still has Terra. No, was the Volt? No, the Volt wasn't Terra. Yeah, so he still has
Terra.
Terra.
Have max speed when it comes to the focus / sets, but we're going to have to
A
find
high
out
horsepower?
as the
Okay,
Wood
so
Hammer, high
he's still in
horsepower
it then.
apologies, will go into that Rillaboom slot, perhaps wanting to make sure that there's any sort of coverage in terms of a reposition from Tail Team's side. And looking at the recovery interactions, we saw the
Called a
Incineroar is
shotgun.
faster than
Thought it'd be
Juan's
anywhere near my
Rillaboom,
X.
followed then by the Rillaboom over on Tail Team's side.
Damn.
Yeah, exactly. So really critical information to kind of go
Oh, look
with
how
for
smooth everything
throughout
runs
the
in
set
Scarlet and
here as
Violet
well,
now.
because that's going to determine who has the luxury of faking out whoever they want, basically, rather than being faked out in turn by the opposing fake out Pokemon.
Right.
Right.
We got there. We got there, David.
Right. So yeah.
Oh, my.
obviously, now we're in a position where the Ninetales is threatening like Encores and Disables as well, and a Raw Blizzard could obviously deal with a few
Raw Sauce.
put a few freezes around, but like otherwise it's not doing a whole lot of offensive presence, right? But still, that control of how it changes up move selection is really powerful. So it could be that Terra teams are looking for that bait there, just kind of target that slot as Incineroar comes in to maybe take grass or fire moves.
Yeah, and clearly not wanting to risk the blind blizzards and try to bring that snow back on in later on towards the end game as
There's the
we finally
Terra.
have the terrestrialization
Terrifier
committed
Rillaboom, let's go.
from Tail Team side. It's gonna
Too
be,
many Rillaboom's and Incineroars everywhere. I mean, I'm probably going to add them to my team.
Terrifier will of course mean that
It's annoying because
there's
they're such a good
interesting
combo.
mind game on whether the high horsepower is predicted or not, but no, it's just going to be a smooth grassy glide
Not enough
into what is
Empoleon.
essentially chip damage onto Tail
Not enough
Team's
Toxicroak.
Incineroar switching.
I'm
Now,
already
though,
using them.
Parting Shot
Damn.
allows Juan an opportunity
Hammer,
to
more like
finally
meta.
bring in that Sneasler for the end game at such a crucial point in order to be able to perhaps capitalize, unless Tail Team
There you
has
go,
read
look,
this,
Sneasler's
gone
back
for
and he's
high
not encored
horsepower focus
anymore.
in that slot, but that doesn't seem to be the
Oh,
case.
high horsepower.
Did go for the read
With a
an
crit.
un golpe critical.
Nice.
Rillaboom, which unfortunately means
Bro.
they're down to their final two
That's
Pokemon.
game,
Definitely
bruv.
not KO with that critical hit there, given the parting shot that just happened in that same turn there. But when there's a
Pretty
Sneasler, there's a
mad,
way,
mate,
they say.
that's
And
game.
often that's because of Diaclaw, but also it's got a really good offensive typing, and it's still got the close combat and the activated acrobatics, giving that double power that it has, because
peeing in the
Sneasler no
rain.
longer has that item either. So we could see critical hits in return as well because of
Yeah,
that.
it sucks for him because
But
he set
their
up with that
team,
parting shot,
because
yeah.
he's got 3 Pokemon left still, does afford him the luxury of being able to still switch around.
Right.
And Incineroar is looking really strong here if you switch it out and give it back in again.
And there is a case that the Sneasler no longer has the
Yeah,
Grassy Seed
Gorhythmic is
proc
such
to
a
give
good
it
name.
+1 in its defense, right?
Yeah, exactly. So suddenly the physical attackers on that side are looking really strong still too. Ninetales a bit also in the back, can set up the snow, and we also could be that the Ninetales actually outspeeds the Sneasler too.
Oh, as we're going to see the Rillaboom switch itself out. Ninetales.
Oh,
bringing
yeah,
the
no
snow
unburden boost for
along its
Sneasler.
side. Maybe just wanting to make sure that that slot, if it's going to have a focus down on, will preserve the Rillaboom
Yep.
for
There's the fake out.
following turn. You can see Tail Team very happy
There's
with
the
that
fake out.
interaction because the Incineroar did not go for the following opposing Incineroar. It's going to be stopping the Sneasler completely in its tracks whilst getting additional
Unburden last
chip
whole game.
damage
Does it?
via
I thought it goes away if you switch
another
out.
critical hit.
Oh.
And we saw that from the grassy terrain.
I need to learn more about Unburden.
Ninetales does indeed outspeed Juan
damn.
Sneasler here. So that means it's such a safe Blizzard here, assuming Sneasler doesn't try to protect in this scenario.
Yeah.
So Juan is definitely needing to rely on this Incineroar now to do the
Goes
rest
away
of
and
what
switch
he needs
out.
to do.
Oh, and there's the encore to force the Incineroar into a locked state, and with no
Yeah, that's why they were talking about the
switches
Ninetales
means
being
it's most
potentially
likely not
faster.
gonna be able to move for the remainder of,
There you
at
go.
least say the
Teachable
next couple of
moment.
turns, if not the rest of the game. Close combat, enough to, of course, pick up the KO onto the Ninetales, but Sneasler now
So in comes the fake out pressure.
to, I would say, the Flare Blitz on Tail Team's side. -1 of its defense is not quite nice, but
Oh,
there's no
the-
KO focus. Tail Team preserving
Bro.
himself in terms of
That's
not
so
wanting to
good.
play around with some awkward damage calcs, just in case there's a bit more investment when it comes to the
You can
physical
tell he used
defense
poison points,
of this
Sneasler.
Sneasler.
Nice.
Yeah, and the Incineroar doesn't even have Flare Blitz either, so most likely not able to kind of get that KO on either side. So doing it what Incineroar does best, switching out so it can come back in, so it can fake out even further. So
Mate.
here, Tail Team has a really nice safe play here. We know
Yeah, that
Incineroar on Juan's
Sneasler is
side
neutered.
locked in to that fake out as well.
And
So it
Insane
needs to
can't do
really
this
stay
on its
targeted
own.
for just a general attack at this point. So Incineroar can fake out Sneasler, and then you have the high horsepower from Gorhythmic to go into this Incineroar to deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's basically
This does
fake
feel
out,
like
high
a complete
horsepower.
lockdown, even though the
You name
Sneasler
it.
opts to go for the protect by a bit more time in terms of the remainder of the turns from Juan's Incineroar now
Ooh.
locked in the spot. We see the fake out interactions. Juan's Incineroar going first, still unfortunately locked into the encore. And now we've got the follow-up. The high horsepower
Can I be on the side of no
does
flare
not
blitz?
pick up the
Insane.
KO,
Yeah,
does
I think the
rock
fire
that
type
Citrus
coverage is
Berry, but
needed.
like we said, I think it's just a little too late in order to be able to bring this back, especially because of what we've seen, the speed interactions would be, although something to note, the Rillaboom is actually
more grassy
slower
terrain.
than the Incineroar on Juan's side.
Yeah, exactly. So we still can see a lot of damage come out from there. So maybe a double up from the Incineroar and the Sneasler, but I think we still got another fake out turn still to go.
I know it is,
Incineroar
didn't
here
realise the
too, so
effect
still
goes away and
a
switch it
sitting
out.
cat when it comes to just being dropped at the moment. So it could be that Tail Team wants to commit, say, a wood hammer into that slot to make sure something hits.
Yeah, and the close combat is of... Oh! It's enough! Because of a critical hit does not mean the Sneasler has been able to bring Juan back into
That's
this game, which
insane.
looked so dire for himself. And we're going to have to
That's
find out the
dirty.
interactions. We know for a fact the knockoff is not enough.
Oh.
Even -1 defense Sneasler holds on. What a turn of events.
Bro.
And what a way to bring yourself back into the game.
Insane can still do this,
You saw
though.
One kind of hover over their own Sneasler, seeing how low all those stats were there. It was going to do pitiful damage, but
Mate.
critical hit, critically timed as well. Sneasler loves its trainer so much.
Oh, and the Flare Blitz just to make sure you get as much chip damage as you can in order to seal the deal with the close combat knockoff. Of course, not enough to be able to do any sort of respectful damage. Tail Team anticipating the protect, but I think it
Close
is
combat.
definitely not enough. The Sneasler in a situation where you had to go for the critical hit. Juan was able to get it, and this is sort of the end of the process in in terms of this game one. What a way to be able to get back in and force an advantage game.
Yeah, that's game.
Yeah, so just putting that Incineroar in range, most likely of another Flare Blitz now. So Sneasler going down.
Yeah,
We've
that's
seen that
wild.
Incineroar has been faster than Teo Team's Incineroar very consistently.
Can I get a...
Juan's been winning speed.
Bruh.
Jesus!
Yeah,
Holy
Juan
shit.
sealing up game one.
Wow.
There we have it. Juan not giving up. There were 3 minutes
As the 17th minute
of
ends.
that game one. Tantalizing back
Damn,
and forth
Juan.
between both of our
Amma said we got to watch him.
You know, every
We need to start listening to
count
Amma.
of RNG matters so much.
Let's not
when it
forget
comes to
the
this
game-winning
sort of
crit tier team got and that Terrapagos last season. And that's why we play to our outs.
They played
Good
multiple
lord.
times before in the past, and Juan clearly has a bone to
Holy
pick
moly.
with Tail Team
Sometimes
this
karma
time
wins
round.
out.
And we saw how critical hits actually went both ways in that set, right? We saw Teo Team
Damn.
actually get the high horsepower crit on the Terrifying Rillaboom as well, and then the fake
That
out crit
shit
a little bit
wild.
later, but Sneasler a little bit more in range of other attacks. So yeah, that's one kind of really biting back there, saying, right.
Oh, that lad's going to be tired, Mr. Number 10. He's going to be tired at the end of today.
Was able to do it to such exceptional fashion. This is sort of what we were talking about a bit earlier, David. The Golden Go sort of there to be able to reduce as much of the HP from Tail Team's side with not true intent of committing it as the main
Nicely done.
sweeper, but
I reckon we'll still get a game 3 out of these two.
Game 2
For sure.
of our first semi-finals. Blood Moon Ursaluna now making its way through onto the field, accompanied by that Incineroar in the same
Oh, this is no longer the replay. They've gone straight back in.
Yeah, so no Golden Go this time.
That was
for
such a
Juan.
weird
So
transition.
Bring the Volcarona instead, which is sorry, the Ursaluna instead, which is obviously much less threatened by the Volcarona on the other side.
Ursaluna.
And obviously, well, did get a little bit lucky with the Shadow Ball special defense drop a little bit last time, so maybe not wanting to rely on that again here. So this time, Ursaluna's most likely going to go on the offense, get some Blood Moon damage out there to do as much damage as possible to put things in range.
Yeah, Juan's Incineroar first to move and get the fake out going over on Tail Team's side whilst Equivaldance has been set up, but this does mean the Blood Moon Ursaluna
For those in our locals, Rawn won Derby. She won the cup in Derby. And Harriet won the challenge. VGC girlies in the house.
Unless Tail Team can find a way to navigate around this by going for another Quiver Dance commit.
You see
and
Russ's dark
hoping
commentary.
that you're able to survive the next
By
couple of
God,
turns and wake
he
up.
just knocked out that
Very interesting
Pikachu,
spell.
that son of a
Seen Teo
bitch.
Team kind of just commit when this Volcarona has been locked in. So there's a knockoff that's going to get rid of that Grassy Seed, which has not actually been activated yet. So a really big play
Come
there from
on,
Juan.
the cup in Derby and the one in
shot
Nottingham
on
last
the other
week.
side,
Before that,
bringing
she's
something
popping
else
off.
to support this Volcarona
EYC
and
champ
help buy more
incoming.
turns.
Incoming.
And this is so crucial because it already skews off those damage calculations in order to be able to allow the Volcarona to survive those physical hits from Juan's end. And yeah, even though the fake out is now available on Rillaboom's side, you're going to be able to give yourself one more turn of
Cheeky
rest,
Blood Moon.
whilst the Blood Moon showing that
This is
you know,
Harriet's
such a
second challenge
powerful
win.
move
May is
not
crazy.
able to deal a very big dent in a +2 Quiver Dance Volcarona as we take that immediate sleep status condition now applied.
Yeah, that's a really big deal there, especially for that knockoff that Juan went for there. Absolutely huge, because suddenly the physical attackers that Juan had a lot of, right, in the last game, can suddenly hit this Volcarona for so much more damage. Tier Team, we can obviously see, is trying to get right. I'm going to accept the sleep, but I've got enough supportive pieces to try and
My
stall out the sleep.
dermatillomania is
Wake up
crazy
eventually,
today. I
and
gotta
with the bulk of the Quiver Dance, I should be able to
band-aid
survive.
myself up,
But
otherwise
that's
I'll
not quite the case right
peel my
now.
fucking
Incineroar is in
torso
a
off.
very, very good position, assuming an attack can come off, but most likely getting faked out this turn.
Yeah, Blood Moon already doing what it needed to
My thumbs
in
are
that
all
scenario,
red.
getting that yawn initiated, allowing the Sneasler now to be brought in, +1 defense. It is unburdened. It will be able to outspeed a +2 Quiver Dance up Volcarona, whilst being able to capitalize off of what is one of the freest switch-in turns that I've seen throughout
Briefly
this
introduced me to
tournament.
Ron and
Fake
Ali
out
at
into the
UIC. We're about to watch it the rest of the
Not
day
gonna be
too.
able
Want to
to
probably
get
say
any
hi
sort of
again.
motion going for
You'll
Tail
get your
Team.
chance
it's
when
not.
you
So
and
yeah,
your
this is
girl
looking
turn
really
up at
strong at the
UIC.
moment.
Also,
Now,
these
we
are
have seen
goated.
Volcarona
Finger
brought his
plasters are
weight body multiple
goated.
times across the last couple of days. So
They're so
even
cool.
if the Sneasler can get the KO over
'Cause
this
you-
Volcarona with an
Because
acrobatics,
you put them on
it
your
still is
finger or
risking
thumb,
itself getting
like so,
burnt here particularly, which could
and
be
then
really
they
key to
wrap
Tier Team's
around
plan,
so they don't fall
especially
off.
based on that parting shot that the Volcron is kind of providing
so
in
clever.
that sense here too. We also haven't seen the
I'm
interaction.
very
between
familiar
the
with
speed of
them because
Sneasler
I have
+2 and the Volcron
dermatillomania.
+2. So I'm assuming the Sneasler is going to outspeed, but we don't know for sure.
That is true.
Fucking
At the current
state
moment,
of me
we do
now,
not,
look.
as Tail Team feeling forced to try to get the pivot action going between the fake out siblings, let's say, in this scenario.
Go on, Volk. Go on, Volk.
Making its way on the field whilst forcing the Sneasler
One
down
minute.
to -1 of its attack. Most likely.
Fine, you'll find out anyway. I am
but
going to UIC.
the
Oh,
Volk
yeah.
runner Going on the
Hey, were you playing us all this time? That lovely I met Ali once, and he gave me his Switch to play on for a local top couple. They were great to you.
Acrobatics, not enough to pick up the KO, but that's sort of what we're talking about. How Tail Team is
Up until that day, Amma was like, I didn't even know there could be nice white people.
Yeah, so Tail Team breathing maybe a moderate sigh of relief there that
I thought they were all gammons.
The attack can go into the Volcron to KO it, obviously. But yeah, we saw there that there was still no wake up yet there, and the Sneasler still able to kind of push through and deal a lot of damage.
Oh, Kaylee. Kaylee was playing us all that time.
Still provide that
I
fake
thought
out,
you'd have liked
but
that joke, Amma.
If it does manage to wake up,
It's right up your
it could
alley.
be pretty scary here. And I believe we saw
Weeks booked off and
attempt
everything.
Potentially. Or it was still
Totally
going
could have
on
got
the
away with that one. She couldn't have.
It does depend, because you could
I knew
say
from day
Terra
one.
Fairy in case you don't wake up, and Terra Fairy, and like if you if the attack does kind of go through instead. So yeah, we still don't know if this Volcron is going to outspeed the Sneasler.
All right, Salter.
Let's see if we're going to find out. Tail Team not trying to go, I'd say, a bit on the aggressive in order to have subsequent and continuous fake outs available immediately.
She might come on the
switching
weekend.
that
Hey, I bet she
Volcarona
will. Way!
does not wake up. Fake out just to make sure the Volcarona does not move, as we have a sword start now set up,
cheeky.
trying to guarantee the next couple of turns where we're going to see the
Does uni on
Sneasler
Friday? Skip it. Pull a
capitalize
sickie.
off of so much
You don't
damage
learn
that
anything
needs
at
to
uni
Tail
anyway.
Team is really trailing right now in terms of the offensive availability of the field.
Yeah, this is the risk of letting your Volcarona go to sleep here. You're very much at risk of taking a full 3 turns of sleep, and Juan's been really making the most of it. We've now got a very
The 9th to the 18th
powerful
booked
Sneasler
off.
here that possibly could outspeed this Volcarona still. Now, the
That's
Volcarona,
too
because
many
it's still asleep,
days.
even with protect attempts, could still get a successful protect. And therefore, we could see Rillaboom kind of switch around, get Incineroar back in, provide more fake outs. But crucially, this Volcarona, having sacrificed
Skip uni
the
at UIC
Terra
and I
option,
failed.
is now very
I mean, you
vulnerable to the
succeeded in
grass
skipping
glides
uni.
that Rillaboom on Juan's end provides.
Here we go, no switch outs, fake out into the Rillaboom from Juan, on
not why I
one
failed.
side, and Acrobatics does pick up the Volcarona.
Lane
Tail
body.
Team's main setup sweeper has been knocked out of this game, really setting back the offensive.
No flame body either.
Availability like mentioned
Yeah,
before,
Juan's got
that
it in
the
the bag,
Volcarona's gonna
man.
be able to dispatch. This is so big because this
Like, that
Acrobatics,
Rillaboom dies next
Sneasler
turn.
is looking so dangerous and menacing, especially when you got the 9 tails on the field, which, to be fair, still has its focus sash intact, but with some timed turns and switch-ins of the Incineroar, is going to be susceptible to
be honest, I'd grassy glide the 9 tails and then acrobatics
Tail
it.
Team still back against the wall a little bit.
Chef my caliber and the admin making grilled cheese for dinner. Oh my god.
Is still really powerful here. Combined with protects, you can
I'd
still
grill
kind of
your
keep
cheese,
opponent
love.
guessing as to what target they're going to slot into and where they need to call.
as we do have the Incineroar now joining the field, and terrestrialization being utilized from Juan's side. Terrifier, Rillaboom will make sure you're not going to be susceptible to the super effective Ice-type Blizzard from that Ninetales. Close combat into the Incineroar, picks up the KO. Juan is not messing about. There's so much momentum advantage for himself. He needs to not let his foot off the gas in any form. This allows
on the break.
Blizzard to come out. I think the count now is to try to go for the freezes. There's no freeze. Woodhammer breaks the focus sash.
Yeah, he
on
clocked the
the
close combat so
Ninetales,
well, yeah.
And Tail Team now forced down to its final 2 Pokemon.
To be honest, at
versus
+2, I think the
1-4.
acrobatics could have
This is
taken the Incin
looking
anyway.
So rough, and Juan has got the advantage.
Yep, definite advantage in so many ways.
So
here.
tired by the end of the
Pokemon
day.
advantage, the
Aw.
boost advantage, and really utilizing that Sneasler.
That's 'cause
One
people
of
are
the unique
stupid,
Pokemon
Rage.
on his team that Tier Team does not have. That so many players have dropped from their teams and really showing off how much
That's a good
damage he
question,
can do.
Scotty. Yeah, Nightingale, what's your
Nearly
favourite
picking up
and
the
or
KO
best
onto the
dish to make?
Rillaboom. The Blizzard, however, does get rid of the Sneasler, which has been such a thorn in Tail Team's side. No freeze on the Rillaboom, which was needed. And the
blammo.
Warhammer, enough to pick up the
That's
KO
game, baby.
onto the Alolan Ninetales. Juan has a free switch in right now. We've got a Blood Moon Ursaluna in the back that has been barely damaged.
I am
even
people.
Though Juan's down to his final
No, you're
two
not. You're
Pokemon.
Scotty May. You're wholesome.
You've got Fake Out. You've got Intimidate via the Incineroar, and the Blood Moon has Yawn. This is looking like a wrap-up.
The Blood Moon doesn't even need to use Yawn.
Unless Tail Team's Rillaboom somehow has
Just use Blood
eruption
Moon.
or something, which we've been seeing a lot of this week, and wouldn't be surprised.
Pick an
honestly.
Alfredo just 'cause
Yeah,
it's my favourite
I
to
think
eat.
This is going to be a
Ooh.
wrap. One with that Incineroar and that trusty lefty
Aw.
Ursaluna that loves to yawn
Go
and
back to
snack.
sleep.
A little bit of a Snorlax, actually, kind of reminding me, to be fair. But just with that Blood Moon is going to be
There
able
it
to
is.
put
There it is.
in
Yeah, just Blood Moon
its
for good
place.
measure.
It's going to take it down.
Luna
They're gonna bring
Roja.
the red moon from the sky, taking Rillaboom down, and one Salerno advances to the
But you're not
final
dumb,
of
Scotty
the
May.
LAIC
You pulled Pep. Pep would
International
never get with a dumb lad.
Championships.
Big of heart and dumb of ass.
What a way to be able
Let's
to
go.
clinch yourself in to Championship Sunday.
Bro.
versus Tail Team.
Now we've just got the
Maso,
Japan
like you
face
said,
off.
Both of these trainers, this isn't the first time they have bouted against one another. They have history. And
Oh,
one has been
yeah,
able
yeah, yeah,
to come
yeah.
out on top this time round to clinch himself into the finals as the final representative of the Latin American region.
Huge congratulations. You could hear the crowd chanting for their hometown hero here.
Team
And
Yuma.
he's so
Why are you
close to
Team Yuma?
tasting it now.
Why not Team
That
Yuya?
final is just in reach. We could have our first
I really hope someone whose name
LATAM
begins with YU
representative
wins.
champion.
Yeah.
Juan gets his
more
revenge
step.
for
That was
Gdansk.
Just our first semi-final. Of
Stand by
course, we've
Dom
got another one
affectionately.
coming up, but my
You're not
lordy,
stood next to
was
me.
it
Oh!
Such an explosive set between both of these trainers. Game one had RNG from both sides of the field. We see
Someone was
everybody in
facing
the
the wrong
stands
way.
waiting with
What was that about?
anticipation of how
Because I know more of
things
Yuma
evolved.
and I like the
Let's
Flamigo.
not
Oh yeah,
lie,
let
that
Flamigo
crit
win.
At the end of game
Oh, Ruby,
one
clean
was
yourself
so
in your
crucial
own time.
and allowed Juan that game advantage in
My
what
name is
seemed
Juan.
to be Tail Teams all the way through.
Yeah,
Casual lean
incredibly
flex
well
there.
done, honestly. Like,
I've got to
masterfully
flex so
done
people will
as well.
forget who I
Just
am.
With the Ursaluna as well, with that lead, forcing the
Ooh,
yawn as
should we
well
check for
into
some
that
power
setup.
in the
It's not
meantime?
often the answer that you see into
Give him the old
Volcarona.
pow.
Just, you know, try Basque Legion maybe, do a little damage there. But yeah,
Oh, hang on.
having that pressure of deciding, right,
Hang
are you
on.
going to stay in and stick with your guns and kind of keep boosting up?
Any
Or are you gonna
new
take them
cool
out
things?
And then
No.
just sacrifice the offensive's
I don't want
momentum?
any of
And yeah, I
these.
think that crucial knockoff from the Incineroar, knocking off that grassy seed, meant that Volcarona was so threatened by all of that physical damage that the Sneasler was provided, the Incineroar and the Rillaboom that we saw was taking so many hits.
Did I delay that?
And the beauty of that Volcarona
That's
set,
so
right, like you
delayed.
said, with the grass seed, you get +1 in defense stat. Cool, lovely.
Gotta
You've
turn
got
it off and on again.
Fiddledances to help buff you out from the special defensive side. But then because, sure,
Perfect.
Rillaboom's one component of that, you've got the Incineroar with the Intimidate.
Sorry, who are
on
you
the other
again?
side of the field to be able to sort
Wow.
of offset and act like a pseudo
Run away!
additional stage
We're supposed to be
of
killing
defense that you
Pau.
get, and because of the
How long we
nature
got on the
of those two as
sandwich?
a
24
pairing, you
minutes?
just
That's
keep
almost a year.
rotating them back and forth to the point where Volcarona is just
Hello,
such a
RubeTube.
beast
How
that
are
it's
you,
set up, You
DoTube?
cannot stop it. It just
Ow,
goes
please
through
stop
everything,
scratching
takes
my
all
arm.
the damage, and unfortunately, Tail Team wasn't able to position themselves to the point
Let
where
me
they
do a
could capitalize
murder.
off that strategy.
Let me
Because
commit
that
murder
Sneasler
on
proved to be
TV.
Such a key component in being able to be that offensive piece. But then the Blood Moon Ursaluna bring, instead of the Golden Go, from game 1 to game 2, put it in
Let's
place in terms of the
go.
yawn and slowed things down.
Yeah, it was really nicely done as well, and perfectly positioned in front of that Volcarona, as you were saying, Costa. But yeah, obviously, kudos to
There's a
TNT.
face that
kind
clearly
of
wants a
still
cheese.
make it this
Cheese these
far.
nuts.
Like, absolutely amazing to get to top 4
Cheese
here.
these
Like, and
nutsin'.
definitely a huge
Where's my
accomplishment that they should be proud
outbreak?
of.
Exactly, and they
Ah,
have
there's one.
officially gone ahead and gotten that direct invitation to the World
Get him,
Championships
get him, get him,
later
get him.
on. But with that being said, we're going to
Get him,
leave
spread
you
him,
lovely folks
get him,
the
wet 'em.
opportunity to get refreshments, because guess what?
I
We've
love
got a
refreshments.
second semi-final coming right up in just a few short moments.
Oh, yeah. My dad is an Oricorio.
Welcome in, everyone. We're here at LAIC 2026 in Sao Paulo. My name is Coning Leonard, and I have a few booster packs of the Pokemon TCG that
Let's
I really want to give away,
go.
but I want to see something for it. So I'm going to go to players, ask them for something on their Pokemon Go account, and then they're gonna get a pack.
I noticed he said his name is Koenig Leonard, but it said Leonard Koenig as the name. Interesting. Must be a cultural thing.
Hungry Wolfpack. Can you, for a pack, show me a shiny 4-star Pokemon on your Pokemon Go account? Yes, you can.
Mate, imagine being asked to show a Shundo and being like, I don't have a Shundo.
Right, beautiful shiny. Take this booster pack. Good luck with the pulls. Ash, I need you. So for you, I have something more specific. Can you show me, for a booster pack, on your account, a Dugong that has a bottle cap used on it?
Yeah, I have one.
All right, show me.
Long story short, I wanted to bring the Dugong flavor, right? And I
What?
Had
I don't have Shundos, just Hundos. I have one Shundo, I think.
And 3 HP, right? But
I may have broke this run. I'm doing it in a game. The game can't destroy me, but I'm on endless mode, so the waves keep coming. Oh.
Hyper training. As you can see here.
Oh dear.
If you appraise it, it's like this, right?
How are we doing there, Auricorio?
Additional defense, right?
Would you like to be deceased?
Hyper training. It asked me for 15 days. Oh my goodness. Everybody's gonna make fun of me because of that. So I wanted to use it. I couldn't use it, but yeah.
Well, you're doing fantastic,
Bruh.
and here is your pack. All right, let's find more players to show me cool stuff on their Pokemon Go accounts. Follow me.
We're just slowly murdering.
Hi.
We're making our way
Nice to
along.
meet you. Nice that you're here at
Hades
LAIC.
nuts.
Can you show me for a pack on your Pokemon
Got
Go
him.
account that you're doing an EV Dynamo? Okay, no, now you just.
Yo, mate.
Okay, show me a shiny Darmanitan.
A shiny Darmanitan.
Oh, there's a whole bunch of these.
And shiny.
That's no pack for you. Sorry, I don't make the rules. I do make the rules, but he's not getting one. All right, take care. Good luck
Nice.
on your journey. All right, follow me.
Oh lord, he running.
All right.
Vampire Survivors may finish Hades 2 now. I'm sticking with get fit and get good with Hades. I don't want to do kettlebell swings tonight, bruh.
On their account for a pack.
Bruh.
Does anyone have a shiny Darmanitan?
Darmanitan.
It works. Just a Darmanitan. Any Darmanitan?
Sometimes I
Shiny
talk to your
Darmanitan.
dad
Let's
about
go.
bottle caps.
And we got another winner.
How the championship go? It's not over yet, mate. We're still waiting on top 4.
Look at this.
The second top 4 match, so we don't know yet.
What's your name? What? What's your name? Shrimon. All right. Okay. I was going for a nickname, but that's
There's my
fine. We
handsome
got-
ball of
Can you
confusion.
show me on your
Who's
account
that?
a 4-star
I'm not confused.
Pokemon that is XXL.
Hate kettlebell swings. I'm always worried I'm going to mess up and hurt my back. Yeah, they're kind of scary.
I have a couple of those. A lot of those.
You, sir, but I'm not confused about anything, ever.
At the Wild Zone. Oh yeah, you get a pack.
You had a weird voice when you said acid. Yeah, I know. It's called putting on a voice, mate. It's a reference.
Let's see. I forgot to make up more of those Pokemon that I want to see, so I'm going with.
Do what I do and hurt your back at work, then you don't have to worry about hurting at the gym. Valid. Oh shit, Alex has requested a fit check. Well,
Do you have a 4-star Ho-Oh on your account?
well.
A 4-star Ho-Oh.
Let's do a fit check then.
This is
I'm going on
intense.
Pokemon Go. All right.
Yes.
Have a good time.
Does it have 4 stars?
Right then, Ruby, you need to move. You need to move.
You appraise it?
Here's the fit check for the evening.
You know what? That's enough for me. You get a
If
pack.
that gets
All right.
untangled,
Okay,
that'd be
2
great.
more packs to go.
Oh, come
Those are
on.
the final packs.
Come on, you bloody machine. There we go. Right.
You're
So,
looking at me funny.
so scandalous.
Can you show
We got the Pikachu.
4-star Lugia
The
on your
Pikachu
Pokemon Go
surfing.
account for
The
a pack?
pump has ended. The muscles are gone. The pump is over. I'm so sorry. But we've got the surfing Pikachu, and then we've got the what do you call them? We've got the sweats. We've got the sweats, baby. They're all good. They're all Gucci.
You're letting
They're
me
all
down here right there. Okay, we have 2
sweats.
more packs we
There
want
you
to
go.
give
Have a
out.
bit of that.
Can anyone show me a 4-star
Have a bit of that.
Lugia on their Pokemon Go
Have a
account
bit
for
of
a
that.
pack? Oh yes, we got one.
Sweats are shit. Take them off. Wow, you don't like my sweats?
Perfect. Congratulations. Good luck with the pulls. Okay. All right.
Can't believe it.
The last pack. I kind of want to open it myself, but
I was
I won't.
even in the middle
I
of a
won't.
random
It's
one of
smart.
them. Take your meds. Take your own meds.
Hey. Can
Hell
you
yeah.
show me a 4-star Darmanitan on your Pokemon Go accounts for a pack?
Anyone who's currently on them.
A 4-star Darmanitan, a Hundo Darmanitan.
I just pictured you in one of Sean O'Hare's devil advocate gimmick suits, lol.
Darmanitan, yeah.
Oh, you mean like a suit?
Oh, you got
Fair.
one. You got one. Pokemon. That is perfect. A 4-star Darmanitan.
Is that Dr. Neocortex you on your fit check? It is.
Congratulations.
I didn't know you knew anything outside of Metromania. Way.
I enjoyed this quite a lot. It's always fun.
Liam, how old are you, bro? It's a bit rude. Do you normally ask ladies their age? Why don't you take a guess? You tell me how old you think I am. Oh, this song is so awful. Want a better word? Definitely feeling the results of the pump. Just leaning on my elbow, noticing the bicep. Good lad. 35. Wrong. I'm 37 on Friday. Imagine getting my age wrong. The disrespect. Low balling. Hey, my balls sit just right, thank you very much. Nothing low about them. Look good, brother. Thanks, mate. Oh, Night Angel, by the way. If you want to see without the sweats, Night Angel, go to Twitter. Surprised you hadn't spotted those already. Hey, this song sucks. Just stop. Just stop, Pokemon. It's too much. It's too cringe. Soon, hopefully. Here we go.
Anytime, anywhere, and the time is now, and the
Let's
place
go.
is Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Yuma versus
We have
Yuya.
our first finalist at the Latin American International Championships in Juan Salerno, and we are about to find out who our second is going to be. Joining Juan Salerno in the
Oh no, it's
finals.
Juan. Yeah, tier team lost.
So
Liam, come on.
thrilled to be here. My
Keep
name
up,
is
Liam.
Evan Latin. I've got Gabby Snyder right next to me as we are going to see a
Do we know how many of these we've killed? I have no idea.
in our next match.
Regardless of what happens, Latin America will be facing off against Japan to
Bruh.
vie for the title of champion. And once again, Latin America has the opportunity to finally,
I don't remember if we've had any
take
of
home
them.
the title of Latin America International Champion.
Wow,
in the
Amma.
Video game championships. So
Wow.
what a fantastic match. His
Bro.
brother was right in the front, not only cheering for his brother, but also encouraging the crowd and leading them in chants.
Amma,
to
tier team's not
send
even
his
brown.
energy
What are you
to
doing?
Juan Salerno. So
What are you
it was-
doing, Amma?
Incredible.
It was so incredible to see. So
Liam, I saw the post on my lunch break.
congratulations
You didn't
to
even
Juan,
tell
but
me. You didn't even tell me what you
it is
thought.
time now to crown our second
I didn't get any
finalist
feedback.
here. And
How am I going to
between
improve with no
Yuma
feedback?
Kinugawa and Yuya Tada, we're
Yeah,
gonna
my mother
have
talking about men in
another
dresses and
battle
fishnets. I was
of
like, what if they're a trans woman? Her response wasn't open-minded. Oh.
Incredible matchup here. Yuma Kinugawa
See, it's times
has
like
been
that where I feel
running
like
over
you
the
should just,
competition
that's
with
when you
this
should just come
manual
out and then
Sun
watch her
team
face drop.
featuring the Sunny Day Whimsicott. And Yuya Tada has been showing off that Rain also
Can't
has
improve
a place
perfection.
in
Oh,
this
thanks,
meta.
mate.
This is going to be an intense
Feedback
matchup
on what?
between two
Amma, that was to Night
incredibly
Angel, but
decorated
because I
and
put a post
accomplished
today up.
Japanese trainers. We are going to have Yuya Tada on the
Night
left
Angel
here
likes
and
giving
Yuma
feedback,
Kinugawa
and I like
on
receiving
the right.
feedback.
Yuya, of course, is fresh off of a finals appearance at the Brisbane Regional Championship.
You're not up on your
while
readings,
Yuma
Amma,
Kinugawa
so,
is
you know,
coming off of his time
you might be
in the
behind.
Las Vegas Regional Championships last week.
Yeah, but I think there's some
Ah,
other
of course, there you
accomplishments
go.
that are taking the place of regional championships. As
There we go.
Yuya Tada, no
Don't think we're getting that
stranger to
Oricorio
the
today.
International Championship stage, having
Don't
gotten
think we're
top
getting that
4, top
Oricorio
8,
today.
and top 16 in the past. Yuma Kinugawa, most recently, our Japan
Don't worry, Amma. We know you're not a fan. It's all right. It's all right. Not everyone is.
Yokohama last summer.
Most aren't.
Yeah, Yuya Tada has made it to the top cut of international
Yeah, big love to
championships
Kaylee. That's
multiple
fucking
times,
horrible.
but always stalled
I
out
love how Yuya
right
does the most
here,
stoic thumbs
right
up to the
in
camera.
This moment, the semifinals. He is
Yeah,
going
I
to
can't
have to
root
take
for
down
Sinister.
one of
I have to root for
Japan's
Flamigo,
strongest
so I'm on your
current
side,
trainers
Amma.
in Yuma Kinugawa to get past that hump. But if anyone can do it, the time is
Like
now.
having a roof over
The
my
place
head.
is
Yeah, and you
here.
work in the same
Yuya
warehouse. I
Tada,
mean, that's, yeah,
you've gotta
valid.
show what you've got.
That's valid.
We saw Yuya Tada earlier on today in top 8 use this Pelipper with the Terra
Hey, I
to
mean,
great
hey, you're
success.
not wrong, Night Angel.
Finding
You're
an
not wrong.
opportunity for the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the Life Orb
know me,
on
I'm
this
terribly
team to
insecure.
deal
Don't
massive
copy me,
damage to
Yuya.
take his opponent down. He
Bruh,
supported that Blood Moon
get your own
Ursaluna
stretches.
with the Sinistra and the Incineroar on that team.
Ah,
and you know
being
what?
attacked
He
by
was
Cable.
facing off against an opponent who is using a Sun strategy. So going into this top 4 matchup, I wouldn't be surprised to see something very similar from Yuyatada, as sending in your Pelipper to reset the weather works great when you're facing off against a Sunsetter that's also relying on its ability. Now, here's the wrench in the plan. Yuma Kinugawa
fingers
is
crossed you don't
running
have to deal
one
with that
of
forever.
those
Yeah, do you know what I mean?
Pokemon,
Hopefully your
Whimsicott,
parents just come
Prankster,
around
and
to being
Sunny Day.
real people.
And
You know what I
there's
mean?
nothing on his team that can necessarily shut that down. So he needs to find a way to eliminate the Whimsicott, and honestly,
That feels like quite fun and cute. Maybe a bit EVUIC still versus Yosuke. Both just very happy to be in top 4. Anything more as a bonus?
Sometimes
Yeah, right?
it's a co-star, but I think today it is the shining star, the Flamigo on Yuma Kinugawa's team. Because let me tell you, Evan, it can threaten
My mother, I
almost
think it's just she
every
doesn't
Pokemon
understand it.
on
Yeah,
Yuyatada's
exactly.
side.
She needs
And
educating.
the Pokemon that it can't threaten itself, that feint attack will allow it to make sure that it cannot protect
Which
from
there's no problem with
another
people
Pokemon
who are
on
gay.
Yuma Kinugawa's side. And we've seen a little bit of this team
As these guys
over
to
the
speak to
course
each other about
of the
translate.
weekend, but
Yeah,
we
that's a
haven't
good
seen
point.
enough of that Flamigo as far
These
as
are little
I am
things I don't
concerned,
think
so I'm
of.
really excited to have this matchup
You
here.
smart.
Of course, we have the 2 different modes here with the Tailwind and Trick Room. So even if Yuyatada does try to go for the Trick Room mode like we saw against in his previous match, Yuma Kinugawa is also very capable of
Look
playing
how
in that
analytical
space as well.
the players
You
are.
do
Like,
have to wonder how the
he's
stage will
analyzing
match up if
everything, and
we
he
see
knows
Yuma
exactly what to
Kinugawa
do.
go for the
And I'm just
Trick
there
Room.
like, I got no
Obviously,
idea.
with 2 Blood Moon
Oh,
Ursaluna
camera was
in
screen
play,
peeking. Did you
which
see
one
that?
will
Naughty
be
camera.
naturally slower, or if there's a potential for a speed tie, will be
This is
absolutely
a joke, don't
critical
worry.
for these 2 trainers to figure out.
Up the
They have
Yuma,
not
up
played
the
yet in
Yuma.
the course of this tournament, so none of this information is available to
Take
either
Flamigo
trainer.
for the win.
Yeah, at least not over the course of this tournament. Who could say if there have been any other prep
Yeah, she just
matches
doesn't
over
get
the
it.
course
Exactly,
of their
exactly,
preparation
Kaylee.
for this tournament
Well,
itself.
hopefully she can come
This is
around to
going
it
be
at
an
some point.
extremely exciting matchup, and I expect it is going to be so
Well, it's the
heavy
same way.
on some
No animosity, it's
dynamic
just
moments
ignorance,
that
yeah.
hinge on a razor's edge, and there it is. It's the
Scientific Finish
Sinistra
is willing to
and the
listen. Yeah, you gotta
Incineroar
catch her on the right
alongside
day.
The Blood Moon Ursaluna and the Whimsicott that Yuma Kinugawa has shown he loves to lead and get those big chunks out of Pokemon with that.
Yeah, it's better than it being actively
We saw
knowledgeable in it,
Yuyatada
but still
lead
against
the
it.
Sinistra in situations where it went for an immediate terrestrialization into the fire type and then an immediate Trick Room. Not necessarily an opportunity for it to go for the terrestrialization, but certainly a great opportunity for it to Trick Room, as that Blood Moon
Ooh-wee.
Ursaluna alone will not be able to knock it out in a single hit.
Yeah, and especially won't be able to knock it out if it gets faked out by the Incineroar. So having that fake out pressure
Trick Room is going
huge
up,
here
baby.
for Yuya, as Ursaluna is forced to protect itself. Yuma Kinugawa knows what's coming.
It's
The
not
Trick
much.
Room is what's next, and so not going to waste any time going for any other type of speed control or even bothering to set
My.
up the Sunny Day at this point. Just going for the Moon Blast into the Incineroar, and you get
Pull a
that Trick Room
Mooney.
set up just like you
Got
planned
him.
it.
And I love how Yuyatada actually went for a parting shot into that Ursaluna on the off chance that it did connect. Maybe if there was no protect there, maybe if you risk an attack knowing fake out is in play, then you also get
Wait,
the
so
special
surely the
attack drop
Ursaluna
on that
outspeeds the
leg
Incin
warp
though,
user,
right?
which is huge when you consider how much damage you need to
I guess
do
if it's built
during
to be
the
Tailwind
limited
and Trick
time
Room,
of Trick Room.
maybe the
Alright, we
Incin
saw
would.
Yuya's, cycling
No,
through
I
some
still don't
switch
think it.
options here, and
I think
notably
a
that
Trick Room.
includes
Surely the
Farigiraf,
Ursaluna
because
still
one of the potential options for
gonna go
Kinugawa
first.
here would be to
Yeah, get rid of the
encore
Incin, I
the
suppose.
Trick
Yeah.
Room. But of course, if that
Schmuck.
Farigiraf is switching in, as it is,
Schmuck.
that is going to block Whimsicott's Prankster Encore from being able to reset the Trick Room this
cheeky.
time around.
That's a
Instead,
really good
Kinugawa
switch.
is just going to go for an immediate terrestrialization.
Oh no, don't be sorry,
on that
Kaylee. Like
Blood Moon
it
Ursaluna
did get
that is
dark.
now
It's just
normal
a
type, which
sad
means
state
it's
of
about
affairs,
to take
isn't
a
it?
chunk out of all of the Pokemon on
Like
the
it's a
field.
sad reality
And
that a
this
lot of the world
what
is like
this
that.
team does best. We'll have to take a Matcha Gotcha first, but there's a lot of
Fine.
damage coming in the future.
Yeah, that's a cute amount of damage, Sinistra. Let me show you what real damage looks like with this paranormal.
It's alright, we
boosted
can really
hyper
easily
voice.
lighten the mood.
No
We can just ask
KOs
Night
right now,
Angel
but that is
why she
huge damage
recommends
onto
the
these
Spice
two
Twitter.
Pokemon.
Night
That's
Angel, why'd you
key
recommend it?
bulky
What's the
cornerstones
best thing
of
about it?
Yuyatada's team.
And I think most importantly here, the
Comment about my dad didn't go through? Oh, no, I guess not.
To follow it up with a moon
But I haven't
blast
seen
to ensure
anything
that
about your dad.
Sinistra looks like it's still in range for a KO after a second hyper voice.
definitely.
Just assuming that the Farigiraf could be present, Encore maybe not the safest
Okay.
play. You just have the amount of damage you need to have that be your answer.
If you thought that was a bit dark, maybe
Trick
don't
Room
post that
user.
one then,
Yeah,
Kaylee.
I love this answer to the Trick Room from Kinugawa. Just instead of trying to worry about, oh no, what if my opponent gets Trick Room up? Like, great, get Trick Room up. I'm now going to blast through your team with my Terra Normal Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Damn.
And that is just softening up all of these
Yuma's in
Pokemon
such a good
for
position right
potential
now.
eruption in-game in the back.
And that's
Won't repost it.
exactly
That's
what
fair, that's
Yuma
fair.
Kinugawa's team wants to
They're
do.
the best.
Ursaluna Blood Moon is the first attacker. Hisui and Typhlosion typically the second. But
Oh,
there's
the
the start of
baby.
show right there.
That's what everyone was waiting for. Flamigo out
I didn't mean
on
specifically
the
just the
field now,
bestie.
taking
I meant,
the
you know,
place of the
I meant
Whimsicott.
to
So
cheer the
Kinugawa
room
can
up, but that's
save the
okay.
Whimsicott for the
You can keep
future.
it to yourself, that's
That
fine.
Ursaluna Blood Moon will protect
fine, I just
itself
thought you were a
from
big
any
advocate,
damage
that's
coming
all.
through this time around, and that is huge value, meaning
was just
that
appreciating
no
you.
damage is taken on that Pokemon, and the Flamigo gets in with just a
Scotty's
little
a good
bit
lad.
of Matcha Gotcha damage.
No burns.
It could burn. We'll have to see if it's going to happen here, as the healing will happen first.
No
Nope.
burn. Kinugawa gets the Flamigo
Does the
in
healing
for
happen
free.
first, or does the burn
Alright,
happen
so now
first?
that Flamigo is on the field, with Trick Room still in play, you have to be very careful about the Farigiraf, as it's able to hit the Flamigo super effectively with either a Psychic or
Michaeli
a
follows the same
Dazzling
account. She
Gleam,
doesn't need
but this
convincing.
Flamigo does have
That's
access
healing
to
first,
Detect
fair.
and
Thank you,
Wide
Amma.
Guard, so you can buy
Thank you,
yourself
Matt.
a little bit of time, opting for Wide Guard in this instance.
Yeah, no Dazzling Gleam, no Matcha Gotcha available for Yuyatada. Instead, not falling for
You
it.
say
goes
the
for
here
Psychic
like it's nothing to
straight
stroke
onto
Liam's
the
ego
Blood
and
Moon
hopes to stroke
Ursaluna,
what?
but the Psychic alone is not going to be enough on that Pokemon. That means that this
Whoa,
Ursaluna is
something
going
just
to get
happened.
to finish off both of these Pokemon as the Matcha Gotcha goes into the Wide Guard, and another Hyper Voice, a big scream coming out from the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and all the
crit.
Pokemon on the field faint.
A great use of the Wide Guard from Yuma Kinugawa
Hiding the
as
main
well
show.
there, because had the Farigiraf targeted down the
What is it,
Flamigo with
negativity?
the
I just want to
Psychic,
get
a
more good
single
stuff out
target
there. Good
attack
on
to
you.
hit the
Oh, that's a
KO.
good itch.
Now that
Scratching
the
a good itch
Pokesash
there.
it's holding had been broken, we would know that the Ursaluna would be perfectly fine to fire back that
Hey, the main
Hyper Voice.
show's on
So
there if you look hard
ultimately, Yuyatada making the correct call to try and double into the Ursaluna Blood Moon, just lacking the amount of damage to take it out.
And this is now really scary for Yuyatada. Both of the Trick Room setters have fainted. That means that Kinugawa is going to be
you see
in
the front of it,
complete
grab this through a
control
small
of the
mirror.
speed as soon as Trick Room
Oh, yeah?
ends. So Yuyatada needs to get as much as possible out of these last
I don't know
turns of
what
Trick
you mean.
Room.
The nice thing for
Couldn't possibly
Yuyatada is
understand.
the fact that the Ursaluna has taken so much damage, but at the same time,
Ursaluna's fucking
Yuma
shit
still
up,
has
mate.
all 4 of his Pokemon available to him. If Ursaluna is the end game he wants, he can make a couple switches to protect it, or
He'll
he can
win.
try and sneak the Whimsicott
Has to
out
resort
on
to
the
calling
field
players
to
by
set
their
up
last
for a
names. Yeah, I
potential
don't blame
Hisui
them.
and Typhlosion endgame.
Or even a Flamigo endgame.
Tata
when
and,
you take Pokemon out. Of
Kinugawa.
course, both of the Pokemon left on the field, the Ursaluna and the Incineroar, will both fall
Oh,
to Flamigo's
my.
close combat. So Kinugawa now protecting the Blood Moon Ursaluna
Oh,
for one
dear.
more turn here.
Ugh.
And the Whimsicott will be the Pokemon that takes all of the damage here.
Not taking a risk as well, following up a Wide Guard with a Detect, which is not guaranteed to work.
Yeah, and the Wide Guard would have worked, but of course the fake out pressure making sure that that was not an option. So the sacrifice of Whimsicott is not in vain. It is totally useful for Kinugawa to save that Flamigo
Okay.
for this turn.
And
It's a shame
honestly, the
won't be able to get
Whimsicott
Tailwind up,
did
but
what it
the
needed to
dimensions
do
will reverse
in this
soon,
game
right?
number 1, it provided the encore pressure to
Yeah.
force the
Oh, my
Farigiraf
word.
onto the field.
Ooh.
Yeah, Sun would be great.
tell it's late
if
in the
it
day.
is going to be the Hisuian
Not even that late in the
Typhlosion
day, but I've
back,
been here
and,
8.5
you know,
hours,
Moonbucks
that's
would
why.
add up after a while,
And I'll
but
do it
it
all
really
again
is,
tomorrow, but
again,
with the added
Flamigo
bonus of
that has the
TCG and
biggest
go.
threat here with those close combats as Yuya
Damn, look at that Volcanion.
The power of the Flamigo, it's too intimidating, and it causes Yuyatada to forfeit
I love
that first
Volcanion.
game. And wow.
Now I want
what
Yuma
a
to win, now that I've seen his
masterclass
trainer
put on by
card.
Yuma Kinugawa in that set. It felt like Yuya had no opportunities whatsoever to get
Unite
into
as
that
well,
game.
though. Yeah, true. That'll be on
Exactly,
first,
and
won't
it was
it?
because of how Yuma Kinugawa revealed his Pokemon throughout
That's a
the set. You started out with the
good point.
Whimsicott and the Ursaluna to threaten huge damage
When he
immediately
goes to start streaming
with
mid
those
TCG, I'm just
Terra
going to start at 12
Normal
again.
Which Yuya
I'm going to
had
go to the
no
gym
way to
early
stop
again, like I
other
did
than that
today.
fake out on the
Get my deadlifts out
Incineroar.
of the way.
And then as soon as you had
and
the
then I'm going to come
opportunity
home and have a
get
shower
Flamigo
and go live at
safely
midday.
enough, all of a sudden you revealed your, your secret attack, your special Pokemon. Pokemon that really will close out the matchup.
Hopefully they don't. Oh god, hopefully they don't overrun, so I don't end up needing a fucking closing ceremony separate VOD. In fact, they don't really have much of a closing ceremony, do they, at the internationals?
From this, the Trick Room mode, I don't see a way
What day's
that
the
you
gym
can
tomorrow?
safely get it
It's
up,
deadlifts,
like,
mate.
at all, and actually make use of it, because
It
Kinagawa
is.
was the one who actually
hang
made
on.
the most use of the Trick Room in that first game. So
is.
it must be another option here. Yuya might have to go for try to match Tailwinds and play the weather game, or maybe that Archaludon has
It's
some space
assisted
to
pull-ups,
threaten that
Face
Blood Moon
pulls,
Ursaluna,
standing
which
cable glute
really
kickbacks,
did all of the work.
planks with dumbbell
It's
pull
such
through,
a tough spot to be
back
in
extension,
because
weighted
on
hyperextension,
paper, if it wasn't
glute bridge with the
for
barbell,
Flamigo with
bent
the
over rows,
explosion,
deadlifts,
Archaludon
and then
would
treadmill.
be a great piece to have.
Finish.
You can get the rain up, electroshock would certainly help with the Flamigo, and body press with enough stamina boost would help with the Ursaluna, but then you would probably want to terrastalize at some point so that maybe you're not as threatened by a close combat, let's say, but now you're a grass-type Pokemon staring down a potential choice
Today's was
boosted
my
eruption.
my
So
my
there's
new
really
fourth
no
fill in the
great
blanks day.
out for Yuya. If you think
So
about
I
it
did
purely on
cable
paper,
twist
I think
down
he has
to up.
bring the right
So
pieces to the board.
down to
so
up.
a Pelipper
Wait, no.
adjustment, I think, is almost mandatory at
I
this
actually
point
started
in
on
time.
up to down. I went
but
up to down,
whether or not
and then
you
down to
reveal
up.
it really is going to come
And
down
then
to if you're
I
able
did single
to
arm
knock
cable
out
rows,
the
but I do
counters to that Pokemon.
Oh my god,
because
I do
if
them
you're
at a
not
right
able to
angle
get
so I
the
can so it
alignment,
works the
I
laps
think
more.
Yuma Kinagawa just has so much
I did
of an
close grip
advantage
preacher
because of
curls.
how the matchup
I did
looks on
wide
paper.
grip preacher
Yeah,
curls,
the
and then I
other
did
option, if
reverse
you feel
grip
like your
preacher
matchup is
curls.
so bad
Then I
in
did
this-
Bulgarian
the
split squats on
semifinals,
the Smith
is maybe
machine.
you go for just a heavy
And then I
read
did Smith machine
gameplay.
bench
You
press.
try to read Yuma Kinugawa's soul and know exactly what he's doing.
Because I have no one
and counter it every
to
step of
gym
the
with
way.
me, I end up accidentally
Look,
taking
if you
long
could do
breaks, and my
that,
workout just gets long.
The time is
Come
now. The
Derby,
moment is
go
here.
gym with me, Jess,
Here
and
we are in game 2 of
me,
our
Jess, and Soph.
semifinals. It's
I just
just
said
the
Rage.
Whimsicott and
Rage
the
don't live
Ursaluna
here.
once again
Come with
versus
me,
the
Jess, and Soph,
Incineroar and Sinistcha
and we'll go
from
through one of
Yuya
Jess's
Tada this
workouts that we
time
normally
around.
do.
Last time we did
And
see that the Ursaluna went for
that
the
might give you
protect,
more of an
so maybe
idea
there's an
of like
opportunity to use that
how to
passive play
formulate
make
a
more
routine.
aggressive play
Because that's
this
how I
turn
learned, is I just followed
There
Jess's
is,
fucking
but
example.
You also have to remember that it was the parting shot that was targeting down
Reverse
the
curls
Ursaluna
before
Blood
split
Moon.
squats, down
And
the
think
forearm
about how
burnout
much
is more
damage
intense
it
than
did
Friday Night
after
Alone.
that
Yeah,
initial
right.
turn when Trick Room was up
Dirty.
with the threat of encore on
But to be
the
fair,
opposing
I'm doing
Sinistcha.
split squats
Yuya
with
Tada
the Smith
certainly play
machine, so it's
around
on my
that, but
back
I
like
do
a
think
regular
you try
squat.
and land that
But
parting
I'm
shot
doing
a
the
second
leg
time
forward, the
just
leg
to
back, and you know.
neutralize the Ursaluna Blood
Can't
Moon
come
by
3
that
times a
little
week. Well,
bit.
come once
Okay,
then.
well, Kinugawa is going to make an adjustment here. Brings out the Incineroar.
In my
which we
defense,
did
Hoovy, I'm
not
well
see
tired.
In that first game. So a new Pokemon out on the field.
The fact
for
Cedar has only
Kinugawa
2 shows of this
alongside the
heartbreaking.
Ursaluna. Here
I mean,
comes
he's
the
going to be in next year's Hall of
Terastallization
Fame. I
from
think
the
they've all
Ursaluna,
but
so
admitted it.
not going for the
Like,
passive
confirmed
play
it.
of Protect, instead going on the offensive, and that does open up the Ursaluna to that parting shot.
It does.
Managed to
but it
lower the
will
weight
have
on these
to
pull-ups. Hey, go on, lad.
first,
That's
except
baller.
it's slower.
I just
Slower
meant
than
like
that
a once
Incineroar.
summer.
Parting shot goes off first. The Ursaluna will take a special attack.
Well, I
round,
get it.
While Yuya Tada gets to decide what Pokemon do you want to take whatever this Ursaluna is about to
Yeah,
send
boy.
at you.
Come on,
Well, if
Yuma.
you think about historical 2-game 1,
Yuma,
Hyper Voice
Yuma,
seems like
yay.
the most
Yuma,
likely
Yuma,
option
Yuma,
here,
yay.
But it's Blood Moon.
Oh, that's the
Oh, that's going to be gnarly.
straight onto the
Mate, it lived though.
survives thanks to that parting shot.
What
About
an
formulate routine, I just linger on my breaks to get
prediction
distracted
from
watching people.
Yuya
Oh, okay,
Tada,
fair
just
enough. You're a
staying the
pervert, I
course,
see.
Hanging on with just
see.
enough health to eat
She's
that
just
Citrus
eyeing up the
berry to
muscly
set
guys
up Trick Room for your
and the
own
fit goth ladies
Ursaluna,
there.
And now all of a sudden you
It's
are
only by
in
10.
the
Hey,
driver's
10's still an
seat for
improvement.
this
That's
match.
10 whole
Absolutely.
fucking
This is a much
kilograms,
better
right? Or
position
pounds.
for Yuya Tada than in game 1.
Hate the thought of being
Still
caught
has the
staring at
opportunity
someone
to
when I'm
bring
just
in the
daydreaming.
Burger
Yeah,
counter the
valid.
fake out pressure
I just
from the
bury myself in
Incineroar
my
on the
phone.
other side. And given the speed interactions here and the type of team, if this
Oh, my
Ursaluna
lord.
is slower on
Your boy-
Yuya Tada's side,
your
now all of
boy
a sudden,
do
Yumeki
yawns.
Nugawa's Ursaluna is
Need to
afraid
not do
of a
yawns.
Hyper
It's 'cause
Voice
you've not
or a
had your
Blood
second
Moon
G
from
fuel
its
yet. That's a good
counterpart on the
point.
other side.
I think we're going to see a reversal of what we saw in game
Yeah, 10
number
kilos
one
is
with
fucking-
some
that's a lot of
big
difference,
damage
dude.
coming out on the field.
Another one-hit KO. That is
Nicely
on
done.
the Incineroar, knocking
More
it out
scowling
in
at teenagers
one
watching people struggle
shot
with mind
the Earth
anxiety.
Power, but that means
They'll
that
hurt
Yumeki
themselves.
Nugawa is able to continue to fire off attacks with this Blood Moon Ursaluna. Here comes a Hyper Voice onto the Farigiraf and the Ursaluna on Yuyatada's side, but
My favorite is when you're watching
it
people
was
do an
Yuyatada's
exercise and they're like
Ursaluna
this.
who moved first under Trick Room. So finally
And you're like, bro, there's no range of motion.
whiskey
you're not
control.
extending properly, so you're working out nothing. What are you doing? You want to go up to them and be like, no, no, come on, all the way down, all the way up, all the way down, all the way up. They're just like,
tie or not, but again, looking at the matchup
you're like,
on
bruh,
paper,
6'7".
I think Yutata's just so much more comfortable.
I see that
in
shit all the
Trick Room
time.
compared to
I want to
Yuma
go over
Kinugawa.
and say something,
Moving
but I also don't feel like I've got the
forward from
definition of
now,
muscle to look
Yutata's
like I
Ursaluna
should be
will
correcting
most
people
likely always
on their
be
form.
moving first, which is a big problem for Yuma Kinugawa. You do finally get
I want to be like,
that
yeah, I was
Flamingo
appreciating all
on
the gorgeous people at the
field,
gym,
and
but
certainly you
mid-set,
could
the
use
eyes blur
wide
was
guard
real.
to
Yeah.
stop a couple of spread attacks, but what's stopping a Psychic and a Blood Moon targeting down that Pokemon?
Probably nothing, but in doing so, you're focusing only on the
Those ones are
Flamingo
like,
and allowing the
dude, go all the way
Ursaluna
down,
that has
all the way up,
terrestrialized
all the way down,
with that
halfway up,
normal
repeat.
typing plus the Life Orb to continue to fire off more attacks. That parting shot has been
End up doing that kind of stuff, and I force myself to repeat it, slow down, or lower my weight, or whatever, so I just take even longer. Oh, mate. You get there, though.
Sorry, that was the detect from Flamingo, which means that it will be
I
able
never
to
give
survive
unsolicited
a double
advice
up
if someone is in
here.
immediate danger of hurting themselves, which is fair.
And a Psychic into that Pokemon!
Oh, that is devastating for you, Yutada.
Whoa.
Went for the offense against the Flamingo.
And here's
another Blood Moon fired off by Yuma Kinugawa.
Yuma!
KO for Rigoraph goes down, and now Flamingo is looking pretty safe.
And it's almost
Interaction,
like
pull
that
arms
parting
towards your
shot
chest.
didn't even matter in the end.
Flip,
That
flop,
Blood
fly.
Moon was still able to take the knockout and put the Ursaluna Blood Moon on Yutata's side of the field within KO range from presumably another Hyper Voice
Bro.
from Yuma's own Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yuma, yeah.
This
Come on,
is a
Yuma.
really bad
Yuma's got it
spot
in the
for
bag,
Yutada
man.
Here because of the detect on the Flamingo. That means, and the Blood Moon being used into it, that means that there are only spread type attacks that could damage the Flamingo, which means that a wide guard will block it all. So the only target available is just an Earth Power into Yuma's Blood Moon.
And something really tricky here is that if you use Wide Guard into Detect, it's not guaranteed to work. But if you Detect and then use Wide Guard, that's going to work quite well.
That's all fine.
That's all fine.
Yeah, you can see Yuya really
Real
wants to
flamingos
click
in
Blood Moon
Pokemon
instead,
confirmed
but
by
isn't going
Evan.
to get an opportunity to. But instead, Kinugawa is going
Flamingo.
to retreat the Blood Moon, save it for later, and bring back out the Whimsicott. This is
Shiny
going to
one's
be
not even a real
very
flamingo,
scary
it's a
because
lawn
this
ornament.
Ursaluna just protected, and
Nah, I
Rigoraph
went
has
to the
gone
gym regularly for like a
down.
year, and I simply
There's that
have not
wide
found the
guard,
enjoyment.
so
I do
no
it. I don't
Machigachas
mind.
This time around, but Yuma
I don't mind it the same. I don't mind getting the coach or something. I mean, that's fair. I hate getting the coach.
Not being able to attack, Sinistcha going for a life dew to heal itself up alongside
Video say
of
for
that
bicep
Ursaluna
workouts, and I live
Blood
by them.
Moon.
Do
So
it. Fucking
Yutada
good on
buying
you.
himself a little more time to get through this match, but time is also the name of the game in terms of trick room.
No, the name of the game is
turns here. And
Pokemon.
if he runs out of trick room turns, I think Yuma Kinugawa
Now I'm back
is
on like,
gonna
man, I
be
don't
able
have
to
friends
just
from uni here this time.
outspeed and outwin.
Aww.
Yeah, and there's nothing this Ursaluna can do here. An
Best
Encore will
Cena
just
insult.
lock it into Protect. This Sinistcha will only be able to Machigacha for damage. You can't even Rage Powder it away because it's
Something
Whimsicott is
D's
a grass
nuts,
type.
And
probably.
you could also encore into Life Dew if you were really
You gotta
worried.
remember,
I don't
I grew up in an
necessarily
era
recommend
where
that,
I
but it
fucking
is another
hated
option
Cena.
to consider here. There's
Because
so much
all
going
you
in Yuma's
young'uns were
favor.
cheering
Yeah,
for him,
that
and he was
means that
shit.
Ursaluna is going to have to retreat
So-
here, try to make something happen with the Incineroar.
I was the
Well, you don't
salty
even get to
generation
intimidate Flamingo
that wanted
because
him
of
gone.
his scrappy ability. Sinistcha
I've only
is
come to
trying
respect Cena in the
protect
last
that
few
Pokemon
years.
From any damage on this turn
So I
by
don't really
going
have a
for
best
the
Cena
Rage
insult.
Powder, but it is now going to be locked into Rage
Actually, you know
Powder.
what?
So
I
Whimsicott
like
did go to
back
try
in
to
the
lock
early
into the Life
2000s
Dew, but that just
when he
means
was
Sinistcha
rapping
is
against
taking this
Brock
close
Lesnar, and he
combat.
said, "That's a
But I
nice
think
tattoo
that
of
is
your mother
okay
on your
for Yuma
back." Because
Kinugawa,
Brock's got that
because now
shitty
that it
like
is
Mighty
locked
Ducks tattoo
into
on his back or
Rage
something.
Powder, you know that it's only going to be able to use that move. Now, Trick Room has not
Half plus full
expired yet,
curl,
so we
static
still
hold,
have
hammer
a little
curl,
bit more
static
time here for Yuya to find
Zotman
his
curl,
footing,
and
but
side curl.
If Sinistcha does not break out of this encore before Trick
Can't
Room
ram run.
ends, and Yuma's able to knock that Pokemon out, again, Yuma Kinugawa will have the speed control and will still have the offensive advantage.
Nah.
There's so much going in his
Drop a
favor.
tailwind, tailwind, drop a tailwind.
This match will be retreating the Whimsicott for Ursaluna Blood Moon once again.
Oh.
That Pokemon is going to come back out and potentially threaten even more damage once this Trick Room
Sinistcha
has
moves.
ended. But here comes the Sinistcha, going to retreat, maybe get some hospitality later on to
Another
protect
Blood
one of these
Moon.
Pokemon from a big hit. but that's just going to be.
Why did you drop Tailwind in a Trick Room, Mr. Edwards? Because if it's the last turn of Trick Room and you use Tailwind, it means on the next turn you move first.
Something happened, but just can't do it.
I mean, fake out to stop another close combat there to protect the Ursaluna Blood Moon switch in and protect itself really was a great call. But still, there is still a huge Pokemon advantage for Yuma. Now,
I'm not up to date on the turns, Emma. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry, Mommy.
On the field, but you really want to try to be finding a one-hit knockout in this situation. And I believe the Flamingo's Focus Sash is still intact. So you still have to double that slot if that's the Pokemon you're worried about, and honestly double the Ursaluna Blood.
You should be shaking my head. Why would I shake your head?
Well, you know what does a lot of
Doesn't
damage?
seem like a very nice thing to do to
It's
someone.
been
Just
boosted by a
grab your
fire
head and fucking shake
terastallization.
it. That's really
This
mean.
is one of the
That'll just give you a
benefits
headache.
of Yuyatada's terastallization choices. The close combat connects onto the Incineroar, lost the weakness, but now has the ability to potentially fire back big damage. Needs
proud of that one.
something huge out of this Flare Blitz. It will connect onto the Ursaluna.
Oh, it's not, but it wasn't enough.
Enough for the KO. Needed a critical hit, and that just means that Yuma Kinagawa is going to make
Yuma's going to fucking steamroll the rest of this game.
Mooning into the Blood Moon on the other side.
Only a headache, but also just uncomfortable, yeah.
3-2. Yuma Kinagawa is so close to the finals here.
Sinistcha coming back on the field does
Plus, like, from a
mean
PR
that
perspective, it's just really bad optics.
Some of its health back,
You know,
would be
cis
able
white
to
guy
attack
grabs
if it can
black
take
girl by the head
another
and swings
close
her, like
combat
shakes her
from
head
this
around. Like,
Flamigo,
honestly, any of the
but
general
the
public
only
saw that
option here
happen.
would be a
I just get
redirection.
cancelled.
Yeah, there is no shot.
There it is.
Yuma,
Yuma, yay. Yuma, Yuma, yay. Yuma, yay.
Here in Sao Paulo.
Yeah.
With such a unique team.
There was no win condition.
We've been talking all tournament about how cool the Whimsicott with the Sunny Day and Prankster ability has.
They're talking like, so you're Japanese. I heard you were Japanese. I'm also Japanese. That's crazy. We're both Japanese. And we're both in the top 4. Let's go.
Honestly, it was really the Flamingo
Yuma's going to win the whole
was
thing.
star
Calling
of
it now.
that
Calling it
game.
before Amma
just
calls
was
it.
able to threaten so much on Yuyatada's side of the field, and it was the
And let me get this
presence of
fucking
that
power.
Pokemon that really kept him
Look at
in
those.
the
Couple of
driver's
cards.
seat, turn after turn after turn.
These boys are wild cards.
So happy that Yuma Kinagawa is
What are you
getting
doing?
his moment here in Sao Paulo.
Oh, he's
Ever since
broken.
we started seeing him win the Japanese National Championships in 2025 and then competing at the North American International Championships.
Has there ever been a UK winner?
He has been such a dynamic and entertaining player
I think
to watch.
so.
And I think if you saw
I
those
think
games
one of the
that I just
internationals,
saw,
I think
you
once,
also know
years
exactly
gone by.
why Kinagawa was one of the favorites coming into this tournament.
I know, it's such a pleasure to watch.
Oh,
him
not
play
at an
as well.
IC.
And honestly,
At
I
a
love how
regional?
the Japanese players in general are
Boris,
just
what's
very,
going on?
emotive during their battles, and you can
No,
tell,
leave me
you know,
alone,
exactly how
Vigoroth.
they're feeling,
Go away,
if they're
Vigoroth.
trying
Get
to hope
away
for
from me,
something to
Duncan.
happen, or if they're made a prediction that came through.
Dill
and,
is the
but
best
really,
UK
Yuma was
IC
just
finisher.
very sort of
I mean,
stoic and
they
just
came
insisted
second, so that's
on
pretty close to first.
Did you not see him just take off his glasses and lock in at the start of that?
No, I didn't, because I was too locked into the match on the field. But I think him being
Bruh.
locked in makes sense, given just how clean
We
that
won
game
nationals,
was.
which was before we had ICs. Oh, there you go.
Both of those games from Yuma
That's
Kinagawa.
something.
Yuyatada is an extremely strong
And this year, Matt Manectric's going to win EUIC. Last UK original winner was Eden. Yes.
Bracket, but once again, he is stopped at the semifinals, and this time by Yuma Kinagawa.
Buged out. I don't know the word buge, my friend.
Incredible set here in the semifinals, and I am so excited for this finals matchup between
Whoa.
Juan Salerno and Yuma Kinagawa.
Like Commander Gold, how you doing?
I know, me too. But congratulations to Yuyatada as well. I think that his take on this Rain team that we've seen resurface.
Yuma, yeah. Yuma. We're gonna be chanting that at Worlds when he wins.
The Terra Stellar on the Pelipper with the Focus Sash.
It's gonna be
dealing a
wonderful.
surprising amount of damage has been really neat.
It's about time I started another Pokemon chant again.
Having a bit of a resurgence as one of the offensive, one of these damage dealers on the team is always really
Let's
cool
go.
to see. So it just goes to show you that even at the end of a format, you can still find some innovation.
Absolutely.
Let's have a little bit of power. And Nottingham, I sat next to Eden in the round. My opponent bought a Reg I team to Reg H tournament. No.
Look at our two finalists before we get too far ahead of ourselves. Started with Juan Salerno. Juan is
Bruh.
highlight reel from his semifinals set.
We need the winner interview, please.
Team Massot from France. And this was an
Winner
incredible
interview.
moment here. Just got
Oh, nice one, Kaylee. I'll have a look at that at some point.
Rillaboom. It looked like all was lost, but there is always a chance.
Numa, yay.
Salerno running a team that can take advantage of those chances.
How many power have we killed? I don't even know.
Pokemon in the format, really giving him every possible
Still don't get progress picks from me. Oh, that's all right.
Find the outs that you
It's not
need
mandatory.
and, showcasing the knowledge
Only for Amma.
and the determination and the confidence to make the
I'm
plays that
kidding.
need
It's
to
a big
play
joke.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't get upset, everybody.
Seeing the way that Juan was able to choose his Pokemon correctly and maintain the
Numa, yay. That's fucking stuck in my head now. Good job, dickhead.
To make it into the semifinals and now into the finals, it went to 3 games.
You stopped doing them a long time ago. You gave up on us.
Of 2 balanced teams, but
You decided we weren't
Juan
good
was
enough.
always able in those 2 games that he won to find those little advantages and push and push and push.
Well, no, actually, Liam, you just made me uncomfortable. Yeah, that's probably it.
On the ropes and then secure the win. And
See everyone doing it. I'm like, what if they think I'm not doing gym? That's not true. Nobody ever goes into the fitness channel and goes, wow, I haven't seen a picture of so-and-so. Guess they're just not doing it.
But of course, Yuma Kinugawa.
I know, Amma. I'm only teasing.
A little bit of a review here because it was such a
I know I could never make you uncomfortable, mate.
Side of the field, starting out strong with that Terra Normal terrestrialization.
Lord knows I've tried.
Blood Moon, dealing those big hits, and then of course following it up with the Flamigo.
Yeah, just absolutely textbook.
Why would
play
one
from
try?
Kinugawa.
You
Just
could.
Beautiful. I don't think there was a single moment.
Well, let's
that went
hope I
wrong
never
for
do,
Kinugawa
Amma.
in either of those 2 games. So congratulations to him.
And let's
Will
hope if ever I
certainly be
have,
a
you've
difficult
immediately told me.
boss for Juan Salerno if
My
he
brain always
hopes
thinks
to
the worst
bring back
scenario. I blame
the
trauma. Oh, mate, you and me both.
Say bring back.
I'm
bring
king
a
pessimist.
championship trophy to Latin America, but
So
you
back
know
in a few
what?
weeks. Been too inconsistent to
If I were going to
post.
put my money on anyone
I'm gonna keep
to do it for
trying.
Latin America, I would
Oh,
choose
Poliwell's
the
dead,
only
Liam.
person who has
Oh.
ever done it for
Now he's
Latin
alive.
America across all age divisions.
Always appreciate it. We get to
Juan
see them
Salerno,
hype you up,
who in
exactly.
The seniors division did win an international championship as the only time a Latin American trainer has won an international championship. And now in the Masters division, he has a great opportunity to do so for the first time.
Certainly had
Well,
his
hey,
run of opponents
if
to
we
make
see
it
you in
to
there
the
soon,
finals,
we'll
and Yuma
welcome it with
Kinugawa
open
as well.
eyes.
So
If we
you
don't
missed
ever
any
see
of
you
these
in there
matches
again,
the top
we'll
8 or the
also
semifinals,
totally
you can always
understand,
go
and
to
that's your right as a person.
youtube.com/Pokemon
But we
or
will do big sad
youtube.com/playpokemon
frowny faces for a while, like,
to see highlights or see the
you know?
archived VOD of this event.
I feel like a blob, even though my weight hasn't changed or anything, just not feeling my best. Oh, I bet you feel real good.
But I don't want to leave y'all with just a bracket and a shout out to go check out the VODs.
No,
Winners
They've done
interview.
so well over the course of the weekend. I think they deserve a treat.
I think we deserve a treat. I think our audience deserves a
Treats?
treat. So why don't we give them a treat?
Let's give them a treat. What do you say? If you liked Whimsicott so much during these battles that you've seen from Yuma Kinugawa, can I interest you in Federico Camparisi's Whimsicott
Oh, okay.
from the 2025
I thought they were about to give us a trailer or something.
You can. You can. I would love Federico Camparesi's
Trying to remember
Whimsicott
to post
from
my
the
skates.
2025
Yeah.
North American International Championships. How do I get my own Federico Camparesi's
I'm
Whimsicott?
gonna say this, well, you just type a few sentences, don't have to post pictures you don't want to. That's a very good point by Scotty. You can just be like, I did this today at the gym, feeling good. And that still counts. Like, images are not mandatory. We're not that kind of place.
And it's going to be the perfect
Contrary to what
Pokemon
everyone's
you
opinion of me
need to
is.
build up your team in the future if
Everyone's
you are
warped
looking
perception.
for a prankster user.
Got a
So
fun
make
skate
sure
in 2
you redeem that code
weeks.
as you only have a few days to do so. You
Is
do
it fun
not
because
want to
Cheese is
forget.
going?
But hey, we are not just the
He loves
only
skating.
game here at the Latin America International Championships. And
Yeah, no
if
one's
you are
allowed
like
to be
me and
mean.
you enjoy playing all of our incredible
Christmas light
games
skate through
here,
London?
in
Sick.
Pokemon Unite, you can actually get a sticker
Sounds
for
low-key
your
actually
profile
well
card.
baller.
And this is such a cool thing because you can show that you were here watching the Pokemon International Championships by entering the code
Let's go.
LAIC 2026 in
Give me my
That will
sheen.
give you a sticker that shows that you were watching the
I need my
Pokemon
sheen.
Championships here in Latin America when our new international
How many
champions for all
Oricorio
these
from the
games
outbreak
are
have I
decided.
killed?
But again,
Oh,
we have
Liam.
so many many
Sweetheart.
games here.
Sweetheart, my sweet summer child, Liam.
Pokemon Unite, but I also want to see what
I think the outbreak's been dead for a while.
fans out there.
Well, if you like opening booster packs
Shit.
and you
Oh, my
like
favorite.
the trading card game live application, you can go ahead and
Damn
redeem
it.
for some booster packs from Phantasmal Flames. This is
Damn
going to
it.
be the latest set for the Pokemon trading card game.
He'd never come. The
in
boy, poor boy,
TCG
get hit by a
Live. So
car.
go ahead and enter the
Aw,
code
don't do that.
LAIC26 Phantasmal
Look after him,
Flames.
Emma.
Go open those packs and share us your
Oop.
polls because,
Oop.
like we saw earlier in that downtime video, you're going to get
Wow,
some
it
good
didn't
polls.
even
Please
change.
share them.
Polls for sure. And of course, if you are a player of the
Numa,
Pokemon
Numa,
Go
yay.
side
Numa,
of our
Numa, Numa,
tournament,
yay.
you can receive its Axon's Araquanid from the NAIC
Let's
winning
go.
team.
Araquanid's my dad.
Earn that timed research via Twitch drops.
I can't
and
look
also
after him.
the
I'd
Araquanid.
also
I
get hit
think
by a
honestly
car.
More
Oh,
exciting
damn.
than the Araquanid is that you will be getting a elite TM alongside of that chart, that research. So
Well,
That sounds
make
elite.
sure.
I
Yeah,
tried.
No, these
Tried
are,
to help
these
you.
are great. I mean, the Araquanid is
I've got
great too,
hiccups.
but the elite TM is what you really want. So
Don't need
make sure to get that.
Ekans.
I'm sad that
I
won't
might
have
need
time to get
Ducklet,
that
but I don't
because
want to hunt
can't
it.
watch live, but no, Araquanid is great too. It's just
I don't
the
need
TM.
Blitzel
Overshadowed by a
or
TM
T-Pig.
or Araquanid. Oh no.
I don't need
Well,
Magnemite.
of course, we are going to have our Championship Sunday kickoff tomorrow.
No
So
interview
if
with
you wanna
Yuma.
Make sure that you're there. Make sure you are following the channel so you
I guess
are
the
getting
translator went home.
notifications. And of course, it will start at
New
9
couples
a.m.
activity getting
here
hit
in
by cars
Brazil,
together. Holy
12 p.m.
shit, that's
UTC
dark.
and 4 a.m. Pacific time.
But sounds
So
kind of
make sure
cute.
you make a note of
Maybe
that in
we'll
your
try it.
calendar of choice, and make sure that you know when that is in your time zone.
Don't know
so
who laughed
you
out
can
loud
be
while
there
doing the
when
dishes.
we crown
And now
our
being asked
new
what's so funny by my
And
folks.
of course,
What
if
was
you
funny?
want more information about this broadcast or
Don't
all of
do
the
this.
broadcasts that we have from
Rule
the
is if you got
regional
confident to skate
championships
and
to the
stop.
international
You're
championships
you're
to
not
the
allowed to
world
come.
championships
They'll politely encourage you
later
to
on
go
this
home.
season.
Oh,
You can
damn.
go to Pokemon.com/broadcast
Gatekeeping in the skating
for
community.
all that information.
Damn.
It's kept updated very regularly, actually, which I really appreciate. So
Hell.
you can go there at any time to get the information you need to tune in.
Absolutely. Well, I am so excited to get to Sunday and Championship Sunday. that
I'm guessing
I
there's
don't
no
wanna wait
interview.
Another moment, but I have to wait until 9 a.m. But you know I will be there bright and early. And
I'll
ready to watch
be
the game. Will
there
you be there with
because
me?
my name is Evan Latt.
Yeah, we kick off with you.
I'll be there. All right.
So make sure you are here for the kickoff on Championship
In that case,
Sunday.
if there's going to be no
That is going
interview,
to do it for us here on
there you go. I'm going to go and spend time with my wife.
We have our finalists. The stage
So
is set,
I
and
appreciate
I'm
all
so
of y'all
excited to get
hanging
to this
out.
battle.
It's
So
been lovely.
Please join me tomorrow
I
morning
appreciate
for the
y'all.
Championship Sunday, but
And I'll
until
see
then,
you in the
that's
morning.
all for us tonight.
And I'll
See
have
you then.
more Jim progress. Hell yeah. I hope you've had a good time. I'm going to go hang with the wife. Maybe we'll watch a porno. We're not going to watch a porno. Maybe we'll watch a nice little movie. But we'll see you all in a bit. Have a good one. Appreciate y'all. Hell yeah. I'm sorry, Rach, but don't worry. Next Saturday.
Nice.
Hey.